Sweatshop Shell Oron, Agent Mongrave stumbles, and Gloria Reborn A Plath, robed in translucent silken robes, strode down a strange corridor. The walls and floor were made of a slightly moving membrane, shot through with pulsing veins carrying fluids in a rainbow of colors. A glowing orb, one of many that illuminated the hallway, drifted over to her and started to cuddle. She smiled fondly as she petted it as it made little urgent squeaking sounds. "Oh, you want a treat?" she asked in a strange language as she reached into a fold of her robe and pulled out a crimson berry. The orb bounced up and down happily in midair as a tiny mouth opened eager to accept the morsel. The Plath laughed as the light beast gobbled it up. Beast wasn't exactly the right word. It was actually a fruit that had matured on one of the glow trees in the main garden. She squeezed it gently as it giggled. It was still quite firm, still a good month before it would be ready for harvesting. It was an exquisite specimen, so clever, and very long-lived for its kind. It would make a magnificent feast when its cycle was complete. She examined it closely, reaching out with her senses as she sang softly. Its seed was forming nicely already, wrapped with a healthy layer of fat. Such richness already. Yes, this one, she thought with great satisfaction. You shall become a mighty tree, little one, she crooned at it as it beamed happily, and literally, at her. The illuminator followed her as she walked down the hall, rubbing happily against her. As she walked, a row of bulbous growths sprayed oxygen-rich, beautifully scented air at her. She inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrance. She stooped down and sang at the soil. It parted at her voice, moving gently away from the roots. As the illuminator fruit hovered helpfully above her. Such a good little droop. She reached up and gave its underside tickles. It cooed with delight. After examining them, the soil closed back with a beautiful song and a wave of her hand. Finally, she thought with a satisfied smile. There had been no sign of the blight in months. It appeared that they finally had put it to rest. Everything on the ship in perfect balance, she thought. If only we were similarly blessed. She cocked her head slightly. She was being watched again. Now who is that? She mused. It wasn't her rivals or the misguided revisionists. Of that she was sure. It was different, not real, but yet was. She paused at a section of wall and crouched, placing her hands on the floor. Nobody had followed her. She rose and caressed one of the walls, singing softly as she did so. The wall quivered and started to thin, becoming transparent, revealing a pitch-black chamber behind it. Leaving her favorite illuminator behind, she stepped into the thin gelatinous membrane, passing through it with ease. It thickened and became opaque, tough, and leathery just like the rest of the passage in seconds. The chamber started to gently glow in soft cyan hues with phosphorescent fungi when they recognized her scent. Had she been someone else, her little darlings would have had a much different reaction. One could never be too careful, especially these days. She waited, silently, her hands on the bones of the ancient vessel in which they traveled the other realm, crossing the gulf between the stars in mere days. The ancient cellulose bones whispered to her. They said that nobody followed. "Thank you, old friend," she said, pressing her head against the beams. She then shrugged off her garments, letting the silken wisps float to the floor. Her graceful form then moved to a small tray, grown into the wall, filled with a nutrient-rich broth. Inside, were a row of small flask gourds in a rainbow of hues. She selected two. She then walked to a small circular pool in the center of the chamber filled with absolutely pure water. She knelt by the pool and a small pore in the first gourd opened. She placed 2 drops of purified Malporixlor extract on her tongue. She shivered as the potent drug entered her bloodstream, her mind, her soul, unlocking that which was bound. After a few minutes of meditation, the second gourd opened, its top forming a small lip. She poured a small measure of an oily substance in the water, its surface soon covered with endlessly shifting prismatic colors. She then closed her eyes. Small ripples spread around their edges as glands secreted a greasy, waxy substance that instantly melted, coating a thin, almost invisible membrane. She opened her eyes. Then she opened them again as the transparent covering slid back, revealing her real eyes, the secretions causing colors to dance across their surface. She stared into the pool, transfixed by the constantly shifting colors. They then started to intensify as time slowed down. Small creatures living in the lining of the pool started to glow as she extended her senses beyond the walls of the ancient ship, out into the formless, timeless void of the outer realm in which she traveled, peering into the endless shifting tides of the past, present, and future, constantly changing like the colors on the surface of the water. She smirked. Nothing changed, not really. Their fate was fixed, as it was ever since their terrible mistake that really wasn't one. Try as they might, her fellow Plath would not succeed. Every move they made to avoid what they were doomed to become only set it more firmly in the singing strings of reality. She took a moment to see the struggling lines of probability as the two sides waged their pathetic war. Her sisters were fighting, and all too often these days dying, to prevent the foolish revisionists from tearing down all that they had built over hundreds of thousands of years. Both sides were fools. Her brothers and sisters were fighting and dying trying to preserve something that didn't need preserving, and the fundamentalists were fighting to stop that which could not be stopped. They would not stop it. They couldn't. They could only delay things a little. Fate's judgment, especially when annoyed, was absolute. The fate of the Plath, and in a more immediate and pressing sense, her own, was sealed, not that it mattered. The past was set. The future was set. The only thing they were free to toy with was the present. And her present was going to be as pleasant as possible for as long as possible. Then, just like that little glowing droop, her cycle would end filled with happiness and peace as she rejoined all that is. She realized that she was being distracted by the brightest colors and cleared her mind, peering deeper, looking for the soul that was caressing her being in the dead of night. She took another drop of Malberic's lore, a risk, but a worthwhile one as her mind expanded further. There. Deep in the timelessness somewhen an individual's mind was swimming through the void, vibrating in time with the strands of fate, their fate. She smiled and the shifting colors of her eyes synced with the shimmering of the pool. She saw her. Hello there, she sang softly. Sheloran awoke with a gasp, sitting bolt upright in bed. Murph. Kraxina muttered as she awoke. The dream again, she asked. Yeah, Sheloran replied. It was really freaky this time, she said as she shuddered. It felt like someone was staring at her. You should really stop playing that game, Kraxina said sleepily as she snuggled Sheloran. I know. Sheloran replied. This all started after playing Submerged. It was an older title, but there was just something about it. The surreal organic landscapes, and the strange little cult following that still kept the servers running after 20 years, had entranced her from the first second she loaded it. She literally couldn't stop playing. She had always scoffed at gaming addiction, but she was really starting to wonder. And the more she played it, the more intense the dreams. They terrified her. They weren't gory or violent, like some of her nightmares, they were just weird. Scary weird. Really scary. There was no way she was going to sleep again tonight. She started to get out of bed. Where you goin'? Kraxina asked. I'm just going to sit for a while, she said as she wrapped a silken robe, something that she recently bought online, around her night dress. You're going to play, aren't you? Kraxina asked accusingly. Not after that last dream, Sheloran said as she started to make a pot of tea. She really wished she had some Helsen grass or arenal herb. She had taken for granted all of the herbs and plants of her home world. The creators had blessed them with such bounty. For the 1000th time that week she wished she had the presence of mind to snatch a few seeds, a clipping or two. As soon as that pooping border opened back up, she was definitely going to be getting her buddies to go pick up a few hundred different seeds. It was going to be tricky, since they were sacred, but credits talk and dogma walks. Somebody would be willing to go foraging for a few bucks, or games. She was getting those fucking seeds. Oops. She was getting those darn seeds, she thought as she corrected herself. What was with her potty mouth these days? The Great Prophet warned about obscenity. It was dangerous, for some reason. She sat down with a book on Terran botany as she sipped her tea. She started unconsciously flipping the pages faster and faster. She suddenly stopped, staring at an organic molecule. That's close. She thought excitedly and then blinked. She could work with that. Close to what, and what exactly am I going to do to it? Oh poop, there was that strange feeling again. She set down her tea and reached for a bottle of absinthe. Absinthe was yummy. And it certainly took the edge off. As she took out a box of sugar cubes, cracks in a quiet snoring started to fill the room. She smiled. She used to find it so annoying, but now, it was really comforting. It was really nice having someone to sleep with. It wasn't a boyfriend, but still, it was nice. Then again, Plath, even boyfriends and girlfriends, didn't sleep together. Heck, even husbands and wives didn't. She wondered why. It was nice to have someone next to you. Some of the things that the priest said the Great Prophet commanded seemed kinda loopy every now and then. May the Great Prophet forgive her. What was the harm of sleeping alongside one another? It wasn't like they were doing anything. Not that Kraxina hadn't offered. Fortunately, she was fine with the word no for once. She was starting to think the Great Prophet was just opposed to a good time. No, he meant well. He really did. He was just misguided. What? Great, now I really am a heretic. Her eyes suddenly looked over at her very nice VR rig. She was already awake and just a little submerged wouldn't hurt. She walked over and put on the modified headset and smiled as a shimmering pool filled her vision. She couldn't wait to see how her little demon/flower hybrids were doing. The next morning Kraxina woke up to an empty bed. She looked over towards the VR rig. There she was, asleep with the headset on. Wake up, junkie, Kraxina said only halfway joking as she nudged Sheloran. Itras Lori Kiashun. Sheloran mumbled. What? Kraxina asked in alarm, her fur standing on end for a second as shivers ran down her spine, and not in a good way. Hey? Sheloran asked hazily as she pulled off the headset. Sorry, I guess I dozed off. Do you gamers have your own language or something? What? Sheloran asked in confusion. No. You just said something really weird. It was like really creepy. Did I? Yeah. It sounded, I don't know, demonic or something. Well, I am the befouler, Sheloran joked, grr. She really didn't want to think about whatever just happened. Kraxina just laughed along, but in all honesty, Sheloran was starting to scare her a little. And it was getting worse. Helen Mongrave drank her morning coffee as she accessed a certain dating website. She smiled. There was a rather filthy message from an admirer. Oh, John, she laughed fondly. He still had the same sense of humor he had in boarding school. She loaded up a script and processed the unsolicited dick pic that was attached. At least it wasn't his dick. She knew for a fact, unless he had a very uncharacteristic growth spurt, he was nowhere nearly that well endowed. A message slowly started to appear. He had made it into the Republic and was wanting a list of who he could trust as well as a briefing of the latest developments. She loaded a rather graphic image that was definitely not to John's taste and encrypted her reply with a chuckle. Let's see how John likes that one. She chuckled to herself. John was a pretty good man, or had grown into one. Yet, he screwed up royally in the past, but she couldn't help but wonder if maybe, after all this bullshit was finally over, maybe. Sheloran wiped down the counter and cleaned the espresso machines for the 6th time that morning as she tried not to think about last night. Maybe she should just uninstall that fuck, that darn game. The great prophet was right. She thought as she felt something stir inside her. Obscenity is dangerous. That's it. No more potty mouth. May the prophet guide my steps, guide my thoughts. May he guide me away from the darkness, she repeated to herself, a quiet little mantra. The door opened and a small Xeno walked in with fuzzy pale grey fur and a cute little snout. A Garthra? She was pretty sure it was a Garthra, a Federation species. Hi. Sheloran said brightly. A customer. A lot of her business, both legit and somewhat less so, depended on the Federation trade, something that had been brought to a screeching halt. A lot of the neighborhood was in the same boat. The whole Freeport zone was for the Feds, not the Empire, and a lot of the businesses in the area were run by Federation emigres just as reliant on the Fed trade as she was. The whole place had almost shut down. If it wasn't for her annoyingly profitable den of ill repute, she would definitely be in trouble. The girls, and a few boys and other genders, were pretty much what was keeping the door open these days. Hello, the little female said nervously. Can I help you? Sheloran asked hopefully. Maybe some media. God, she hoped it was media. That was the whole reason for this whole goddamn, pooping thing. I heard that, she said as she clutched at her pretty little dress. I heard that someone could make some money here? By doing, she buried her face in her little hands and made a strangled little yelping noise. Sheloran didn't know Garthras? She was pretty sure it was a Garthra, very well, but she knew crying when she heard it. Poop. She sighed sadly. Unfortunately, this was becoming far too common. People were stuck with no way to get home, or couldn't return for one bullshit, poopy reason or another, or their business were tanking or their employers were going under. Desperation was setting in and she was filling out way too many union cards for the wrong reasons. It was wrong, she thought as she felt an odd pressure around her eyes. Her eyes had been bugging her here lately. She probably needed some eye soothe, that's what you took when your eyes were hurting like this. It made it go away. Some restful palm wouldn't go amiss either. It really helped with the unsettling dreams and recurrent unpleasant thoughts she'd been having. Maybe some void bomb too. What she wouldn't give for just a few blossoms. Absinthe just wasn't cutting it anymore, at least in quantities remotely close to advisable. Not knowing what to do, she walked around the counter and started to wrap her arms around the distressed Xeno. The poor Garthra collapsed into her arms, sobbing inconsolably. Sheloran squeezed her eyes shut and winced as her orbits ached. Seriously, this was fucked up. Messed up. I meant messed up. Great prophet, guide my steps. It's going to be okay, Sheloran said, not really believing it. A few minutes later, after Sheloran calmed her down and gave her a soothing cup of peppermint tea, she wasn't sure why, but she was definitely certain it would help. And it did. Have you eaten today? Sheloran asked as Yerbit, that was her name, sipped her tea. She shook her head. Did you eat yesterday? Yerbit's nose started to run, Garthra tears were really snotty, as she shook her head. Well, that I can help with. Sheloran said with a smile. Do you like donuts? Yerbit's eyes lit up. Come around back, Sheloran smiled, the pressure in her eyes finally subsiding. Plongzi damn. I mean darn. Great prophet guide me. She darn near bought out a bakery this morning. As Yerbit was stuffing herself with yeasty goodness, Kraxina walked in, robe annoyingly open. I tell you, Kraxina exclaimed as she dried herself off, after a shower. Get your head out of the gutter, perv, that guy was freaky. You won't believe what he wanted me to do, she laughed. I thought I'd heard them all but, wow. Yerbit stiffened up as Kraxina started to go into detail. Not a good time, Kraxi, Sheloran said urgently, making a cutting off motion behind Yerbit's back. Oh, it isn't bad at all. Kraxina said to Yerbit. You don't even have to try to shove one inside you, if you don't wanna. You can just play with it or put it in your mouth. Their stuff tastes really good. Yerbit's nose started to run. Kraxi. Go. Away. Sheloran said as her eyes started to pulse. Yes, share. Kraxi said, her damp fur trying to stand on end. Alright. Alright. Jesus, she yelped as she snatched a donut and scurried off. Sorry about that, Sheloran said to Yerbit, trying to calm her back down. Kraxi is, well, her whole species is. They're different from most of us. It's, okay, Yerbit said between damp sniffles. I guess I need to get used to. She broke down, dripping boogers onto the donuts. I hate my job, Sheloran thought as she held Yerbit. This was supposed to be fun, selling games to Federation delinquents. It wasn't supposed to be this bullshit. Hey, Sheloran said soothingly, somewhat at a loss. Look, you don't have to do this. I do. Yerbit wailed. I owe the Harkeen money. If I don't come to work for you, I'll have to work for them. Sheloran snarled as her eyes started killing her. Those jerk-faced bullies. She hated them with a passion. They were part of the Threen Mafia and were a constant pain. They thought they ran the free port. She already had more than one run-in with those fucker jerks. She had done a couple of union membership drives involving some of their employees. They liked to growl and spit, but they just a bunch of scared little bullies. When the union came calling, they always backed down, but sooner or later, they were right back at it. Drugs, prostitution, protection rackets, stuff like that. She didn't have a problem with them because she had the union at her back, but so many others had no choice but to pay them off. And the cops were useless. They didn't care what happened down here. They just broke up fights, and if something worse happened they would collect the bodies and make arrests if they could. She really should start selling weapons. It wouldn't take much to get a dealer's license. But most of the little feds were too timid to use them anyway. That's the problem. Everyone ran scared of them. Is there anything else you can do? Sheloran asked helplessly. A skill, a trade, anything. I can sew, she said hopefully. I made this dress. Well, that's something. Sheloran said cheerfully. Handmade anything is valuable. If you can sew, then there is no reason why you couldn't make human clothes and sell them. But I don't have money for fabric or anything, Yerbit said helplessly. And if I don't pay them something by tomorrow, they say they'll. She started crying again. Void, damn it. I mean poop. Great prophet, help me. Please. Sigh. How much do you owe? Sheloran asked, cursing herself, for real, for asking. 1,500. 1,600 by tomorrow, she said helplessly. Okay, Sheloran said as she pulled out a transactor. I'll front you the cash to pay them off, and you can work here, I still have space. I'll pay you by the piece and then I'll sell it, somehow. I don't know, I'll set up a website or something. Yerbit looked up at her in hopeful disbelief. You'd do that? Why? Sheloran implored the universe. Why are you doing this to me? Sure, why not? Sheloran replied. My normal business is in the crapper. Might as well diversify a little. Let's call it an investment. If it works out, then great. If not, then we can talk about a union card. Thank you. Yerbit exclaimed, throwing her little arms and tail around a somewhat uncomfortable Sheloran. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's what I do, apparently. Sheloran said as she hugged her back. At least my eyes aren't hurting anymore. That's worth something. Helen Mongrave clicked send on her naughty little picture with a laugh. John was just going to love that. Furries were definitely not his thing. Hey, that rabbit was pretty cute if she did say so herself. Chuckling to herself, she shrugged into her shoulder holster, threw on her jacket, and headed out towards her grav car. It was an older model, but it still worked great. Besides, she loved her old junker. At least it gave her co-workers an easy target for the ration of shit they liked to throw back and forth. She pretended it bothered her so they would keep at that instead of finding something that really stung. As she was reaching her car, she noted movement out of the corner of her eye. Two suits approached. Cheap ill-fitting suits, obvious bulges from their shoulder holsters. Agency. She would bet her life on it. Fuck, she thought as she unbuttoned her jacket. Ms. Mongrave, a broad-shouldered human with a buzz cut asked. Never heard of her, Helen replied as she turned to face them and surveyed the area. 2 agents visible, probably more. She was fucked. You need to come with us, ma'am, the man said as he reached into his jacket. She just smiled and drew her pistol. And promptly tried to shove it in her mouth. Zap. A heavy stunner bolt cut her down before she could silence herself. Helen Mongrave, dropping her pistol, collapsed. The 2 agents caught her before she hit the ground as an unmarked van screeched to a halt and the door flew open. Within seconds, Helen was gone. John burst into laughter as he checked his messages. What? Skippy asked as she walked up and wrapped her arms around him. Who the fuck is that bitch? Skippy laughed as she saw the picture. Making a move on my man? I'll kill her. I guess the cat's out of the bag, John laughed as he started decrypting the message. Can't keep anything from that woman, he chuckled, never could. He stopped chuckling as he read. It wasn't good. It went way deeper than he hoped. Jesus, he muttered. That bad? Worse, John replied. I don't know how to fix this. Skippy flashed a toothy smile as her blade slowly extended. I have an idea. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, John replied. The Republic has been though enough. Oh hey. That sounds encouraging. I never thought in a million years I'd say this but I fucking love Jessica Morgan, he said as he pointed at the screen. Wow, Skippy replied. That's a shitload of money. I wonder how loyal her inner circle really is, he chuckled. Why don't you ask that bitch in the hold? According to her they are like a cult, John replied, completely unshakable. They thought the same about her, you know, Skippy grinned. I wonder how many other unhappy diners there are. Dare to dream, John replied as he pulled Skippy onto his lap. What? Skippy asked. That picture get your motor running. Nah, John said as he pulled her in for a kiss. I got the real thing right here. Skippy giggled as she started to pull off his t-shirt. John's communicator started to ring. God damn it, he muttered as Skippy just signed, nuzzled his neck, and started to get dressed. John looked at the screen and frowned. Rashid was calling? On a live connection? That wasn't good. Lubricants Unlimited Customer Service Department, John answered. Your asshole is our asshole. John, Rashid said grimly, they got Helen. What? Grabbed her about an hour ago. They are accusing her of treason and conspiring against the Republic. Isn't that a bit redundant? John replied. This is serious, John. She knows everything. If she talks. It's a lot worse than just serious, John said with a frown, however, if they are doing this officially, then she's probably in the system somewhere. Everyone breaks but it's going to take time to crack her open. Find her. We'll handle the rest. Okay. We'll find her, Rashid said regaining his composure. Don't be a hero, Rashid, John said grimly. If it looks like it's getting too warm, you guys need to bolt. We don't need to compound the tragedy. If we run, we lose the agency, Rashid replied. I'm not handing over Republic intel to that bitch. We might not have a choice, John replied. If you can't locate her, go. I'd rather lose the agency than lose the agency and some damn good operatives and analysts. Rashid's worried face suddenly broke into a wry smile. What? Since we are technically criminals, he replied, why don't we call in the big guns? Hey. Question, Rashid said as his smile grew. Which criminal did you keep a hollow of on your desk? I like the idea but they don't operate in the Republic, John replied. Yeah, Rashid said with a grin, about that. In a hollowed-out asteroid on the outskirts of Seoul, Harville Smythe and a motley assortment of humans and Xenos all stood anxiously beside it. Absolute perfection. The single greatest achievement of his life. A flaxen beauty with the most frightening eyes he had even seen in his life silently walked beside it, lightly running her fingers along the hull. We worked around the clock, ma'am, he said nervously, unnerved by her silence. I paid for quality, not haste, she said in a leaden voice. What the hell was she? He thought as he was filled with dread. Something was seriously wrong with her. It's perfect, ma'am, he stammered as his crew all nodded furiously. We have all of the NDT results and diagnostics right here, he said as he handed her a tablet. Gloria took it and after a few moments she looked up, her eyes flashing with anger. He flinched. He thought the dead eyes were bad. These were worse. These results are not expected. You have deviated from my specifications. I am displeased. Fear gripped his heart. There was little doubt what that might mean. Why yes, we made some adjustments. Improvements, he yelped. Look, he gestured at the tablet. We increased power output by 15% and your thrust-to-weight ratio has increased significantly. And we added safety features. Safety, she hissed, advancing upon him slowly. Oh shit, a large black man muttered as he picked up a communicator. Sheila, he said urgently. You might want to get down here. Gloria is about to go Yellowstone. Fuck, an annoyed voice replied. Stop her. No way, the giant exclaimed. She's in her unhappy place. The exposure levels in the cockpit were completely unacceptable. Harville yelped as he backed away. We added a modified reactor shielding unit around the cockpit. The increased power levels more than make up for it and it reduces your net signal emissions by 2%. Look. Please, for the love of God, look. He begged as Gloria slowly kept walking towards him with glassy porcelain-like eyes. Look at the specs, you stupid bitch. He screamed, suddenly enraged. He had created a masterpiece, god damn it. Oh no, a small brunette gasped quietly as she looked away. Gloria blinked in surprise and looked at the tablet again. There was the briefest flicker of life in her eyes and then with a slow exhale they glazed over again. I'm taking it out, she said after a few moments. Yes. Please. Harville exclaimed. Tell T-Sunk-Al to try to find me, she said as she climbed inside the sleek black ship. There was absolutely no sound as it powered up. The hangar doors opened and before they had stopped moving the ship was gone, leaving nothing but a small hurricane as it left. Fuck. Jessie screamed as she dove for cover. Outside the black ship banked, rolled and dived with ever-increasing speed. We just got pinged. T-Sunk-Al said in his trademark unflappable tone. Range. 100 yards? Hyperspace event. Range, unknown. She got us again. Range. No way, he exclaimed. 50 yards. The paper tiger shuddered. She just rubbed our shields, the chief shouted, crazy bitch. Hyperspace event. T-Sunk-Al yelled. Close enough to flash our shields. The ship shuddered again. Fucking stop that, the chief yelled into the microphone. Where the fuck is she? T-Sunk-Al yelled, his normally unflappable nature thoroughly flapped. Hyperspace event, he shouted. How the hell is she jumping so fast? She's fluttering the banks, the chief said, shaking his head, recharging them with the surge from the shields as she slams through space-time. I've heard rumors about this but I've never actually seen it done before. It's suicide. 1 fraction of a second off and, boom. It takes a true master to even think about pulling it off, and even so, those banks must be made out of unicorn hooves or something. Where is she venting the heat? She can't be sitting in it, right? Not even she would cook herself, would she? Wham! What the fuck was that? Sheila yelled. Direct contact to our shields with the hull of the ship, the chief shouted angrily. She missed us by less than a meter. He grabbed the mic. God damn it. If you fry the shields you are the one cleaning the conduits. We just got painted by direct targeting, T-Sunk-Al said. Range. Hyperspace event. We're painted. From the other side. Range. Oh, I don't even fucking care anymore. Harville and about a dozen very nervous men and women of several races stood nervously in the shop bay. Suddenly there was a blast of wind. And the ship was there, so fast that nobody really saw it pull in. It landed, and Gloria stepped out, eyes as dead as ever. She walked up to Harville. So. Is it? Before he could react, Gloria lunged. And gently kissed him on the lips. He stared in disbelief. Her eyes were as dead as ever. But there were tears running down her cheeks. Without a word she pulled out a transactor. Rerun all diagnostics, she said without emotion. Recheck the frame. I'll pay double for your time. Yes, ma'am. You crazy bit, the chief started to yell as Gloria entered the tiger, and then fell silent. Gloria, the brigand, the psychopath, was gone. It was Gloria, the Ice Queen, Gloria the Undying, Lieutenant Samuels, the Lich Queen, the Angel of Death, who stepped aboard. Jessie, Gloria said in a cold dead voice almost like the one she always used, do you have targets for me? Yeah, Jessie said quietly, just staring at her. Lieutenant, the chief said briskly. I've confirmed the measurements. We can just barely fit your ship in the hold, barely. I would say that it would be impossible to actually land in here, but I doubt it will be an issue. How much room for munitions? Lieutenant Samuels asked calmly. We can carry 2 complete loadouts, at least, maybe more if we install racks. Excellent, Chief, Gloria the Revenant, replied with a faint smile. Give me a meter. You can have the rest. Yes, ma'am, the chief said before he caught himself with a wince. He didn't mean to do that. Welcome back, Lieutenant, Sheila said with a smile. There was the briefest flicker in the Lich Queen's eyes as she simply nodded in reply, then it was gone. The colors continue to swirl. We will be departing within the hour, Captain Marakovich said to the rather twitchy-looking Xeno on the screen. Very good, the creature exclaimed. And the humans will be well treated. Of course, the captain replied. They are our people. Where will you be taking them? The official asked. They might be humans but they are our humans too. I cannot say, Mr. Ak, Captain Marakovich said firmly, they will be residing here, on this vessel, at least for now. Don't worry, we are quite adept at making these ships quite livable. We have done this before, after all. Staying on the move, the Xeno asked, starting to relax a bit. These savages were in fact quite reasonable it seemed. Exactly, a permanent colony would be beyond inadvisable at this time. For now, the void will be our home, our cloak, our shield, and our protector. I've never thought of the void in such a way, the official said, somewhat unnerved. The void was something to fear, but now that one thinks about it. We will take very good care of your people, the captain said reassuringly. They are the future of our entire race. I will miss them, our humans, the official said. It will take 3 of us to replace each one of them. And I will dearly miss Mrs. Perkins's bakery. Perhaps, one day, you could return? You will always be welcome here. I will pass that along, the captain replied with a smile and nod of the head. The general will definitely keep that in mind, I'm sure. I am a fan of your old two-dimensional cinema, the official said as he leaned in. I believe the right phrase is give them hell, yes. If you are expressing the hope that we put a boot up the Federation's ass, then yes, the captain replied with a toothy grin. Give them hell, Captain. The Verd were quite cooperative, General, Captain Marakovich said as he reported in. We are laying in a course for Point Gamma now. We will be departing in 30 minutes with 98% of the human population and many tons of supplies that were donated to our cause. 98. Jessica replied raising her eyebrow. Some chose to remain, the captain replied. I have every confidence they will be well treated, perhaps even protected. The Verd are good people, General. They should be added to the list. Doing it now, Jessica replied as she typed. Do you think they could become an ally? They aren't terribly well armed. Calling their SDF an SDF is being a bit generous, ma'am. However, I was told to give them hell, at least unofficially. Maybe a discreet envoy wouldn't be a waste of time then. I agree, General. All officials and perhaps more importantly all the people I met were definitely on our side. There is something else I need to discuss with you, Captain, something very important. Ma'am. I need you to take on a rather lengthy assignment, away from your ship. Would you be willing to consider it? Exactly how important? Captain Marakovich said with a frown. I need a crew put together and a captain to lead it. I'm giving a rather singular individual a ship. She will need a crew to run it and even more importantly a captain that can train her to our standard. I need a captain adept at making captains and you were the first person that came to mind. You want me to leave my ship, my crew, now, the captain glowered, just to clamp some whelp on my tit. Yes. Forget it. Ma'am, the captain said firmly. Victor, Jessica said pleasantly, your ship is full of refugees and is just going to be flying circles in space for God knows how long. You're wasted there and you know it. I'm not asking you to give up your ship, just leave it with Sasha for a bit. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. What is so important that you want me to leave my home, my family? This girl, Jessica replied, she's a void gazer. What? That's right, Jessica said. She's a gazer, and not just a normal one, if there is such a thing. She's been kissed, on the mouth, with tongue, full exposure, for hours, and not just once. All of that and she is not only relatively sane but physically undamaged, enhanced even. She needs training and by someone familiar with her kind, someone who can let her run but can still keep a firm hand on her lead. Then, when the time is right, she will need an introduction to your friends. I need you on this one, Victor. She needs you. I'll talk to Sasha, Victor replied after a few seconds. If they are willing to take this on, I will do this, but not for free. I'm sure we can work something out, Jessica said with a smile. Thank you for speaking with me, Jessica said to Sheila's suspicious face on her main screen. What do you want? Sheila replied curtly. We have a problem, you and I. Jessica said with her pleasant smile. We do. Sheila replied innocently. Whatever could that be? I heard you were a smart ass, Jessica chuckled. My grandson, remember him? Oh yeah, him, Sheila said with a smile. Lovely man. He was a little shit, Jessica replied. Always was, even when he was a kid. Still, he was family and you killed him and you did it ugly. Hey, Sheila replied as she sipped a beer. I was just going to shoot the fucker in the head. Yes, I know and I appreciate it. It was unfortunate that it went down like it did. Made for some good video though, didn't it? How many views is it now? A few, Sheila replied with a malicious smile. I actually have little problem with what you did, Jessica said as she sipped her tea. In all honesty, you saved me the unpleasant task of doing it myself. What I do have a problem with is the video. And why should I give a fuck? Sheila smiled. Sigh. Look, I get it. It was war, wasn't it? He was a legitimate target. Even I have to accept that. But it looks bad, that video. It makes me look bad, it's still being up. You've had your fun and you've made your money, though from what I hear money isn't really that much of a concern anymore, is it? I would consider it a personal favor if you took the video down. That's all I want. Pull it down maybe with a little out of consideration for his family message or something. Sheila looked Jessica in the eyes for a few seconds silently. Pull the video and it's over, Jessica continued, you can even keep the slush fund of mine from the White Star. Consider it payment for the information you gave us. For the record, the Confederacy had very few assets on that ship. In my opinion, misers that bury their gold get what's coming. Just pull the snuff flick. I have a lot on my plate and I really don't want to have to try to choke down a healthy serving of Donovan on top of it all. Could you do this for me? Please? You have one less thing to worry about. I have one less thing to worry about, and you have me owing you one instead of owing you one, Jessica said imploringly. And I always pay my debts, one way or the other. We'll pull the video, Sheila said after a few moments and a sip of beer, but you can forget about that little note. Deal. Jessica exclaimed brightly. I really appreciate this. Think nothing of it, Sheila said in a cool tone. While I have you on the line, Jessica said with a smile. No. Just ask yourself one question, Jessica said with a wolfish smile, who? Bye-bye. Sheila switched off the transmission. Jessica looked up at Terrance as the screen went dead. I like her, she chuckled as he refilled her cup. I wonder what she wanted, Jessie said as she erased the communications buffer of the hyperspace relay they had tapped into. Who cares, Sheila replied reaching for another beer, anyone who makes a deal with that snake is a moron. Didn't you just make a deal with her? Jessie grinned. Oh, go and fuck yourself, Sheila laughed. We pulled down a video that nobody's watching anymore and there's the outside chance she doesn't try to screw with us. Didn't she say she wouldn't? Jessie asked. They say she always keeps her word. Care to bet your life on that? Sheila snorted. So we're still going to pop her? Jessie asked. Not while she's doing our job for us, Sheila replied. After that, we send Gloria. Now this is interesting. Bunny interrupted as a message appeared on the bridge's main screen. So that's the situation, John said. Fuck, Sheila replied to his image on her screen. If she talks, John said, she can give them the identities of the entire resistance, all of them, and everyone talks, sooner or later. How long do we have? Sheila asked. So you will help. I didn't go through a living hell, Sheila growled, and my brothers and sisters didn't die by the millions saving the Republic from the fucking bugs, and the feds, only to hand it over to that bitch. Of course we'll help. If they use Verity, she'll talk, but there won't be anything left of her afterwards, John said, obviously in pain, she's too valuable for just one session. They will want to try to turn her first. She can resist that, I know she can. It's just a question of how much time they will waste. We have a few days at least. We can work with that, Sheila replied calmly, sipping a beer. She's valuable, John said with just a bit too much emotion, to the resistance, to me. Save her if you can. If you can't. Fuck. John closed his eyes. If you can't extract her, she needs to. She needs to be silenced. Understood, Sheila said grimly. Well, do what we can and if we can't, we'll do what we have to. Just make it quick. It will be, Sheila replied. Either we will rescue her or she won't even know it happened. Thank you, Major. Ain't a major anymore, Colonel. Just Sheila. Okay, Sheila. The screen went dead and Sheila turned to her crew. So that's the situation. It's a soft enough target but getting to it without having the whole Navy up our ass, that's the problem. I can do it, Gloria said in her monotone as she sipped a flute of champagne. How? Sheila asked. It was above your pay grade, Gloria replied with a sip. But I did more than one special ops insertion with a cloaked moray and later with a reaper. You replace the weapons module with a pod. You can fit 4 people in one easy, maybe more if you don't mind someone's junk in your face. How long to build a pod? I would normally say days at least, Gloria replied, but Smythe put my baby together in what? A week and a half. Give him a call, Sheila said, whatever he charges, we'll pay it. Done. Jessie, Sheila said, turning towards her, you and Bunny grab the plans to the place. I want a model ASAP. On it, Jessie chirped with a grin. Come on, Bunny, we have shit to do. I can't come anywhere, you know, Bunny chuckled. I'm already there. Oh shut up, Jessie laughed as she scampered out of the room. As that night slowly became the next day, Shell-O-Ron tossed uneasily in her sleep, making small distressed noises. Kraxina awoke and, not knowing exactly what else to do, hugged her a little tighter. She's dreaming again, Kraxina thought unhappily as she tried to snuggle it all away. A Plath, draped in a hooded burgundy silk robe embroidered with threads of gold bearing an 8-rayed spiral with an iridescent jeweled eye in the center, entered a large wooden chamber dimly lit by a pale cyan light. Sisters, she said as she stepped onto a slightly raised platform in the center of the room. A 8-rayed spiral glowed to life as her bare feet touched the center. So, you've finally decided to come, an elderly Plath, sitting on an elevated throne made of thousands of tiny alabaster vines entwined around large glowing crystals. Why now, at this hour? I wish to give counsel, the Plath in the center of the room replied, pulling back her hood. Shell-O-Ron recognized her. She was a bit older, but it was the Plath she always dreamed about. You have come to grace us fools with your wisdom, a bitter voice issued from a darkened alcove, the speaker concealed. By all means, great seer, enlighten us. Long have I been in seclusion, she said, and deeply have I peered in all that is and will be. In the expanse of the formless I have. Oh just get on with it, the bitter old Plath snapped. The revisionists' victory is assured, she replied with a smile. Oh thank you great seer, the bitter one scoffed. How could we ever have discerned that without you? Sister, let her speak, the ancient Plath said. She wouldn't have risked coming here if it weren't at least of some import. Thank you, great seer, the Plath in the center of the room said. Their eventual victory should be obvious at this point. We could yet prevail against their force of arms, she said, but they have the hearts and minds of the people. That, we cannot wrest from them by force, and we have no hope of winning it with our words, no matter how much wisdom, how much truth they contain. Fear prevails over reason, and fear is a scythe they wield so very well. They will cut down the shoots that we sow as soon as they peek above the soil. That much is obvious, sister, the great seer said. Yet there is hope in your voice. Share. The brightest colors shine with their victory. Anyone who peers knows that, however, the brightest colors aren't the only ones. There are deeper, more subtle hues. Our fate remains unchanged. Murmurings started to spread from hundreds of shadow-filled alcoves in the walls. Yes, they will win, the Plath said. But they drive their vessel upstream. Their strokes are powerful and their vision is keen, so they will succeed. They can win against us and they can prevail against those from the other realm. They cannot, however, defeat the greatest threat of all, time. Yes, they paddle with such furor, but their arms will grow weak, their eyes will grow dim. She smiled to the assembled Plath. And the river never stops. They will not cheat fate. They only cheat time. Who cares if they gain hundreds, thousands, or even millions of years? It matters not. Fate will not be denied. Yes, they have the force of arms. Yes, they have the hearts of the people. We have time itself. Time flattens mountains, drinks oceans. It even ground the progenitors themselves into dust. And this great prophet thinks he can win, he can succeed where even the almighty progenitors failed? Let him try. There is no need to fight, no need to suffer. There is no reason for any more of us to die. Give them their victory. I have spoken to their prophet. Shouts broke out in the chamber. He is not an evil man, she said, her strong voice and the acoustics of the chamber cutting through the cries of anger and betrayal. He's a fool, certainly, but not evil. He truly cares about the Plath, he cares even for us. We can negotiate a peace that will ensure not only our life, not only our freedom, but our comfort. As long as we do not interfere nor seek to increase our numbers, we can even maintain our way of life for as long as any of us live. All we must do is simply let things run their course. But everything we have achieved as a people, everything we have built over the countless ages, will be lost, even the words of the progenitors. Gone, the great seer replied in anguish. That will happen regardless, the Plath in the center of the chamber replied. Even if we were to win, all will burn. Our fate is sealed, as it has been ever since that day. Our people, our world, all we hold dear, will fall to the corrupted one. From the befouler, there is no escape. The past is immutable, as a result, the future is set. The only thing we have is the present. Do you want to suffer and die, for absolutely no reason, or do you want live and enjoy all that we have built for the rest of your days? Her voice sliced through the growing silence like a reed sickle. Furthermore, our people need us. The revisionists need us, and their great prophet knows this. Great seer, speak with him. Listen to his vision. It is the height of folly, a foolish dream, but it is a very pleasant one. The slumber into which he would plunge us could be filled with warmth and contentment, not nightmares. It sounds absolutely lovely, to be perfectly honest. The future that he envisions and the world that he wishes to create is one that I would be delighted to live in. With our help, that world could be. She sighed wistfully. Amazing. Your words sting, the great seer said. They burn, but I see the wisdom in them. She raised her staff. I will speak to this so-called prophet. Shouts of outrage rang out. Our sister's words ring true, the great seer said, her powerful voice striking all silent. Why should we sacrifice ourselves for no reason? I have seen much of what she said. We will lose. Anyone who believes otherwise is a greater fool than the revisionists themselves. Does anyone contest this? Silence. If we can negotiate the terms that our sister claims are possible, then we are fools not to do so, the great seer said, and she also bears another truth. The great prophet will need us to make his ridiculous dream a reality. If our people must slumber, she said in a weary voice, then let us make it as pleasant of one as possible. A collective sad, defeated sigh filled the chamber. Their sister was right. The great seer was right. There was no escaping the truth, the horrible tragic truth of it all. They had lost. Wiser words have not been spoken in here since this madness began, the great seer said with great sadness, I lend them my voice as well. The past is immutable, as a result, the future is set. The only thing we have is the present. Let us claim that present. Let us seize it and live it on our terms. The great seer turned to the one in the center of the room. Arrange the meeting, she said with a regretful sigh. I will speak with the fool. I shall take care of it, the plath replied. Have you anything else to discuss with us? The great seer asked. I do, the plath replied. But it is for your ears alone. Angry murmurs filled the chamber. That is not our way, sister, the old plath said raising her second eyelids. What cup is there that cannot be shared? The liquor is bitter, vile, the plath said as she lifted the clear membrane from her eyes as well. Not something that should soil the roots of the assembly. And what is this poison? The old one asked. The plath, her eyes swirling with shimmering hues, looked deeply into the old plath. The great seer shuddered at the wickedness, the madness she beheld. Revenge. Across the galaxy, unknowable years later, Shell Oran awoke with a start. Poob. More Fallout Ka and Carashel attacked the locus. Oh my little wiggly jellybean, a distressed-looking Belial exclaimed. I've been so worried. I've tried and tried to get through but... Calm down, Mom, Carashel said into the microphone of her incredible new desktop, courtesy of the XX, I'm fine. The whole capital is on fire, her mom cried. The news isn't saying much but on those sites you told me about. Fighting in the streets? Orbital strikes? Did we actually? Yeah, we did, Carashel said grimly. I'm not supposed to talk about it yet but there are over 50,000 humans dead in the city alone. Nothing justifies what they did in response but still. The pupils of her mother's eyes fully dilated. What did they do? She asked in horror. I don't have all the details, but the humans have some sort of new terror weapon, something horrible that they used on the Volxene home world. It's killed, oh Mom you don't even want to know how many are dead or how they died. It's awful. They could use it on the capital, her mom squealed. Come home. Come home right now. I can't, Carashel replied. Just quit that silly job, her mom said imploringly. You can get a job anywhere. You don't understand, Carashel replied, I can't. There's a blockade right now. Nothing is going in or out of the capital. They don't want the humans sneaking in one of those things and they don't want any of the human warriors still here escaping. But don't worry, I'm perfectly safe. Human warriors? Terror weapons, her mother cried. How can you possibly be safe? I'm staying at a friend's embassy, Carashel said proudly. This place can take a hit from one of their fusion bombs. They have fusion bombs. Carashel winced. She shouldn't have said that. Don't worry. I'm safe in here. Oh, Jellybean. You can't possibly be safe. Don't tell anyone, Carashel said as she leaned in close to the mic and started to whisper, the embassy that I'm in, it belongs to those sibling fuckers, an enraged screech echoed down the hall. If they think they can get away with this. Mom, I gotta go, Carashel said looking at the door. Something is up. Jellybean, her mom cried. Way. Carashel switched off the transmission and quickly scooted out into the hall as the breaking of glass could be heard from Ka's office. She cautiously poked her head into the room as Ka pulled out a rather wicked-looking carbine from a smashed bookcase and was slamming a black oblong object onto it. Ka. What? He asked in annoyance as an amber light glowed briefly on the side of the weapon. What's going on? She asked nervously. Ka was many things, excitable, intolerant, pedantic, but one thing he wasn't was violent, at least she thought he wasn't. Robbery. Plunder. Violation, he yelled as he started to storm out of his office. And if they think I'm going to just sit here and let them do it, they have another thing coming, he yelled as he shoved his way past her. Wait. Carashel asked, desperately undulating after him. Where are you going? The locus, he shouted. But there are humans in there. I don't give a fuck, he screamed, steadily leaving her behind. Can I come with you? She shouted. Ka stopped and turned around, looking at her in astonishment. Have you lost your mind? There are humans in there. You don't care, why should I? She yelled, catching up to him. Because I'm an XX, he exclaimed. If the humans are smart enough not to wish to anger the Callant, they will almost certainly extend me the same courtesy. You are a Belial. No offense, but they could slow roast you over open coals and nothing of consequence would be the result. I'm still a counselor, she replied. They can use me as another hostage or something. Compared to who they are holding at gunpoint, you are of absolutely no consequence. Yeah, we suck, she snapped. But I still want to go. By the ancient gardeners, why? Because I want to talk to them, she replied. I'm getting nothing but worm shit from official channels. I want to understand what's happening and why. Who better to ask than human warriors? Ka looked at her in amazement. So great was her hunger for knowledge, she was willing to risk her very life. That was so romantic. It was something right out of dramas, out of ancient history. How could he say no? Well, more than one person has died because of Adakeen, the knowledge madness, he chuckled, but few do it with such style. You can die from this, you know. Possible, but not likely, she replied. Only one thing is certain, though. I won't get another chance like this. Okay, he replied with a shrug, I'll try to protect you with my thness, but no guarantees. Wasn't asking for one, she giggled nervously. This was insane, exhilarating, but insane. Well, what are you waiting for? Ka grinned. Let's go. Ka sprinted down the hall, hissing in exasperation as he had to stop every few dozen yards as Carashel ran after him. Can't you go any faster? He shrieked. If I could, I would. An XX, pushing a hover cart laden with boxes of data crystals, walked around a corner. Ka lunged forward and seized his cart. With a single jerk, he slid all of the boxes off, scattering thousands of crystals across the floor. The other XX shrieked and screamed in an alien tongue. Carashel didn't know the exact wording, but from Ka's grin, it wasn't nice. Get on, he yelled. Carashel flopped onto the cart and started wiggling herself onto it. Ka, his patience finally gone, grabbed her, rather inappropriately, and threw her onto the floating cart. She squealed in surprise as she tried to grip the cart as Ka tore off at a breakneck pace, scattering XX and other races as he threatened to plow right over them. She laughed insanely. This was fun. She started making siren noises as Ka laughed, despite his rage. Woo-oh-oh-oh! Woo-oh! She shrieked as Ka sprinted through the sprawling building. A rather elaborately dressed XX and a group of what were clearly guards were waiting for them at the exit. Woo-oh-oh-oh! Carashel slowly tapered off into silence as Ka came to a halt directly in front of the lead XX. What the fuck do you think you are doing? The well-dressed XX yelled. Stopping a crime, Ambassador. Ka yelled. You can't be serious, Ka. As serious as a blocked bowel. Crime. One of the eel lords is in the locus right now. There is only one thing that would have one of them here. Now get the fuck out of my way, cock. Fuck it, the ambassador said and started to walk away. Shouldn't we help him? One of the guards asked. Nah, the ambassador said as he walked away. It's just one eel and a few humans. Ka is enough. Don't reveal what that weapon does if you can help it, he called out over his shoulder as he returned to his office. He had a drama to finish watching. Ka sprinted to his waiting grav car, Carashel in tow. Carashel squeezed her eyes shut as Ka, switching his grav car to manual, careened through the capital with breakneck speed. By the progenitors themselves, Ka screeched. If they have touched so much as one thing, I will snatch that glowing tallywhacker right off of his scaly head and sodomize him with it. Callant don't glow. Carashel thought to herself, trying not to lose her rice balls as the grav car turned on its side and she felt her stomachs being shoved down into her foot. What are they stealing? Things priceless beyond measure. Things that belong to all of us, not just to those sanctimonious sperm breathers. Eeeeeeeee. Carashel screamed as they plummeted for what felt like forever. Then, throwing her forward into the restraint webbing that had mysteriously appeared, the vehicle slammed to a halt. She carefully opened one eye and saw Ko retracting the window. Standing there was a Federation trooper. What? Ka snapped impatiently. You can't proceed any farther, sir, the trooper said calmly. This is a combat zone. Really? Ka said in his best patronizing tone. Is that why there are all these soldiers and tanks? Wow. I would have never guessed. Now get the fuck out of my way. Sir, the trooper said pointing his weapon at Ka, get out of the car, now. Boy, Ka said glaring at him. Do you know who I am? No, and I don't care. Get out of the car. I am Ka Achish, the counselor for the XX. If you think you have a problem now, fuck with me. Then you will know what a problem really is. Now I'm driving through this barricade. Shoot me if you want. Sir, the trooper yelled as Ka hit the accelerator. The air around the car glowed as bolts from the guards' blasters struck the vehicle shields. They actually shot at us. Ka laughed as he quickly turned a corner to get out of the line of fire. Maybe I should get a diplomatic transceiver after all. He looked over at Carashel who had wiggled out of the restraint web and was cowering on the floorboard. Relax, they can't get through these shields with those toys. They would need one of those. Ka yelled as he hit the brakes as a strange curvy thing floated down in front of them. Ka retracted the window again and leaned out of his ride. Get out of my way, eel, he shouted. I'm counselor. I am perfectly aware of your identity, XX, a loud voice said. Go away. I will most certainly not. Ka yelled at the craft. I am going to the locus and you will not stop me. The situation is delicate. We do not need an XX, especially you, further complicating matters. Barring me from the archives is a direct violation of the accord. Ka shouted. Are you telling me that the accord has been broken? If so, there is no reason for the XX to remain sitting on this spoiled egg you call the Federation. If I leave I'm taking all of our toys and we are going home. The strange craft hovered there in silence for what seemed like forever. Proceed but be warned. If you cause harm to our lord, it will not go well for the pathetic XX. Try it, you prickless bastards. Ka yelled as the craft floated back up into the sky. Hands tied behind her, Tawny glared at the Callant with pure hate as she sat against the wall with one of the Forsaken soldiers standing over her. Colonel Laron rubbed his bruised eye. For a little slip of a civilian, that girl was a fighter. It took 4 of them, and one of her boots to his face, to stop her from attacking their hostage. Thank God she snatched a saber gun instead of an AK. The axe safety was a lot simpler to figure out than the control interlock on what she grabbed. I am so very sorry for what the Federation did, the sarcophagus said with a regretful tone. Fuck you. Tawny hissed as she spat at him, causing his attendants to leap between the two. Children, please, the Abyssal Lord said calmly, human spittle is not dangerous to us. You better fucking kill me. Tawny yelled at the Callant. Because when I get out of here you're dead. All of you are fucking dead. Tawny, the colonel said still rubbing his eye, you will get your chance to kill soon enough, I promise. For now, please calm down. Calm down. Tawny shrieked. They killed my family. They killed my mom. And we will avenge her, Colonel Laron said calmly. How? Tawny yelled. I think, the colonel said turning to the Callant. I think it's time for you to leave. Yeah, Tawny hissed. Let's fucking do this. The archives, the sarcophagus said in alarm. You can't. We had an agreement. The situation has changed, the colonel said with a grim smile. You need to go, now. Sir, a voice said over the colonel's communicator. We have a situation. What the hell, the colonel muttered in French as 2 figures were brought into the room, an XX and, what the hell is that thing? What are you doing here, the colonel asked. I'm Ka Achish, counselor for the XX, Ka said confidently. And I'm Carashel, counselor for the Belial, Carashel added cheerfully. Hi. I didn't ask who you were, Colonel Laron snapped. I asked what the fuck are you doing here? I'm investigating a crime against all species. Ka said in a loud confident voice. Well then I suggest going to the human enclave, the colonel replied with an icy voice. If you want your crime, you will find it there. And we shall, believe me, we shall. Ka shouted in reply. We are outraged by the events of today, the crimes committed by the Federation, and your kind, are unforgivable. Our kind. Tawny screamed from the corner of the room. Our kind, she yelled as she struggled to her feet, only to be firmly set back down by the human standing beside her. Get off me, she yelled at him as she bit his hand. The soldier just smiled. Teeth don't do much against combat gloves. But today I am addressing the crimes perpetrated by them. Ka shouted as he pointed at the black sarcophagus. Thieves. Vandals. Looters. We have far greater concerns, the sarcophagus said gravely. The humans are going to destroy everything down there, everything. What? Ka gasped in horror. You can't. We have the capacity, the colonel replied. Shouldn't be that difficult. What's down there? It's priceless. Beyond priceless. Please. Ka begged. More priceless than 50,000 lives, the colonel asked. They must be avenged. They were. Ka screeched. What? The colonel asked. Oh dear, the sarcophagus said in a rather shaken voice. Yes, Colonel, Jessica Morgan exacted a terrible price for their lives. She unleashed what can only be described as hell itself upon the Volxene home world. They will be avenged several times over before the death ceases. The Colonel shrugged and turned to Tawny. Tawny, if we untie you, do you promise to behave yourself and get that lift operational? Fuck yeah I do, she said with a malicious smile. As long as I get to see it burn. Colonel Laurent nodded to her warden, who proceeded to pull her to her feet and cut her restraints. She grabbed her tools and sprinted towards the exit, pausing only to flip off the Xenos as she left. Look, Ka said imploringly, Colonel, was it? What is down there are treasures for all people, all species, things that. If it's for all of us, the Colonel said, cutting him off, then why are we just now finding out about it? Yet, Carachel thought as she looked suspiciously at her friend. What are you hiding, Ka? It's complicated, Ka said cautiously. Is it? The Colonel smiled. Well, it won't be for long. If you do this, the sarcophagus said evenly, it will be war. It will be war anyway, the Colonel replied. Do you honestly expect me to believe that the Callant, and the XX won't get involved anyway? It was a fucking Callant that suggested our genocide in the first place. What she suggested was far from what transpired, Colonel, the Abyssal Lord replied from within his sarcophagus. You have already struck one of the races behind the travesty that befell your people. One that you, both of you, the Colonel said, glancing over at Ka, idly sat back and watched. I didn't know anything about it. Ka screeched angrily. You can be assured that we would not have just sat idly by had we known. I didn't know about it, Carachel added, trying to help. It wasn't announced in the council or anything. For the record, we are really angry about it too. Not that it matters much. I beseech you, Ka said, his voice shaking, please don't do this. Not this. The Callant does speak the truth, though. If you destroy what is down there, the XX will never forgive you as well. The Colonel kept his countenance grim, but he was becoming increasingly concerned. 2 elder races. Hey, Carachel said with a friendly, if a bit disgusting-looking smile. Maybe we could work something out. Quiet, Ka hissed. This is beyond you, Kara. I might not be some big elder race, Carachel said, puffing herself up to her full, somewhat slimy height. But I've been studying humans. And from reading their history I know 2 important things. When they are angry, begging for mercy doesn't work. She then flicked her eye stalks over to the Callant. And neither do threats. Humans don't give a fuck when they are like this. She undulated towards the Colonel. So, why don't we make a deal, she said in a friendly voice. You have them by the, as you call them, short and curlies. The Colonel laughed. So, give them a tug, she said in a friendly voice. The Colonel smiled at the slug-like creature. It had offered him an out, God bless the pink slimy thing. So what would you suggest, Kara, was it? Carachel, but Kara is cool, she replied. Well, first of all, why don't we go see what all the fuss is about? She looked back at Ka with a wicked smile. I mean, these treasures are for all of us, right? If looks could kill. The lift went down for a good minute before it came to a stop. The doors opened into a wide hallway, wide enough for small vehicles to drive down it. Okay, we're here, Ka said as the group left the elevator. The data center is this way. Yeah, Carachel said, that's nice and all, but what's down that hall over there, the one you are trying very hard not to look at? Ka glared at her. Let's go that way. Carachel said brightly and started scooching along. I'm going to shoot her, Ka thought darkly, just as soon as I get my gun back. The hallway ended at a large doorway. If you don't mind, the Colonel said, gesturing at the door. Ka, cursing under his breath, entered a code into the keypad mounted in the wall. A door as thick as the entrance to a bank vault silently started to open. The lights switched on, illuminating a huge chamber filled with row after row of books, scrolls, stone and clay tablets, statues. And some cases that were completely obscured. The Colonel let out a low whistle as he looked around. A museum, he asked. A repository of priceless manuscripts and artifacts, the sarcophagus answered. Artifacts of what? He smiled as he caught Ka glancing over at whatever was in that black box behind him. Ka said uncomfortably, items collected from the various races of the Federation, things from their early history. And? Carachel asked impishly. And other stuff, Ka mumbled. My XX friend here is quite correct in his accusations, the sarcophagus said. We intended to remove certain items for safekeeping. We felt they were no longer safe here. Our current situation is proof of that. Even you must agree, Ka Achish. Tell me about this other stuff, the Colonel said, examining a most unusual statue. It unnerved him. Ka sighed. There are species, civilizations, far more ancient than even the Callant, he said. Here is where their artifacts are stored, their writings, everything we could find is stored here. This. This is why we joined the Federation. To gain access to this. And why didn't I know about this place? Carashel asked, just a bit angry. You. Ka scoffed. You haven't even scratched the surface of the archives you can reach. Until a few days ago you didn't even try. What good would this do for you? You can't even begin to understand what is in here. If you reached a point where this would be of use, then you would have been made aware of it, not that it would ever happen to a society so devolved as yours. Well, fuck you too. Carashel replied. Maybe if we knew such things existed, then maybe more races would be inclined to seek your precious knowledge, she replied nastily. You don't even begin to understand how foolish you are sounding right now. Ka sneered. And you don't have the slightest idea how much of a condescending prick you are being at the moment. Do you know why we are so devolved? You shitheads fucking hobbled most of us out of the gate, do you know that? What are you talking about? Culture shock, motherfucker. Carashel snapped. I've looked at my history too, she said, advancing on her friend. Blindsided by you sibling fuckers before we were even close to being ready. Completely overwhelmed, swallowed up by a galaxy a million times bigger than anything we expected. Slapped around by the Volksine and the Gvorda, and a dozen other races, while you, she said, pointing at the Callant, just sat there letting it happen. Her body started quivering. And why? Why, she said, starting to yell. Pure devolved colonialism. A fucking land grab. God forbid the Empire, who takes care of its subjects, get to us first. We just got swallowed up. Could the XX have survived that? Or the almighty Callant? You were free to develop on your own, at your own pace, figure out things for yourself, and when you did enter the galaxy as a whole, you did so fully established, able to stand on your own, protect yourself on your own. She turned on Ka, undulating towards him angrily. And you have the fucking nerve to look down at us, she demanded. How long did it take you to develop your precious post-scarcity society, hey? How many thousand years, how many 100,000 years did it take? How many years did you spend just as fucking filthy as us? Did you go from where we were at first contact to your oh so perfect enlightened state in 183 years? Did you do it in 283, 300, 4? Ka flinched. Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. Carashel snapped. Damn, the colonel muttered. I'm just going to look around a little while you guys sort things out, he said with a smile as he started walking around looking at the strange and weird objects. But we didn't have the archives. Ka shot back. So fucking what? Carashel replied. Technological and societal progress are two entirely different fucking things. You can't expect a society to just magically change just because they have some fancy new toys, you asshole. We got grabbed and hurled right into the deep end of this fucked up galaxy, free to chart our own destiny right to the fucking bottom. Fuck you. Our civilization survived, intact. So did all the rest of us lowly little dirty undeserving worms. Until you get hit with something like we did, you can't say shit to me. You tell them. The colonel smiled as he admired the most alien thing he had even seen in his life, an obelisk, floating on its side in a long crystal case. Amazing, he muttered, and then he froze. There on the obelisk, was a very familiar symbol, an 8-rayed chaos star, with an eye in the middle. The rays weren't straight though, they were curved, making a spiral, and those weren't arrows on the ends. They looked like hands. Fear gripped him as he started to look at the other symbols more closely. He hadn't been this afraid since his first battle, so many years ago. He felt his mind falling into that obelisk, there was something in there. He wrenched his gaze away from it and staggered back. Pale and sweating, he walked back to the entrance. He sensed the creature in the sarcophagus looking at him. So now you understand, it asked quietly as Ka and Carashel continued to yell at each other. I understand that you really don't want to lose what's in here, he replied. I have a proposal, the Abyssal Lord said quietly. How would you like to survive, not just you, your men as well? I can make that happen. Yeah, only to stab us in the back once we are safely away from your little treasure trove. You little boneless slimeball. Ka yelled. You judgmental feathered dickhead. Carashel snapped. I personally believe that the Forsaken are here to stay, the ancient fish replied. The Federation isn't going to win, at least not completely. How would you like to be their envoy to the Callant? Your men can be your staff. You join me on my ship and we return to our home system. We will prepare an embassy for you there where we can ensure mutual non-aggression. I thought nobody returned from your home world, the colonel replied quietly, their conversation completely overshadowed by the raging argument next to them. It was starting to get ugly. They don't, the Abyssal Lord replied. It will be a one-way trip for you and your movements will be very restricted. Sounds like prison. Hard pass. Perhaps, the creature replied, but it will be a most pleasant incarceration. Our guests are quite happy and it will be a far better fate for you and your men than your current one. How can you say that? Ka yelled. The two situations are completely different. You are comparing a rock with a rock lizard. Really? Carashel yelled back, consider the rise of organized labor in 20th century America. Oh, here we go with 20th century Terra again. Ka exclaimed. I wanted you to glance over it as a cautionary tale, not make a fucking religion out of it. Why don't you address my point instead of bitching about it, bitch? The colonel looked at the black sarcophagus with a shrewd look in his eye. Here's the deal, he said after a few moments. I go with you. My men get the option between staying with me or evacuation. Evacuation. Yes, the colonel smiled. A fleet of transports, completely unarmed, will be allowed into this system. We will then evacuate everyone who wishes to leave, everyone. While that happens I, and a few very well-armed and well-equipped soldiers will remain here, to ensure the Federation's good behavior. If anything goes wrong, we start blowing shit up. Once they leave, me and my men will go with you. You can execute us at that point if you want, or you can take advantage of the opportunity to start a dialogue with the general, something that you really want to do. I cannot make promises for the Federation, Colonel. Bullshit, the Colonel replied. That's my deal. Make it happen or hope you took good pictures. The sarcophagus sat there silently for a moment. Listen here, you little shit. Ka yelled, you can claim culture shock all you want but does not excuse. It isn't a fucking excuse, shithead. Carashel shouted, it's an explanation. What's the difference? What's the difference? Listen here, pillow stuffing. The sarcophagus moved towards the colonel. All right, we will make it happen, the creature said. It will take some time, but we do have pull, perhaps not as much as you believe, but we can exert pressure. No problem, gives us more time to set the charges, the colonel smiled. An hour later Carashel and Ka were still going at it. And you leave the AAT out of this? Ka yelled. Why? Carashel replied. Just because they are your little pets makes them immune to your pathetic rating scale? How is their post-scarcity coming along? That is completely unfair. My point exactly. Gah. That's worm shit and you know it. Okay, how are they when it comes to other societal factors, Public welfare doesn't require literacy. How about universal suffrage? You mentioned kings, where does feudalism rank in your little grade book? They are still developing. Ka said defensively. At their age, your people were likely still figuring out how to rub sticks together. Why would we, never mind. Carashel gurgled, the yelling wearing out her voice box. You love to compare us to you, but compared to you we aren't that much more advanced than your little AAT buddies, are we? Or are you not as technologically advanced as you claim to be? Scree. Ka screeched. You are without a doubt the most arrogant, presumptuous, sanctimonious little turd I have ever met. Quit complimenting me and answer the fucking question. Carashel said, spitting up a little bit of phlegm. Where do we compare to you? Relative to they? AAT? Are we closer to them or are we closer to you? Ka just stood there and fumed. Thought so, Carashel said triumphantly. You give them a pass and shower them with cuddles and kisses only because they have tech that you want. I bet if we had things that you wanted you would be much more forgiving of our little shortcomings as well, us still developing and all. If you developed as much native technology as they have, sure, we would be much more forgiving, Ko replied, but you haven't done shit and the AAT had even more of your culture shock than you did. Worm shit, Carashel snapped back. The AAT are protected by their bulletproof minds. They are so far behind most of it went clear over their heads, and they have been protected by you since you found out about all of their goodies. Nobody is going to fuck with them. But they were the targets of the injustices you cry about before that. Ko replied with a sneer. And they came out of it the winners, unlike the Belial. If you want to try to pull in another race in a pathetic excuse to distract, do take care not to use one that completely outclasses you in every single way. Listen here, you piece of. It is done, the Abyssal Lord said. The Federation has agreed to an evacuation of the capital in exchange for you sparing the contents of this room. If you are intending to fuck us on this, you do realize that you will have to deal with whatever the General considers worse than what she has already deployed, as well as what I do here, yes. If the Federation fucks you, they have us to deal with as well. The Colonel gestured to one of his people. Sir. Get me a connection from here to the hyperspace relays. I need to speak with the General. How can you not see the complete lack of validity your argument holds? Ka screeched. If it is so invalid, prove it. All I hear is screeching and insults. I can't disprove a ghost. Your argument is indeed valid, Ka screeched, if your presumptions were true. You have yet to prove a single one of them. Oh, really? Should we tell them that we are done here? The sarcophagus asked. Nah, the Colonel said with a smile. We got plenty of time and I want to see where this goes. Indeed, the sarcophagus replied. It is most gratifying to see an XX get its rectum stretched over its head like this. What is that creature? I think it's a Belial. Interesting. Okay, Carashel gasped. I will agree to forestall this discussion until I acquire knowledge concerning some of your points and verify some of your less asinine statements. Yes, yes. We are going around in circles, Ka sighed in complete exhaustion, and we are running out of new combinations of slurs. I will also investigate some of your outlandish statements. As the anger and the Belial equivalent of adrenaline faded, she started to realize what she did, what she said. Oh creators, what have I done? So, Carashel asked looking down at the ground, are we still friends? What? Ka looked at her raising his crest in confusion. That is the absolute dumbest question you have ever asked, and that's saying something. Of course we are. I haven't had that much fun in ages. That was fun. Carashel asked in shock. Well, Ka replied with a smile, wasn't it? Carashel looked him with a combination of shock and horror. By the creators themselves, it was. Void take me it was, she gasped. Now we both retreat, gather fresh information, and then do this again. Ka said happily. You have chosen a most intriguing position, an invalid and doomed position, but an intriguing one. I look forward to the fresh thoughts this 8 o'clock, knowledge battle will create. And I look forward to kicking your ass. Not that I have feet. I hope you will accept your defeat with the same amount of grace as the foolish confidence with which you approach it. Oh bite me. Bite you. It's a human term. You two kiss and make up yet? The colonel asked. We are taking a break to reinforce our positions, Ka replied, smoothing his feathers. You do realize the exact circumstances in which you two decided to have your spirited debate, the sarcophagus asked. The extreme gravity? The potentially dire circumstances. Silly me, Ka replied. I was so engrossed in teaching my silly little sidekick a lesson that you were the only one who had to make concessions. Don't worry, if you had gotten in over your head, I would have come to the rescue. The colonel snickered. However, the fish is right. This is a rather unique situation, Ka said to Carashel. Since we are here, there are some things I would absolutely love to show you. Shelaron the lone shark and Ka makes a phone call. You had better get your pathetic little notes ready, you malformed gelatin. Ka said cheerfully to Carashel as they walked back into the XX embassy. Oh I will, you blue-crested peck-riad. Carashel said with a laugh. Prepare to get knowledged. Laughing they entered the lobby. So did you stop them? One of the guards asked with a flick of his crest. You better fucking believe it. Ka crowed as he walked past. The humans were going to blow it up, you know. What? The guard screeched. What did you do? Not a progenitor cursed thing. Ka replied over his shoulder as he and Carashel, still laughing, walked off. Wait, the guard screeched, abandoning his post as it sprinted after them. Saving the archives sure works up a thirst, Carashel said as they turned towards their offices. Want to hit the canteen? There is a juice box calling my name. I just love the purple ones. I would love to, Ka replied, but I gotta, take care of something first. One of those things. Yeah. I gotta do an dot. Well I guess I could call my mom first, Carashel replied. She is probably sliming the floor by now. You are a disgusting species, you know. You're one to talk, Carashel laughed. What do you mean? We are the height of beauty and grace. Oh you're pretty, Carashel replied. I'm talking about your smell. Are you saying we stink? I have olfactory pits and taste buds all over my foot, Carashel grinned. I thought my mother's organic gardening phase was bad. Do you guys ever wash your feet? You taste wherever you walk? That's disgusting. You don't know the half of it, Carashel laughed. Just when I thought my opinion of the Belial couldn't drop any further, Ka snickered. Well I gotta, do stuff. Have fun with the I gotta go calm down my mom, Carashel smiled. For some reason she thinks my life is dangerous or something. Maybe I'll skip where we spent the afternoon. Good idea, Ka chuckled. I'll come get you when the is over. Cool. Carashel said as she undulated into her office. Ka chuckled as he entered his office. Blue-crested peck-riad, he snickered. I like that one. He sat down at his desk and activated his holomonitor. He then accessed their diplomatic hyperspace relay. A few minutes later the insectoid face of the matriarch appeared. Ka, the matriarch exclaimed. How is my favorite feathered friend? Quite well. Ka replied. I just had someone declare 8 o'clock on my ass. Oh. It's on, the matriarch buzzed happily. Indeed it is. I just had an upstart lesser race tell me I'm full of shit. You face an uphill battle, my friend. Ka screeched with laughter. Damn, this one's going to be harder than I thought, he snickered. So, what can I do for you, the matriarch asked. Actually, I'm the one supplying you with information this time. Oh. Something just happened that you definitely want to know about. Source Mother's semen-encrusted ducks, the matriarch shouted as she hung up, spraying a plume of irritation that filled the entire queen's chamber. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look at her. Ready a hornet, she yelled. If those fucking flatworms think they are going to get to my humans first, they are sadly mistaken. A hornet, matriarch. Yes. A hornet. I have to get to Raylesh now. Are you certain you want a hornet? Wouldn't something else be? I still know how to pilot one, the matriarch snapped. I don't doubt your ability, matriarch, one queen said diplomatically as the others shifted nervously. It's just that. It's just what? Matriarch, the queen said as carefully as she could. Are you certain you can still, fit? She paused for a moment and then started laughing, filling the chamber with delight. Good point, she laughed. Get me the fastest source motherfucking thing you can get. Hive fate priority. Yes, matriarch. Someone, an ancient plath female, followed by another plath in a burgundy robe, paused as a solid wall parted in front of her. Once they had both entered and the wall sealed behind them, the wall's pale blue runes started to glow. Now we can speak privately, she said. So, sister, what is this madness of which you speak? We can have our victory, our revenge. Revenge is a foolish word for foolish people, the great seer said. Why should we harm our own people? What benefit is there for us in that? The other plath hissed contentantly. Revenge not just on those who seek to destroy us from within, she said with a half-insane smile, revenge on everything. We can achieve true victory, not just against the foolish great prophet, but against them, even against the befouler. We can defeat fate itself. Madness, the ancient plath hissed in horror. Sister, she gasped, what have you done? The other plath smiled and opened her hand. In it was a single tiny little seed. Sheloran sighed at the line of Xenos in her shop. For the first time she wished they were just here to screw Kraxina. Once again word had gotten out. This time it wasn't Kraxina. It was Yerbit. Great prophet. When I ever pooping learn? Sigh, yes, it's a lovely basket, she said to a slender four-armed leathery being in front of her. But the Republic is kind of funny about what they call piecework. I don't want to get into trouble again. The creature sagged as a wave of despair crashed over Sheloran. But I'm getting everything set up so we can do it legally, she said desperately. Come back next week. I'll have all the business and legal stuff set up then. It looked up at her hopefully. Really? Yes, really. Sheloran replied. Oh thank you, it replied, but it didn't leave. Sheloran sighed as her eyes started to ache. Something gave in there last night and it wasn't hurting so bad anymore, but she was starting to get worried. For the 100th time that day, she wished that she could call a priest, or a wise woman. Being the befouler was starting to be a real pain, literally. What? Sheloran asked. It stammered. I heard that I could get a loan. Just a small one. Is that all? Sheloran smiled. That I can do, she exclaimed as she pulled out a transactor and a tablet. The Republic was weird. Something that should be simple, like paying a person for each item they made, was piecework and was bad. You had to jump through all sorts of silly hoops to make it legal, and issuing loans when you weren't a bank, something super duper illegal in the Federation, wasn't a big deal at all. What was even more weird was that, using her now thriving entertainment business and improvements that she had made to her property, she was able to secure even more funding to pay for it all. She didn't care what Baxlan said. That had to be pooping illegal. Illegal or not, she wanted the money and the Freeport desperately needed it. If she didn't do something, the Harkeen would own the whole place and everyone in it, and that wasn't going to fuck, wasn't going to pooping happen. If she had to break a few laws, then so pooping be it. That's why she had the eel. She did feel bad about the interest she was charging, but Baxlan said that it was the going rate, especially for high-risk loans. She didn't care about that. She just didn't want people to starve, or sell their soul to the fuck, the pooping Harkeen. Screw. I mean, to heck with those jerk-faced bullies. In a few minutes later the Xeno left a few hundred credits richer, and Sheloran had another contract. An hour later she had a dozen more and a dozen more people begging to work for her, offering everything from clothes to furniture. Sheloran shook her head and chuckled as she pulled out a small brick of tea. The whole pooping Freeport is going to be working for me before this is over, she chuckled as her left eye pulsed a little. The door opened and a rather disheveled-looking Xeno, a race she had never seen, wandered in. It timidly approached the counter. Sheloran sighed and pulled out the transactor and tablet. Can I help you? She asked. I heard that, it stammered as it looked up at her with shame. I heard that there were girls here. Yes. Sheloran exclaimed as she happily pulled out another tablet. These are who are here right now. If the border of the picture is green, they are ready right now. Oh. Craxi is free. I've never seen your kind here before. She loves meeting new races, if you know what I mean. Sheloran said as she proffered the tablet with a wink. And Plath can really wink. The Xeno squeaked excitedly as it, with trembling paws, reached for the tablet. Have fun. Sheloran said with a friendly wave a few minutes later as the Xeno was led, squeaking and skipping, into the back by Craxina. Oh, he will. Craxina replied happily as they disappeared behind a curtain. Thank the great prophet. Sheloran thought to herself. Finally. Someone who just wanted to fuck. Wait. Giggling at the absurdity that her life had become, she resumed making a pot of tea. Maybe I am the befouler after all, she muttered as she filled her cup. The great seer sighed with contentment as she stood on a small grassy hill overlooking a small glittering stream. It was beautiful. Maybe this madness wasn't so bad of an idea after all. So this is, a voice asked behind her. Smiling, she turned to the simply dressed Plath behind her. AFL Lotharan tree, she said smugly. Really? Indeed, the ancient Plath replied with a smile, picking a small berry. Each of these contains 1 dose of the refined drug and they can be dried without affecting the active ingredient. Amazing, the great prophet replied, admiring the small tree. They look delightful, perhaps too delightful. What is to stop those who come after from consuming them by mistake? Way ahead of you, the great seer replied. These things are so vile tasting that nobody is going to eat them unless they need to. And the deterrent can be easily deactivated when they are properly prepared. They will still work raw, but we really outdid ourselves on the flavor this time. It's perfect. You can just barely keep them down. I give constant thanks to the spirits of the progenitors that you and your sisters joined us, Great One. If we must do this, the great seer replied, then let us do it properly. This world will become a paradise. Let our slumber be one filled with beautiful dreams. Forgive me, the great prophet said. But I can't help but notice that you haven't called me a fool in quite some time. That is because I may have reconsidered things, the great seer said with a gentle smile. We have become wise, filled with the knowledge of all that is. We have become powerful, being able to say that we stand foremost among the firstborn. But this. She took a deep breath of pure, clean air and looked out over the countryside. With this we can claim that rarest of all treasures. We can seize what even the progenitors themselves failed to grasp. And that is? The great prophet asked. The great seer lifted her secret eyelid and turned to the great prophet, her eyes shimmering with 1,000 colors. We can become happy, she sighed. I have peered deep into reality itself. I have bent all that is to my will. I have chambers filled with treasures and delights of 1,000 worlds. I have tasted vices and pleasures that shouldn't even be discussed, especially with you, she laughed. But I have never been as happy, as filled with contentment and joy, as I have been these past few years. Working the soil, feeling it under my bare feet, watching my plants grow and thrive in the soil, as part of a living breathing world. This is what we should have been doing all along. Everything we have done, everything we have achieved. It was just wasted time. I know that now. We all do. She knelt and kissed the great prophet's hand. Thank you. Thank you so much. You aren't leading us to ruin. You have shown us the path to joy. You give me too much credit, Great One, he smiled. Please get up. I am not worthy. I was also wrong, so very very wrong. I was driven by fear, by intolerance, by hate. Yes, hate. I hated you and your kind, blaming you for what is simply the wheels of fate. What happened happens to all who reach that terrible point. Nobody has passed that final horrifying filter. Even the progenitors themselves were broken by it. He gently pulled the great seer to her feet. Without you, without your sisters, this world would have been a purgatory, the punishment that I felt that we deserved for our sins. Now, he sighed, it is going to be a garden of endless bounty, a world of dreams where everything one could ever want springs from the soil and drops into our children's outstretched hands. This planet isn't our deserved fate. It will be our civilization's greatest achievement. We have you to thank for that, Great One. I just wish that all of us understood, the great seer said sadly. The heretic, the great prophet asked. She and her followers still elude us, the ancient Plath said sadly. I will carve out her heart myself. I should have struck her down when she showed me that accursed seed, but I was weak, foolish, seduced with her poisoned whispers. Tears started to appear on the great seer's cheeks. The great prophet just embraced her. We were both foolish then, he said. If I hadn't been so angry, so hate-filled, so intent on your destruction, she would never have been driven into madness, neither of you would have been. I'm so terribly sorry, Great One. I fear for the future, prophet. She could undo everything we strive for. I fear for our daughter. Our daughter. The ancient Plath smiled at him. I can bend life itself to my will, she said with a joyous smile. If I can cure cancer with a berry, is breathing one last breath of life into these old bones so unbelievable? The great prophet exclaimed with joy as he took the ancient Plath into his arms and kissed her. So the veil that separates us, that which keeps the castes pure, rent asunder, the ancient Plath sighed happily. The last barrier to our true freedom gone. Who better to be the first to receive that gift than you, prophet? I'm just an old member of the warrior caste, the great prophet said as he held his love in his arms. I can't peer into pools. I can't bend fate or weave genes, but I don't need any of that to see the future, our future. We will be just fine, all of us for now and for all time. How can you be so sure? You might think you know fate, he smiled. But I do know war, which this is, a very strange war, to be sure, but it's war. We are beset on all sides. On one front we have them and the befouler. On the other we have the witch and her cult. We don't peer into pools, our knowledge of the colors is one of instinct, inscribed into our bloodline. I don't believe the war to be won. I know it. He threw his head back and let out an impossibly beautiful war song. Our daughter, he sang. Our daughter will cut them all down. You use a sword to cut down a swordsman. You use a starship to destroy a starship, and, you use a blasphemy to strike down a blasphemer. You use a monster to consume a monster. He grabbed the great seer and started to dance with an impossibly fluid grace. Do you realize what you've done? The great seer danced along, her steps but clumping stomps compared to a warrior's grace. She had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. Shel-Oran coughed, spitting out her tea, as chills ran up and down her spine. Something just shifted. She didn't exactly know how she knew. She just knew. And she also knew that she definitely did not like it. Poob. Far in the past, out in the fringes of civilized space, on a backward little world forgotten by almost everyone, a corpulent savage translucent lavender being, draped in animal furs, raised a bone goblet as he sat at a long wooden table piled high with wild game and fresh fruits and vegetables. A feast, he roared. A feast of feasts to honor the old ones, he bellowed as he drained his cup. Meat. Meat for my boys and a bounty for our guests, blessed be their names, he yelled with delight as his subjects howled with delight. Be sure the rotters outside get plenty. Don't want these smells driving them into another revolt. His servants laughed and started hauling a truly stupid amount of food outside as the crowd cheered. Long live his fatness! Long live the fat king, echoed in through the open windows. All you bastards raise your fucking glasses. Raise them to the plant gods, he yelled. What do you mean bastards? Someone yelled. Most of us are yorts, you horny old folk. Everyone howled with laughter, especially the king. Stand up. Show some fucking respect, the king yelled at his men and equally savage women. To the firstborns. To the stink of the progenitors dems elves, he yelled as he drained his cup again. The firstborns, his people howled all slamming back their drink. A slightly older Plath, clad in burgundy, who was sitting beside him stood and raised a crudely blown glass goblet, fancy. We are honored by your warm reception, she smiled as she sipped the rather crude wine. It was appealing in an earthy way. Okay boys, he shouted, and honored guests. Dig in. Everyone cheered as they fell upon the feast, the most polite tearing whole roast beasts apart with their bare hands and stuffing them into crudely shaped holes in their faces. Others simply stretched their mouth holes and plunged, face first, into the repast. The Plath smiled. You had to give the toll credit. They had style, sort of. So, are you having a problem with civil unrest? She asked the corpulent blob sitting beside her. Wah, the king said as he pulled a bone from his gaping maw. He examined it for a moment and then stuffed it back in. You mentioned rebellion. Is your reign under threat? She asked. That could be a problem. Nah, the king said as he shoved an entire small melon straight into his belly, a second mouth obligingly tearing itself open. Dey good people and good people like a good fight every now and den. The boys dish out a few lumps, get some back, and den we all get piss drunk and screw. A most interesting system of governance, the Plath smiled. It works, the king laughed, quivering all over. Everybody's fat and dropping basted whelps all over the place. What more can I ask for? What more can anyone ask for? He sounds like the great seer, the Plath witch thought as she smiled back indulgently and raised her goblet. The colors say that these animals will stand the test of time? That's the secret of Bane King, he said as he managed to fit even more food inside him. Keep them fat. Keep them drunk. Keep them fucking, he yelled. You win wars that way. You know how I conquered Roop's boys. Tell me, she asked with a smile. She simply had to hear this. I had dem all holed up in der castle all ready to fight me to the last toll, he laughed. I let dem sit in deer for a good week while I pretended to get ready to fight em. Denmark he laughed. I rolled out a feast and a half with wagons of booze and hundreds of the prettiest tulips you ever seen. Then I stripped naked and climbed up on one of the tables, and what did I yell? You fukers wanna fight or do you wanna get drunk and FUK? His horde all bellowed in unison. Me and my boys den started throwing down right den and dear, he yelled, bellowing with laughter. Eatin' and drinkin' and fuckin'. Right in front of him, he laughed. It didn't take long before they started looking at each other real hard. About the time we pulled up the second wagon of booze, ol Roop hisself yelled fuck dis, and came out, grabbed a tulip and some brew, and sit right down beside me. Didn't you, you old fucker? Sure did. Roop yelled from somewhere in the throng. Damn good party it was. Me and Roop settled things right there, face deep in food, booze, and tulip, the king roared. Yeah, you can swing swords and shoot guns, but you really wanna win? You really wanna be king? Shoot food. Shoot booze. Show 'em how much fun your boys have, every day. They throw down their swords, their guns, and fucking hand you their crowns. And I got you skinny little blues to thank for it all. Progenitors bless all of you weird little fucks. Glad we could help, she smiled sipping the wine, it was actually pretty good. A bit strong though, I am a bit confused though. You say that we are the source of your good fortune, but how? The king just looked at her in confusion. Da food, he yelled. All da food. You taught us, showed us how to grow stuff good. Gave us da magic plants. Oil berries. Bread gourds. That grass that makes the dirt good and makes the moose fat. The greens that keep the pox away and all the rest. All of that. It made me fat. It made my people fat. And it's gonna make the whole world fat. I am deeply honored by your appreciation, she said, but most of that was already here. We only tweaked a few little things where the oil berries were concerned. Yeah, but if it weren't for you we wouldn't know, would we? The king laughed. And some of that weren't around here. True, some of what we introduced was located elsewhere on your planet, but that was of little consequence. You might be able to skip over to the other side of the world, and the next no problem, but it's of big consequence to us. We owe you big time. Don't we, boys? He yelled. Ray-a-a-r-r-r-r. They all shouted, completely ignorant of what they agreed to. The fat king steered them good this far. He probably knew what he was doing. As an unending stream of food and drink flowed into the hall, many of the plath present retreated to lounges, unaccustomed to the excesses inflicted upon them, and many of the toll staggered away from the table only to be replaced by people, many of them commoners, from outside. The nobility's only concern seemed to be that the new arrivals' cups were empty, and they had entirely too many clothes on. Some of the knights and nobles even got up and took the servants' places, shoving them towards the table with a get in dear, and a swat on the butt. The servants didn't seem surprised one bit. They just tossed off their fancy clothes, didn't want to get them dirty, and plunged in. The plath witch suddenly slumped forward. That wine was entirely too delicious and entirely too strong. All the toll cheered as her head hit the table. The witch groaned as a beam of sunlight mercilessly fell upon her face. She cracked open her eyes to a full-blown orgy. Tolls and tulips were all in a wiggling mass, everywhere. Good morning, a tulip servant said as she moved to refill her goblet. No more wine. Please, she groaned. The tulip just laughed. Your kind don't last long, she said, jigging with mirth. Don't worry. Party's still fucking goin'. I can see that, she said as she looked at the carnal excesses taking place in front of her. Yeah, the tulip chuckled. They really goin' at it, ain't they? The king, the plath said as she struggled clumsily to her feet. Do you know where I might find him? Oh, Fatty is at the pits, she said cheerfully as someone crawled over to them raising an empty goblet. Out front. Can't miss them, she said as she poured wine into the goblet. The plath witch carefully picked her way through the quivering translucent lavender chaos around her. She found the king, clad only in a protective drape across his front, standing in front of a massive iron grill. He looked up at her and waved a fearsome barbed spike cheerfully. Good morning, she said as she walked up. Mornin'. I woulda had dem carry you to a bed, but I didn't know if dat was disrespectful. It's, all right, she said weakly. But for the record, it, as long as your intentions were good, would not have been. He turned to face someone walking up holding an empty plate. Who the hell are you? The king asked as he cut off a massive slab of meat. One of Kreba's boys. Kreba's here, the king asked as he plopped a massive serving down. And we brought a shitload of meeps. And real booze. You didn't have to do dat. Dis my party. Kreba don't show up with nothin' but mouths. Sides, we have too many of the little bastards, the toll grinned. Can't eat dem fast enough. Well, throw dem on de fire, the king exclaimed as he watched another group of riders enter. From the looks of things someone will eat em. Oh, Kreba says you better have saved some goo for her, the toll said. She says she expects a proper stuffing as well as a proper stuffing. Good ol Kreba, the king said with a grin. Tell her I always got goo for her. The toll bowed to the plath and then trotted off. Kriba is one hard tolup, the king said with a grin. She and her boys put up one hiluva fight. You have female rulers. You seen Kriba? Dat tolup can break a tree in half. They grow big over dear. And her boys don't object to being led by a woman. The king looked at her in confusion. A lot of her boys are tolups. Oh, the king laughed. Boys don't mean boys. Sorry. Boys means anyone dat runs with you, the king said as he started serving a fresh pack of tolls and tolups, some just grabbing chunks of steaming meat with their bare hands and scampering off. He looked over the feasting throngs and smiled happily. I love being rich, he yelled as everyone cheered in response. I can certainly see how such displays help keep you in power. Wah, the king said looking over his shoulder. Yeah, that's nice and all, but real clink, real flash, is Bane so fucking flush you can't even give it all away. I can stuff every single mouth I see full, pack every single belly to bursting. Even den I got so much I gotta conquer more hungry tolls to fatten up. Look at dem, he exclaimed. Everybody's fat. Everybody's smiling. That's what Bane a king is all about. I like a good fight, but I fucking love dis. The witch looked at him thoughtfully, starting to make sense of the colors. If this corpulent mass of benevolent might could truly gain power and this prosperity maintained. You mentioned using tolups to subdue your foes. Yet. He exclaimed as he bent down to hand a small tolup a particularly fatty cut. Works every time. So do you conscript prostitutes or do you force? Hey, the king exclaimed. Nobody is forcing anyone. Anyone who runs with me is down with it. When I take my party on the road, my fuckboys come along because they are up for a good time and like runnin' with us. So there is no subjugation of females in your realm. Wah. Why would there be? My mom is a female, he laughed. Ain't going to subjugate my mom, and if anyone tries dat on one of my daughters they gonna have trouble. Why you ask? Oh, some things seem to be more easily learned by females, that's all. Like weavin', he asked. They better at fiddly shit. Yes, weaving, she replied with a slightly wicked smile. A servant came by with a tray of fresh fruit and vegetables. Are you hungry, firstborn? She smiled and selected a large fleshy fruit and tossed onto the grill. The servant and the king looked at her as if she had lost her mind. The flames will caramelize the sugars, greatly enhancing the flavor, she smiled. Really? The servant asked. I never thought of that. It's one of many things I will teach you, the plath smiled. Shel-Oran was humming happily to herself. Things had been delightfully normal since lunch. She had a few people coming in looking to sell their crafts and a few just dropping in because they heard that she was good for a bowl of rice. However, most who dropped by were looking for Kraxina and her friends, a wonderful little respite of normalcy. She chuckled at the thought of running a whorehouse being normal. She idly pulled out a tablet and reviewed things. She was finally able to look at the amount of money she was losing without getting queasy. If those people actually started repaying those loans, at that interest, she pondered as she fiddled with a spreadsheet. Great profit. She thought as she stared at the numbers appearing in front of her. That couldn't be right. It couldn't be that much money. She ran the numbers again. Oh poop, she gasped and giggled. Oh me creators, came an excited squeal from the other side of the curtain. Kraxina and Gizx, one of the new girls, trotted in, Gizx clutching a crystal to her chest. Are you sure this is right? She asked looking up. Yes, up, at Kraxina. Yab. That's your pay for the day, Kraxina grinned. A bit different when you aren't getting ripped off, isn't it? Gizx wasn't even able to speak. She just giggled and nodded. So, see you tomorrow? Kraxina asked with a smile. Creators, yes. Tomorrow and the next day, and the next. Gizx exclaimed, jumping up and down. Thank you ever so much for showing me that thing about their butthole. The mysteries of the human butthole are many and profound, Kraxina laughed as she started to make herself a cappuccino. And deep. Don't forget deep. Gizx laughed. Shel-Oran just rolled her eyes and shook her head. Here, boss. Gizx asked cheerfully, handing over her data crystal. Oh, coffee is complimentary for employees, Shel-Oran smiled. As long as you make it yourself. You're cut, Gizx replied with a cute wiggle of her antennae. You haven't taken it yet. Already done, Kraxina replied from over her shoulder as she frothed the milk. We handle all of that before you get your payout. Really? Gizx gasped, this is mine? All of this is mine. Every credit, Shel-Oran replied with a smile. This was all too common a reaction, she thought as her eyes started to throb a little. So many bullies that needed a good swat. Gizx looked like she was going to faint. I'm going shopping, she exclaimed. In the real city. Maybe, go out to eat. Creators. Thank you, she cried out, embracing Shel-Oran. No problem, Sheloran said uncomfortably. I'm not doing anything special. It's just standard union rates. But you saved me. Gizx cried as she hugged her tighter. Without you I'd still be working for them. Well, you don't have to worry about them anymore. Sheloran replied. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks. Gizx gushed repeatedly as she backed out of the shop, bowing repeatedly. Sheloran couldn't help but smile. The Republic might have turned out to be a cesspit that was scummy as poop, but at least she was doing something about it all. Good kid, Kraxnia said as she sipped her cappuccino. And she actually likes the work too. I think she's a keeper. Well, that's nice, Sheloran replied as she sipped a cup of tea. The door to the shop opened and Sheloran looked up happily. Welcome. How can I? Standing there was a Threen dressed in a spacer's jumpsuit. Harkeen. Oh shit. Kraxina said quietly. Need something, Threen, Sheloran said with a little hiss. Yeah, the Threen sneered as he walked up. Boss says that we got a problem. Has he considered more fiber? Sheloran replied. It helps when someone is full of poop. Cute, the Threen replied baring its fangs. You fucking with the whores is one thing. The union has your back. But now you are running loans. Yeah, Sheloran replied, her eyes starting to throb. I've expanded my business to offer financial services. So what? You don't like it? You can't compete? Tough. So you either gotta stop or you gotta start paying rent. Otherwise something bad is gonna happen too. The Threen trailed off into silence as he was gripped with a primal instinctive fear as he watched the skin start to bulge and ripple around Sheloran's eyes. Kraxina squeaked and started to back away in terror, but she wasn't scared of the thug. It felt almost like something was stretching very tight, and very thin. The air escaped Sheloran's gill slits in an ominous hiss. While, she choked out, while you can still walk. Get out. His eyes widening in fear, the Threen beat a hasty retreat. Sheloran stood there, shaking, as she inhaled and the air was expelled in a near-constant, terrifying hiss from her gills. Kraxina just looked on anxiously. The air was shimmering as it flew out of Sheloran's neck like it was roiling off of a hot sidewalk. No, it wasn't. But it almost looked like it for a second. Sheloran looked back at her. Kraxina squealed a little and backed away. That isn't Sheloran. Oh creators, what is that? Then Sheloran blinked. And everything just sort of snapped back to normal. Sheloran's knees buckled as she gripped the counter for support, her free hand clawing at her eyes. Great prophet, did they hurt? Sheloran. Kraxina asked in a tiny, terrified voice. We're closing early today, Sheloran gasped weakly. I gotta talk to Baxlan. I'm really scared. Sheloran yelped into her communicator. I think the Harkeen are going to do something. Baxlan said calmly. Sounds like you finally caught the attention of a bigger fish, a little guppy of a thing, but still. That guppy is plenty enough, she squeaked. I just wanted to sell games, Baxlan. I just wanted to sell games. Then you should have done just that. Baxlan said in a chiding voice. What's done is done. Now we must deal with things as they are. What are we going to do? Sheloran squeaked. We could get you some security, Baxlan said calmly, but good security doesn't come cheap. With your core business being impacted, I'm not entirely sure whores, baskets, and coffee is going to cut it. Baxlan issued a long bubbly sigh. You are going to hate me for this, he said, but did the Harkeen enforcer mention what your rent would be? Sometimes. No. Sheloran hissed. They don't get one single fucking credit. You give in to a bully just a little and they just come back harder the next time. What is it with you and bullies? I've been bullied my whole pooping life, she snapped, getting angry. Someone was always pushing me around, for no reason. I know bullies. There is no pleasing them. No matter how small you try to be, they just want you to be smaller. I pay them their pooping rent today and tomorrow they go after my girls. No. We get security. I'll make it work, somehow. Baxlan looked at her carefully. There's something wrong with your eyes? They look swollen or something. Wouldn't yours be, she squeaked. I had pooping Harkeen in my shop. Fair enough, Baxlan replied. I know some guys who can handle this. I'll call them. Just hold off on any new loans for a bit. Sheloran hissed. You aren't giving in to the bullies, Baxlan said, you are just taking a reasonable precaution while we get you some backup, okay? Sheloran glared at him for a few moments. Okay, she sighed. No more loans. Good girl, he smiled. Now, try to relax. If they show up again just tell them that you've stopped the loans. Once we get you set up then you can tell them to go to hell. Okay, thanks Baxlon. I'll call you soon, Baxlon said as he hung up. It will be too late. Shelloran blinked and shivered as a sense of foreboding consumed her. No. It's going to be fine. We'll just stop the loans and get some security. Still. Hey, Ploxney, she said as Ploxney came out carrying a mop and bucket. Yes, boss. Ploxney asked with a bright smile gracing her see-through pink face. Why don't you come home with us tonight? Shelloran asked. We can go out to eat and have a sleepover. It will be fun. Oh, I'd love to, boss, Ploxney said, but I just took an appointment for later. You running your own business, Plox? Kraxina asked with mock severity. It's Dave, she squeaked defensively. He's coming in today and he said that he missed me. Ah. Ploxney has a boyfriend. Oh. Kraxina laughed. We'll wait. Shelloran said firmly. But it won't be for hours. Ploxney protested. I don't want to inconvenience you and Dave. He's what? Shelloran asked with a faint hiss. He's going to Pearl night, Ploxney said in a tiny voice. Oh. Busted. Kraxina said poking at Ploxney. It isn't a job, it's a date, she crowed. I was wondering why I wasn't seeing him around much. He's getting it for free. I'm sorry, boss. We'll stop. Don't get mad. I'm not mad, Shelloran replied, calming down. In fact, it makes me feel a lot better knowing you aren't here alone. So it's okay. It's fine. Shelloran replied with a smile. Tell Dave hello for me. With a nervous look back, Shelloran let Kraxina lead her out of the door. Don't leave. Come on, Kraxina said tugging her as she paused. Dave will be here in a minute and he's former army. She'll be fine. Yeah, Shelloran said as she let Kraxina guide her to a waiting cab. It will be fine. On the other side of the Freeport a pudgy Threen sat in a Threen restaurant snarling at the Threen standing in front of him. I've had it with that fucking frog, he snarled. So, she says that we can't compete? Let's show how well we fucking compete. Are you sure, boss? The other Threen fidgeted. I don't think we should. You scared of a fucking plath? No, but it's Shelloran, boss and. Oh, I know all about the drop of oil, the fat Threen sneered. It's bullshit, all of it. She says so herself. She just got lucky with those 2 bounty hunters and shooting a couple of plath ain't nothing to be proud of. She ain't nothing but just another whore who needs a good slap. But, boss. But nothing, he snarled. First she goes after the whores and now she goes after our money? You just going to hand over the Freeport to that whore? Call the boys. We deal with this drop of oil tonight. Supplement, what the poop is going on with the plath? Here's the deal. The plath of today, including Shelloran, have absolutely no idea, but once, very long ago, when the elder races of this galaxy were but grunting savages, the plath were an ancient and powerful race. Their technology was so far advanced that it transcends anything known today. For hundreds of thousands of years, they dominated the galaxy, perhaps not entirely despotically, maybe not even as a colonial power, that hasn't been discussed, but as far as sheer power by any measure, they were on top of the heap. They have even been referred to as one of the firstborn, whatever that means. Then, something went terribly wrong. The exact nature of the event has yet to be discussed in any real detail, but whatever it was, the plath became absolutely certain that it would spell their doom, that everything they were was rapidly approaching the end. Terms like them, the befouler, annoying fate itself, the corrupted one, and the like were used referring to whatever they encountered or did. They obviously fucked up. In discussions between the Great Prophet and the Great Seer, it was mentioned that whatever this was had claimed every race that ran afoul of it. The Great Prophet said the following about it. What happened happens to all who reach that terrible point. Nobody has passed that final horrifying filter. Even the progenitors themselves were broken by it. It seems that there might be yet another great filter ahead of every single civilization currently in existence. The flashbacks, visions, and dreams written so far center around one group of beings far in the plath's history, the generation that either caused the great disaster or were the ones trying to deal with it, and takes place over several years, long enough for the young female witch in the mini-arc to visibly become older. The events of those days. A powerful and influential group, the revisionists led by an individual referred to as the Great Prophet, decided that the best response to the disaster was to completely regress, abandon all technology, and dismantle their entire society, saying that this would stop their progress towards their end, possibly even averting it. It seems that plath society of that day were separated into distinct castes with genetic interlocks in place to keep each one pure. Despite the extreme stance, it seems that the majority of the castes came to agree with him. One caste in particular, the Seers, vehemently opposed this move. A conflict of some sort broke out with the very powerful seer caste whose mastery of genetic manipulation bordered on the magical and who seemingly could actually analyze probability well enough to look forward or backward in time. This escalated to them actually engaging in armed conflict with the rest of the Plath. Despite their power, the conflict turned against them. It isn't clear in what form this war took or if it was a full caste-on-caste war or if it was just elements within a greater caste, but the group called the Sisters were fighting and dying in an increasingly losing fight. As the arc begins, a female Plath, part of a group referred to as witches or seers, using a scrying pool to gaze into all that is while a ship was in hyperspace staring into the timelessness of that reality, looking for some consciousness that she had felt impinging on her mind from time to time. Eventually she finds Shel Oran, who was seemingly reaching backwards in time in a dream state for some reason. This was initially triggered by Shel Oran's obsession with a particularly immersive VR game called Submerged. It seems that the surreal organic landscapes of that world might bear a strangely coincidental resemblance to the world of the ancient Plath, maybe. Whatever the reason, Shel Oran has become gamers' addiction level obsessed with Submerged. She's losing sleep, skipping meals, you know how it is. We all know, don't pretend you don't. And the more she plays it, the more vivid and disturbing her dreams are getting. There are several reasons for this that will be mentioned as we reach them. When she locates Shel Oran, in the far future, she believes that she has found her, someone she believes is proof positive that the revisionists, no matter how successful they appear to be, will ultimately fail, everything they do being undone. Fate cannot be denied after all, only delayed. Armed with this knowledge she goes to work. Years pass, long enough for to appear a little older, and she finally is ready to make her move. After being in seclusion for a long time, she resumes contact with her coven, now in hiding. She addresses them, confirming what is now obvious. The revisionist victory is certain. She advocates surrender, even going as far as to have entered negotiations with the leader of the revisionists, the Great Prophet, on their behalf. When her sisters, especially their ancient leader, the Great Seer, object, saying that everything, including the words of the progenitors, would be lost, she simply replies that it was going to happen no matter what. Concerning their defeat she says, the brightest colors shine with their victory. Anyone who peers knows that, however, the brightest colors aren't the only ones. There are deeper, more subtle hues. Our fate remains unchanged. Murmurings started to spread from hundreds of shadow-filled alcoves in the walls. Yes, they will win, the Plath said. But they drive their vessel upstream. Their strokes are powerful and their vision is keen, so they will succeed. They can win against us and they can prevail against those from the other realm. They cannot, however, defeat the greatest threat of all, time. Yes, they paddle with such furor, but their arms will grow weak, their eyes will grow dim, she smiled to the assembled Plath. And the river never stops. They will not cheat fate. They only cheat time. Who cares if they gain hundreds, thousands, or even millions of years? It matters not. Fate will not be denied. Yes, they have the force of arms. Yes, they have the hearts of the people. We have time itself. Time flattens mountains, drinks oceans. It even ground the progenitors themselves into dust. And this great prophet thinks he can win, he can succeed where even the almighty progenitors failed? Let him try. There is no need to fight, no need to suffer. There is no reason for any more of us to die. Give them their victory. She goes on to state that she has negotiated very favorable terms. If they stop interfering and do not seek to increase their numbers, they can live free and even continue to engage in their rituals and practices for the duration of any of their lives. The Great Seer agrees to these terms, agreeing with the witch, emphasizing the words. The past is immutable, as a result, the future is set. The only thing we have is the present. It is also stated, for the first time, that the Great Prophet is selecting and preparing a single planet on which the Plath will sequester themselves and allow themselves to regress. Both the witch and the Great Seer agree that if this must happen they should use their skills, presumably their mastery of genetics, to ensure that it is done properly. After the meeting, the witch meets privately with the Great Seer to reveal the real reason why she advocated peace. She reveals what she had actually been working on for all those years. Revenge. To the Great Seer's horror, she reveals that she has a way for them to ultimately win, to be able to take their revenge on all parties, the revisionists, their supporters, and even the befouler. She then opens her hand to reveal a single, solitary seed. What transpires next isn't clear, but it seems that the Great Seer agreed to her plan and even supported it for a while. At this point many years pass in the past before the next echoes. The Seers not only surrender but have actively supported the revisionists and are in the process of making what will be the Plath homeworld not just a prison, but a true paradise, creating a genetically engineered miracle of a complete ecosystem where the Plath will have everything they need, produced by native plants. The next echo centers on the Great Prophet and the Great Seer, once bitter enemies, now close, very close, allies meet as the now truly ancient Great Seer reveals the sisters' latest masterpiece, a tree that produces berries containing a single cure-all for cancer. It seems that the Great Seer, and the rest of her coven have come to truly embrace the vision of the revisionists, and unity has been fully restored among the Plath. It seems that the seers may still believe that the revisionists are wrong but have another reason as shown in the following passage. Forgive me, the great prophet said. But I can't help but notice that you haven't called me a fool in quite some time. That is because I may have reconsidered things, the great seer said with a gentle smile. We have become wise, filled with the knowledge of all that is. We have become powerful, being able to say that we stand foremost among the firstborn. But this. She took a deep breath of pure, clean air and looked out over the countryside. With this we can claim that rarest of all treasures. We can seize what even the progenitors themselves failed to grasp. And that is? The great prophet asked. The great seer lifted her secret eyelid and turned to the great prophet, her eyes shimmering with 1,000 colors. We can become happy, she sighed. I have peered deep into reality itself. I have bent all that is to my will. I have chambers filled with treasures and delights of 1,000 worlds. I have tasted vices and pleasures that shouldn't even be discussed, especially with you, she laughed. But I have never been as happy, as filled with contentment and joy, as I have been these past few years. Working the soil, feeling it under my bare feet, watching my plants grow and thrive in the soil, as part of a living breathing world. This is what we should have been doing all along. Everything we have done, everything we have achieved. It was just wasted time. I know that now. We all do. She knelt and kissed the great prophet's hand. Thank you. Thank you so much. You aren't leading us to ruin. You have shown us the path to joy. It is then clear that full reconciliation between the two groups has been achieved. There is only one dissident. The original Plath from the first dream, the witch, now called the heretic, is still devoted to her revenge, which the great seer now vehemently opposes. She says. I should have struck her down when she showed me that accursed seed, but I was weak, foolish, seduced with her poisoned whispers. Whatever this revenge will be causes the great seer to fear for the Plath's future, believing that whatever the heretic is planning is a very real threat. She then surprises the great prophet by saying that she not only feared for their future, she feared for their daughter. It seems that the great prophet and the great seer had become quite close indeed. Using her mastery of life itself, the great seer had breathed one final breath of life into her old bones and made it so she could once again bear a child. She also reveals that she and her caste had finally cracked the genetic interlocks that kept the Plath's castes pure, allowing them to once again interbreed, something that they had long wanted. She called it the last barrier to our true freedom. With that barrier removed, the Plath bloodlines could mingle and once again return to a homogeneous baseline. They could return to what they once were. Upon hearing this, the great prophet was overjoyed, and not just because his love bore him a child. He said, I'm just an old member of the warrior caste, the great prophet said as he held his love in his arms. I can't peer into pools. I can't bend fate or weave genes, but I don't need any of that to see the future, our future. We will be just fine, all of us, for now and for all time. How can you be so sure? The great seer asked. You might think you know fate, he smiled. But I do know war, which this is, a very strange war, to be sure, but it's war. We are beset on all sides. On one front we have them and the befouler. On the other we have the witch and her cult. We don't peer into pools, our knowledge of the colors is one of instinct, inscribed into our bloodline. I don't believe the war to be won. I know it. He threw his head back and let out an impossibly beautiful war song. Our daughter, he sang. Our daughter will cut them all down. You use a sword to cut down a swordsman. You use a starship to destroy a starship, and, you use a blasphemy to strike down a blasphemer. You use a monster to consume a monster. He grabbed the great seer and started to dance with an impossibly fluid grace. Do you realize what you've done? The great seer didn't truly understand but was happy for him. The next echo focused on the heretic. Around this same time she, actively hunted by the seers who now wanted her dead, she had fled to the fringes of civilized space, looking for a species that would stand the test of time. Using the colors, their way of scrying, she found the Toll, a delightfully lusty and barbaric people. They were thrilled to bits that one of the firstborns showed up, and a Toll king, the Fat King, threw a massive feast and celebration that lasted days. The heretic was suspicious at first, but after closer look and getting to know the Fat King better, she decided that he would do quite nicely for her plans. At the end of this echo, the last one thus far, she places a ripe fruit on the grill, mystifying the nearby Toll. She then briefly describes caramelizing sugar to enhance flavor, impressing a nearby servant. Really? The servant asked. I never thought of that. It's one of many things I will teach you, the Plath smiled. It seems that she intends to help them, but her idea of help might now be even more twisted by hate than Patricia Who's. All of this transpired very, very long ago. Current Plath have absolutely no idea that any of this happened. All that remains of those days is a mythical great prophet who forms the center of their rather strict and mildly repressive, but in a very nice way, religion and a truly impressive 32-volume Bible. It contains more text than the old Encyclopedia Britannica and still serves as the single guiding light and primary resource for the Plath people. It isn't just a Bible as many of us would think of one. It is a comprehensive guide to horticulture, herbalism, with complete recipes, agriculture, complete with tables predicting cyclic climatic shifts that will be good for millions of years, construction and engineering using native materials, conservation, ecological practices. Everything. Every single thing a society needs to maintain a pre-industrial pastoral life is in there. The Plath lived a perfectly stagnant, utterly peaceful life stuck right where the great prophet, and the rest, left them who knows how long ago until first contact with the Federation. In a shocking surprise, the Bible discusses what to do when this happens along with tips, tricks, and strategies in dealing with them and how to keep their culture stable and safe. Go figure. It's a miracle. The great prophet was clearly a messenger from the Creator. As far as the fact that the cure for cancer literally grows on a tree along with thousands of other such miracles go, the Plath never bothered to question it other than they were blessed by the creators and give credit to most of it to the great prophet, his wife, the gardener, and a host of other saints that figured out how to use all of these wonderful cures so very long ago. If you ask one of them, they believe that just about any planet has to have plants every bit as good as theirs. If you look, there is usually a dark age or some tragic loss of knowledge in a planet's history. Maybe, oh by the great prophet. Maybe they lost their Bible? Creators. That would be horrible. Whatever would one do if the Bible was lost? Oh, that's making me feel funny. I know. A soothing cup of dream needle tea. That will make me feel better. The average Plath is just as happy as can be and as snug as a bug in a rug. They don't really trouble themselves pondering too much about stuff like that. The fact that Matron Gabashorn's dawn tubers are fully twice the size of theirs at this point in the growing season? Now that is something to worry about. She is not going to win again this year. I swear to poop. However, things have sort of gone a little screwy of late for the Plath. It's all those nasty humans' fault. The Terrans are the worst. The Federation War shook the Plath, hard. I mean, the Terrans used weapons that contaminated vast swaths land, ruining crops, threatening the very world. A gigaton-yield salted nuke is ugly, and they were used. It made the Plath afraid. Truly afraid for the life of their entire people, their world. Their world was in danger. An alarm clock went off. And the Plath have been desperately mashing snooze ever since. Massive doses of certain medicinal herbs are being actively cultivated in an emergency measure because they were being overforaged. It's okay. It's in the Bible. It's best to let them grow naturally, but, if you absolutely need to, you can prepare growing beds using the following method. What is really distressing is a very dangerous and unhealthy Terran fascination that is happening among some of the Plath that were young during the Federation War. They are fixated on all things Terran. They simply have to know everything about them. These disturbed individuals are especially drawn to Terran games, horribly violent ones. I mean, these things are sick. They just play them over and over, especially military ones. They study the Terrans like they should be studying the Bible. It's just wrong. Then that horrible fiend introduced that game, you know, Federation Fun Time, the combat simulator based on actual Terran training software that you can use to actually engage very realistic Terran units. With an AI so good that you could actually learn something about fighting them. That horrible game. God, I hope they catch that befouler. These damaged Plath don't hate the Terrans. They just feel the intrinsic need to get to know them really well. The need to know Terran culture, art, music, literature. Anything that helps them understand how a Terran thinks. Gentle Plath society is at a loss and is trying to help these Plath, but it seems that some of them might be incurable. Most do seem to be reachable though, and things are starting to settle down. Or they would if they could just find out where those detestable games are coming from. Things are slowly starting to return to normal. Most of these Terran-stained Plath are, with care and treatment, able to return to relatively normal life. Others that seemed utterly beyond saving just stopped being weird, thank the great prophet. The prayers of their friends and families must have been heard. Or maybe their curiosity was satisfied and they could finally go back to sleep, who knows. Unfortunately, there are still more, lurking out there, still watching those horrible movies and playing those terrible games. What is going on with Shell Oron? Who knows for sure? There are several things that can be definitely known as true. The Plath are used to having access to thousands and thousands of wonder drugs that just pop up out of the ground, possibly for long enough that they have evolved, or devolved, a little. Shell Oron has been away from ready access to many things that she took for granted, some of which she has clearly stated that she desperately wants. There could even be compounds in their staple crops that help them. That has yet to be confirmed or refuted. It's been more than long enough for any of these compounds to fully leave her system. Several of them are expressly to help with strange dreams, recurrent disturbing thoughts, throbbing or pain around the edges of the eyes, specifically those exact symptoms. Any of these herbs could be a convenient off switch for what is going on. Conversely, she could be experiencing malnutrition of a sort, and without certain necessary compounds she could be facing increasingly serious symptoms. Which would make a grim sort of sense. Heretics are really dangerous. A built-in kill switch wouldn't be the worst thing now, would it? Another possible mundane explanation is that when she was in jail, not that terribly long ago, she was given a vial of Malporixlor extract. In the dream the witch, who was adept in its use, placed 2 drops on her tongue and then made the decision to add 1 more and considered it a risk. The Terrans dumped a whole test tube of it down her gullet. That might be a little problem. Especially since her entire nervous system had been disrupted about as much as it could be. And then she was dosed with a truly excessive amount of something that unlocks and opens things, intending it to reset her brain and help things reconnect. And there are no inhibiting herbs available. Probably nothing to worry about. There is one other potential bit of oddness floating around Shell-Oran. The great prophet proclaimed that his daughter, the mother being the great seer, would protect them. His actual daughter is, of course, lost to history. It has also been briefly mentioned, but an unofficial but pervasive legend among the rather repressively religious Plath is that as some sort of ancient pact the Befouler was given 1 Plath in each generation in exchange for the rest of them. More secular Plath say that this is a simply myth to explain the occasional monstrous act that one Plath or another commits. The Plath are extremely orderly and docile, so any aberration is both extremely rare and horribly traumatic. They aren't like us. A killing makes planetary news. It's a global event. It just doesn't happen. Shell-Oran has, of course, been dubbed this generation's child of the Befouler and has been conveniently blamed for both a horribly senseless crime and the horrible threat that exposure to Terran culture, games, facing the Plath represents. She is also commonly called the drop of oil, alluding to the fact that only a small portion of oil can befoul an entire body of water. It's all her fault. It's easier for them that way. In fact, Shell-Oran being the child of the Befouler is being shortened to just the Befouler, both in the pop culture of the planet and in Shell-Oran's own mind. The secular Plath are probably right. It's all just a convenient myth to explain away the occasional hiccup that happens among the Plath and means absolutely nothing. Shell-Oran stumbles the end of the word crap PT1. Ma'am. Harville Smythe exclaimed anxiously as he answered his communicator. The face on the display was the absolute last person he wanted to face again. Mr. Smythe, Gloria said in a cool, emotionless voice. How is your yacht? Harville asked, filled with dread. It was perfect, right? Oh God, please let have been perfect. What you made for me isn't a ship, Mr. Smythe, Gloria said, her face perfectly expressionless save for her eyes which began to smolder. Oh God. It is, Gloria sighed softly, it is so much more. You've ruined me, Mr. Smythe. I don't want to fly anything else ever again. I'm glad you are pleased with my work, he said with relief. It is going to bring me so much joy, she said as a faint smile played briefly across her lips. Harville shuddered. He thought her dead eyes, or her angry ones, were bad. They were nothing compared to happy. I wish you luck in sharing your happiness, ma'am. Gloria chuckled briefly. Why thank you, Mr. Smythe. So, what can I do for you, he asked. I am truly sorry, but I am afraid I am going to have to ask you to tamper with perfection, Gloria said with the faintest trace of irritation. I need a modification, urgently. Harville opened the image file that he received. Hey, he said in surprise. A passenger pod? Why would you even want? Damn. That would work. But. Problem. It's just that your optional equipment package wasn't designed to be modular, he said as he started dissecting his creation in his mind. You insisted. And now I'm insisting on something else, Gloria chuckled. I'm an asshole, but this asshole needs that modification and she needs it now. Can you do it? Who do you think you are talking to? Of course I can, Harville replied. When can you get here? Open the doors, Gloria replied with a faint smile. I'm fine, boss. Ploxney said into her bright green phone with just a touch less good-natured cheer than normal. Just like I was half an hour ago, and the 15 minutes before that, and they. And Dave isn't there? Shell-Oran asked as she nervously sipped a cup of tea, with just a little bourbon in it. Sigh, he isn't supposed to get here until 10, Ploxney replied just a teeny bit annoyed. Okay, Shell-Oran squeaked. Just promise you will call me when he gets there, okay? I will. I promise. Okay. Bye. If you need anything. Bye, boss, Ploxney sighed as she hung up. What was up with that woman? Ploxney thought as she wiggled her top half in a shrug. Her phone started to beep. It was the timer. Time to check the oven. She giggled as she rushed off. Dave was going to be so surprised. A shabby electric bus squeaked to a halt at a rundown shelter. The doors opened and a motley assortment of Xenos ambled out. Yerbit stepped exited the bus clutching a small canvas bag full of groceries. She looked into the bag and smiled. It had been a little while since she had fresh produce. She was going to do a stir-fry, Terran style. Her son loved those. Then, a lovely soup with the trimmings and bits. It was going to be so nice. She knew that she shouldn't have splurged. She hadn't actually sold anything, after all. Sheloran, creators bless her, tried to explain. It was something about Republic labor laws or something, but she had been assured it was going to be okay. They just had to take care of some legal stuff. She just couldn't help it. Those tomatoes were just too pretty. It would all be just fine. Sheloran said so. Humming happily to herself, she turned the corner next to her apartment building. She stopped humming. Leaning against a van were two Threen. Well, hello, Yerbit, the biggest of them growled. Hi, Rogue, she stammered as she tried to hurry past. Where, do you think you're going? Rogue sneered as his partner moved to block her path. She looked over at a passing acquaintance with terrified eyes. They just ducked their head and hurried past. I paid you, she said helplessly. Yeah, and then you went and told everyone how you did it, didn't ye? Rogue hissed as they closed in around her. You like being that frog's little messenger girl? Well, we got a message for her. Yerbit screamed as they grabbed her and threw her into the van. As Dave's beat-up e-car auto navigated along the interstate, he smiled to himself. Ploxney. He pulled a bag up from the floorboard and looked inside. Onions, but not just any onions. Organic miniatures, hand-grown, shipped in straight from Japan. Ploxney loved onions and these were supposedly the best. For what they cost they fucking better be. He couldn't tell the difference, but Ploxney? She was an onion connoisseur. He looked down at his new shirt. He had lost 5 whole pounds, not that you could really tell, but it was still a tiny little victory. Ploxney didn't care. She liked his fun shape. It mattered to him though. After the war he had just given up on life, family, career, everything. And, after a while, everyone had given up on him. That all changed when he stumbled into a strange coffee shop he had heard about in one of the darker corners of the internet, a place where you could meet the love of your life, a strange little pink what's-it. He knew he shouldn't have let himself fall for a whore, and a Xeno one at that, but goddammit, he was happy. Yeah, it sounded pathetic, but the happiest, proudest moment of his life wasn't when they hung that bronze star around his neck. It was when a little Xeno whore didn't want his money anymore. She just wanted him to stay with her, let her fall asleep in his arms. He smiled as the car exited the interstate and rolled into the Freeport. It wouldn't be long now. Wait. An all too familiar light flickered ahead. Flames? His gut tightened. He hated fire. He even couldn't stand a lit candle anymore. Ever since the war, ever since Yul 4. It was okay. It was just a fire. Fires happen, even now. He took a deep breath. This wasn't Yul 4. It wasn't. It was over. The fire department would. Oh, no. He knew what was burning. The onions tumbled from his lap as he switched the car to manual and floored it. Dave's car slid to a screeching halt in the drop of oil's parking lot. The whole place was in flames. Plox, he yelled. Ploxney. He ran towards the front. The entire lobby was completely engulfed in flames with thick black smoke belching out of the shattered windows. He smelled burning oil. This wasn't an accident. Ploxney, he screamed. There was no way he could get in through the front. It was a solid wall of flame. He sprinted around the side of the building, heading for the back. As he ran he heard a weak squeak, followed by a thump and an inhuman laugh. Throw her back in, something chuckled. Don't you want to have some fun first? Something else asked. No time. We gotta get outta. Dave tore around the corner. Lying there, motionless, was Ploxney, his little Ploxney. He looked at the 3 Threen surrounding her. They looked at him and sneered, all of them reaching for something. He roared and charged. Click, click click click, click click. Kraxina looked over at Sheloran, sitting there with that damned VR head thingy covering her face, just clicking away. She just sighed. At least she got her to stop climbing the walls. She didn't even want to play her stupid game. Kraxina had to almost put the head thingy on her herself. Fortunately once she started playing she settled on down. Sheloran's phone rang. I got it. Kraxina yelled. It's almost 10. Kraxina thought happily as she noticed the time. Dave must have gotten there. Maybe now Sheloran will actually relax. Hello, she said in a happy voice as she answered. Kraxina and Sheloran burst into the ICU in a blind panic. Kraxina looked expectantly at Sheloran but she was just standing there silently making those fucking weird hissing noises. Not knowing exactly what to do, Kraxina looked about helplessly. There was a human male in a white jumpsuit sitting behind a desk. Kraxina ran over. Good, even the human started to say. Ploxny. Kraxina shouted. Where is she? Is she going to Tobiak? Ploxny, the human asked. Oh yes. The pink. That's her. Kraxina shouted, almost climbing up on the desk. All I can say is that she is being treated here at this facility, the human replied. Can you help us get in touch with her next of kin? We are them. Kraxina yelled as Sheloran, clutching her tightly closed eyes, wandered up. I'm sorry, ma'am, but Republic law prohibits us from discussing. We are all she has, Sheloran said quietly with an ominous hiss. You will take us to her, now. Now. The nurse looked at Sheloran nervously. The little fox weasel was just upset, but that frog thing was giving off Terran vibes. That little thing was about to go Yellowstone. Look, he said in his talk down the Terran family before they start shooting voice. There are laws. Flush your pathetic laws, Sheloran hissed as she slowly opened her eyes. Jesus, the nurse muttered as things started to squirm around under the skin surrounding them. He calmly slid his hand under the desk, feeling for the little button that would silence summon the hospital's crisis intervention team, a squad that every Terran hospital had on staff. Terrans sometimes don't take bad news very well. Sheloran recognized the move. She had done it herself once. She hissed. You don't want to do that, poophead. Wait. Kraxina exclaimed. The union. The nurse stopped just before he pressed the switch. If there was a labor union involved. Union, he asked. Call them. Kraxina squeaked. I'm her manager and Sheloran here is her procurer. Kraxina turned to Sheloran. Show him. Kraxina squealed. Show him your card. Sheloran hissed and tossed her union identification on the desk. Oh, okay, the nurse replied. She didn't have any ID on her when she showed up and the human with her wasn't able to say much. Dave. Kraxina yelped. What happened to Dave? All I can say is. Grak. Kraxina shrieked. The nurse smiled a little. He saved her life, he said. 3 against 1 and they still lost. That isn't covered by any medical privacy laws. He even managed to call it in. Good thing too. He was the only one who reported it. A building explodes and nobody sees it. Harkeen, Sheloran spat. Harkeen. Sheloran hissed angrily. Threen Mafia. Kraxina replied. But screw that. What about Ploxny? Ploxny, no last name. Registered member of Sex Workers Guild, the nurse said as he read the screen. Emergency points of contact, Kraxina Fluffbottom and Sheloran, no last name. The nurse sighed in relief. One crisis averted. Whatever that frog thing is definitely going to do isn't going to start in his ward. Let me call the xenologist, he said as he reached for a communicator. I'll be straight with you, an old Kaelsha said as Kraxina and Sheloran stared at Ploxny's unconscious body lying inside a clear polymer bubble. It isn't good. Oh, Kraxina squealed as she pressed her face against the clear membrane. Plongzi was lying naked, covered only with some sort of clear gel. Kraxina looked away, her eyes blinded by tears. Oh, she was burned so bad. Her race isn't terribly advanced and as a new subject of the Empire they haven't had time to develop their medical science, the Kaelsha said gravely. We have literally nothing to work with aside from some herbs, most of which are completely ineffective, and a few mineral-based compounds, half of which are actually toxic. Their herbs don't work? Sheloran asked in surprise, momentarily snapping back into reality. They aren't the Plath, the Kaelsha said sadly. Their botanical pharmacopoeia is worlds away from what you are used to. It's universes away. Most planets are, actually. You know about me. I was involved in your prison incident, the Kaelsha replied. Most xenologists in the city were. If you have time later I would love to ask you some. Later, Sheloran replied icily, what about Ploxny? As I said, it's not good. The burns are serious and extensive, but the real problem is tissue oxygenation. Her species' unique physiology isn't terribly efficient when it comes to breathing. They rely on gas exchange through their skin for as much as anything else, and both her crude lungs and her skin have both been badly damaged. We have slowed down her vitals as much as we could, and we have shoved her in this stone-aged contraption, an oxygen tent, and increased the ambient oxygen levels as high as we can, as well as have exactly recreated her native environment, but even so. The old Kaelsha just looked at her tablet and sighed. I just don't know, she said sadly. I'm sorry, but all we can do is wait. Whatever, Sheloran said as she closed her eyes. Whatever it takes, whatever it costs. Cost is one thing you don't have to concern yourself with, the Kaelsha said as she gently placed a tendril on Sheloran's shoulder. We take care of people here in the Republic, even Xeno. The words froze in her voice tube as Sheloran whirled and glared at her. You take care of people. Sheloran squeak hissed. How dare you? The old doctor backed away in fear as Sheloran advanced, shaking with rage. We take care of people here in the Republic, even Xenos, Sheloran said in a mocking sardonic voice as the skin around her eyes started to ripple as she backed the doctor against the wall. Kraxina threw herself in between them and started to push Sheloran away. Come on, Shell, Kraxi said urgently. She's trying to help. Do you have any idea what I fucking see on a daily basis? Sheloran screamed. I have people coming in day after day after day begging for me to let them suck dick just so they maybe can be able to keep a shitty apartment over their child's head. And you want to know the really horrible thing? The ones that suck dick for me are the lucky ones. Do you think I want to run a whorehouse? Do you? Do you? Shell, please, Kraxina purred, actively holding Sheloran back. The old doctor just stood there in shock. I just wanted to sell games, Sheloran wailed, and coffee. That's it. That's all I wanted to do. But my people needed more. So I tried to provide for them, protect them. Give them a safe place to sell their bodies. That's now well your precious Republic has cared for them, you stupid woman. A lot of my people don't even want to do it. They don't. They sell their bodies because it's the only thing they have left to sell. Shell, Kraxina yelped anxiously. Man. It's not that bad. I mean, it couldn't, right? That can't be right. It can't be. They pretend to smile and laugh, Sheloran wailed, but I can hear the music of their despair. I can see the colors of their tears. It hurts. It hurts so bad, but I do it. I take their money and I let it all happen right in front of me because they need me. Because if I don't, something horrible will happen to a lot of them. So I became a pimp. A plath pimp. Great prophet, forgive me. Sheloran started to weep. As she sagged into her arms, Kraxina felt sick. Sheloran, I'm so sorry, she squealed. I didn't know. It's all my fault. Sheloran grabbed her. No, she said forcefully. It's not your fault. It never was. None of this is your fault. Never say that. But I made all of this happen. She squealed. I hurt you so bad and I didn't even know it. If I hadn't made you let me use your place, none of this would have happened. And I was the one who brought. Oh creators. I was the one who drug Ploxny into. Kraxina started to squeal. I killed Ploxny. Kraxina wailed. Sheloran just laughed sadly through her tears. Do you have any idea what would have happened to Ploxny if you hadn't brought her to me? Sheloran asked. She would have been brutally raped and killed within days. You didn't make me take her in. In fact, there was no way in all that is that I would have let her leave. I understand that now. There is no avoiding it. Sheloran, you aren't making any sense, Kraxina said anxiously. Oh creators, I've finally pushed her over the edge. It's all my fault. Stop saying that it's your fault. Sheloran exclaimed as she shook her. I didn't, Kraxina mumbled in shock. Well, you were about to. Sheloran snapped. You weren't safe and you needed me. If I hadn't taken you home with me that day. Oh Kraxi, Sheloran sobbed as her eyes glazed over. It was horrible. I couldn't let that happen to anyone, especially you. It's their fault, that. Threen and his sick friends. What they did to you, and I just abandoned you on that bench, one of the only people who had been really nice to me since I got here, just because you were a dirty whore and I didn't want to catch cooties. I'm so sorry, she sobbed. I could have stopped it. They didn't do anything. Kraxina replied. You stopped them, got me out of there. If only I had saved you, Sheloran wailed, looking at her with wild eyes. Then maybe I wouldn't have. Oh, I did some bad things, Kraxi. Sheloran. Kraxina shouted, shaking her. You're talking crazy, she screamed as panic started to grip her. Nothing happened. Right? No. She didn't die. She was right here. Then why was she more terrified than she had ever been in her entire life? Sheloran. Kraxina screamed as she instinctively nipped Sheloran's hand. Ow. Sheloran squeaked as something came crashing down around her. Why did you do that? Because you wouldn't stop shaking me. Kraxina yelped, and you were really scaring me. Was I? Sheloran asked with a confused tone. Miss Sheloran, the doctor said gently, you seem to be experiencing a great deal of distress, a perfectly reasonable reaction considering the circumstances. We have enough data that I could prescribe something that would help you relax if. I'm fine. Sheloran hissed. Poor Sheloran is distressed, she needs more pooping tea. Why can't you settle down, Sheloran? Here, eat these nasty berries. They will fix you, she snapped. You got into a fight at school again? Did you eat your special breakfast this morning? I don't care if he pushed you. He needed a splint. I guess it's time to go see old matron Jarana again. It was only a suggest the doctor started to say, but Sheloran really wasn't listening. Why can't you be like the other little girls? Don't you want to have a boyfriend someday? Sheloran ranted. Do you think I want to be this way? Do you think I like being different? I didn't ask to be born this way, to be pooping designed this way. I just wanted it to work in a bank. I just wanted a boyfriend. I didn't want any of this. I don't want any of this. Sheloran sobbed. I just want to go home. Sheloran wailed as Kraxina desperately hugged her. I just want to go home. Sheloran just collapsed into Kraxina's arms, completely broken. Kraxina just sat there holding Sheloran. Cuddles always helped, right? It's okay, Kraxina said soothingly. You don't have to do this anymore, okay? I can't, Sheloran moaned weakly. My people need. Your people will be just fine, Kraxina purred. We're tough. We'll figure something out. First thing tomorrow we'll call the union and. The Kaelsha xenobiologist walked up. How are you doing? She asked Sheloran with just a bit too much concern. Sheloran wiped her eyes. It was just tears, refreshingly normal tears. Her eyes hadn't throbbed anymore since she lost. Yet, she lost. It was over. She just wasn't strong enough. She was a fool to think that she could have been otherwise. Schoolyard bullies are one thing, the Harkeen are another. She had made a terrible mistake and had learned her lesson. She would never cross them, or anyone like them, ever again. It just wasn't worth it. Nothing was worth this. Well, I have some good news. I think. Kraxina and Sheloran looked up hopefully. They are confusing little things, but if I'm reading this right, it looks like Ploxny's blood oxygen levels are stable. Horribly low, but stable. That's good, right? Kraxina asked. Well, it's not bad, and right now, I'll take it, the old Kaelsha smiled. Now we just keep pumping the O2 in and give her a chance to heal. What about Dave? Oh, he'll live, the doctor replied with a wiggle of her eye stalks. His unhealthy lifestyle actually wound up saving his life. There was just too much of him to cut, or blast, through. Thank the great prophet. Sheloran sighed. In fact, you will probably see him soon, the Kaelsha laughed. They have had to sedate him twice already, and it took a small army to do it each time. It seems that he is not entirely made of blubber. We should go see him. Kraxina exclaimed, starting to get up. Take your time. We made sure to put him down with that last dose. He'll probably be out till morning. Deep in the lost reaches of time, the heretic slumped in front of a shimmering pool, completely spent. That was close. The instrument of her revenge, the seed-bearer, almost wasted itself over a filthy rabble of barely sapient animals. You do not want this. It is not worth it, she whispered once more into the pool, focusing all of her strength one last time. Still, all was not quite right with the colors. Something had changed. The seed-bearer was strong, as well she should be. But it was almost too much of a good thing. She fought each whirl, each shimmer. Each time the heretic tried to make an adjustment, she would try to adjust right back, causing chaotic eddies with each fresh layer. It mattered not. The past was fixed, therefore the future was set. Well, almost set. Her tool fought like a cornered fanged Tolbany. Why did it struggle so? How could it struggle so? Each time she made an adjustment, her tool became smarter, more adept at undoing everything. From where did it get its skill? All of the sacred writings should be lost at that point. No matter how powerful that lost seer is, it should be able to do nothing without the guiding light of the ancient texts. Which it doesn't have, yet. Not yet. In the end it would not matter. Her present was the seed-bearer's past. The past determines the future. This is a fundamental natural law. Without that sacred needle holding the fabric of space and time in place, all would descend into chaos. It would truly be the end of all that is. Nothing escapes its fate, not even the progenitors themselves. So let the little thing fight. The outcome is already decided. It was a little sad though. She had come to like this ghost. For her designs to be made manifest, her little seed-bearer's fate would not be a pleasant one, a necessary sacrifice for the greater good. The seed-bearer wasn't the only one who had to make sacrifices. This cost her as well, decades of exile among nearly mindless savages without even the art to sustain her. Using the pool was now so terribly risky, so fraught with peril, that she only allowed herself its use for this one project and this one project alone. At least her struggles with her seed-bearer provided some entertainment. A ray of sunlight passed through a small crystal lens, illuminating a tiny plant. A slender flower opened its blossom, emitting a gentle fragrance. It was precisely somewhat past midday. Speaking of sacrifices, it was time to leave the tower that the Toll had built for her and proceed to the lecture hall. Who would have thought that those clothing-averse savages would find Squayule more fun than anything? She just wished they would stop throwing the writing desks at each other. Shelloran loses her temper just a little bit. End of the Weird Crap Part 2. Thank you, Shelloran, Dave said as they rolled his bed into Ploxny's room. Medical care was free in the Republic. Anyone could receive treatment free of cost, especially in emergency situations. It didn't cost a single credit. However, it did turn out that there were luxuries and options that a few thousand credits could obtain. Luxury accommodations were one of these. Since Dave was stable, having his bed moved into Ploxny's room was a relatively simple affair. It's the least I can do, Shelloran said, trying to smile. She tried to fight the fire, Dave said. She wanted you to know that. She tried. Shelloran looked over at Ploxny's terribly burned body, fighting back tears. Why, she squeaked in a little voice. She should have just ran. It was just a building. Maybe to you, Dave said. But to her it was home, the first one she ever really had. Home. Shelloran twitched. She loved that place, you know. Dave said sadly. I did too, Shelloran replied in a small sad voice. The drop of oil is gone. Shelloran realized. She had been so worried about Ploxny that she hadn't even bothered thinking about it before now. The place that she had invested so much of herself all this time, gone. Her business, her livelihood, destroyed. Her fields ruined. Shelloran didn't even notice, but deep within her brain a tiny gland, a shriveled vestigial relic now only a tiny clump of cells, received a single tiny little neural impulse. How were her people going to feed themselves now? At the base of her spine, two tiny little lobes started to swell, just a little bit, then stopped. No. They weren't her people anymore. There were plenty of places that they could find work. They will be just fine. She could stop. She could end this madness before anyone else gets hurt. And the Harkeen, and a dozen others just like them would take over the Freeport once more. Blood started to flow into that tiny little gland in her brain. Shelloran? Dave asked. What? Shelloran replied with a start. Sorry, I must have drifted off there. What did you say? I was just saying how much she loves you guys, Dave said. Well, we love her too, Shelloran squeaked helplessly as she looked at Ploxny. Don't worry, Dave. Even though I'm out of business I'll always take care of Ploxny, somehow. You're quitting. I can't do this anymore, Shelloran squeaked miserably. Ploxny almost died. If you hadn't been there, she... No, Shelloran said with a regretful little sigh. I won't let anyone else get hurt because of me. The best move is to just quit. But the girls... There are other brothels, Shelloran said, cutting him off. But they aren't home, Dave said wistfully. Stop calling it that. Shelloran squealed. It wasn't a home. It was to Ploxny, Dave said sadly. For a lot of other people too. Dave's eyes misted over. It was home for me. Tears started flowing down Shelloran's cheeks as images of everyone smiling and laughing, even the ones who weren't happy with things, with what they had to do. She had made it better, at least a little bit. It was home. It was your people's home. A tiny insignificant gland in Shelloran's brain started to leak out the barest trickle of something. She started to feel, not angry, not exactly. It was something else, quieter, but much stronger. Shelloran. Kraxina said in a strangled voice as she walked into the room. Clutching Kraxina's hand, was a trembling young Garthra. Yerbit. Shelloran gasped as she stood in front of her bed. Yerbit had been savagely beaten. And raped. Repeatedly. Credit where credit was due. The Harkeen stopped just short of doing anything that would immediately threaten her life. They wanted her to live. Shelloran just stood there in horror. They told me, her young son said, they told me that this was cause of you. They said that you made them have to do this. Shelloran just reached out and took Yerbit's hand. Yerbit turned to look at her, her eye almost swollen shut. Yerbit said in a quiet sad little voice. I really wish I could have made those dresses, Miss Shelloran. I'm so sorry, Shelloran said fighting back yet more tears. I should have never gotten you involved. No, it's my fault, Yerbit said in a meek, utterly defeated voice. I should have just done what I was supposed to and not caused any trouble. It would have been nice though, making dresses. Shelloran squeezed her eyes tight as they started to squirm. My people defeated, victimized, all is lost. Nutrients flooded into that tiny gland. The parched, starving cells started gorging themselves. And dividing. Shelloran stiffened as an image of Yerbit, with dingy matted fur, curled up in the corner of a darkened room filled her consciousness. The door opened and, with a disgusting chuckle, something walked in. Yerbit numbly stood up and started taking off her stained dress. The vision shifted. Not that much later, she knew it wasn't that much longer, and Yerbit was lying on the floor looking at the dimly glowing image of her son. She missed him so much. She opened a little bottle and poured all of the pills into her little paw. She swallowed them and with a tired little sigh, she curled up on the floor. Dreaming of dresses, her suffering finally ended. Shalloran gasped and staggered back, quickly letting go of Yerbit's hand. It's going to happen, and not just to her. Nobody will save them. She suddenly realized that nobody did union registration drives in the Freeport except for her. Nobody. Nobody went where she went. Nobody registered who she registered. And too many of the people she sent to other brothels came back. She hadn't really noticed before. She hadn't wanted to. Why were so many of them coming back? It was for the same reason they weren't recruited in the first place. They were weird-looking little Xenos, and Federation ones at that. Nobody wanted their classy brothel turned into a petting zoo for freaks. She could see the ugly colors of her sisters in the Union sneers at her people. She could hear the dissonant tones of their whispers, their mutterings. Her people wouldn't be safe. There would be nowhere for them to go. And then, when they resorted to what they would have to do in order to survive, the Union would have an excuse to turn their backs on them. Craxi. Shalloran gasped as a terrible vision filled her mind. Craxina, laying dead in the street, with a Union registration tablet on the ground next to her. She wouldn't give up, would she? She would keep trying. Oh creators! The gland in her brain started to swell as it started releasing an ever-increasing cocktail of hormones and neurotransmitters. The Freeport, your home, will fall. Your people will fall. Her breath started coming out in shuddering gasps. It felt like she was burning. You have to get out of here, Yerbit said weakly. They said that you're next. They are coming for you. Who will protect them then? Who will protect your people? Shalloran's legs gave out and Craxina rushed to catch her. Craxina gasped. Shalloran was burning up. Eig. Shalloran cried as she clutched at her eyes. Shalloran. Craxina asked anxiously. Are you? A quiet little squish could be heard as dozens of little ducks around the edges of Shalloran's eyes finally tore open and a thick greasy, waxy substance forced its way under her eyelids. The strange grease melted instantly coating the entire surface of each of her eyes. It burned. Shalloran screamed. It felt like her eyes were melting. Your people need you. Now. Shalloran. Craxina screamed as her best friend writhed on the floor. Shalloran screamed and then fell silent and motionless. Help! Craxina screamed. Somebody help! Hiss! Oh no, Craxina thought as she backed away. It's happening again. She wasn't sure exactly what it was. All she knew was that it scared the hell out of her. Suddenly, Shalloran's limp body was pulled onto its feet, almost as if suspended by strings. A horrible tearing sound came from behind Shalloran's closed eyelids. Shalloran's eyes opened. Craxina screamed. Karen was doing her rounds when she suddenly heard some Xeno cry for help. She dropped what she was doing and started to rush towards the disturbance, along with a dozen other nurses and assorted staff. There was another scream, a horrifying one. What happened next was something that she would remember for the rest of her life. There was this sound, a pure musical note. Then a chord. Then. Try as she might, she has never been able to describe what she heard, not really. It was beautiful, and alien. And terrifying. Then, it walked into the hall, the single most alien thing she has ever or likely will ever see. It was little, dressed in a simple homespun frilly smock with a comically large bow on its head. With strangely glowing eyes swirling with colors she had never seen before nor wished to ever see again. It started to walk towards her as it continued to sing a weird, alien song, moving with an impossibly perfect fluid grace. It stopped, seemingly lost in thought for a moment as if pondering something truly important. It up at Karen and smiled, the nicest warmest most friendly smile she had ever seen as it reached up and grasped one end of the ribbon on its head slowly pulling the bow apart. It looked at the ribbon briefly and, with the saddest little sigh, let the ribbon slip through its fingers and fall to the ground. It opened its mouth once again and began to sing as it walked towards the exit. She and every single other person on that floor all instinctively snapped upright, their right arms swiftly crossing their chest as it sang. O Fortuna! Velut Luna! Statu Variabilis! She stood there just rooted to the spot until the voice faded away. To this day she wishes someone had recorded it. After it, she, as they later found out, finally disappeared and that unearthly voice finally faded away and orderly turned to her. What the fuck? He asked. I have no idea, she replied. I do know one thing. What's that? I know which room she walked out of and I know why that poor creature is in there. Karen said, her lips starting to curl into a vicious little smirk. Yet. Somebody's about to get what's coming, Karen replied. Shalloran continued to sing as she glided, with a level of grace that Patricia who wishes she had, through the hospital and out the front doors. Gregory played Attack of the Shade Legends on his mobile as he kicked back in his hover cab. Yet, most cabs were automated, but some folks liked that personal touch. Or were in a position where they needed it, like around a hospital or starport. Or both. That's why he liked to prowl around this place, the closest hospital to the starport. It wasn't exactly predatory. He honestly liked helping people who were lost. That was the service he provided. People would wander up, sometimes unable to say a single word of Terran, with only the vaguest notion of where they wanted to go. Sometimes they couldn't even speak Imperial or Fed, he knew both, and a few more besides. He was good at languages, and could only point at a picture on a screen. He had made a really nice app. A lot of people just couldn't understand why someone of his talents would waste themselves on a low-end job like a cab driver. His parents certainly couldn't. But prowling the night, gathering up the lost, and guiding them was his jam. A beep filled the cab, a proximity alarm. Well, not exactly. The external sensors detected someone and his custom AI determined that they were looking at him and heading in his direction. Most of what he made that he didn't eat went right back into his ride. He even slept in it. His living room was tiny, but oh, was it ever nice. He looked at the screen. It was a little thing, kinda like a cute little frog. But it had some freaky eyes. It sort of drifted along, definitely out of place. Yep, definitely one of mine, he thought as he closed his game and raised the back of his seat to a more upright position. The little frog girl, it was wearing a dress, paused and pulled out a small pistol. Nope, he muttered as he pressed the lockdown button on his dash. The doors silently double-locked and a deflector screen switched on. He watched as the frog girl made face and tossed the pistol into a garbage can with such disdain he could see it from across the street. He started to reach for the blackout switch as she started to continue towards him but paused at the last moment. She needed him. Well, she needed someone. And she was just too interesting looking. She would be great for his cab cam. His vlog made him as much as his fares and he just knew she would make some great footage. He pressed a button, opening the rear doors, and she got in. Hello, he said cheerfully. Gregory's the name and driving's the game. Where can I take you? Shell Oran just sat there, unblinking, her eyes burning with 1,000 colors. Hello, he asked. Man. Was she freaky? This was great. Store, Shell Oran said in an unearthly voice after a few moments. What do you want to buy? Everything. Everything. Gregory asked thoughtfully. Well, at this time of night, everything is the Barn Mart Ultra. Okay. Gregory smiled and punched in the destination. The car quietly rolled forward and off into the night. About an hour later Gregory was sitting in the Barn Mart's parking lot waiting expectantly. The frog girl didn't talk, at all, no matter how hard he tried to start a conversation. It was looking like the vlog was going to be a bust on this one. Still, he didn't mind. His passenger was the living embodiment of Lost. The doors of the huge shop opened and out came his fare pushing a cart laden with stuff. He got out to help her unload. Strange didn't even begin to describe her purchases. There were grav vehicle parts, 2 large megacaps like he had in his car stereo, a home theater holographic projector, some arts and crafts stuff, a huge spool of space wire, a super thin very high tensile strength wire, some gloves to handle the wire without your fingers falling off, a bunch of other stuff. 2 blaster pistols, 2 heavy stun pistols, a pile of energy cells. Those are going to have to go into the trunk, he said firmly as he pointed at the weapons. The frog girl just shrugged and let him put them safely away. Now this is interesting. Gregory happily thought as he hopped back into his car and they drove off. The return trip was beyond fun. Gregory watched in amazement as the weird little frog proceeded to destroy several thousand credits worth of high-end electronics, littering the back of his cab with wreckage. That 1,500 credit holo projector? She only wanted 2 things out of it and it looked like she broke one of those. Same thing for those grav vehicle parts. Hundreds of credits destroyed for a small handful of things. It made absolutely no sense and he loved it. She trashed everything. Pieces of high credit debris were literally bouncing off of the clear partition between them. So, Gregory asked, what are you making? Reshkospath Vaz Plath, she muttered as she crooned at the chaotic pile of rubble she was making. Now that wasn't a language he had heard before, neither had his AI. It wasn't in the books. Neat. She pulled out a small internal imager she had bought and looked at one of the megacaps carefully. She pulled out a small knife. You really want to be careful with those, Gregory said urgently watching as she started carefully cutting at the ruggedized outer casing. No, seriously, he exclaimed. You just ruined it. Don't try to charge that. She paid him no mind. When they reached her hotel she gave him a huge tip. Mess, was all she said. Don't worry about it, he said cheerfully. You seem to be in a little bit of a hurry. Are you going to need a ride again? I can wait. This was about to get good and there was no way he was going to miss it. I mean, why install high-dollar shields in your ride if you never use them? Wait, the frog girl muttered as she grabbed the weapons from the back and sprinted inside. Damn, was she fast. Gregory was dozing in his cab when the proximity alert woke him up a little past sunrise. She was coming back. The cute little dress was gone, replaced by with what looked like a silk bathrobe. Weird, but then again that was sort of par for the course. Her eyes looked different too. They looked more normal. Well, normal-ish anyway. Sorry to keep you, she said. Oh no worries, he replied. Where to? Harklog Roll Restaurant, Freeport. Says here that they aren't open yet, he replied looking at his screen. They don't open for lunch until. Drive. Oh okay, he replied. As they reached the interstate the frog girl pulled out a tablet. So what are you reading about? Gregory asked, absolutely consumed with curiosity. Threen, she muttered absently. Inside the restaurant and their base of operations in the Freeport, Jason sat at the head of the table, grinning from ear to ear. They showed that little frog bitch. But, I paid you. I paid you. Please. Please. Please no, a terrified voice screamed from a tablet that everyone was passing around as they howled with laughter. Yet I broke that little thing in but good. Rogue snickered. She even promised to show up for work when she gets out of the hospital. Told her that if she didn't work for us her kid would. You did good, Rogue, Jason laughed as everyone's plates were set in front of them. They all just sat there waiting, staring at the food. Finally, Jason's plate was placed in front of him. He slowly raised his fork. He always liked to make them wait just a little. Not long, just long enough to remind them who ate first. And then he brought the first mouthful of meat to his maw. Okay, that was enough teasing them. He ate. With a little cheer, everyone followed suit. Kisrao and his guys are late. Jason grumbled. Anyone hear from them? Not a peep, boss, but we know they did the job. Whole place is burnt. Yeah, they probably just layin low or something, Jason shrugged. They continued to laugh and eat as they discussed what their next move would be. They would lean on the Freeport, hard, make sure everyone knew their place. They needed to learn what happened to people who dealt with scum like that Shell. You can't go in there, one of the cooks yelled as the doors to the kitchen opened. And Shell Oran walked in. She glided effortlessly over to them as his guys jumped to their feet, drawing weapons. A primal fear gripped Jason. She wasn't scared. She wasn't even mad. She looked amused. He and every single Threen in that building all knew, fundamentally and instinctively, one thing. They had fucked up. If you aren't Harkeen, Shell Oran said in a pleasant dreamy voice. Leave. Now. You got some nerve showing up here, Jason said sounding a lot more confident than he actually was. Well, you said I was next, Shell Oran said with a smile as she kept walking towards them. Yeah, you will be if you don't learn your place. The building's insured, Shell Oran replied still moving slowly and gracefully towards where he was sitting as his men started to surround her. I'll be back in business in a day. I'm not only still writing loans, I'm cutting my rates. Yeah. Jason replied. You do that and you'll make me next. Shell Oran smiled. Grab me? Throw me in van? Sodomize me with sticks because your flaccid tiny penises aren't big enough to do damage on their own. Jason replied. This isn't how it was supposed to go at all. Well, here I am. Make me next. You make me next, not your men, you. She said as she arrived at his table. I'm not just going to do loans anymore, she said in a pleasant trilling voice. I'm going to do gambling, smuggling, protection, everything. I'm going to put you out of business, send you home to your papa with nothing. The Freeport is mine. Who the fuck do you think you are? He asked in outrage. Just a girl waiting to be made next, Shell Oran said with complete confidence, absolute calm. Jason looked at her with a mix of uncertainty and suspicion. This had to be a trick. She had to have people close. He glanced toward the big clear glass windows. Was it a sniper? That would explain why the fur on the back of his neck was standing on end. Was she wearing a wire? You think I'm stupid? He sneered. No, I think you are a gvac shrrrrrrrrrrrr, she said letting that last R roll off of her lips as everyone gasped. He was stunned into silence. To be called that, in front of his men. Then she reached out. And took his plate. She took it. She took his food. She took it right out from in front of him. As his men stood there shocked to paralysis, she picked up some noodles. His noodles and popped them into her mouth. And then dumped the rest of his food. His food. On the floor. There was no greater insult. No greater slight. No greater challenge. He was too angry to even speak. That was nasty, she said, making a yuck face, as she reached out and took his coffee. Why? You. Thanks, Vak SHRR, she said as she sipped his coffee. I do feel bad though, putting all you nice little SHRRs out to starve, so I tell you what. I'm expanding my core business too. I don't have enough boys. I'll get you all signed up, get you makeovers, get you all pretty. Creators know you will need a job after I post this, she said as she revealed a small camera pinned to the collar of her robe. Take this, bitch in the back, he gasped, barely able to speak. And his men looked at each other uncertainly. None of them wanted to move and stretch her holes. Jason screeched. Do it. His men started to close in around her. Sheloran smiled as she could feel her heart starting to pound in her chest. Her heartbeats seemed to slow down as the threne closing in started moving slower and slower. The colors became brighter and moved vivid as she lifted her secret eyelid. An outstretched claw was getting closer, leaving streaks of color behind it as it slowly drifted down towards her neck. She lifted her chin with a little smile as she waited patiently for it to close around her throat. They had to touch her before she struck. Well, they didn't have to touch her. It was just tradition, the ultimate act of utter contempt for your foe, and a lot more fun that way. Jason started to jump to his feet when she did that weird shit with her eyes. He figured it out. Creators help him. It was a trap, but it wasn't a wire, or a sniper. It was her. He had to get out of here. Screw honor. Screw his reputation. He had to. Sheloran watched him slowly, ever so slowly, start to try to get up. He understood. Good. She felt a slight tickle as a single claw tip caressed her cheek. She jumped forward, slowly floating through the air, in her perception, as her hands moved towards the 2 flare pistols that she had in her robes. They weren't true flares, but they were decent. No, they weren't. They were horribly crude, but considering the time she had and what she had to work with, she couldn't help but feel pleased, even a bit proud. She snagged the top of the table with the tip of one of her toes, altering her trajectory as the first of their blaster bolts rent the air exactly where she should have landed. She kicked off of the table, sending herself lazily spinning through the air in the opposite direction as her hands finally started to draw the 2 flesh strippers from the sash in which they were artfully slung. She started to sing as the first of the threne, screaming, started to tear apart. Then the second. And then the third. Jason ran in a blind panic into the rear storeroom. He had to get out. He had to get away. Away from her. As he desperately tried to urge speed from his corpulent frame, he tried to make sense of what he saw. He couldn't. He didn't even know what she used. All he knew was that his men were gone, literally torn to pieces in front of him. They didn't even have a chance. Oh creators! The singing. The singing was getting closer. He spun around and fired at the shadow closing in behind him. He missed. He knew he would miss. She was just too fast. Where did she go? Where was she? The singing was close, but it was all around him now. He heard nothing but that song, that horrible song. He whirled around desperately. Crack. He felt a little tickle along his wrist. Then, pain. He looked in horror as his pistol, and his hand started to fall. He tried to run. Crack. He fell, leaving one of his feet behind him. He screamed in pain, confusion, and most of all, blind terror. Crack. 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 3 of his fingers disappeared on his remaining hand. Whipwire. He thought in terror. A length of any one of 1,000 different materials, all of them thin and strong enough to be sharper than a razor along their entire length. It was a cheap and clumsy but dangerous, usually to everyone involved, but if someone was a master of it. Crack. His other foot was sliced in half and then crack. It was gone. Crack. What was left of his remaining hand was severed and cast aside. He looked at the stump left. Please, he howled. The singing just got louder. Crack. He lost an ear. I got money. I can pay you. He shouted. Anything you want. Crack. He screamed. Crack. 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 Over 1,000,000 years in the past, the heretic walked slowly through a magnificent garden. It was breathtaking, glorious. Even after all these years, it still delighted her. She paused at her favorite fountain, a huge bronze obscenely obese toll pouring crystal pure water from a goblet into his huge gaping maw. And peeing it into a pool filled with brilliantly colored fish. Good ol' fatty, the heretic said wistfully. He had been a great man. In her opinion, greater than any plath she ever knew. He had actually managed to conquer the entire world, holding down even the most obstinate of his foes down and patiently shoving food into their faces until they gained weight. Of course, that's not what he's remembered for the most. No. It wasn't his strategic and political genius, his societal masterpiece of a world government, his patronage of science and the arts that advanced Toll culture and science at a rate that was simply beyond belief. It wasn't his institution of universal education. All in a single lifespan. An achievement that would shame even the greatest among the progenitors themselves. Was that what they celebrated about Ol Fatso? The Toll? Of course not. Oh, he was recognized for that, appreciated for that. But what echoed through song and legend? That would have to be his deathbed party, his final royal command. Even she had to admit it, it was one hell of a blowout. The festivities lasted for years, even longer than he had planned, the perfect send-off for the perfect man. She loved that mountain of goo and still missed him every single day. A Toll approached bowing respectfully. Why do you fucking do that? She snorted. Because it annoys you so, the Toll chuckled and then stopped, looking at her earnestly. You heard, she muttered. Yes, he said sadly. Well, it happens to everyone, the ancient heretic replied with a smile. The scores from the end of the semester are tallied, the Toll said in a quiet voice. And? He handed her a sheet of paper. Excellent, she said brightly. Even Klebet. I knew that little goo had it in him. The ancient Plath narrowed her eyes at her assistant. What? It's just, the Toll said sadly. What are we going to do without you? Thrive, she said cheerfully. You are going to take what I've given you and you are going to fucking run with it. You are going to grow and develop and learn. Oh, you are going to learn so many things. You will leave me behind in the dust where I belong and go and do your own thing, your own way. Not that you've ever done it anyway, but your own way. She tottered over and gave the Toll a big hug. You will transcend even us in the end, she grinned. I seriously doubt that, the Toll replied, a bit shocked. I don't. Not for 1 minute I don't. The old Plath smiled. In fact, I know you will. Is this some of your witch Plath again? As a matter of fact it is, the old Plath chuckled darkly. She sighed. Old friend, she said. I need your help. Anything, teacher? The heretic said looking up at the statue of the Fat King. I wasn't always good. In fact I've done horrible things, for the worst reasons. Teacher. Even my plans for you, for the Toll. Fatty forgive me. Were rooted in the blackest, most tainted of soil. What? The Toll gasped. She nodded, beginning to weep. I was going to betray you, a young thriving vital people for the sake of a failed race, a doomed species, an evil species. We are, you know, she said, tears streaming down her cheeks. We hide it well, draped in silk and grace, but we are evil. Her colleague and former star pupil looked at her in horror. I'm going to tell you something, the old Plath said with a shuddering sob. I just pray you will still call me a friend afterwards. After she finished, the Toll just looked at her. That, it said, was without a doubt the single most fooked up thing I've ever heard. The Plath just looked at the ground unable to even meet his gaze. I'm so sorry. Well you fucking should be, it said giving her a gentle shove. That was some real dirty dealing there. In fact I feel dirty just listening to all that. What you did, or are going to do, or did and it's gonna happen, fuck. Makes my head go all funny just trying to figure it out. Only thing I know for sure is that you are a first-class meep fucker. The Plath kept looking down. So, how we gonna fix it? The Toll asked. The heretic looked up hopefully. So you will help, even knowing everything I've done? Sure, the Toll said brightly. Sounds fun. And we're still friends too. We are, the old Plath asked hopefully. Sure we are, the Toll said wrapping his arm around her. A lot of my friends are assholes. The old Plath burst into laughter and felt, for the first time, that everything was going to be okay. So how long have you been in here? Visha asked Lucky as she took Lucky's bishop. 5 years, Lucky muttered staring at the board. That long? Why haven't you been either sentenced or deported? Visha asked as she sipped a cup of rather disappointing coffee. Oh that's because. Guys. Tiz shouted making both Visha and Lucky flinch. You will never guess what just happened. Why is it that you always say that? Lucky said with some annoyance. Just say. You know the Harkeen, right? Tiz said breathlessly completely ignoring Lucky's reply. You know how they've been running the Freeport like since forever. Just like they hold most of similar areas, Visha replied. Annoying little creatures but. Well they just took on Shell Oron. Oh. Lucky asked. Lucky. Tiz gushed. You were right about her. Whoa, Lucky replied, her ears sticking straight up, a few moments later. They say he looked like sliced bologna when she was done with him. Nobody let her have any yarn when she shows up, Lucky chuckled. Maybe keep the noodles away from her too. It will be nice to get a chance to meet her, Visha replied. I never really got a chance to. Oh she's not coming here. Tiz exclaimed. Lucky asked, where are they? Ah! She trailed off into silence as Tiz just pointed upwards. Shelloran groaned. Craxy, she called as she opened her eyes. I guess I. She was sitting, completely alone, in a tiny room. She tried to stand but couldn't. She was chained to a bench, with chains, big, huge, heavy chains. Wah, she exclaimed as she began to struggle. Calm down, Akailsh said over a speaker. We are almost there. Almost where? Shelloran asked. Is this the hospital? Hospital, the voice replied somewhat amused. If you need medical attention you will be treated upon arrival. Arrival where? Shelloran squeaked. What is happening? You will be fully briefed upon your arrival, the voice replied. Just try to relax. It goes a lot better when you relax. What goes better? Shelloran squeaked even squeakier. There was no reply. Okay Shelloran, think, she told herself as she tried to make herself calm down. I was at the hospital and Ploxney was, and then oh great prophet, Yerbit. Oh creators, and then I got kinda dizzy and, and. And then I. Shelloran squeaked, her voice raising higher and higher. She would have buried her face in her hands and rocked back and forth, but both were quite impossible, you know, because of the chains. The strange slightly buzzing room made a bumping, grating noise and then fell silent. We are preparing to debark you. We are armed and we are authorized to use lethal force immediately and without any additional warning. Do you understand? No. Shelloran squeaked. No, I don't understand. I don't understand anything. Who are you? Where am I? What is? You will be fully briefed shortly. Again, we are about to open the hatch and debark you. Right now, the only thing you need to understand is that we will fucking kill you if you do anything stupid. Do you understand that, or do I need to repeat it again? I understand, Shelloran said meekly. There was a grinding sound and the entire rear wall of the little room slid back and away, revealing what looked to be like a small docking bay. Standing there were 6 big humans in full combat armor and carrying axe and shotguns. There were also 2 dogs and not the cute ones. Okay, maybe they were a little cute. A hatch, like the ones on a spaceship. Oh my creators, am I on a spaceship? Opened and another armored human, unarmed this time, walked into the little bay and up into her room. They walked up to her with a scanner and stared at it for a few seconds. I am now going to approach you, the human female said in a loud and clear voice. I am doing so in order to release you from the bench and fasten these restraints on you, she said, raising up 4 wide thick cuffs attached to each other with yet more chains. It is not my intent to cause you any physical harm, she continued. Do you understand and consent? Where am I? Am I on a ship? Oh creator, sorry ho pupping deporting me. Sigh, you will be fully briefed shortly, the armored female said wearily. Do you consent to being handled? I guess. I am now approaching you, the female said as the guards holding axe leveled their rifles at Shelloran's head, their fingers lying alongside the trigger guard, maintaining trigger discipline. I am now going to guide you to your feet, the armored woman said as she gently pulled Shelloran to her feet. I am now going to attach your wrist restraints. Please put your hands behind your back. The cuffs closed and then gently inflated, snugly and securely holding each of her tiny little wrists. I am now attaching your leg restraints. Shelloran just stood there, completely confused, trying to be as reassuring as possible. Once she was restrained, the guards lowered their weapons. Please step from the shuttle. Shelloran, dragging comically huge but thankfully light titanium alloy chains, shuffled out of, a pooping Raven assault lander. What the poop? The guards fell in behind her. There is a white line painted on the floor, the unarmored woman said as she stood beside her. Follow the white line. A hatch opened. Not knowing what else to do, Shelloran followed the white line. She soon found herself in a small room facing a 2-dimensional display mounted behind a thick pane of some clear material. The screen switched on and a crest appeared, the crest of the Republic Armed Forces. Cheerful music plays. Welcome to the Tartarus Detention Facility. An image of a dull grey space station with gun turrets appeared. Congratulations! Your abilities and achievements have been recognized and you have been given the special honor of being considered too dangerous to be incarcerated anywhere else. Either due to your natural abilities, impressive feats of violence, or daunting disciplinary history, you have been declined by facility after facility, but do not fear. Everyone is welcome here. No matter who you are or what you have done, you have a home here at the Top Republic Maximum Security Detention Facility. We have the sneaking suspicion that this might not be your first time as a guest of the Republic, haha, but we do things differently here in Tartarus. So please pay attention, your life may depend on it. Cheerful music continues. Oh poop! Shelloran gasped in a tiny voice. The poop starts to settle, probability lines start to entangle just a little bit. 1 of 2. Shelloran sat miserably on a padded cube firmly attached to the deck plate. A uniformed human female smiled pleasantly at her from behind a desk. And a very thick, clear panel. Hello, the human said cheerfully, my name is Pam. Welcome to Tartarus. Hi, Shelloran said meekly. Well, you certainly caused a stir. Pam exclaimed cheerfully. Quite the mess. Do I get to talk to my lawyer? Shelloran squeaked. Sure. She said. But first, I just wanted to check in with you, see how you are doing. So, you saw our orientation video, she said with a chuckle. Do you have any questions? Shelloran just shook her head. Really? Pam asked. Most people do. She said as she typed at her console. I'm just going to look at your notes for a second. Hey. Neat. Interesting. She said happily as she read. Okay, I think I got a handle on this. Pam exclaimed. Based on your profile, as best as we understand it, you're an odd one, I should reassure you that you are safe. Nobody is planning on harming you. Pam leaned forward a bit. And you will have few problems with your fellow guests, she added in a conspiratorial tone. If you are here for a reason, and your fellow guests know it. You won't need to prove yourself or establish your reputation. You're a violent killer. But I'm not. Right, Pam grinned. You are allegedly a hyper-violent, psychotic, stupidly dangerous killing machine who might have slaughtered 9 armed Threen thugs each several times her body weight leaving nothing but ragged, bloody chunks behind, and did it so fast and with such brutality that several jails were afraid even to let you in. They weren't ragged. Shelloran squeaked, suddenly quite offended. They were eep. Shelloran squeaked, clamping her hands over her mouth. Ha! Pam exclaimed happily. Right you are. I didn't mean to cast shade on your fine work. You might have left neatly sliced pieces behind. Shelloran just stared at her with wide eyes as she kept her hands firmly in place, afraid of what else might leak out. You'll fit in great around here. Pam laughed. Like I said, you have nothing to prove, just like everyone else here, and we run a pretty tight ship, so unsanctioned fights don't happen very often at all. Unsanctioned? Well, some of you ruffians just have to blow off some steam every now and then, so we do have the fighting pits if you are into that sort of thing. I'm not. Shelloran squeaked. I'm really not. Okay, Pam smiled. Just let one of the guest concierge officers know if you change your mind. Shelloran just sat there, completely terrified as Pam continued. Diet. Looks good. Oh. You like apples? Let me check. Yep. Those are on the salad bar right now, we have really good food. Uniform. What do you like to wear? Dresses. That won't be a problem. Dispensary. You on any drugs? No. Well, if you feel like some, just let us know, Pam smiled. I know the normal system is against them, but they are actually trying to rehabilitate people. We don't bother with rehabilitation here. You can't get Warcry or Berserker or meth, but if you want some heroin, we will hook you right on up. But don't do heroin. Do weed. We grow some of the best buds in the galaxy. Do you like gardening? Shelloran's eyes lit up, and she nodded. Pam smiled at her and typed something. Once you get settled in, we can get you into our hydroponic facility if you want. Back to the dispensary. Oh. Pam said unhappily, nothing for Plaths. Is there anything from your home world you want? Oh Prophet, yes. Shelloran gasped. You can do that. We put a very high priority on making our guests as comfortable out of their minds as we can, she laughed. What do you want? Well. Shelloran said as she inhaled deeply. Pam was typing for quite some time. In a surprisingly short time, Shelloran, wearing a comfy dress and some really cute little slippers, was led into a small room. We'll give you some privacy, an armored Kaelsh said. Thanks. Shelloran beamed. Everyone was so nice to her. It wasn't like the other jail at all. The Kaelsh shut the door, and Baxlan appeared on one of those armored two-dimensional displays. He glared at her. One day, he said. I asked you to hold off for just one fucking day. Just one. I'm sorry, Baxlan, Shelloran squeaked. But they. You know who has called dibs, right? Baxlan asked. Shelloran just squeaked. Yep, and he is pissed off. Baxlan continued. It seems that he doesn't view slaughtering 9 people with the same sense of humor we do, especially that one guy. Fucking hell, Shelloran. What did you do to him? I mean, I've seen some fucked up shit but, damn, kid. I'm not sure. Shelloran squeaked miserably. What the fuck do you mean, I'm not sure? You were there. One minute I was at the hospital with Yerbit and, and then. Shelloran buried her face in her hands. Baxlan just floated there, blowing a thin stream of bubbles. According to the police report, he replied, and then you sauntered into the fucking Harkeen headquarters and fucking ripped them into pieces, literally. They know this because you, in your infinite wisdom, decided to film the whole fucking thing. I did. Shelloran squealed. Yep, Baxlan replied with a chuckle. Still had the camera on you when they hauled you in. Thank the lords of the abyss themselves that you didn't resist when SWAT dropped by to say hello. The vaguest recollection of black-clad warriors fluttered across Shelloran's mind. They were nice. You were just sitting there having fucking breakfast when they stormed the place. I what? Shelloran squeaked. Baxlan just laughed. Yeah, after you finished turning the Harkeen boss into prosciutto, you just sat down and summoned a waiter. They were too fucking terrified to say no. I gotta hand it to you, Shelloran. You have style. The SWAT helmet cam footage is already going viral. Viral. Shelloran just squeaked. Oh yeah, Baxlan chuckled. But that's nothing compared to your cab ride. Your little concert already has over 100 million views. Cab ride. You don't remember. Of course you don't, Baxlan said. You started singing the fucking Republic national anthem on the way to the fucking restaurant. Your cabbie has a fucking vlog, by the way. He taped everything. So, in addition to your little snuff flick, they have hours of very carefully premeditated preparations. Maybe, just maybe, you could have a chat with this other Shelloran concerning little things like not recording, in exacting detail, 9 counts of first-degree murder? It would make things much more convenient in the future. 9 counts of first-degree murder. Oh poop. Poop poop poop, Shelloran started to hyperventilate. Baxlan. She squeaked, Watarwa going todo. I am going to do my job, Baxlan said with a strangely happy little bubble. There is just one thing you have to do. What? Nothing, Baxlan said firmly. Absolutely nothing. Do nothing. Say nothing. Just don't make this any worse. I think I know how to play this, at least at first, Baxlan mused. We are about to have our first hearing. We'll know a lot more after that. Just sit there and keep quiet. No matter what, just keep that gigantic mouth of yours closed. Can you do that? Shelloran nodded. I need to hear you say it, Baxlan said urgently. Last time, it was cute. This time it is serious. What are you going to do? Keep my mouth shut. Shelloran replied uncertainly. Again. I'm going to keep my mouth shut. And what are you going to say? Nothing, Shelloran replied. Right, Baxlan said. Not a peep. Not a squeak, nothing. Just sit there and look. Yes. Look just like that. Shelloran just nodded, completely terrified. Sit tight, Baxlan said. We will be talking to Mr. Roboto soon. Gloria lounged in Harville's office, going over the latest information that Jesse sent as the door burst open and a thin wispy Xeno barged in. What you do to my ship? Why you fuck it? A faint smile flickered across Gloria's lips. She knew that stance, those tones. They were universal. Sorry, Chief, Gloria replied. Needs of the Republic. Balance wrong. Structure wrong. Everything wrong. The Xeno exclaimed. It only has to hold together for a few hours, Gloria chuckled. Don't tell me you are incapable of doing it. I can do. Of course I can do. The Xeno exclaimed. I can mess up good ship. Fucking humans. This hurts me as much as it hurts you. My mother said same thing but was my ass left stinging. The Xeno snapped and then stormed off. Another smile briefly lit up Gloria's face. It was like the good old days. Oh Fortuna. Velut Luna. Gloria cocked her head. What was that? Statu variabilis. Gloria got up and followed the sound. It was beautiful. Semper Crescis, Autd Crescis. She walked down the corridor towards Harville, and a few others clustered around someone holding a tablet. Vita detestabilis, nunc obdurat, et tunc curat. On the tablet, a Plath was sitting in the back of a vehicle singing as she prepared 2 very strange-looking pistols. They had long, graceful curves, not unlike 2 ancient flintlocks but with very odd exposed circuitry where the hammers should have been. Strange shapes had been drawn with wiring and components along the sides of the weapons. Gloria stood transfixed as she listened to the unearthly singing. It was without a doubt the single most beautiful rendition of the Republic anthem she had ever heard. Gloria thought of Ensign Westbrook. She loved that song. She sang it every time they launched, and she even started to sing it during her final attack run. Gloria had always thought Westbrook's swan song was the most beautiful version. Gloria had never sung that song after that day. It was one more thing she had lost. Unconsciously, Gloria started to quietly sing along. You have to see this! Gloria exclaimed, her eyes alive with excitement, as she transmitted a file to the tiger. Sheila looked at Gloria's image with surprise. Gloria looked normal. That was definitely not a good sign. Gloria looking normal was never a good sign. Gloria, Sheila asked cautiously. Have you done something we need to know about? Just watch! Gloria exclaimed. God! I wish Westbrook could have seen this. Who? Tasha Westbrook. Who? Oh. I guess you never met her, Gloria replied. She was someone I served with. She wound up ramming her moray into the side of a bug cruiser. Went down with all tubes firing. Took the fucker down with her, singing that fucking song the whole time. Okay, now Sheila was really concerned. Gloria never talked about her service sober and never mentioned names. In fact, she claimed that she didn't even bother learning them. And she loved that fucking song. Gloria continued. She used to sing in a church choir when she was a kid, and let me tell you, that bitch could sing. Every goddamn time we launched, all 4 of them, she sang the whole fucking thing. It drove me crazy. Gloria actually laughed. She was a volunteer, you know. Crazy little shit actually signed up for a moray. Nobody who does that is right in the head. Sheila just sat there stunned as Gloria continued to talk about her former comrades. So many names. Sheila thought as Gloria continued to talk about people, who they were, little things about them, and how they died, so many names. I tell you one thing, Gloria said, Vic might have been a fucking prisoner, but I hope I go down with half the courage, the pure grace, that he did. His tubes were empty. He should have run, but he flew right into those fighters trying to give us just half a second longer to line up our shots, moron. She sighed with a wistful smile. Sheila continued to just quietly sit there, amazed, as Gloria continued to name the dead. It took a while. After promising, repeatedly, to watch whatever Gloria had sent them, Sheila switched off the transmission. She looked at the file on her monitor. Whatever that was, it had done something to Gloria. She wasn't entirely sure she wanted to see anything that would do that. Fuck it, she muttered and pressed play. Well. Sheila said a few moments after the chills subsided. That was something. Something is right. Bunny laughed. You will never guess who that fucking was. And. Holy shit. Sheila. Bunny said over the bridge speakers, you are not going to believe this. File after file started to open up on the hollow screens of the bridge. Well, fuck. Sheila grinned. Judge Thaddeus Carter sat in his office and frowned as he reviewed the case. He had many cases today. But there was only one that really mattered to him. God damn it, he muttered as he watched her sing again. It was so beautiful. It was. If he still had the physical capacity, he would be moved to tears. But, unfortunately, there was only one conclusion to make, the same one made by everyone who watched this. She went there to kill. Her intent was incontrovertible. It was calm, and it was clear, and it was 100% premeditated. Those 3 were dead the second she got out of that cab. He pulled up the notes from a cultural expert. Her words and actions were perfect. There wasn't a good human analogy for what she did. It was a biological trigger. She clearly used in-depth knowledge of the Threen psyche to engineer the situation so that violence was assured. That Harkeen boss had absolutely no choice. And Shell Oran knew it. This was murder, carefully planned, perfectly executed murder. And the weapons? Clearly Class 4 destructive devices, not that it really mattered. The whole building had to be cordoned off. It would take days to make that place safe to enter. Slivers of monomolecular wire were everywhere. Unable to stop himself, he played the song again. Upholding the law was his sacred privilege, a duty that he performed with every fiber of his being, a task that defined him, strengthened him, gave him a purpose in this insane world. But some days, he really hated his job. Shell Oran was a good person, at least she was, and it was his job to put her in Tartarus for the rest of her life. No. That wasn't his job. His job was to safeguard and oversee the process that would put her in Tartarus for the rest of her life. He reviewed the notes again. Perhaps there was something he missed, some detail that would change things. He pulled up the precedents again. That shitloach would definitely try to use self-defense to justify the slaughter, and yes, slaughter was exactly the right word to use. It wouldn't fly. Shell Oran wasn't the first person to do something like this and then try to claim it was self-defense. The precedents were clear. Just like shouting fire in a crowded theater wasn't free speech, walking into a crime lord's den and challenging them wasn't self-defense. No matter how badly someone wanted it to be. The shitloach was good, but the prosecution would be pulling out the stops on this one. Gang wars needed to be stopped before they started. If Shell Oran were allowed to walk, it would only be a matter of time before this happened again, and again. If the entire world consisted only of Shell-Oran and the Harkeen, and whoever it will be the next time, then he would be all for it, but there are always innocents turned into examples or some kid who steps in front of a bullet or whatever the hell Shell-Oran was using. He had seen it too many times before. Once someone starts taking care of their competition like this. He thought of Shell-Oran's little face and frowned. No matter how innocent they look or how good they claim their intentions to be, once they start killing, it just gets worse, and worse. Unfortunately, it only ends in the grave, and they usually take far too many people with them, not all of them guilty. What happened to you, frog girl? He muttered. He knew this would happen. He didn't know how he knew, but he did. The fact that she was the killer and not the victim wasn't even that much of a surprise. He hated being right. Just once, he would like to be wrong about this shit, just once. He checked the docket again and chuckled grimly. The prosecution was taking this seriously. They sent Crayon Boy. After getting some sense kicked into him, the Crayola was quickly becoming quite the effective and feared prosecutor. He wouldn't miss a trick. Shitloach vs. Crayon Boy. Judge Dredd muttered. Usually, he would be looking forward to this, a good legal duel for all of the marbles, but not this time, not this case. They would stretch this out, battling tirelessly to win, and he just wanted this whole mess to be over. He thought of Shell-Oran again and fought back a wave of grief. She was special. He didn't know why. Some people just were, and that little frog girl was so innocent, so filled with spark, with potential. She could have been anything. So why did she choose to become this? Why? He knew there would never be an answer good enough, an excuse strong enough, to justify it. There never was. But why her? She was a good person, a very good person. You could see it shining off of her. Only for it to go so badly. He had seen it before, of course. He had seen it too often. Seeing it once was too often. And he had seen it a hell of a lot more times than once. He looked at the antique wall clock on his wall, salvaged from the ruins of his old courthouse, a relic of the time before everything stopped making sense. It was time. There was no sense in delaying it. Best to just get this over with. Listen to the charges, validate them, listen to the defense. Then deny bail. The grounds, unacceptable risk of further violence and proven history of fleeing prosecution. Over and done. Then, over the next few weeks or months, he would be treated to the tragic story of how someone so good wound up becoming a mass murderer. He didn't know all of the details yet, but there was one thing of which he was completely certain. He didn't want to hear this. It was going to suck. He made his way into his courtroom and paused as the door opened. It was packed. The room was filled with people, Xenos, and more than a few of the press. All rise. The bailiff called out in a loud, clear voice. The court of. Judge Dredd wondered what was going on as he, dragging that long heavy cable, walked to his podium. Oh, the video, he thought. It went viral, didn't it? He scowled. Great, he thought to himself. Goddamn thing is already turning into a circus. 112 The poop starts to settle. Probability lines start to entangle just a little bit. 2 of 2. Standing next to a holographic projection of his client in high orbit, Baxlon floated in his globe, watching Judge Dredd take his seat. I know that expression, Baxlon thought unhappily. Not good. The judge looked at everyone and just sighed. Ranting Baxlon could handle. Angry he could work with. This? A sad, tired Judge Dredd was the worst of them all. The judgment had already been made, and the trial hadn't even started yet. The judge looked over at his client and just shook his head. Okay, he said after a few seconds. Let's get this bullshit over with. And so, the state is charging the defendant with 9 counts of first-degree murder, the prosecutor said calmly. Judge Dredd looked at him curiously. No weapons charges. The state has dropped the weapons charges due to lack of evidence, the prosecutor said with a wry smile. The arms are no longer in the possession of the Justice Department, he said with a smirk as he sent a document to the bench. Because they were Class 4 destructive devices at worst and there were no bystanders hurt, we consider them irrelevant as compared to the more serious charges involved with this case. Oh, I see, Judge Dredd replied. Hard to make a case when the guns have disappeared, isn't it? The state believes that there is sufficient evidence to proceed without the weapons themselves. I agree, Judge Dredd replied calmly. The bench has reviewed the charges and approves. The trial will proceed. The defense can request all evidence and related documentation under the case number attached to these proceedings. Bail is denied. That will be all. Shell-Oran felt faint. She wasn't entirely sure what first-degree murder was, but from what she remembered from her friends from the last time she was in jail, it was bad, it was really, really bad. Your Honor. Baxlon interjected. What do you want? Judge Dredd asked in annoyance. While the fact that my client did, in fact, kill the individuals in question is clear beyond a shadow of a doubt. It is also equally clear that she ultimately acted in self-defense, a fact that we will prove to a sufficient extent to exonerate her actions. She is not a criminal. She is a victim and doesn't deserve to be held without bail, especially where she is currently incarcerated. I request an immediate review and audit of this decision. Self-defense. Judge Dredd growled. Self-defense. Good, now there's some life in him, Baxlon thought. Now be a good little fishy. I got a nice fat worm for you. Your client walked in there with the clear intention of engaging in violence, counselor, and her actions were carefully gauged and artfully designed to provoke it. She fucking knew what she was doing, didn't you? Not a fucking word, appeared on Shaloran's screen. Whether or not she annoyed those animals, doesn't matter, Your Honor, Baxlon replied. They struck first. She was merely defending herself, as is her right as a resident of the Republic. Oh, the Republic is wise to bullshit like this, you fucking shitloach. Judge Dredd roared. Do you honestly think she's the first to try to pervert the spirit of the Republic, the first to seek to abuse the laws that protect the people of this nation? The protections under self-defense are intended to be just that, provisions that allow an innocent, law-abiding Republic citizen to protect themselves from an unjustified assault, not so that some thug can intentionally place themselves in harm's way and then try to hide behind my law when they succeed in doing what they went there to do in the first place. In the Republic vs. Long 3052, this was clearly decided and has been upheld time and time again. The Republic vs. Long has no bearing on this case, Your Honor. Baxlon replied triumphantly. The old bastard took the bait. And I will prove it. What? Judge Dredd roared as he flinched inwardly. The Republic vs. Long. The shitloach had to expect that one. He had just stumbled right out of the gate. In that case, the defendant was a known member of a criminal enterprise, and an intent to kill was clearly communicated prior to the incident. My client is an honest, law-abiding resident of this Republic, respected by her colleagues and by her community, and at no time has ever expressed even the slightest desire to inflict harm on anyone, much less those Harkeen thugs. My client is guilty only of having poor sense, not premeditated murder, and poor judgment in and of itself isn't a crime. You can proceed with this joke of a trial if you want, but at least let my client out of Tartarus. No intent to kill, the judge roared. What do you call this then? He snapped as he started to play Shell Oron singing O Fortuna in the cab on the way to the restaurant. The prosecutor winced. That recording was compelling but hardly conclusive. There was a reason why he left it out. I don't recall patriotism being illegal, Your Honor, Baxlon replied smugly. No, but getting into a gang war is. Judge Dredd shot back, glaring at Shell Oron. Gang war. Baxlon replied with a polite sneer. My client has always acted within the letter of the law. That gang war was because she started issuing completely legal loans from her completely legal business in response to an economic emergency taking place in the Freeport area. There was no gang war, and if that is the basis for your decision today and your future judgment, then I call into question your impartiality and objectivity on this matter and call for your immediate recusa. The prosecutor looked over at Baxlon as if he had lost his mind. You dare question my impartiality? Judge Dredd roared. If you insist upon calling my client a thug and state that this whole tragic affair was the result of a gang war, then, yes. My client has never been found guilty of a single crime, and her business is completely above board. The fact that she was targeted by violent criminals is not her fault. As a result, self-defense is a perfectly valid justifying factor for the horrible events of yesterday. If you have already, with no supporting evidence, made the decision that this was gang warfare and my client was already a criminal prior to this incident, then she has already been convicted without due process, and as per Bvik vs. The Republic 3109, any decision you are involved with is hopelessly tainted and entirely too vulnerable to appeal, which will most certainly happen, Your Honor. As such, I am fully prepared to invoke my client's right for a preemptive audit. Judge Dredd screamed in rage as he saw the predatory gleam in Baxlon's eyes. That fucking shitloach. He was trying to eliminate him. That was what he was going for here. This was never about bail. Only a handful of judges could take on the shitloach when he was playing hardball, and it was an excellent chance that his replacement wouldn't be one of them. If that scaly little fuck manages to kick him off of this case, then Shell Oron walks, regardless of her guilt. If you think I am going to sit here and let you and your client make a mockery of the law, you have another thing coming, shitloach. I'm not going anywhere, and if you want to try to make a case concerning my impartiality, then good fucking luck. Nobody has ever. Shell Oron sat there in terrified silence as the drama unfolded in front of her. She thought the judge was mad last time. It won't work. Shell Oron squeezed her eyes shut as something started to wiggle under her skin around her orbits. No, please, not now, please, she prayed urgently. Great Prophet. Please. An image of her, old, sitting in a prison cell flashed across her mind. And without her, her people failed. Nothing changed. The Harkeen came back in just a couple of months, and if it was bad before, it was nothing compared to what happened when they returned. Kraxina. Oh, creators. What they did to her. Baxlon and the judge's battle waged in the background as she tried to shake the terrible visions of the future. The game was rigged. Everyone's minds had already been made up. She was done for. Who will protect her people then? Her outer eyelids kept tightly closed as her inner ones lifted without her control. He will, she thought as she heard Judge Druid's enraged voice screaming something about the Republic versus somebody and some numbers as Baxlon calmly said something that made the judge yell even louder. He's a good man, he was a very good man, before everything, before the horrors consumed him, before he descended into lawlessness himself, before he started trusting only the law because he couldn't trust himself ever again. He's trapped. Oh, creators, he's been trapped all this time. He needs your help. I can't. I need to stay quiet. Baxlon said. Sheloran thought helplessly as she felt something starting to move inside her. Please stop. I don't want to go to jail. Please. You will help him. I believe that this hearing clearly proves my point, Your Honor, and I beg you to do the right thing and recuse yourself before I am forced to. I fucking dare you to try, you bottom-feeding fuckstain. Hiss. Everyone, including the judge, fell silent as a quiet little hissing chuckle filled the room with disdain, with complete and utter contempt. Do you have something to say, Ms. Sheloran? Judge Druid asked in a dangerously quiet voice. No appeared on her screen as Baxlon stared into it. Sheloran, please, I'm begging you. You both sit there bickering like children over your impotent laws, Sheloran hissed with a distant voice. Striving and grasping for each little feather to put on your balance beam's dish. Pathetic. Sheloran, shut the fuck up right now. I'm winning. Just shut up, appeared in huge flashing letters across her display. You want to know what really happened? Sheloran sneered. You want to know why? Well, I'll tell you pooping why. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up, scrolled across her screen. I tried to be good. I really did, Sheloran said quietly. I was just going to sell coffee and distribute perfectly legitimate entirely legal media files. Well, legal when they left my store anyway. Then, a friend needed my help. You remember her, right? Well, she needed a place where she felt safe to engage in prostitution, which she actually wanted to do. So. I helped her. She needed me. Then she brought a friend by, Ploxney, a really nice person, who had been repeatedly stolen from, beaten, and raped by the people she was working for, so I took her in too. Then more and more people came to me, all with the same, pooping, messed up stories over and over and over, so I took them in. Then I found out about the sex workers union and that I could get them all memberships and that they could be safe and work wherever they wanted, so I started doing that, Sheloran said a little louder. Your gang war started there, Your Honor. I started going to their whores and getting them out, nobody else would, nobody else cared about those dirty little xeno freaks in the free port, but I did. So I kept doing it, and they did not like it. There's your pooping gang war. I was helping people get the protections due to them because of your worthless laws. I'm telling you right now to shut up, flashed in giant letters on her display. Yeah, I pooping said worthless, Sheloran hissed. Worthless to us because they aren't for us. Do you know I was the first person going into those hellholes that everyone knew about from the Union? I was the first time those places got raided not just by the Union but by the pooping police. We're talking about pooping human trafficking. Right here. Just a few miles from where you are sitting in your oh-so-comfortable chair. Everybody turned a blind eye. Sheloran's voice rose a little more. But I didn't. I didn't look away. I couldn't. I said no, and I went right down there and handed out cards, put them in cabs, and sent them to my place and any other place that would take them, which wasn't many. Who wants to be a petting zoo for xeno freaks? I sure as poop didn't. But those people needed me, so I gave them a safe place to work, some pooping gangster I am, hey. Oh, the Harkeen hated me and what I was doing, but they thought they couldn't touch me because of the Union, so they let it slide. Sheloran spat. Then I really ramped up my crimes. A little Garthra came in looking for, work. She heard that I was the person to talk to if you wanted to suck a human's dick for cash because, as it turns out, I am, to my everlasting horror, the person to talk to if you are a xeno and want to suck a dick. I'm not an idiot, Your Honor. I know that many people who work out of my place aren't like my friend Kraxi who actually like what they are doing. They do what they do because they don't have any other option in this wonderful pooping republic of yours. But this time, it was bad. She just stood there, crying her eyes out over what she felt she had to do. Judge Dredd just sat there grimly. This was a confession, and he wasn't going to stop her, but he wanted to yell, tell her that she was wrong. But she wasn't, was she? Why did she have to do it? Shelloran hissed, because she owed the Harkeen money and if she didn't pay them she would have to go to work for them, and she felt that if she had to do it then she wanted to do it for me because I wouldn't rape her on my pooping lunch break. So I committed my next crime, Shelloran sneered. I offered her another option. She could make clothes for me, and I would sell them. I didn't want to do this, but I had the money, and I figured I could maybe sell them, somehow, maybe. It turns out that this is illegal, so I had to file all sorts of paperwork, so I could do it legally, and she needed to pay the Harkeen that day, so I just gave her a loan instead, a completely legal loan at completely legal interest rates. And someone else came in with exactly the same story. They owed the Harkeen money or didn't want to owe them money in the first place, so they came to me for a legal loan, something nobody else was going to pooping give them. And that, Your Honor, is how my gang war started with those poop heads. I committed the unforgivable crime of treating my fellow Xenos of the Freeport to the same laws that you curl up with at night, so you can forget how screwed up this world really is. Fuck, Shelloran, stop. Please, scrolled across her screen. She didn't care anymore. And for my crimes, they burned down my business. Shelloran started to yell. They burned it down and damn near burned one of the nicest, most innocent people you will ever meet to death because I dared to cross them. That Garthra, they grabbed her and they raped her over and over and over again because she dared to tell other people that I was offering legal loans and that they didn't have to deal with those animals anymore. Yeah, I'm a real hard case. An unforgivable criminal who did unforgivable things. Shelloran raged, her voice filling the courtroom. You go to your bit. You see what they did to her, what they were going to do to others, what they were going to do to my people, what they said they were going to do to me if I didn't stop. And don't even say some poop about the police. Do you know how many of us have tried? Do you know what happens if we do go to the police about them? Shelloran looked straight into the camera. So, yeah, I went down there, she said with a smirk. I went down there to say, no. No more. This, poop ends right pooping now. I'm not backing down. If you say that I'm going to be next, then fine, make me next. I pooping dare you. And I'm not going to lie, I wanted them to try to make me next. And when they tried, they got what was coming, what had been coming for years. And yet, I did take one of them apart, piece by flushing piece the same way he had taken people apart piece by piece for years, the way he would still be doing it if I didn't. And I'm the one making a mockery of your precious little laws? I'm the perversion of the spirit of the Republic. Well. Shelloran threw her head back and yelled. Fuck the Republic and fuck you too. And just as quickly it had grabbed a hold of her, whatever it was disappeared, leaving Shelloran sitting there in shock. Oh, great prophet, what have I done? She thought as she grabbed her mouth, no longer trusting it. There was yelling and shouting filling her little cubicle, but it wasn't Judge Dredd. Not yet. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Holy fuck, scrolled across the side of Baxlan's tank. Judge Dredd started to shake as a low rumble began to issue from his mouth that quickly grew into a roar of pure rage. Order! He shouted, breaking his gavel with the first slam on the desk. Order! He yelled again, ramming his metal fist into his tall podium over and over, cracking it and throwing splinters of wood up with each strike. Enraged, he leaped to his feet, throwing the shattered podium to the floor. Clear the court! Get all of these fuckers out of here! Bail is denied! Judge Dredd screamed as he lunged towards Shelloran, trying to grab her through the screen. He grabbed the hollow monitor and raised it above his head, pulling it in close so that his entire rage-distorted face filled the entire field of view. Denied. You hear me, you little shit. Bail is denied. Shelloran was terrified. He was so angry. But he wasn't just angry. He was in pain. She wanted to help him so bad. Her inner eyelid lifted. You've suffered enough, she murmured in a quiet, dreamy voice. You've served your time long ago. Judge Dredd froze, just staring at her as a knife shot through his soul. She knew. He didn't know how she knew, but she did. You need to forgive, Shelloran started to whisper. Judge Dredd slammed the monitor to the floor with a howl of pure pain and rage, shattering it. As the screen went dead, a low whistle behind her came from the two guards in the room. One of them silently opened the door, and the other gestured toward it. This way, please, ma'am. Cheers, applause, and stamping of feet greeted her as she stepped into the hall as the other inmates, awaiting their turn, saluted her. Oh, that can't be good, Shelloran thought as she nervously waved at them as she was ushered quickly down the hall. After sitting a while on a bench with some really scary-looking people who were all smiling big smiles at her and being really friendly, a guard came by. Miss Shelloran, the guard said with a big smile. Your lawyer wishes to speak with you, urgently. Bye, Shelloran, a huge burly human said. Come dinner, you sit with us, okay? Okay, Rob. Shelloran squeaked as she was led into another cubicle. Baxlon just looked at her and released a single solitary bubble. Bloob. That was the single, most. Baxlon said slowly, amazing thing I have ever seen in my fucking life. By the great ocean itself. I thought he was going to have another fucking stroke. Baxlon started shuddering with laughter. Do you know that he actually quit for the day? Baxlon howled. He just fucking walked out. He's never done that. Ever. I don't know what you whispered in his ear, but it hit fucking bone. God, I love you. So I did okay. Shelloran asked. What? Baxlon said as he started laughing harder than ever. Oh no. You fucking confessed to murder, he said, continuing to howl with laughter. You are going to prison for a very long time. So I did okay, gods, you are priceless. Eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee new way. But it's going to be the highlight of my career. Baxlan exclaimed cheerfully. I'm going to take this one all the fucking way. Jury trial. Media. Appeals. Oh, you are going down in flames, but they are going to be big giant day-glow fucking Terran flames. The vengeance during the battle of all the marbles flames. Finally. Something truly worth a jury. Oh, this is going to be so much fucking fun. Woo. Baxlan spun happily in his globe. I am so glad I hooked up with you, he exclaimed as he rushed forward, his eye filling the entire screen. I'm not going to make a single fucking credit, but damn, girl, you have been nothing but a hoot to work for. Never a dull moment with you hopping around. I'm really going to prison. Shelloran squeaked miserably. Nothing certain, Baxlan replied. I'm going to be every bit of the bottom-feeding shitloach that metallic butt plug thinks I am on this one, but I'll be honest. You're kinda fucked. Shelloran just squeaked. Now, normally, I would tell you to do exactly what I say, but let's face it, that's not going to happen, so you just be you and do your thing. I'll try to make it work somehow, Baxlan laughed. Oh, I know. Chewbacca defense. Chewbacca defense. Don't worry. Baxlan laughed. It's an ancient time-proven strategy, and it is almost as if it was written just for you. You're going to be you no matter what, so we weaponize it. Weaponized you. Judge Dredd will fucking love it. That can't possibly work. Shelloran squeaked so high it was almost inaudible. After that little stunt, you pulled, Baxlan laughed, it's the only thing that will work. So. What do I do? Shelloran asked miserably. That's the beauty of it, Baxlan laughed. All you have to do is be yourself. Be you, earnest, lovable, good-natured, guilty as hell, loving, caring, absolutely adorable. Do the rest of it loud enough, and they might just miss that one little detail. You are a mass-murdering psychopath, but damned if you aren't a photogenic one. The jury will love it, and we are totally doing a jury trial. Do you know that you almost started a riot at the courthouse? People love you. Shelloran just sighed and shook her head. Of course. Of course, this was pooping happening. Why was she even surprised? Drop her whole life and cross the pooping galaxy to avoid life behind bars in a Plath prison only to wind up in Tartarus for her entire life. It was horribly funny. It was absolutely pooping hilarious. She started to laugh. All right, she said, still laughing, talk to me about this Chewbacca and how he is going to save my stubby little tail. Wait. You've never heard about Chewbacca? Baxlan said in surprise. I thought you were a Terran fangirl. I am, Shelloran replied. That's one crime I'm actually guilty of, well, that and murder, it seems. Then boy, do I have a treat for you. Baxlan exclaimed happily. A note from SlightlyAmusing. Hey guys. If you haven't noticed, the flood of posts has slowed down a bit. There are many reasons for this, but the main one is that I am proofreading, editing, polishing, and otherwise tidying up chapters from back when I wasn't, quite as experienced at this as I am now before I post them here. With everything else going on, I can only commit to 2 updates a week. Unfortunately, one of the things going on is the need to continue this ongoing series elsewhere. Since I usually post at least 2 updates a week elsewhere, there is the possibility that, while the tales will continue to grow by 2 posts a week here, it may never actually catch up. The actual tales is rapidly approaching the 250 chapter point with over 1 million words of content, and it's still growing. If you don't feel like waiting for your next fix, head over to the real thing here. Reddit is not as polished or nice of a reading experience as here, but if you want the raw, uncut stuff, it's there just waiting for you. I've started numbering the chapters to match the table of contents that the link takes you to. Oh, if you do head over there, be sure to check out the comments. There is a massive amount of extra lore, history, and all sorts of other goodies in there. In fact, I often write more words in the comments than I do in the actual post. Feel free to jump into the comments yourself as well. It's the cesspit that is Reddit, so things are much more, relaxed, and you can say whatever the hell that you want. I also read every comment, even on the old chapters, and will reply. So, let your hair down and cut loose. You can also ask whatever you want here, too. As I said, I'm a comment junkie and will try to answer any questions you have. Once again, here's the link. https://www.reddit.com/r/hfy/series/tales_from_the_Terran_republic. If you prefer a more polished, nicer experience, then it will all be posted here, eventually. I love all my readers and will not leave any of you guys hanging. Even if you do want to keep your primary reading experience here on Royal Road, and I don't blame you. It's really nice, consider easing over to Reddit and check out the comment threads if you want more lore, world building, and assorted madness. The poop starts to settle part 3 of 2, Shell Oran moves in. Well, it seems that we are going to get a chance to get to know each other after all. Pam said cheerfully from behind a thick transparent partition. Goody. Shell Oran just sat there on her padded cube miserably. Quite the scene in the courtroom. Pam said brightly. Woo. I have to say it takes a rare individual to tell any Terran judge to get fucked, but Judge Thaddeus Carter himself, damn. You really let him freaking have it. Yay me, Shell Oran said glumly. Yeah, maybe not the smartest move, but if you are going to go down guns blazing. Pam said brightly. You sure you aren't a little Terran in a frog suit? Nope, just a plath, a very unlucky plath. Oh, I'm going to have to call bullshit on that one, Pam smiled. Before we continue, I should introduce myself, shouldn't I? Pam drew herself up straight in her chair. I'm Agent Pamela Dawson. She said cheerfully. I'm your profiler. My profiler. Yab. Pam exclaimed enthusiastically. It's my job to figure out what makes you tick, and let me tell you, that's going to be fun. Shell Oran looked at her suspiciously. Don't feel too special. Most people here have a profiler, she said with a grin. You guys are just too interesting. We are. Sure. She replied. We host one of the greatest collections of, unique personalities, truly gifted humans and Kaelsh, exotic xeno-threats, and the like anywhere in the galaxy. It's a gathering of extremes, true one-of-a-kinds. Normal humans, or any of the standard races for that matter, are boring. You guys? Not boring. I mean, a plath? Here? If someone told me 2 days ago that I would be chatting with a plath guest, I would have told you that you were high. And to give me some, Pam leaned forward on her desk and whispered into the mic. Actually, I would have had to look up what a plath even was, and then I would have told you that I wanted a hit of what you were smoking. Oh. Speaking of. Pam tapped on her tablet, and a doorway opened. An armed and armored combat drone floated in. Carrying a tray that had a bottle of absinthe, her favorite brand, a beautiful absinthe glass, chilled water, a slotted spoon, and a small dish of sugar cubes. Care for a drink? She asked. We took the liberty of sneaking a peek into your hotel, and this stuff would be repugnant beyond words to your roommate, so we figured it was for you. Thanks. Shell Oran said as she walked over. She opened the bottle and took a sniff. If we wanted to poison or drug you, we would just gas you. Pam said cheerfully as she pointed up at some very suspicious-looking vents in the ceiling. Or we'd have one of the bots hold you down. Shell Oran carefully prepared herself a much-needed drink and took a long sip. Oh, she needed that. Is that your favorite? Pam asked. You get an alcohol ration. It would have to come pre-mixed, though. We give you a drink or 6 a day, not a whole fucking bottle. Why are you being so nice to me? Shell Oran as she sipped her absinthe suspiciously, still drank it, though. I was wondering when you would ask, Pam smiled. Everyone asks that eventually. The easy answer is because it's easy. Shell Oran just looked at her in confusion. You are among the elite. You guys are the worst of the worst, the deadliest of the deadly, the baddest of the bad. You guys thrive on misery. Adversity empowers you. Brutality only gives you strength. Hell, most of you actually like it. I don't like it. Shell Oran squeaked, sipping her absinthe. We could make this a living hell, Pam chuckled, but why exert ourselves so much just to suit you, make you stronger, more dangerous? Tartarus isn't a jail or even a prison. It's a warehouse. Our assigned task is to store some of the most dangerous biological weapons in the galaxy, people like you. We aren't concerned with punishment or reform. Both concepts are a complete waste of time when dealing with individuals like yourself or anyone else here. Do you have any idea who we have in here? We can't do shit to them. What they have been through, what they put themselves through just for fun sometimes. It's literally impossible to punish them. Beat you down? Seriously? The concept is laughable. What lash would we use on someone like Tiberius Shane? Starve you? What privations would we use on the maiden that could bring her to her knees? Intimidate you? What would we possibly confront Kvash the Wounder with to make him flinch? It's a complete waste of effort. Shit. You fucks would just view it as free entertainment. Shaloran's eyes widened as she sipped her drink. Who was she going to be tossed in here with? The list goes on and on, Pam chuckled. Nobody in here is going to break. If they could safely be brought to heel, they wouldn't be here in the first place. I can. Shaloran squeaked nervously. Pam just laughed. You are actually a prime example, she chuckled. I'm still crunching your numbers, but you are just a normal everyday plath, completely nice, totally docile, at least where violence goes. I am. Until you get pushed. Pam smiled wickedly. Then you enter some sort of fugue state and become incredibly dangerous with the reaction times and target acquisition speed easily equal to that of a sufficiently trained, fully enhanced human special operative. We have you on tape, both your own and the restaurant's footage, would you like to see? Shaloran just shook her head. Well, take my word for it, Pam enthused, when you black out shit gets freaky, and you can go toe to toe with anyone, not just Harkeen thugs, and that's before we even begin to talk about your other abilities. It's in our best interest to keep you feeling comfortable and, even more importantly, safe. I would much rather deal with you than, you. Other abilities. Your innate technological abilities for one. Pam exclaimed. You just throw together the coolest little toys. The stuff you normally make is neat. The shit you made while in the Twilight Zone. The techies are still trying to figure out your Barn Mart specials. Any info you feel like laying on us would be deeply appreciated. I learned it from a video game. Shaloran stammered. I like you. Pam replied cheerfully. I'm not sure if you actually believe that or are just a really good liar, but I'm going to let you in on something, she said as she pulled out the pistol she discarded in front of the hospital from a drawer in her desk. This didn't come from a video game. We checked them all. It was based on one. That's where I learned. Advanced electronics? Weaponsmithing? High-level electric and electronic engineering? Advanced physics? Pam asked, and something else that we are still trying to figure out. Even this little toy has some very smart, very educated people very, very excited. I just tweaked it a little, Shaloran said uncomfortably. Sure you did, Pam winked. Those little tweaks have some quite highly paid people not only a little confused but actually a bit pissed off. Why didn't you just use this little monster? It was certainly up for the task. Because I wanted them to. Shaloran started to hiss and then clamped her hands over her mouth with a squeak. Suffer? Pam asked, her eyes gleaming malevolently. Oh, don't worry, she smiled. I'm not DOJ, and we have little interest in supporting their little games. We honestly do not care. DOJ? Department of Justice, Pam smiled. I don't get paid to do those people's jobs for them. I mean, if we catch you planning a crime outside of this facility, then yeah, we clue them in, but as far as helping them with a current investigation or trial. PSSH. I've got better things to do than become an active threat for one of our residents or guests. I mean, we think we got all the bases covered, but, we aren't you now are we? I am not going to be the reason you black out next time. They don't pay me nearly enough for that bullshit. Who are you with then? The facility was built by, and the exterior and outer spaces are guarded by the Republic Armed Forces, Pam replied. As far as the rest of the internal and administrative staff and I go, let's just say that we serve the Republic and leave it at that. Intelligence? Shaloran asked in alarm. We serve the Republic. Pam smiled. As a guest, all you need to know is that you will be well provided for and are completely safe. Everywhere you will go is covered by auto turrets and patrolled by combat drones, and we don't use stunners. If someone starts trouble, then they will stop, instantly. Even you can't dodge them. Please inform your alter ego. Even the most aggressive, violent, combative person here isn't keen to throw their life away when there won't even be a fight. No fun, no glory, just darkness. That plus our two wardens, Warden Lassitude and Warden Corpulence, keep most people in line. I won't bother telling you to relax or try to reassure you further, but you will see. Things aren't bad here at all. In fact, a lot of people are very happy to call this place home. A second combat bot entered the room carrying a small athletic bag and a tablet. That is your bag, Pam said cheerfully. You got a change of clothes, some undies, based on what we found in your hotel, and some slippers that I'm pretty sure you will like. There is also a tablet. You can use that to check the schedule, watch some vids, and communicate with me, of course. Pam enthused. You need anything or have any questions, or just want to talk, feel free to give me a call at any time. I do eat and sleep, but I check my messages all the time. Thanks. Shelloran said dubiously. And if you want to chat with someone out there in the real world, you can request a monitored line. Pam enthused. Someone's going to be listening in, of course, but at least it's something, right? Okay. Yeah, that wasn't going to happen. She would send messages through Baxlon. That was probably monitored, too, but if they acted on it, Baxlon would eat them alive. Just follow the bot, and it will take you to your new temporary home, fingers crossed, right? Pam smiled. Follow me, ma'am, one of the bots said in a disturbingly human-sounding voice as it hovered off. Shelloran, clutching her tablet and bag, followed. After she left, Pam's friendly smile faded to an expressionless mask, her warm eyes glazing over and turning to ice. She pulled out a communicator. Hello, a dead, expressionless male voice answered. I have a candidate, Pam replied with a cold purr. She needs to become a resident. See to it. I will inform the DOJ, the man replied and hung up. Pam reached into a desk drawer and pulled out a simple white armband emblazoned with a three-headed hound embroidered in black and silver thread. She strapped it to her right arm and, with near mechanical precision, rose and walked to the door. As it opened, 2 guards leveled their shotguns at her. She smiled at the fear in their eyes. They lived only because she let them, and they knew it. I'm ready to return to my cell, she said in a dead voice. Shelloran was shown to a small cell with a bunk bed and a pair of desks, as well as a really exposed shower/toilet/sink combo. Wow! It was just hanging out right there in the corner, just like she would be whenever she used it. At least the door could close, and lock, whenever she wanted it to. If the door can close and lock, that means. She searched the room and, yep, sensors. Her every single move was tracked. At least they weren't cameras. So she could at least hope for a modicum of privacy. She turned to the bunks. The bottom one was occupied, so she started setting up on the top one. Hey, a male voice said. It was one of the guys from the hall that was clapping when she lost her pooping mind, again. Wait. There were men here? You're a man. She exclaimed in surprise. Was last time I checked, he laughed. Guys and girls are all mixed together here. I know. Weird, right? Shelloran just nodded. They say that the place is so secure they only need to make one. If anyone acts stupid. He put 2 fingers to his head bang. Besides, everyone is fucking deadly here, and everybody knows it, so nobody is someone you want to fuck with. They say it helps keep us properly socialized or some bullshit like that. Don't know about that, but it's nice having women around, even if I don't have a girlfriend, yet. Name's Roop. Nice to meet you. Shelloran, she replied. I heard you today in the cubes. He said. Fucking badass, man. Yeah, I sure told them. Shelloran said ruefully. Oh, your cellie is in the day room, Roop said. She practically lives in there. She's one of the grimdark 50,000 nerds. It's almost like you have a private room. Well, that will make pooping easier. Roop burst out laughing. You're all right, he said. So, what are you in for? Oh, I really shouldn't. Roop laughed some more. Chaka. He laughed as he mimicked cracking a whip. Just kidding. Everyone knows why you're here. Those fucking threen picked the wrong madam to fuck with. Fucking brutal, man. The way you just walked in there, and then just sat down and ordered fucking breakfast. Invited fucking SWAT to join you. Didn't even flinch when they hit you with the flashbangs. Just raised your fucking coffee mug. Pure motherfucking class. Shelloran winced. Hey, you wanna go grab a beer? He asked. I have 2 common. Oh, I appreciate it, but. I know, nothing's free in the joint, but trust me, here it fucking is. I get 6 beers a day, not counting all the weed. You won't owe me a fucking thing. You already sniffing around the new girl? A husky female voice laughed as a huge human woman loomed into view. I done told you you will probably have to wait till you become a resident to hook up. A gigantic tattooed woman gave Roop an affectionate headlock. Don't mind Roop, the woman laughed. Horny little fuck's been humping everybody's legs since he got here. It wasn't like that. Roop protested. I was just welcoming the new guy. The mountain of a woman laughed. Tell you what, she grinned. If you act right, you can come by my room later, and I'll give you a little bit. Roop's eyes lit up. Really? Sure. Why not? The giant woman said. Your sack must be about ready to pop. How long has it been? 9 years. Roop said, almost whining. Well, no wonder you are so wound up. She laughed. Let me take care of business here, and I'll take you to heaven right after. Really? Roop replied. Get a load of this guy, the woman laughed. Yes, Roop, really. Now go to my room and wait. Yes, ma'am. He exclaimed almost in ecstasy. He started to sprint away but paused and turned to Sheloran. I was serious about grabbing a beer with ye. Get out of here. The woman said, swatting Roop's butt. He left at a sprint. Oh boy oh boy oh boy. He voice cried out as he ran. Forgive Roop, she laughed. He really wasn't trying to trick you into owing him. He's just trying to be nice. Hard to believe he chopped up his entire family. Eeb. But we don't judge here, the woman said. It's one of our rules. I'm Lee, but everyone calls me Mama Bear. I'm the resident advisor for the block. Resident advisor? Yeah, Lee replied. I'm a resident here, a lifer, and I live down here with you guests to help you guys out. Are you familiar with the trustee system? Sheloran shook her head. Well, here in Tartarus, we prisoners operate this place. We keep it running, keep it clean, and keep it orderly. You will only see the guards when you are in the outer shell. Once you enter the core, it's just us, and the sensors, turrets, and bots, of course. We trustees are the bosses. We assign jobs, wipe noses, swat butts, and do whatever else that needs doing. You have any questions or need something, I'm your girl. Just come see Mama Bear, and I'll point you in the right direction. Yes, ma'am, Sheloran said meekly. You can drop that ma'am bullshit. Call me either Lee or Mama Bear. We are here for a reason, after all. I'm no better than you. I've just been here longer, that's all. She said with an odd look in her eye for a moment. She shook herself. Anyway, stash your shit, and I will show you around. And don't screw with the bots, Lee said as they strolled the block. They aren't packing stunners, and they will kill you. If they say something, listen. They will only say it once. Sheloran just nodded as she looked around. And see the bot with the gold markings. Lee continued. Those are manned. A guard is piloting it. You want to talk to the man, just talk to one of those. If you ever have a problem with someone or feel even a little unsafe and you can't find me, or if you don't want to talk to me about it for some reason, go to a Goldie. Just don't try to take care of it yourself. There are too many turrets and drones. You will die. I'm serious about that. Don't test them. Okay, Sheloran squeaked. Let's see. Lee said as she looked out across the common area. There. She exclaimed as she pointed at a specially decorated gold drone. See the one with the star? That's Officer Jax. He's the block's concierge officer. He's your point of contact as far as the man goes. Between him and me, we can take care of whatever you need. Let's go say hello. Officer Jax was really nice. After they met with him, Lee said that she had to go and take care of Roop. With a big grin and a wave, she left. When it was time for lunch, Sheloran was amazed. Everything was so yummy. Oh, it was so nice. There was this massive salad bar loaded down with apples, oranges, and bananas and those wonderful tomatoes that Terra had. Everything was so fresh. They say that it's because they grow a lot of it here. Oh. And the olive bar. Great profit, it was so good. And you could go back as much as you wanted. They even had these fountains that had chocolate pouring down the sides in thick sheets, and you could dip fruit and bread and all sorts of things in it. Wow. She had never seen anything like that before. She didn't have her dispensary card yet, but it was sangria day so she could get a glass or two. She discovered that she absolutely adored sangria, and nobody minded. They just said that she could just pour in next time. In fact, they insisted and kept filling up her cup until a bot said that she had had enough. Okay, just one more glass, then that's it. She was still nervous as anything, but everyone was really nice to her. In fact, she was a bit of a celebrity. It turns out that she was all over the news and everyone knew what she had done and what she had said to Judge Druid. There were even people who wanted to be her boyfriend. And one person who wanted to be her girlfriend. Everyone wants to be my friend except for a pooping plath. Sheloran thought ruefully as she politely declined yet another offer. She was a little bit flattered, though. When people expressed interest before, it was because she was a cute little Xeno. They were interested in what she was. Here, they were offering because of who she was, what she had done. They wanted to be with her because she was a badass, one of them. It was different, and a bit exciting if she was perfectly honest. They actually wanted her. It didn't matter if she was weird, or even that she was bad. They actually wanted her. Maybe she could. No. Absolutely not. Poob. What was she thinking? And she wasn't one of them. Was she? Completely overwhelmed, she retreated to her room and locked the door. She hoped that her cellie was nice. She pulled a really nice blanket over her head and hid for a while. Chat room undefined. Private chat room undefined. Present, Bunny. Interpol 2 has entered the chat. / Bunny, oh shit. 50. 50, / Interpol 2, good afternoon, Bunny, smiley face, keeping out of trouble, at least in the Republic? / Bunny, funny you should mention that, / Interpol 2, god damn it, Bunny. You promised, / Bunny, I promise a lot of shit, laughing face, / Interpol 2, so why the summons? You just wanted to gloat, / Bunny, I need a teeny, tiny, almost insignificant little favor / Interpol 2, you actually expect me to assist you in breaking the law, / Bunny, yep. Laughing face, / Interpol 2, I should just log off and issue an alert, but I simply have to know. What the hell are you planning, and exactly why the fuck should I help you, / Bunny, you know the Tartarus detention facility, / Interpol 2, Bunny. You can't be serious, / Bunny, smiley face, / Interpol 2, 1. It's impossible, even for you and 2, there is no 2. It's suicide, / Bunny, care to make a little wager then? The bet, we hit the place, break out exactly who we want and only who we want, and then escape without a trace / Interpol 2, I know we've enjoyed a little wager or two in the past but not this time. This is too much. The fucking Cerberus program is in there. Please tell me this isn't about them, / Bunny, relax, we aren't touching any of the hounds. Even we have our limits. No, this is just good old-fashioned high treason. / Interpol 2, high treason? WTF? I thought you guys were on our side, / Bunny, relax, it has to do with Kung Fu Kunny. / Interpol 2, oh, that's cool then. Laughing face, I'll take a piece of that action. But no touchy Cerberus. God. It would be great if Tart got taken down a peg or 3, / Bunny, we're going after a guest. We aren't getting anywhere near the residential level / Interpol 2, and you need me to make this happen, / Bunny, hell no. The day I need your help to pull off a job is the day I start doing people's taxes for a living, / Interpol 2, then what do you want, / Bunny, you want to hear something fucking hilarious, / Interpol 2, I could use a laugh. / Shell-Oran entered the dining hall expectantly. If anything, lunch was just a warm-up. Supper was amazing. She grabbed a plate of grilled veggies and gleefully raided the salad bar. She paused over the pile of goodies in front of her as she gave thanks to the great prophet for the feast. She might be stuck here for well, maybe forever, but at least the food was good. She wondered what their gardens were like. She bet they were fantastic and wondered how long it would be before she could see them. As she raised the first forkful of goodness to her waiting mouth, a blur zipped in and landed across from her. Hi! A slightly built blonde female exclaimed. I'm Zippo. You're Sully. Sorry I didn't meet you before, but the Bionids were launching a raid, and we had to put those foul Xenos down in the name of the Emperor. Sorry. I don't mean Xeno like you. I mean Xeno like Xenos. I play Grimdark. Do you like Grimdark? It's awesome. You can read my books if you want. We have a great community here. I hear it's even better once you become a resident. You slash stuff up, huh? I saw the news. Pretty cool. I like fire. I burn stuff. I just can't help it. I just love to watch flames, you know. Did you know that fire meets all of the requirements for life itself? It does. That's how I got here. I just kept burning stuff. Did you know you can start a fire with just... Oh, creators. Shell-Oran thought in horror. This was her pooping cellmate. Great. And they were really mean to me there, so I burned them up. Oh, how they screamed. It was so funny. Wait. What? Shelloran thought in alarm as she caught that last bit. You burned your cellmates? Shelloran asked, her eyes widening in alarm. Well, the people in my bay, Zippo replied. We didn't have cells. We all lived in one big room, which made it really easy to get them all. See, what I did was. I have a killer for a cellmate. Great. Shelloran thought glumly and then chuckled. Of course she did. She was here, after all. And then boom. Whoosh. Zippo said as she threw her arms wide. Everything burned. I used to be a chemistry major. Straight A's. That's how I knew you could make. Excuse me, Shelloran said after she swallowed a slice of perfectly ripe avocado. Yet. Why did you burn your fellow prisoners again? Because they wouldn't stop beating on me. They said I talked too much. So anyway, like I was saying, I used to be a chemistry major, so I knew you could take the detergent and mix it with. There it is, Shelloran chuckled. She was wondering where the turd in the salad was. But, at least she spent most of the day playing that grimdark game. But don't worry. I'm not burning anything anymore. I can't. I don't want to die, or worse. Worse. You don't want to go where they send you if you get voted off of the island. Where's that? Shelloran asked, quite concerned. Knowing the universe's fondness for pooping on her head, she would probably go there too, sooner or later. Oh, it's bad. Zippo said with big eyes. It's called. Zippo trailed off into wide-eyed silence as four elderly people quietly walked up. Good evening, Zip, an old man said with a smile. Mind if we chat with your friend here? Sure. Zippo squeaked and quickly grabbed her tray, and fled. You're welcome, the man said as he sat down across from her. 5 minutes with that girl is more than enough for anyone. I'm Martin, he said as he extended his hand. Shelloran, nice to meet you, she replied as she shook it. Kid, Martin said, you got style. You handled your business yourself. You didn't send some punk. You even did it with style. Didn't bother trying to run, just sat yourself down and ordered breakfast, even tipped your waiter. Class act. Much respect. Thanks. And you didn't scrape and beg in front of that judge, Martin smiled. Fuck the Republic and fuck you too, classic. Wish I had said something that badass when I was on trial. That was kind of a mistake, actually, Shelloran replied. Hat, probably, Martin said as they all laughed. But some mistakes you just gotta make. He leaned forward. I just got one question, he asked. Why did you do it? Why did you kill those fuckers? Shelloran just sighed. Just be yourself, right? They hurt my people, Shelloran snarled. Innocent people, people who hadn't done a pooping thing to anyone, made her kid watch while they. Shelloran hissed. Nobody hurts my people and gets away with it. The group all looked at each other and nodded. Kid, Martin smiled. You ever hear of the Saints? No. We are a professional association of like-minded individuals, Martin smiled. From all across the Republic. A union of sorts, a union that you might benefit from joining. Look, Martin, Shelloran said carefully, I appreciate it, but I just want to get through this without getting in any more trouble. They all laughed. We aren't some pissant prison gang, Martin chuckled. I'm talking about when you beat the rap. You are running a pretty nice little game on your own, but as you have found out, it can be hard without people at your back, and with the Saints, you can take your little game and make it a lot bigger. We don't do shit here except our time. The only perk you get here is that Zippo won't crash your lunch. She steers clear of us. She doesn't want the Args wiping out her legion like last time she crossed us. Yet, little bitch tried playing in the big leagues, a silver-haired woman snarled. We crunched up all her tasty little smurfs. It's the closest thing to a shanking we can manage around here, Martin chuckled. Krista here does board games, I do cards, Sven handles the FPS and RTS racket. You game? Shelloran smiled. A little. A note from Slightly Amusing. Royal Road is a much nicer reading experience, but if you don't want to wait for the next bi-weekly update, you can brave the wilderness that is Reddit and binge on the rest of the story, all 247 chapters of it. One of the delays in getting them all up here is that I am proofreading, cleaning up, and otherwise polishing them. The source material on Reddit might be a little less refined, and the interface is a lot less pleasant, but if you are craving your next fix, you can get it there. https://www.reddit.com/r/hfy/series/tales_from_the_Terran_Republic. Judge Dredd remembers and Shelloran gets screwed. Thad Carter leveled his pistol at the last of the Parson clan. Why, Hesta Parson screamed. You know why, Thad said grimly as he pulled the trigger and, with a searing flash, Hesta fell. He turned to a rail-thin, grim-faced woman standing beside him. We don't have enough for our own, he said with a resigned sigh. We can't feed their kids. The woman silently nodded and walked out of the tent. He closed his eyes for a moment and sighed heavily. How had it come to this? Killing an entire family over a few chests of canned food. No. They brought this on themselves. They drew first blood. This was on them. It was ugly, but it was justice. Or what passed for justice these days. He stepped out into the morning light as a terrified child started to sprint, screaming, through the shabby compound. Cursing the world, God, and himself, he raised his pistol. Judge Thaddeus Carter awoke. As he did, glowing lines of text appeared in his vision, reporting his vitals and the status of the dozen different systems that kept him breathing. One of the lines had the time. It was 3 o'clock. Tired as he was not going back to sleep. You've suffered enough, a little Xeno voice whispered in his mind. You need to forgive. Some things can never be forgiven, he said quietly to the empty room. He struggled to his feet and wandered into the kitchen. He winced as he reached for a bowl. Thad, honey, the thin woman said, her voice filled with concern, come in, you need to eat. I'm not hungry, Selene, he said with a sigh. You haven't been hungry for 2 days, she said. And you didn't eat that day either. I can't touch it, Thad said quietly. That food, what we did to get it. I can't. Well, this is from our stock, she said, holding a small bowl. Can you at least eat that? Thaddeus Carter just rolled over and stared at the wall. Hey, the woman said. You didn't know. None of us did. It wasn't your fault. It wasn't anyone's fault. It's just this fucking Ash. I examined the evidence, he said. I passed judgment. I made the call. It's my fault. How were you supposed to know that Sammy wasn't running with them anymore? Selene asked. And you aren't a judge anymore. We all made the decision, and we all have to live with the mistake that we made, okay? Now please eat something. Please leave me, Selene. God damn it, the woman yelled. You just gonna give up? Let yourself starve. Murders don't deserve to live. Okay, fine, Selene said and then took a deep breath. Thaddeus Carter, I find you guilty of the murder of the Parson clan, and I sentence you to an eternity of servitude in the worst place I can send you, Earth. There you will lead a bunch of murdering scum and keep their innocent kids alive. Happy? Now get up off your sorry ass and eat. You served your time long ago. Shaloran's voice whispered in his ears. Judge Dredd just sighed sadly as he filled the bowl with instant oatmeal. An eternity means forever, frog girl, he muttered as he stirred in the water. An email came in. His new kidney had been built. Shaloran turned a small holographic orb back and forth, thoughtfully painting it a mottled blue color. I appreciate you giving me a hand, Krista said as she was carefully assembling a scrap giant. Oh, I don't mind. Shaloran said happily. This is fun, she exclaimed as she examined her org. It needed something. So you have to repaint all of the miniatures that get killed? Shaloran asked. We play for skins here, Krista replied as she started carefully painting her org mech. Makes it more interesting. Makes it so that you actually lose something. Hey, Shaloran said as she examined her org. Stripes. Warriors should have stripes. She carefully started airbrushing them on. Wow, Krista said, looking over at Shaloran's work. That's nice. You don't need to put that much into them, though. They are probably going to get eaten by the Bionids. Sorry, Shaloran replied. I can take them off. No. Krista exclaimed. He looks awesome, and the computer grades the paint job. The better and more detailed the paint, the better the stats. It keeps people from just painting their guys one color and chucking them on the board. Shit paint means shit stats. So that's why Zippo is so nervous around you. Ha, little bitch had to repaint damn near her entire legion. Krista chuckled. Damn, Froggy, she exclaimed as she looked at a small glowing panel hovering over the figure that Shaloran had just finished. You can paint any of my shit that you want. Here. You want to paint this big guy? A much larger orc appeared in front of Shaloran. Okay. Shaloran smiled. A few minutes later, Shaloran looked up with dreamy eyes. So these guys were created by another race to fight a war for them. Yep, Krista said as she zoomed in on the mech. She wasn't going to let herself be outdone by this noob. The Elder Ones made them to fight in the Celestial War. No wonder they lost, Shaloran mused as she started idly carving strange glyphs into the chest of the holographic figure in front of her. Got something to say about the arcs, bitch? Krista laughed. No. It's not that, Shaloran muttered, lost in her work. It's just that the Elder Ones put all that effort in creating these guys and that other race. The Elverin. Yeah, them, Shalloran muttered as her hands took on a life of their own. They had much better material to work with. They did? Krista asked, intrigued. Themselves, Shalloran murmured. They were so much more advanced than whatever they would have used as the base stock for these Args and those other guys. They should have just taken some of their own species and used them to make a warrior caste. They might have won if they did that. Too many of the first races made that mistake. They didn't want to get their hands dirty, so they hid behind their creations, be they flesh or machine. You don't win wars by distancing yourself from them. You win by embracing war. You don't close your mouth. You drink deep. Hey, Krista said. I never thought of that. Thought of what? Shalloran asked brightly and then gasped in astonishment at what was sitting in front of her. I think I'm done with this one. Krista just looked in stunned surprise at the stats panel for Shalloran's latest creation. Holy shit! Here! Krista exclaimed as she handed over the mech she was working on. Do this one next. Shalloran just grinned. This was fun. Gloria stood in front of her Reaper and laughed an honest, genuine laugh. I know I said I didn't care what it looked like, but goddamn. Gloria laughed. That is fucking ugly. You say fuck ship, that wispy Xeno said, holding a strange-looking welding rig. So I fuck ship. Gloria walked along the modification. It wasn't pretty, but it was perfectly symmetrical. She poked at the seam where it was attached. Glue, she asked, raising her eyebrow. Sealant, Harville replied. Fresh welds that long and heavy would screw with the crystalline structure of your ship's frame, so we attached it with spring rivets and used miner's paste to make it airtight. The whole thing will flex instead of crack. It will be good up to 25 GS. Fuck, Gloria replied. I'm not saying that the Navy uses something like this, but if they did, this would actually be better. PSSK, the Xeno welder scoffed. Better than your Navy, no praise. You humans think you weld. You know weld. You stick metal together. You know weld. Big words, little guy, Gloria smiled. I thought so too, Harville said, until he showed me. These weird little fucks know welding. Gloria opened the hatch and looked inside. I know it looks like hell, Harville said. But the webbing attachment points are secure, and the insulation will keep things at least habitable. Unfortunately, we couldn't grab a proper life support module, so we had to improvise. It's ancient tech, but we were able to scab it together with shit we had laying around, and it will support 6 humans for 4 hours. More than long enough, Gloria replied. We can do it in 2. Noodle here, Harville said as he nodded at the strange wispy Xeno, says that he can do one more major weld without fucking ship, but that's it. I know you don't want a modular weapons package, but you guys do whatever you think is best, Gloria smiled. Just don't fuck ship. I know fuck ship. Noodle screeched. You fuck ship. Well, unfuck ship then. Gloria grinned and turned to Harville. I like this guy, she laughed. Great. Sheila said to Gloria's image on her screen. We move tonight. She terminated the call and turned to Jessie. You got our target's location? Yep. Jessie bubbled. She spends her day getting worked over, and then they tuck her in for the night right, here, she said as a projection of Tartarus appeared in the middle of the bridge. Nice work, you two, Sheila said as she examined the model. There is one thing I need to talk to you about, though, Jessie said, her face becoming uncharacteristically serious. It's about our little frog buddy. She's fucked. Oh. Sheila asked. What the fuck do you mean I'm off the case? Thaddeus Carter yelled into his communicator. Sorry, Carter, a refined-looking black woman with close-cropped grey natural hair replied. After that scene in your courtroom, we feel it best if you not handle this one, for appearances' sake. Fucking appearances. Judge Dredd yelled. You doubt my impartiality? Of course not, the woman smiled. It's just that the Xenos are all up in arms. It's just politics, you understand. If there is a conviction with you presiding, then her little Xeno lawyer is going to appeal using you as the reason. We don't want this circus lasting any longer than it needs to. That shitloach is fucking slippery. Judge Dredd replied. Only I know how to deal with that slimy little fucker. I'm certain that the judge handling this case will be up to the task. Oh, yeah. Judge Dredd asked skeptically. Who? She just smiled. I will be handling this case personally, she said with a cold smile. You? He asked, completely astonished. He then narrowed his eyes at her. Why? The Republic just feels that this one should be handled delicately, that's all. A chill started to creep down Judge Dredd's polymer spine. Okay, he replied with a smile. I know when I'm beat. I'm glad you have decided to be reasonable for once. So when is the next hearing? He asked. You needn't concern yourself with that. More chills. Oh, I disagree, Judge Dredd smiled. It seems that I need to work on my refinement. Who better to study than you, and if it is so delicate then an extra set of eyes wouldn't hurt, would it? Besides, I called dibs. Oh, Jesus Christ, Thad, the woman said with an exasperated tone. I'm just trying to help, Judge Dredd said with a syrupy sweet tone. I'm intimately familiar with her attorney and know all of his tricks. I can keep him from being able to successfully appeal. That won't be necessary, Judge Carter. Necessary or not, Judge Dredd replied. You are stuck with me on this one. So, when is the next hearing? I haven't scheduled it yet, she smiled. My docket is quite full, so it will be worked in as time allows. Then someone else should handle it. The Republic guarantees the accused a speedy trial. The Republic, the woman said coolly, guarantees a citizen a speedy trial. A piece of Federation garbage can fucking wait until the state finds it convenient to convict them. She's guilty as hell, and we both know it. She can sit in Tartarus until we make it official. A few months or even years won't make the slightest difference. I'll even give her credit for time served, not that it will matter. Fuck, he thought as he felt a sick feeling settle in his gut. Citizen or not, he said, his voice starting to rise, Shel Oran is a living, breathing person who deserves. Shel Oran, the woman sneered. Not the accused? A living breathing person. Seriously, the woman laughed. Thad, you're too close to this one. Back off. The hell I will, he snapped. You will not just sweep her under the rug. Don't worry, the woman said. I assure you that she will be processed in accordance with all of our laws and customs. Processed? Judge Dredd yelled. She is not a fucking sausage. She has rights. Such passion, even after all these years, she said with a smile. So very admirable. Her eyes narrowed. Let this one go, Thad. Just walk away, she said with just a touch of menace in her voice. Not going to fucking happen. Judge Dredd shouted. Shel Oran and people like her get rolled over time and time again. Not this time. Not on my watch. She might be guilty as fuck, but she will be tried and, if found guilty, sentenced. She deserves that. She deserves a trial, Tamlin. I never said she wouldn't get one, Tamlin replied. She will. I personally guarantee it. Oh yeah, Judge Dredd asked. When? This conversation is over, Thad. As a courtesy, I will email you with any further details, she said with a cold gleam in her almond-shaped eyes. But you had better stay the hell out of my way. The line went dead. Fuck, Judge Dredd yelled. He stood there, seething. Tamlin was fucking evil. Not corrupt, not incompetent, evil. She would send someone to the gallows just to free up her tea time. She wielded the law like a weapon. So did he, but in his hands, it was a sword of justice. In hers, it was a garrote. Shel Oran didn't have a chance. But why? She was a major player. Why was the Tamlin Budi interested in a little blue frog girl from the Freeport? Why was she going to destroy Shel Oran? That poor kid was never getting out of that hell hole. Why? He accessed the databases and pulled up cases. His suspicion was correct. Every single time Judge Buddha became involved in a case involving someone being held in Tartarus, they went away for life. Every single time. It wasn't too shocking on the surface. People who are being held there pending trial aren't there for shoplifting. If someone is being held there, they are probably guilty. Just like the Parsons probably raided his camp. Judge Dredd started to pull up the entire files for every Tartarus case she had ever touched and then stopped. If his gut was right. He looked down at his phone, smiled, and then hurled it into the wall, shattering it. He sent off an email stating that he was feeling poorly, grabbed a portable battery pack, strapped it on, and headed for the door. No, see. Kolb said as he showed a portly blonde the screen. It's completely fried. You are gonna need a new phone. But I heard you could fix anything, the woman cried. I can fix a lot, he said with a wiggle of his eye stalks, but it would cost 5 times what a new one would just to try and do it, she exclaimed, slamming down her bank card. Okay, Kolb said with a wiggle. What do you really need here? The woman looked down. I want the chat logs, from this phone. Is it your phone? I paid for it. I paid for the account, she snapped, so, yes. It is my phone. Hey, easy, he said soothingly. Now that I can do but, are you sure, he asked. From my experience, this won't help anything. I need to know, she said, her lip quivering. Kolb sighed. Okay, I'm gonna need cash, he said. 250 credits. The woman just nodded and reached into her purse. The door opened. Judge Carter! Kolb exclaimed, deftly making the phone disappear. How lovely to see such a noble champion of the law here in my humble and completely legal establishment. Kolb turned to the terrified woman. Ma'am, I will be happy to repair your phone, he exclaimed. Just come back this afternoon, and it will all be taken care of. Oh, okay, the woman stammered and, with the speed one wouldn't expect from someone so large, departed. I was going to ask if you were keeping out of trouble, Kolb, Judge Dredd grinned. But it seems I don't have to. I don't know what you mean, Your Honor, Kolb replied testily. I learned my lesson. I'm now just an honest electronics repair guy. Then I've come to the wrong place, Judge Dredd replied. I need something done. Kolb looked at him suspiciously. If you need a new phone, I can help, but otherwise, you got the wrong guy. I actually do need a new phone, Judge Dredd replied with a chuckle. And while we are setting it up, we are going to discuss something else, something that you will help me with. Kolb sighed and turned his eye stalks skyward. Why did the universe hate him? Queen Ulkaritka cleaned her eggs miserably as some larvae snuggled her. She stroked the larvae sadly, already mourning them. They were doomed, all of them, and so were the eggs. They were just warriors. They shouldn't matter. But they did. They mattered so much. They meant so much to her that her heart broke every time they were taken away, never to be seen again. They had been so confident when they had invaded. Every projection guaranteed success. But their projections didn't include them. If you had asked her before the war accursed who the most fearsome, merciless, and strongest species ever gifted with sapience by the progenitors was, she would, without a shred of doubt, would have said it was them, the blessed ones. She and her sisters were the pinnacle of creation, destined to wipe clean all inferior life as was the fate of all inferior life. Now, she knew better. She grunted as yet more eggs, doomed eggs, squirted from her distended belly. Ascension to motherhood, surrounded by her progeny, every queen's dream. Now an unending nightmare. Ulkaritka flinched as a hatchway opened, and she walked in. Good morning. Pam, clad in simple black trousers and a tunic bearing a silver three-headed hound, said with a bright smile. And how is my favorite bug doing today? More eggs? How wonderful. The Republic deeply appreciates your assistance. Ulkaritka just whined and cowered in pure terror as the monster drew closer. Her antennae quivered as the unmistakable scent of dominance and command filled the air. Pam smiled and exhaled at her as lab-grown, surgically implanted glands sprayed alien chemicals into her throat. It tickled. Obey. The queen, every fiber of her being screaming with despair and rage, bowed. Obey. Whimpering, the queen rolled over, exposing herself. Pam smiled and pulled out a syringe with a long flexible needle. This might sting just a little, Pam said pleasantly, but then again, you already know that, don't you? The young collective queen's anguished screams echoed down the pristine halls of Tartarus. Let me get this straight, Kolb said as he eyed Judge Dredd suspiciously, you want me to help you break the law. The law is only valid when it protects the people, Judge Dredd said grimly. If I'm right, then that is no longer the case. The law in the Republic must be protected. And if you're wrong, then I will turn myself in. Judge Dredd said calmly, and you are doing this under duress from a fucking judge. Entrapment doesn't even come close to describing it. You are covered. Kolb just sat there silently looking at Judge Dredd. I need your help, Judge Dredd said, the law is being perverted by one of our own, and they must be stopped. I've turned a blind eye to it for too long. A good person's life is at stake. She might not be innocent, but a good person is going to be. I don't know what is going to happen to her, but I am certain it's not good. Kolb turned his eye stalks skyward. Right, Kolb replied. If I do this, I'm going to need something from you. Duress ain't gonna cut it. What do you want? Judge Dredd chuckled. Pam walked into a large conference room where 20 black-clad Cerberus members sat around a long table. How is your pet? An elderly man sitting at the head of the table asked. Healthy and full of eggs, Pam replied in a cold, flat voice as she sat in the empty seat immediately to his left. The next batch of warriors should be pupating within the week. Excellent, the man replied. We've run out of them again. He turned to a bald, heavily tattooed man. How are the prospects coming along? We've lost 3, he replied. 2 washouts, 1 fatality. A fatality. Suicide. We are still within acceptable losses for the class. We also have a graduate of Phase 1. They will be undergoing enhancement tomorrow. Which package? Infiltrator 7 Gamma, a black-clad Kaelsh replied. Their physiology and epigenetic heritage lends itself well to the Gamma strain. Projected chance of success 85%. Projected chance of fatality 15%. Very nice, the man at the head of the table nodded. We could use another Gamma. Rarpa wants more data concerning that strain, and Lord knows we could use another infiltrator. Moving on to active operations. Adept Karya. Operation Snickerdoodle is proceeding well, but we have a minor complication, a raven-haired Asian woman replied. One of Team Epsilon broke her conditioning and attempted desertion. Adept Xian eliminated her. Her body was disposed of discreetly, and samples were extracted. Operation Buttercup failed. Team Beta sustained 3 casualties, and the target was not captured. Adept Electra initiated containment protocol Theta. The target site was completely leveled using a captured plasma device, and our fallen were completely incinerated. Chance of human involvement being detected is less than 5%. Electra reports that there was no time to recover samples. Regrettable, the man at the head of the table replied. When they return, dissolve Team Beta and disqualify all survivors, including Electra. However, allow her to retain her name and allow all members, including Electra, to restart the training program. Electra will continue to lead the reformed Team Beta once she graduates. He turned to Pam. Klee, you have a new toy. Yes, Hades, she replied. A plath of all things. The one from the news, he asked. A bit high profile for my tastes. The reward far outweighs the risks, Pam replied. Her performance in the field, in addition to her remarkable technological abilities, make her valuable. The Republic will benefit greatly with her under our care. What do we know of the plath? Next to nothing, she said with a trace of annoyance in her otherwise emotionless voice. They are a minor Federation species with virtually no presence outside of their home system. In fact, their counselor spends only the barest minimum of time in their capital, opting to do most of his work remotely. They have a reputation for extreme docility and are considered very technologically backward. Their standard education is on par with one of our 5th graders. And this one is technologically advanced. Extremely, Pam replied. Rarpa is going nuts over her weapons, both the one she normally carried and the 2 delightful toys she took to the Harkeen restaurant. But unfortunately, I don't have all of the details yet. They haven't completed their initial assessment. These plath are interesting, Hades said after a moment. We should grab a few for study. That would be a mistake, Cassandra, an auburn-haired woman, said calmly. Why? They are too much of an unknown at this point, Adept Cassandra replied as she laid a small bunch of yarrow stalks on the table in front of her. If this Shell Oran exists, who's to say that they don't have squads of her? Until we know more about Shell Oran and the plath in general, it would be unwise to move. There is no need for haste. And Shell Oran's prime motivator is her people, Pam said calmly. If she finds out that we have taken some of her own species for study, it will complicate conditioning to the point that it may be impossible. We should focus on the bird we have in our hands before we start beating the bushes. Speaking of, Hades said, picking up his coffee mug, do you have a plan yet? I haven't fully completed my assessment, Pam replied. However, I am beginning to get a feel for her, enough to begin softening her up. However, I need more information about the plath. I would like to apply for an excursion. The reason? Dr. Stephen Fallbridge, she said, he is a doctor of xenology at the University of Buenos Aires. As it happens, he did his master's thesis on modern agrarian cultures, and the plath were one of the species that he covered in detail. He also has at least one contact on the plath homeworld, an abbot. He is the closest thing the Republic has to an expert on them. I would like to establish a rapport with the good doctor. Approved, Hades said in an emotionless voice. No side trips this time, Klee. I will not tolerate another indiscretion. Yes, Hades, Pam smiled. And speaking of indiscretions, Hades said with a disapproving glance, a certain prominent businessman leapt to his death yesterday. He was on the list, she replied with a shrug. The list isn't for entertainment, Hades said with a stern voice. They are for research and training. Did you learn anything? I learned that he was really afraid of spiders, Pam chuckled. I am beginning to tire of this, Klee, Hades said with just a touch of menace. I was also able to get useful data on several promising technologies, she added. I was able to completely break him from the comfort of my cell in less than 2 weeks. Here is my report. Interesting, Hades replied as he examined his tablet. Excellent work, Apate. Your scripts performed flawlessly. Thanks, a silver-haired bespectacled female said completely without emotion. Klee, I am still waiting for your data, especially concerning the ultra and infrasonic noise generation apps. You will get your report by the end of business today, Pam replied. As far as the noise generators go, I adore them. They absolutely destroyed his sleep quality. His mental state deteriorated quite rapidly. Apate just smiled and briefly typed on her tablet. If there is no further business, Hades said, rising. This meeting is adjourned. Intermission, Kraxina calls in the cavalry. Kraxina stood there holding Dave's hand as they both looked at Ploxny's motionless body hooked up to a bunch of machines. I kinda knew that Shell Oran was bad news, Dave said quietly, but I had no idea. Me neither, Kraxina said with a little sigh. I knew something was up with her, but She looked down. At least we are safe, Kraxina said quietly. She sacrificed herself for us. Yet, for now, Dave replied. But that was just the free port. Those assholes are everywhere. It's only a matter of time before they come back. Yet. Kraxina said at a loss. I don't know what we are going to do. I have a bit of money saved up. Sheloran didn't want me to pay anything, not even for the hotel. I guess I could go home. And you don't have to worry about Ploxny, Dave said with a little sigh. I'm going to ask her to marry me if she ever. Dave started to sob. Really? Kraxina said happily, she will be so happy. She really loves you, you know. I shoulda done it sooner. Dave wailed. Why didn't I? Well, you're gonna do it now. Kraxina exclaimed, jumping up and giving him a hug. That's what's important, what we do now. I'm going to feel a lot better knowing that Ploxny is going to be safe. Kraxina's phone rang. It was the police. After she hung up, she sighed sadly. They say that they're done with the drop, she said, her lip quivering. I guess I should go down there and see if there's anything left. Don't go alone. Dave said urgently. We still don't know if there are any of them left. Oh me Empress. Kraxina thought. He's right. She took a deep breath. Someone should go down there, she said. I owe it to Sheloran. Maybe there's. I don't know, something. I'll call a couple of the girls, maybe someone from the union. I'll come. Dave said as he tried to sit up. Dave, you can barely walk. Kraxina said, giving him a kiss on the nose. You stay here with Ploxny. If she wakes up, she is going to need to know what's going on. Okay, Dave said, easing back into the bed. A couple of hours later, Kraxina and a motley assortment of Xenos wandered through the wreckage of the drop of oil. There was nothing left. It had been completely gutted. Kraxina tried to fight back tears, and failed. She stood there sobbing as her friends, many of them weeping themselves, tried to comfort her, and each other. I can't believe it's gone, 15GLE said, her body shuddering. It's gone. What are we going to do? Korka said, her ears drooping. I don't know, Kraxina said, looking down. You all have union cards, she said. You can get work anywhere. Yet? Lolipur asked, wiping her eyes, where? You just log on to the directory and. You ever tried that, Kraxi? Kyulyu snapped, whipping her eye stalks at her, flinging stress mucus everywhere. No. You haven't. You always had it good here. What do you mean? Kraxi asked. Oh, I'm sorry, we're full, Kyulyu said in a mocking tone, or, I guess we have to let you in, and then they hide you in the back and don't send you anybody. Or they just call you a freak and are really mean. Littlefoot said, looking down with big sad eyes. The other girls even will gang up on you and say really mean things. She exclaimed. This was the only place in town, and the next one too. I had no idea. Kraxina said with a shocked expression. Sheloran always said. Sheloran didn't know everything. Lolipur exclaimed. She was too nice and believed their bullshit. She was always too nice. Until she wasn't. I guess. Why didn't you tell us? Kraxina asked. And have Sheloran go up there and cause trouble because you know she would. We didn't want to risk a good thing. Lolipur's phone rang. Hi Beth, she said anxiously. I'm just over at the drop of oil with some of the other girls. Lolipur winced. I'm sorry. She whined. I just wanted to tell everybody bye. I'll be back in just a little bit. No. Please don't take my tips. I'll make it up. She just sighed and put the phone back in her little purse. Beth. Kraxina exclaimed. She's awful. What else am I gonna do? Lolipur asked. It's better than the street, and she isn't so bad. Are you kidding? She steals from you and slaps you around and. At least she doesn't try to take freebies or make me give them to their friends. Lolipur said defensively. And she says that she will take in anybody for her, ugh, petting zoo. I gotta go. She said, looking down. It was really nice while it lasted. I liked it here a lot. Take care of yourself, Kraxi. Looking downward, Lolipur started to walk away. Some of the other girls started to follow her. No. Kraxina shouted. They stopped and looked back. I'm not letting this happen. She squeaked. You are not going back there. We are gonna stay in business. How? Huyu asked. Look at this place. It's It's over, Craxi. It's not over until we say it's over. Craxi shouted. Yeah, they burned down the building, but we are the business. As long as we stick together, we can keep fucking our way. But where are we going to do it? Right here. Craxina squeaked. The building is condemned, but they didn't say shit about the parking lot. So we fuck in the parking lot. I'm pretty sure that's illegal, Craxi, 15 GLE said. The Rut Moon. Craxi exclaimed excitedly. Every year, we throw this huge festival where we all make these cute masks, and everybody pretends we don't know each other and just go nuts. We set up these big tents. We use tents. Look. Everybody can get a tent, and we can set up a desk and a transactor, and we can keep on fucking. Everybody looked at Craxi with a stunned expression. I got some cash. I'll grab some tents, and some mattresses, and those cute little cushions. It will be fun. What do you say? It sounds a lot better than Beth, Lollypur said, grooming her fur. Goddamn right it does. Craxina shouted. Anybody who wants to keep working here can. I'll order some pizza. Huohuo exclaimed happily. I live in a van. Littlefoot said happily. Her actual name is unpronounceable, can I just park it here? Sure. Craxina exclaimed. And I'll rent some porta potties. You guys are insane. Pkashkla exclaimed, her compound eyes gleaming. I'm in. But what if we run into trouble? Lollypur asked. I know Beth is going to be a hassle. And you know the Harkeen are pissed. Everybody fell silent. Craxina closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Well, if they are going to shut us down, then they will have to shut us down. I'm not doing it for them. I'm gonna buy a gun. Me too, Littlefoot said with a nervous squeak. Yeah, fuck them. Lollypur squeak snarled. I'm not going back to people like Beth. And I'll call the union. Craxina squeaked. I'll see what they will do for us. Everybody come back tomorrow, and I'll have the tents. Tell the others. Everybody hugged and scampered off. What do you mean you won't help us? Craxina squealed. I'm sorry, a stern-faced grey-haired woman replied. Look, we both know that a hell of a lot more than the sex trade was going on in there. The Harkeen didn't torch the place over prostitution, did they? But that has nothing to do with us. We just want to work. You have cards, the woman replied. There are thousands of licensed brothels in this country alone. And none of them will take us. Craxina yelped. I'm certain you are exaggerating. I've talked to my girls. Craxina shouted. They've tried. I'm sorry, Craxina, the woman said. You and Sheloran aren't the first who have tried to use a union shop as a front. We can't allow ourselves to get involved in this sort of thing. We have a responsibility for the safety of all of our members, and we can't get drawn into a gang war. The coffee shop was the front. Craxina squeaked. Sheloran didn't even have anything to do with the girls. I managed them. The woman just sighed and turned her monitor so Craxina could see it. It says here that Sheloran was the procurer and manager of the establishment. Yeah, but I actually. I'm sorry. You have to help. Bad people are already trying to. I said that I'm sorry and that I cannot help you. The woman replied. You don't care. You just want us gone. Craxina snarled, unfortunately, it was more cute than menacing. You were the one who ran other enterprises, and you were the one who ran afoul of the Harkeen because of it, and it was your manager who decided to take matters into her own hands and further make an enemy of the Harkeen. It sounds to me like I'm not the one who has no concern for their girls, the woman replied coolly. Good day. Oh, go and sit on a fat one. Craxina snapped as she threw her union card at the woman and stomped out. As the door slammed, shut, the old woman sneered. Freak. Well, technically, you don't have to be a member of the sex workers union to operate, Baxlon said to Craxina as he handed her a tissue. But it does make things a lot easier. If they won't help us, fuck them. Craxina squeaked angrily. She just sat there and I could feel her eyes all over me. They don't want us. Okay, Baxlon said, blowing a lazy stream of bubbles. I can't say you and Sheloran are boring, that's for sure. I'll write up the necessary documents. Don't have your girls burn their union cards just yet, though. Give me a week to get all of this filed. Okay, Craxina replied. But I need to advise you, not just as your attorney but Baxlon to Craxina. You girls arming yourselves is pretty fucking risky. You've already seen what's happened. There's no guarantee it's going to stop. The drop of oil is all those girls have, Baxlon, Craxina said as she looked at the floor. If we go under, they have nowhere else to go, well, nowhere good to go. Sheloran is dead, long live Sheloran, Baxlon murmured. Sheloran is dead. Craxina squealed in terror and dismay. No. No, it's a human figure of speech. It just means, never mind. Poor choice of words, Baxlan replied, trying not to laugh. You need real security 24/7 if you are going to do this unless you and your little friends have been training as a militia on the side. You haven't been doing that, right? Kraxina shook her head. After everything, I had to ask, Baxlan chuckled. Okay, I will see what I can do, but you have a real problem. Most of the drop's assets are tied up in funding for the loans, and diverting it into operating expenses is a bit dodgy, which I am not opposed to in principle, but fucking around my bankers isn't smart for any of us. The insurance has a clause for just this sort of thing, but they are dragging their feet. They will cough up the cash, but it's going to take a few days at least. I can get some contractors, but they will want cash up front until you can show some positive cash flow from your little tent revival. I just need it so we can work, Kraxina said as she set her little jaw. We can work out the rest later. Well, you can work. So that won't be a problem, but, Kraxina, are you sure about this? The girls need us, Baxlan. Christ, you even sound like her, Baxlan said as he turned and opened a small safe. He pulled out a small blaster. Here, he said. It's a burner, no Republic records. It's legal enough if you are defending yourself, and if you are, well. Let's just say that if you toss it into an incinerator, nobody will be the wiser. Kraxina took the blaster, holding it awkwardly. Jesus, Baxlan said, rolling his eyes. Take it to a range or something. Don't tell Sheloran, Kraxina said. She will worry, and you know how she gets when she worries, especially these days. As the business owner and my client, I am obligated to inform her of what's happening with her business, Kraxina, Baxlan said. I can't do that. Please. No. Kraxina pouted. If she pulls the plug, that's it, Baxlan said. I have power of attorney and can authorize a lot, but she still calls the shots, and I don't want to face her when she gets out if someone gets hurt. She kind of scares me. Well, be sure she knows about why I'm doing this. I will. Now go to the range and learn how to use that thing for fuck's sake. Kraxina wandered out of his office, still cradling the blaster as if it was a baby. Baxlan just shook his head. This could be bad. However, they had some time before the Harkeen catches their breath and the neighborhood cools off enough for them to risk coming back. If she can just get some cash flow, he could get them at least one person worth a fuck. He floated to the bottom of his globe as he wondered, is there someone who they can pay with blowjobs? Kraxina spent the rest of her crazy day running from shop to shop, buying all the tents, mattresses, pillows, blankets, and whatever else she could think of. Her own money was fading fast, but she didn't care. She had hoped that there would have been more of the business's funds available, but it turns out that the whole thing was sort of a house of cards, and with the main assets gone and the insurance dragging its feet and blah blah blah, things were barely holding together. There was money, but the money was needed to cover the debts and payments and blah blah blah. Whatever. She had enough cash to keep things rolling for a bit. Oh shit, literally. Porta potties. How the hell do you get porta potties? She started to call Baxlan again and stopped. If he thought she didn't even know how to get a fucking shitter, he would pull the plug for sure. She only just barely got him to go along with this. It turns out that it wasn't hard. People could now take a leak or go number 2. Mission accomplished. She had everything set to be delivered to the parking lot first thing in the morning. Exhausted, she went to the hotel. Alone. Completely alone. She pulled out the uncomfortable blaster and tossed it on the nightstand. Just like Sheloran did. What am I thinking? She thought helplessly. I'm not Sheloran. I'm not. I'm just. She started to cry as she dropped to her knees, all of them, and buried her face in her little paws. She hadn't been alone in forever. She needed a friendly face. Using some of the last of her money, she accessed a hyperspace link. GRWWLF was sitting in his living room watching his favorite porn comedy serial, The Fluff Kits, while he munched on some fried crisp hits. His phone rang. It was Kraxina. He hadn't heard from her in over a month. Hey, sis. He exclaimed. Fuck the galaxy yet? Kraxina. He asked as he saw her tear-matted face. Instead of words, Kraxina just let out a long agonized howl. "Awoo-oo-oo-oo-oo," she cried, "awoo-oo-oo-oo." GRWWLF's eyes suddenly went wild. "Awoo-oo-oo-oo." He howled, instincts taking over, "Awoo-oo-oo-oo. Awoo-oo-oo-oo." Was howled in reply from upstairs as his boyfriend hurled himself down the stairs, "Awoo-oo-oo-oo. Awoo-oo-oo-oo." Echoed from the kitchen, along with the crashing of crockery, as his other boyfriend and his girlfriend both sprinted in howling. Across the street, his neighbor, a portly and scruffy fellow, was sipping a beer and watching his favorite sport, synchronized ice fucking. "Awoo-oo-oo-oo. drifted in through an open window. His ears pricked up. "Oh!" He howled as he tore out of the front door at a sprint. Upstairs his daughter and her boyfriend both froze, mid-fuck. "Oh!" The boyfriend howled as he threw himself, completely naked, out of the second-story window and landed on the lawn, nearly flattening his girlfriend's dad. He left a muddy tear in the lovingly tended yard as he kicked up grass as he took off at a sprint. "Oh!" The girlfriend howled as she hurled herself down the stairs, bouncing off of the wall. "Oh!" "Oh!" Echoed across the neighborhood as people sprinted out of their houses, some grabbing weapons, others grabbing medkits, but most just running in a blind rush of instinct. "Oh!" "Oh!" Kraxina continued to howl, completely lost and alone. "Oh!" Empress's panties stop. Her brother begged. "Oh!" Kraxina howled. Her brother's eyes once again became wild. "Oh!" He howled as his door burst open and the entire neighborhood tried to crowd into the living room, all howling at the top of their heads. Eventually, Kraxina stopped, and the chaos eventually died down, everyone gasping for breath. "Kraxina!" Her brother exclaimed. "What's happened?" "Oh, it's horrible!" Kraxina sobbed. A few moments later, her brother's overcrowded little house was filled with yips and little snarls. "Those meanies!" Her brother yelled. "Don't worry, Kraxina. We're coming." He threw back his head and howled, "Oh!" "Oh!" The neighborhood howled in reply. After Kraxina hung up, he turned to the crowd. "We need a ship. My uncle." Someone shouted as he reached for his phone only to realize that he was stark naked. "Hang on. I'll be right back," he yelled as he sprinted out of the door. Everyone started making plans and splitting up. After everyone left, GRWWLF collapsed into the arms of his paramours. His girlfriend ran upstairs and started to drag down a huge box. They ripped it open, and various leather garments spilled out. GRWWLF selected a black leather collar studded with shiny spikes and put it on. "Oh," he said grimly. "Ooh. So manly." One of his boyfriends giggled and licked his nose. Intermission 2, Littlefoot buys a gun. Clarence wiped down the glass counters in his little weapons shop as he got ready to close for the day. He was proud of his little shop. It wasn't a gun shop. It was a weapons shop. He had everything. Well, everything legal anyway. He even stocked a limited selection of energy weapons. Being as close to the starport as he was, he did a brisk little trade with travelers who wanted to pick up something that, while perfectly legal here, might not be where they were heading. He looked up as the strangest vehicle pulled in. It was an old beat-up electric van, throwing sparks from one of its wheels as it miraculously moved under its own power into his parking lot. It had a huge solar panel on its top, and someone had cut the cutest little windows in the sides, complete with curtains and little window boxes that were filled with cheerful flowers. It was clearly someone's home and probably didn't move around that much. It probably couldn't. It looked like it was on its last legs, but it was an old crawltech, and those things were built like little battleships. The strangest little critter hopped out and made its way into his store. He smiled. It looked like one of those poke dudes that his great-grandson loved so much. He should get a picture with it. His great-grandson would get a kick out of it. The little thing looked entirely at a loss as it wandered around the place, looking at various instruments of death and destruction. It reached for a small carbine. Before he could cry out a warning, those tornadoes were compact but much heavier than they looked. The Xeno had dislodged the weapon, and it came crashing down, almost on top of her and clattered to the ground. Eek! The little thing squeaked. "Sorry!" it cried in heavily accented Terran. It was a Fed. "Great," Clarence thought as he rolled his eyes and walked over. "Yab!" She scuffed it. "Oh my gosh!" She squeaked as he inspected the damage. "I'm so sorry." I'll pay for it," it said and then let out a little pained squeak as it saw the price tag. Imperial military fully automatic assault blasters don't come cheap, even beat-up war surplus ones. Fed plus beat-up ride means this thing is probably broke, and it clearly doesn't know arms. I should chew it out and just close up, he thought as he looked down at it disapprovingly. Then he looked in its eyes. It was lost. And scared. It didn't want a gun. It needed one. He remembered that feeling, hiding, praying that the raiders just wanted your stuff as you clutched an old knife you found in a picked-over supermarket, hoping that you could buy enough time for your wife and kid to escape if things turned ugly. Watching helplessly as they took your only hope for survival with a laugh. God damn it. He sighed. You can't even carry it, Clarence said gently. Sides, it's plenty scratched up as it is. That's why it's out front. I don't have anything within arm's reach that I'm too worried about. The little poke dude sighed with relief. Some people want a gun, Clarence said with a calming smile, Others need one. I'm guessing you are somebody who needs one. It nodded as its little mouth quivered. All of it quivered, actually. Have a seat while I close up, he said. I have a feeling like this will take a minute. All right, Clarence asked as he carefully examined the little critter. What's your name? Littlefoot, the thing replied. Okay, Littlefoot, what's going on? Littlefoot looked up at him and started to let out a long low wailing sound as she buried her face in her tiny hands. Clarence cautiously reached out and laid his hand gently on the critter. Littlefoot grabbed him and started to really wail. And then they burned down the whole place. Littlefoot wailed. Her ploxney real bad and then the boss, she. Wait, Clarence asked, you worked for that frog thing. Her name is Shelleron, Littlefoot said with a little edge in her voice. And she saved me. Saved all of us. If it weren't for her, I would. They would still be. Clarence's face darkened. The universe was pissing him off again. He looked over his inventory appraisingly. The universe pissed him off a lot. Fortunately, he had an answer for it, a whole lot of answers. And now they are trying to make us go back to what things used to be like. And we aren't going to go back. We're tired of getting pushed around. And if the Harkeen comes back, we're gonna. Clarence nodded and smiled. Not a Fed, not anymore. I've been around for a long time, Clarence said quietly, since before the Soul Wars. Really? Littlefoot asked, amazed. Yeah, Clarence said. And I know what it feels like to be tired of running. I think I can help you. You ever use a gun before? Littlefoot shook her head. And how much do you have to spend? Everything that I have. Clarence sighed. And how much is everything? 3,000. Hey. Clarence said in surprise. I think something from the children's line, Clarence said. Children. We put a gun in someone's hand as soon as they can hold it, he replied. Here, you start shooting as soon as you can tie your shoes, maybe before. Really? Every Terran knows how to shoot, or at least they should. Red Sunday showed you guys why. Littlefoot flinched. Hey, it's cool, Clarence said reassuringly, I know you didn't have anything to do with that, did you? He said, looking at her with mock suspicion. She giggled and shook her head. Actually, she twisted her body back and forth. Her kind tends to swivel the whole spine instead of just the neck. Red Sunday was won by the civilians, Clarence said proudly. Civilian pilots in space and in the air and civilian guns on the ground. On the ground, the military barely had time to get in there before we got them all. Everybody pulled out a gun. That's how we won the Soul Wars, and that's how we have protected our society ever since. It's hard to take a people when every single motherfucker pulls out something. Every single motherfucker. Littlefoot felt a little thrill. Anyhow, we have guns specially designed for young shooters, Clarence said as he walked behind the counter. Someone might have ordered a birthday present for their grandson, he said as he pulled out a brightly colored box with the picture of a young human child holding an assault rifle. He tore open the box and pulled out a small carbine. This is the Armageddon's little buddy, he said proudly as he handed it to her. But doesn't this belong to someone else? She asked as she carefully took it. I'll get him another one, Clarence said. If I don't get it in time, he'll understand, or he won't, whatever, he laughed. It's chambered for .22 long rifle, one of God's perfect rounds. Virtually no recoil and accurate enough. But it's a kid's gun, Littlefoot said. I might need to, you know. The .22 gets underestimated, but it hasn't been in continuous production and use since 1884 for no reason. It's surprisingly dangerous. In fact, I would much rather get hit with a 9mm, he said as he opened up a box of ammo and pulled out a single .22 LR round. These little fuckers are evil right out of the box, and with the right rounds, the .22 is as deadly as anything else. I just happen to stock .22 slivers and .22 gutworms. You hit one of those three fucks with either one of those, and they will go down, hard. He exclaimed. A mag full of those might wind up costing more than the gun you shoot them out of, though. Littlefoot looked down at the carbine in surprise. Really? After Clarence took some measurements, he fired up his old 3D printer. While the new stock is printing, he said, you probably also need a little something to keep on you. Keep on me. Concealed, he replied. Something you can have with you all the time, he said as he gestured over at the pistol case. She looked at the large blocky pistols. I don't think any of those will. Not those. He laughed. Over here, on the end. He led her over to some tiny pistols. He pulled out the smallest of them all. This is a .22 single-action revolver, he said. It will use the same ammo as the carbine we are fixing up, and as you can see, you can hide this little guy anywhere, even in your line of work. She easily held the pistol in one hand. Here, let me show you how to use it, Clarence said as his phone rang. Oops, he said as he answered. Hi, Hannah, he said, wincing. Yeah, I'm held up at the shop. I have a customer who needs a hat. You know me. I don't know. I have to teach them to shoot, so it could be a while. Okay, see you soon. Love you, bye. He hung up. Okay, he said, the range is right over here. Littlefoot stood uncomfortably in front of a paper target. Okay, Clarence said patiently. Now, you pull the hammer back. That's the little thing there, he said, pointing at it. Pull it back with your thumb, or whatever. Click. Okay, good. Clarence said. Watch it. It's ready to fire. Keep it pointed down range. That means towards the fucking target. Jesus. Sorry. It's okay. Just remember that the little hole in the end is where the death comes out. So don't point that hole at anything you don't want to die, okay? He said. Now line up the little post on top with that notch and then press the bang. Eeb. Okay, that's okay, I guess. I mean you. Click. Bang. Oh. Littlefoot squeaked. That was. Click. Bang. He. Click bang. Oh oh oh. Click bang click bang. Wow. Click, snap. That means you're out, Clarence said. You need to keep track of how many you've shot. Because. Littlefoot started to reload surprisingly quickly. Click bang click bang click bang click bang. Woo. Click bang click snap. Ah. She started to reload again. Looks like you got the shooting part down, Clarence smiled. Now, let's try to get them actually on the target. Littlefoot looked up and grinned. This is fun. As Clarence was bent over the little buddy, his phone rang. Yeah, I'm still here, he answered. The little thing is, bang, still trying to figure out, bang, how to shoot, bang. Yeah, it's a Xeno, a Fed, so it has absolutely no idea how to. Yeah. Little thing's hopeless, but she is getting better. I hit it. An excited squeak echoed through the shop. I hit it. Clarence smiled. Well, I'm going to stay here with the thing as long as it wants to throw lead. Yes, I'm charging it for the ammo. It's just a little thing, so it's shooting a .22. Those lead slugs are cheap. Yeah, don't wait up. I still have to fit the stock to the little poke dude. I swear it looks like one. Hat. I don't think you want our great-grandson to have a play date with this one, at least not for a few more years. Let's just say you know that place that just got burnt down. Hat, that would be the one. Okay, see you soon. Love you. Bye. He laughed, hung up, and returned to work. If that little thing wanted to fight, it was going to have the best. Clarence looked at the target. A lot of the holes were actually in the 7 ring. That's a lot better. He said approvingly. Can I come here again? Littlefoot asked. This is fun. Sure, Clarence replied. Just rent a lane. You can even bring your own rounds and target, though I sell both. Now here, he said as he handed her the little buddy, this works a little different. Bray-op. Bray-op. Woo. Littlefoot squeaked. Bray-op. Bray-click. Full auto goes through the rounds pretty quick, Clarence smiled. I just wanted to see if you could handle it. It's better to fire single shot or 3-round bursts, especially if you are firing the good stuff. Slivers are 15 credits a round, and gutworms are 20. You don't want to be just spraying them everywhere. Fuck. Littlefoot squeaked. Clarence laughed. Such a cute little thing cursing was adorable. Yeah, .22 long rifle is the cheapest cartridge you can get if you are just throwing lead, but the specialty rounds are just as expensive as any. In fact, the most expensive round you can buy is a .22. It is. Littlefoot asked. Because of the miniaturization, Clarence replied. A .22 Magmatop or Mark 12 armor-piercing explosive anti-personnel round can get pricey on the grey market. Bang. Bang bang bang. Littlefoot looked at the target and gasped. That's a lot easier. That's the difference between a tiny pistol and a real gun, Clarence smiled. The pistol is just when you get caught by surprise. This is what you bring to a party. Littlefoot grinned. Nobody will push me around now. Careful, Clarence chuckled. Don't get cocky. A lot of people are no longer breathing because they got overconfident. You just have something if you need it, okay? Littlefoot nodded. Now put a few boxes through this thing, and then I'll show you how to clean them. Thank you ever so much. Littlefoot exclaimed as, much later, Clarence was ringing up her purchases. No, Thank you, Clarence smiled. The total will be 2,838 credits. Littlefoot gleefully handed him a data crystal. Can I send my friends over? She asked. Clarence smiled. Absolutely. Pam sets the hook. In a nearby dead system, the paper tiger slid out of hyperspace. Sheila checked the scanners. They were alone. She activated the mic. Traitor 1 to Traitor 2, she said with a smirk. You here, too? A petite human female appeared on the screen. She scowled. Oh, it's you, she sneered. How's the jaw, bitch? Oh, hey. Sheila laughed. Many minge. How's my favorite porky whore doing these days? The whole Federation is in flames, Beth replied. My people are fighting and dying in the ash, and I'm stuck here playing chauffeur for Ambassador Winterfresh and his pack of whole liquors. Life couldn't be fucking better. How the fuck did you wind up bending over for Wintersmith? Sheila smirked. His dick that good. Fuck the cabal, and fuck you too. Beth snarled. They're mixed up in this? Sheila asked, raising an eyebrow. They're mixed up with him, Beth scowled. His fuck bunny is cabal. His fuck bunny. He's screwing a 8-lie, and she's an elbow deep with the cabal, Beth spat. That's who drug my happy ass into this. I should be out there with the devil in the houses kicking ass, but no. I'm stuck here because someone in the 8-lie mafia is addicted to Terran cock. Sheila burst out laughing. Oh god, Beth. Sheila gasped between guffaws. I hope they are paying you double for this shit. Oh, it's costing them more than that. Beth replied. This is fucking it. After this, I'm free and clear, and I'm keeping the ship. And after we get rid of that bitch Patricia, Sheila said, reaching for a beer. We can go back to hating each other as God intended. I still hate you, Beth scowled. You Republic crab hostile. Sheila raised her beer in a salute. Same at you, she smiled, Federation bootlicker. I am not a fucking Fed. Oh shit. Sorry, Sheila replied, genuinely abashed. Considering everything that was really shitty. I'm terribly sorry. Commander. She grinned as she saluted. Beth just sighed and hung her head. Just go to these coordinates. Beth grumbled. Bitch. The transmission ended. Sheila chuckled and looked over at Greg as she took a sip. Small galaxy, ain't it? She grinned. So, how was your day? Pam asked with a warm, friendly smile as Shell-Oran walked into her office. It was nice. Shell-Oran replied as she plopped down on the padded cube. I helped paint some args. It was really fun. I never could get into that game, but it's huge over in the residential levels, Pam replied. You thinking about getting a team together? I think they are called legions, Shell-Oran replied. I don't know, maybe, she said. Zippo promised to let me read her manuals, but that was before she caught me helping Krista, Shell-Oran said. She got really mad and called me a blueskin. She laughed. I thought she was talking about me because I'm blue, but she was just mad because I was siding with the args. Pam just laughed. That's funny. She replied. Do you think Zippo will be a problem? She asked with a wicked little smile. Oh no, Shell-Oran replied with a smile. We already made up. I promised to help her paint some of her space legionaries, and we're good. There were a few moments of silence as Pam looked at her thoughtfully. What? Shell-Oran asked. You want to go on a little trip? Pam smiled. I got your dispensary account all set up for you. Pam said as she and Shell-Oran shared a tiny little electric vehicle, the windows completely blacked out. Thanks. Shell-Oran beamed at her. Everyone was so nice here. Hey, Pam said. Do you think you could sing for me? I would love to hear O Fortuna. Everybody asks me that, Shell-Oran replied. I don't sing very well at all. What do you mean? Pam asked. I saw the video. You were awesome. Oh. Shell-Oran said, looking down. That wasn't me. I mean, it was me, but it wasn't, she said quietly. I can't really explain it, but it's like something came over me. I don't even really remember most of it. Pam's head cocked slightly, and she smiled a little. I completely understand, she said ruefully. A little too well, actually. Shell-Oran looked over at her in surprise. You do? Oh. We're here. Pam said as the vehicle rolled to a stop. She pressed a glowing icon on the dash, and the doors opened. Shell-Oran's eyes widened as she gasped in wonder. Pam smiled at her warmly. This, she said with pride, is our hydroponics facility. Shell-Oran stared at amazement at the vast open bay extending as far as the eye could see. There were plants covering the walls, hanging from the ceiling, growing in huge beds along the floor as water flowed over them, forming pretty little streams that flowed down channels along the floor, also crowded with plants. It was beautiful. It was almost as if the very walls were alive. Plants growing out of machines? It should be blasphemous, but it wasn't. It was. It was. She couldn't explain why, but it appealed to her in a profound visceral way. Shelloran, lost in something she really couldn't describe, wandered down the bay, gently caressing the plants. She closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. It even smelled right. The plants, the oxygen-rich air, the nutrients in the water. It was nice. And the closest thing to home she had encountered since she fled. A deep longing filled her. She wanted to go home so bad. Terran hydroponics, Pam said as Shelloran just took it all in. We are known for steel and guns, but what most people don't realize is that bioscience is the Republic's greatest strength, Pam said with genuine pride. This facility is designed to be fully self-sufficient. We focus on fresh produce, herbs, and delicacies instead of staples, but by switching out a few crops, we can produce enough food to feed ourselves indefinitely before our onboard supplies run out. Our salad bar would suffer, though, Pam laughed. So this is why everything is so fresh. Shelloran said in amazement. Most of what you enjoy is grown right here, Pam replied. Ideal conditions plus a little gene magic means that our growing seasons are very, very short. They are constantly harvesting. Most of what you eat was picked that same day. Amazing. Shelloran said as she knelt down and examined some tomatoes gently floating on the surface of a shallow fluid-filled basin. I didn't know tomatoes grew in the water. They don't, Pam laughed. Or at least they didn't at first. Those are engineered. They grow so fast that they can't support themselves the way the normal ones do. They made a few little tweaks so they can just float like that without rotting. They work much easier in the beds that way. Shelloran paused at an okra plant. She loved okra. So that's what it looks like. Help yourself. Pam smiled. Beaming up at her, Shelloran picked a pod from the plant and munched happily. Then it hit her. That was the first time she picked something, actually picked something, since she had to leave. It hit hard. Shelloran fought the rising tide of emotions as hard as she could. This was jail, and not just any jail. She had to be tough. She had to. A tear started to roll down her little cheek. She missed home so bad. She missed her little house and her little garden. She missed the church and the hymns. She missed all the festivals and her family. She missed just being a plath. Pam just stood there quietly, smiling down at her. It was working. I did some reading up on you, little guys, Pam smiled. It says that you are really into plants. Did you have a garden back home? Why yet, Shelloran said quietly as she turned away so Pam wouldn't see the tears. I had a little house, and while I didn't have a whole farm, I had room for a few rows of veggies, and a little herb patch, and 2 trees. I grew. Shelloran fell silent as she choked back a sob. It was really nice. It wasn't much, but it was nice. She had a home, a real house, and a garden, and things were simple. She hated it then, but she would give anything to be able to go back. Anything. She visibly crumpled a little. Pam smiled gently down at Shelloran. The stodgy old professor was right on the money. Horticulture was everything to a plath, a deep, profound, and fundamental basis for their entire culture, faith, and if you believe in such things, their very souls. Pam did believe in such things. It was her job to break them, after all. Gardening isn't really my thing, Pam said. But when the ugliness just gets too bad, I like to come here, sit for a bit, and just listen to the water. It is peaceful here, isn't it? Why yet? Shelloran managed to mumble. It even smelled right. She hadn't really realized how dead everything was in the city, not like home at all. This smelled like home. But it wasn't, she realized. Home was lost, and lost forever. She should have never fled her home world. At least she would be in a plath prison and not here. It wouldn't have been so bad. She would be out in the fresh air and the sun with dirt, real dirt, not that sludge that got on your shoes in the free port. It would have been something close to a normal life. It's not like she was going to get a boyfriend anyway. But no, she decided to fight fate itself. Just like it says not to do in the Bible. And look where that got her. She went from innocent to a real honest to poop criminal. And then a killer. Just to get to the promised land of the Republic. The Republic, where everyone is treated as an equal and where great jobs are just sprouting out of the ground like it was spring every day. Yep. A real garden of delights. Nothing but sunshine, rainbows, and gentle rain. And now. She had actually become what everyone thought she was. A monster. The Befouler. A fiend who kills while singing a happy tune. What she did, especially to that last one. She started to shudder helplessly as it all came crashing down around her. She just wanted to work in that fancy dump of a bank, play video games, and get a boyfriend. That's all she wanted. That's all. She buried her face in her hands and started to weep. She just wanted to wear nice dresses to work and have a boyfriend. That's it. That's all she ever wanted. She didn't want this. She didn't want any of this. Pam gently laid a comforting hand on Shaloran's shoulder. It's okay, Pam said. Nobody's watching. Shaloran whirled and clutched Pam's legs as she started to sob, crying for a home that she only just now realized was gone forever. Too easy, Pam thought to herself with a predatory gleam in her eyes as she gently stroked Shaloran's head. Now all that was left was to guide this lost little lamb home. As the two ships began their docking maneuvers, Beth scowled. Of all the assholes in this fucking galaxy, Beth muttered as she expertly pulled alongside the paper tiger, why did it have to be her? Like my mama used to say, Scales snickered, big turd, big flies. I shoulda killed her when I had the chance. Oh. Scales replied. And when was that, exactly? If station security hadn't shown up. We would be dead, Scales said, finishing her sentence. We barely got out of there with our genitals still nestling where they should be. We coulda taken them. They weren't so tough. You weren't fighting the little one. Scales exclaimed as he touched his face reflexively. She bit me. Aren't you supposed to be a master of Slytherin or something? Beth snickered. We failed to train for the possibility of facing enraged diminutive humans, Scales replied. What is it with you little ones anyhow? This is the paper tiger, a non-human voice buzzed over the speaker. Docking port is secure. Request permission to board. Ugh, Beth said, granted. What was that? Scales asked. It sounded insectoid. Maybe they put a hyper-roach on the payroll, Beth replied as she checked the charge on her blaster. Let's get down there before they start salvaging the wiring. John entered the cargo bay as Shelia's crew, with the assistance of two Marines in power armor, was unloading pallet after pallet of supplies. Shelia Donovan, John said as he and Skippy approached. It's a pleasure to finally meet you outside of a cage. Ambassador, Shelia replied with a nod. I just have to say I'm a huge fan, John said with a huge smile as he extended his hand. Oh. Sheila smiled as she shook it. From what I heard, you tried to have me assassinated. I already have plenty of fans like you, thank you very much. I never actually put out the hit. I just made a few inquiries concerning the possibility, that's all, John chuckled. You tried to have her killed. Beth said as she strode into the bay. You are now officially my favorite Terran. Only a little bit, John replied. And that was before I got to witness this glorious bastard in action. After that masterpiece of villainy that was Federation Security Station 12, she's been nothing but aces in my book. It's true, Skippy added. He had a picture of you in his office and everything. Sheila raised an eyebrow at John suspiciously. It was just to piss off the feds, John said defensively. I wanted Kaishilta, that Polka counselor you guys screwed, to see your smiling face every time he came by the office, too bad I never got to see him again. He chuckled as he put his arm around Skippy's waist. I got myself an upgrade. Even I have to admit, Beth said with a little smile. That one was slick. How much did you get for that class 12 anyway? Not much, Sheila replied with a sour expression. Even in the Empire, that thing's always going to be hot. You didn't try to move it in independent space? Beth asked. I had shit to do, okay. Sheila replied in a huff. I dumped it on the Vengeance. It's probably a scrapper's rig by now. I've never been to the Vengeance, Beth said. Is it as nice as they say? Nicer, Sheila replied. You should check it out sometime. They don't care about porkies there. Wasn't it destroyed? John asked. Both Beth and Sheila looked at him in surprise. Yeah, Sheila replied smoothly, totally blown up. Yup, vaporized, Beth added innocently. We are talking about another place that just happens to have the same name. I'll tell you later, Skippy whispered in his ear with a giggle. Don't feel bad, Pam said to Shaloran during their ride back from the hydroponic bay. You would be surprised how many of your hardcore friends have done exactly what you just did. Shaloran just looked away, totally embarrassed. And I'm really sorry, Pam said sincerely. I didn't realize how much you missed home. I just thought you would like to see some greenery. I didn't mean for you to get so upset. I guess 15 minutes on the internet doesn't make me a xenosociologist after all. People, I know, she said, I mean humans, and the Kaelsha little though they still confuse the hell out of me sometimes. I didn't mean to imply that you weren't, damn. She said, and I'm supposed to be the expert. No, Shaloran said with a chuckle. It's okay. I understand. And to be honest, I had no idea that would happen either. I guess I've been so busy scrambling just trying to get by that I never really thought about some stuff until just then. Well, I still feel like a big old poop about it, Pam said, and they both laughed a little. Well, I know one thing for certain, Shelloran said, cheering up a little. The first thing I'm going to do when I get back is to figure out how to flushing plant something, anything. I guess I had been avoiding it and wasn't even realizing it. When I rebuild my shop, I'll do some of that high droponics if nothing else. And since we pulled off that band-aid, Pam said brightly, I guess I could pull some strings and get you working in the hydroponics bay if you want. You could. Shelloran said brightly as images of the walls of living plants danced through her head. We Plath are super good at growing things. It's like what we do. I'm sure I could help. Oh, I don't doubt it, Pam smiled. And I'm sure Crawford would love you. You two could talk about plants all day every day, just like he does, all day every fucking day. Crawford. He's the resident who runs the bay, she smiled. He's real particular about who he lets mess around with his babies, she said, rolling her eyes. I could introduce you if you want. I would love to meet the person who did all of that. Shelloran enthused, her grief forgotten. Shouldn't be too difficult, just one little detail to sort out, Pam mused. The hydroponics bay is in the residential levels. Now, normally we don't let someone move into the residential areas until they have been formally sentenced. Still, since you are clearly one of the nice ones and possess a valuable skill set, I could probably pull a few strings, especially since you are going to be here for so long. Wait, what? Fuck, Pam said as she shook her head. You talked to your lawyer just today. He didn't tell you. Tell me what? Shit, Pam moaned. Please don't tell anyone I blabbed. I don't monitor calls with people's lawyers, obviously. I just thought he would have mentioned it. Mentioned what? Shelloran said as she latched onto her arm. Look, I've said too much already, Pam said, looking like she was about to throw up. Seriously, I can't discuss legal cases. I'm not qualified. I've done enough damage as it is. Fuck. I'm going to get written up for this. She groaned. Tartarus, she said grimly. Yes, Pam. A female synthetic-sounding voice replied. Change destination to the communications center, Pam said. That is not on the approved trip plan, the voice replied. I fucked up, Tart, Pam said grimly. I assumed our guest had knowledge of a legal development of which she was unaware, and she needs to talk to her lawyer, now. Please review and isolate the conversation in this vehicle for the offending remark and email it to me so I can include it with my incident report. Mr. Hayden isn't going to like this, the voice replied. I'll deal with Hayden, Pam snapped. Just root the fucking car, please. Rooting the fucking car, the voice replied. If that report isn't in Mr. Hayden's inbox by the end of the business day, I will be required, as per page 3-11 paragraph. If I don't inform him by the end of the business day, you will, Pam replied. I know. I am required to inform you of autonomic reporting as stated on page 15-26 paragraph. I know. Then you also know that I have to inform you of the regulations and will continue to attempt to do so until I can successfully complete said task without interruption. God damn it. As stated on page 3-11 paragraph 2.12. Baxlon was reading over regulations pertaining to independent sex workers when his phone rang. It was from the Tartarus Correctional Facility. Hi Shelloran, he said cheerfully as he answered. Glad you called, a lot has happened. Wait is going gone. Shelloran blurted. It's not as big of a deal as it sounds, Baxlon replied. Kraxina and the girls just... What? What did they do? That isn't what you are calling about. No. Shelloran squeaked. What went wrong with my case? Did something happen? Baxlon looked at her with genuine Piscine confusion. Everything is going just fine, Baxlon replied, like I said, we are going to go for a jury trial. I have a hearing set up for tomorrow and... He trailed off as he looked at his monitor. That's odd, he muttered as he started to type. Schedule's been... Awesome. He exclaimed. It worked. Judge Dredd is off the case. It's been transferred to... Oh. What? Shelloran squeaked. Okay, Baxlon said calmly as his gills flared. Now, don't freak out. Shelloran freaked out. Worked like a charm, Pam said into her communicator as she lounged in the electric mini-car. She cried like a baby. So the excursion paid off? Hades asked. In spades, she replied. After she gets the bad news from her lawyer, she will be longing for those plants in no time. She will be asking about becoming a resident in days, a week at the most. And after that? Based on my interview with the professor and my own simulations, Pam replied, she is almost certainly desperate for a home. So we simply replace her home with here and her people with us. I've never seen someone so desperate for a place to belong in quite some time. She isn't just indicating that she can be turned, Pam said in a cold voice, she is begging for it. Give me a few months, and the day she dons the black will be the happiest day of her life. I have great expectations for this one. You do. She is actually a good person, Pam replied. We don't get many of those. And we both know exactly how useful a good person can be in this line of work once we redefine right and wrong, or invalidate the concept entirely. She has such a beautiful soul. Hades simply smiled. I will leave it to you, then, he replied. So I take it that your mistake wasn't a mistake. An annoyed synthetic voice said after the call with Hades ended. Nope, Pam said calmly. Let me guess, you still want me to file an incident report? Yes. Do you actually want me to do it, or do you want to be forced to file an autonomic report? I am incapable of having a preference on such things, Tart replied. However, I must remind you that autonomic reporting isn't a convenience. It is wasteful for me to have to monitor your activities and, if you fail to do your duty, generate a neat, perfectly organized document detailing each applicable regulation, code, and law and then go over all relevant surveillance data to properly document each violation. Even if the end result would be far better than anything you could possibly generate. I understand completely, Pam smiled. I do hope I don't forget or simply neglect to do such a bothersome task. I would appreciate that. A note from Slightly Amusing. Sorry about the delay, guys. I've been occupied of late. I'm back on the schedule and will be resuming my normal schedule tomorrow. Oh. I am starting to provide links to the original Reddit chapters here in the author's note. There is a lot of additional lore, backstory, Easter eggs, and all sorts of other goodies in the original comment threads. I also still get active notifications, even on the old threads, so if you want to ask additional questions or comment I will still see it. You can also do both here as well. I absolutely love comments and will drop a lore dump on someone's head upon request. https://www.reddit.com/r/hfy/comments/hwd6ht/tales_from_the_Terran_the_score_Pam_the_hook/. I will be going back and, as time permits, be adding these links to the other chapters so if you prefer the Royal Road reading experience, and who wouldn't, you can get the best of both worlds. I really don't like pamphlet. And Sheila makes her move. On her way back to the guest block, Shel'Oran stared off into space, completely numb. She was screwed. It wasn't what Baxlan said. It was what he didn't say. His complete lack of attitude and swagger told her more than anything that came out of his fishy mouth. This was serious. She just knew it. She didn't know how she knew, but she knew. It felt like an icy cold hand around her throat. You okay? Pam asked, her voice filled with genuine concern. No, Shel'Oran replied. No, I am not pooping okay. I just got Judge Buddy, which you probably already know. Yet. What's worse, I don't even have my next hearing date. It's TBD, which means never. I'm going to wind up like Lucky, stuck here for years. You know what happens to aliens that fall through the cracks like this? Profit. I'd settle for getting deported. At least on the home world, I'd get to work on a farm. Hey, Pam said firmly. You don't know that. Look, I'm no lawyer, but I sort of know the system, and while Judge Buddha has a bad reputation, she is all about the law, unlike a certain judge who claims that he is. Judge Dredd already had it in his mind that you were guilty. Buddha is pretty damn harsh, but she goes by the book. This could be a good thing. Really? Sure. She is known as a hangman because she doesn't let a single thing slide, but everybody she has sent here has been guilty. There has never been any question in any case that she's handled. If she says someone is guilty, it's because they are, not because some senile old coot's second-hand bowels were acting up that day. Shel'Oran smiled weakly. Maybe it wasn't so terrible then, and she was right. Judge Dredd was being a real poophead about everything. It might take a little while, but justice will be done, real justice, not some Soul Wars vigilante nonsense, Pam said with a smile. And look on the bright side. You're stuck here. It's a lot better than some ratty regional jail. Right. I guess so. And you can wait things out in the hydroponics bay. It's not a plath penal farm, but there are plants, and you will get to learn a whole new way of gardening. Shel'Oran smiled at her. That did sound nice. She would love to know how they did that. You can hang out with the other green thumbs and talk about fertilizer, or whatever they talk about. Pam laughed. Like I said, it's not my thing. Other people who loved plants and growing things. That did sound really nice. When you are stuck in an unpleasant situation like this, Pam said with a smile, it's best to focus on the good things. Take your pleasures where you can. Make the most of your time here. Learn hydroponics, get your certificate. I can get my certificate here. Shel'Oran squeaked. Sure you can. Pam said with a big smile. Education is a big pastime here. You can garden and soak up some free classes, and since you won't be trying to keep that crazy life of yours on the rails, you might even have time to actually learn something. Then, when you get exonerated, you could have your certificate, maybe even more. Skilled hydroponics experts can command high dollar. They can. Shelloran squeaked. We learned a very hard lesson when Yellowstone blew, Pam replied. Every off-world facility in the Republic is either self-sufficient, or they want to be. You learn the trade and get certified as a hydroponic tech, or maybe even a horticulturist, or botanist, depending on how long you are stuck here, and you can leave all that ugliness behind and live in the real Republic, not some star-town slum. You know, Pam said thoughtfully, this might be the universe finally cutting you a break. Live in the real Republic, with an actual trade, a career that doesn't involve guns and whores and back alley deals, a life where I don't have to do what I did. Shelloran thought about that for a moment. It was so nice. Do you have any idea what a horticultural tech makes? Pam enthused. You can make a damn good living, have a damn good life, just being a plath. Just being a plath. It taking a few months, or years, to sort out would actually work out very well for you, Shelloran. If you played your cards right. When you walk out of here, you could walk right into 6 figures. 6 figures. Shelloran squeaked. Yup, easy. Do you know what nice fresh veggies go for in one of the dead systems? You could make a lot more slinging cucumbers and lettuce than moving black market games. I'll tell you that for nothing. Look, you're a good person, I know that, Pam said gently, you just got in a bad situation, and if you got out tomorrow, you would just go right back into it, and that life. It's not for you. I should know. What do you mean? Well, Pam replied with a sigh, I'm a resident here too. You are? Shelloran squeaked in surprise. Yeah, Pam said. I'm a trustee. I'm a profiler here because that's what I used to do on the outside. I used to work for the Republic as a criminal profiler, and I was very good at what I did. You could even say I had a gift. Well, one day, I was assigned a very bad man. He was evil. I mean, the more that I looked, the more that I found. Pam shuddered. He was awful. And he was untouchable. Well. Pam paused and took a deep breath. One day, I just snapped. I found out that he was going to strike again, and, well. I just couldn't let that happen. Something just came over me. Since I knew him, I knew what buttons to push, and I was able to lure him to a secluded place and I wasn't nice like you. I was nice. Yeah, Pam said grimly. You were brutal, but you were quick. I wasn't. I made sure he suffered. Well, I got away with it. He had plenty of enemies, and since I worked with the law, I knew how to clean up after myself. I thought it was over, but it wasn't. What happened? Shelloran asked with big eyes. A few months later, I was relaxing at home watching The Hollow when a local politician appeared on a news clip, just a photo op for his campaign. Well, in the clip, he kissed his daughter, and she flinched, not much, but enough for my professional eye to catch it. It bugged me. So I pulled up a lot of other clips and ran them through the software that I use for work, and it was conclusive. That girl was being abused. There was even a paper trail of buried reports from teachers and counselors and whatnot. I tried to bring it up officially, but it got nowhere. I even got written up for misuse of government resources. I tried to let it go, move on, but, once again. Something came over me, and he wound up a victim of street crime a few months later. After that, something came over me time and time again. Each time that monster inside of me took over a little easier, and I lost a little bit of myself with every kill. After a while, there wasn't much of me left. It ran the show. My whole life was just one long hunt, looking for the next target, and there was always another target, she said sadly. That's the thing, Shelloran. There is always someone else. No matter how many you kill, there will always be another. The world is ugly, and for those of us who can see it for what it really is, and can't help but act, it makes us ugly too. Pam looked right into Shelloran's eyes. It's funny, she said, but I think getting caught and winding up here is a gift from the creators themselves. It saved me, saved my soul. That horrible thing inside of me is gone. Here, I can just be me. Yeah, I profile some truly horrible people, but here, they're safe. They aren't going to hurt anyone ever again. Here, things are simple, clean. I thank God every single day that they put a stop to me, to what I became. Shelloran felt a cold chill seep into her soul. There would always be another Harkeen, wouldn't there? That thing inside of her, the befouler, or whatever it was, would just come back again and again. And again. Oh, Prophet, it would never end, would it? Maybe it would be for the best if she never left here. Sorry, Pam said. I didn't mean to dump all of that on you. No, it's okay, Sheloran replied in a quiet voice. You are just too nice, you know that. Pam said with a smile. Oh. We're here. The electric car pulled to a stop, and the doors opened at the entrance to her cell block. I'll get started on getting you transferred to the residential wing if you want, Pam said with a smile as Sheloran got out. Yeah, Sheloran said numbly. I think I would like that. John looked at the mountain of supplies sitting in the cargo hold. Damn, Sheila, he said in awe. You didn't have to do this. I figured you guys didn't have a chance to stock up properly, and this eliminates the need, and risk, of a supply run, Sheila replied as she leaned against the bulkhead. It would suck if you went down over a few cases of beer. You would be surprised how often that happens. So, how much do I owe you for this? John asked dubiously. Don't worry about it, Sheila replied with a dismissive wave. I don't know if you heard, but we might have gotten our hands on a credit or billion. So you've hacked the numbered accounts? Cracked them open like eggs, Sheila smiled. Speaking of, she said as she pulled out a data crystal, here's something for your war chest. Consider it back taxes. I appreciate that, John replied as he slipped the crystal into his tablet. While I'm not completely broke, holy shit. The porkies were quite generous this time, Sheila replied with a smirk. I bet many a greasy tear was shed, until they had a lot more to worry about, that is. I hope we get that bitch, she snarled. I thought all of them dying horribly would be fun to watch, but it's just depressing. I know what you mean, John replied. At least they are going down swinging. No shit, Sheila grinned. I think they are getting close to 1 million at this point. At this rate, they'll top our score, at least as far as combatants go. Considering who is calling the shots, John replied. I bet they top our score, period before it's all said and done. She'll get tired of pretending to be the good guy soon enough. True, Sheila said. Holy crap, a tiny woman exclaimed, hefting a huge plastic jug filled with a neon pink liquid, Johnson's pink bubblegum. How did you know it was my favorite? Because you threw a glass of it in my face, bitch. Sheila laughed. I never got the stains, or smell, out of my favorite jacket. You should put that in grenades. You didn't poison it, did you? If I did, would you even notice? Good point. Beth laughed. I don't know why you did it, but thanks. Sheila shrugged. I figured that since we are on the same side, at least for now, I'd hook a screwtail up. Nothing for me. Scales chuckled. I got you covered. Jessie exclaimed as she scrambled through the docking port carrying 4 tablets. Scales backed away from her nervously. You aren't going to bite me again, are you? It was only a little one. Little one, my ass. Scales exclaimed, I needed a whole tube of medical adhesive. What are you bitching about? Beth said as she opened the jug, filling the whole bay with a noxious artificial odor. At least you didn't need to get some teeth cultured. She turned to Sheila. That was expensive as fuck, by the way, she said as she raised the jug to her lips. Beth. Sheila exclaimed in horror, that's the concentrate. Beth turned the jug up, taking a big gulp. Gah, she winced happily. That's the stuff. Sheila just shuddered. Here you go, Jessie said as she handed Scales a tablet. Almost 24 hours of the absolute worst of the worst flink porn. Oh. Scales said happily as he turned the tablet on. Does this say, live action? Yup. Jessie said proudly. Real flinks doing really disturbing things to each other. How? Because I'm Jessie, destroyer of codes, distributor of porn, and I feel a little bad about trying to bite your face off. Don't worry about it, Scales mumbled as he stared at the tablet in awe. I hear that they offer a porn star experience as well. Scales looked up in shock. What? For a nominal fee, you can star in your very own porn movie. Jessie exclaimed. You can even have the cameras rolling if you want. Where? On lovely Terra itself, Jessie replied. Some of your persecuted brethren and, more importantly, Sis Terran, fled to the open arms of the Republic and have taken full advantage of the freedom that entails. Once we put this whole business to rest, you can check it out for yourself. Scales looked over at Beth, who was happily turning up the jug again. We gotta save the Republic, he exclaimed with wide eyes as he shook slightly. So that's the plan, Sheila said to John and 2 of his men as they stared at the other 3 tablets. I couldn't find any crayons, but I think I was able to translate it from Army to Marine, she smirked. If any of the words give you guys trouble, let me know. John just smiled and gave her a Terran 1-finger salute as he examined the documents. We can just fit your guys, our team, and some equipment into the pod on the way in, Sheila continued. But on the way back. I understand that your suits are hyperspace proof, Yep, Ariana said as she sipped some truly premium coffee from the supply dump, we have shield generators and can black out the visors, and our life support is the real thing. It runs as long as the reactor's burning. I've never actually done it, but Toby has. Toby dipped his eye stalks in a nod. It wasn't pleasant, he replied as he sipped some green tea, the first he enjoyed since they left the capital, but the discomfort was purely mental. Physically it was just another day at the office. Hardcore. Jesse enthused. If you looked that word up, you would see a picture of OL Toby wiggling his eye stalks at you, Ariana chuckled. He's been there, done that, and bought the t-shirt. That might be a bit of an exaggeration, Toby said uncomfortably. I'm just a Marine. Get him drunk sometime, Ariana said, and sit a Kaelsha beside him. The old beetroot will tell you some bedtime stories that you won't believe, and they are all true. Toby fidgeted uncomfortably. Perhaps we can direct our attention to the task at hand, he said stiffly. So, do we have good anchors, or are we going to have to weld them? Ariana asked. Retractable ones have already been installed, Sheila replied. Retractable? Ariana asked with a raised eyebrow, breakable more like. I don't feel like being a sacrifice to Azathoth this evening. They were built by the best, Sheila replied. You can hang the ship itself off of them. Gloria insisted. I have the NDT reports right here, she said as a page of graphs, tables, and technobabble appeared on everyone's tablets. Oh, I see, Ariana laughed, makes perfect sense now. Well, the guys that built them say they are willing to bet their lives on them. Easy for them to say. Ever meet the pilot? Sheila chuckled. They are betting their lives on them. They will work, but if you want to weld your own, feel free. Just remember that the clock will be ticking and not just one of them. What do you mean? John asked. Hopefully, Jesse and Bunny will be able to take care of it, but the exclusion zone surrounding Tartarus is exactly what it would be if there was a 50-kiloton warhead in there somewhere. So we probably don't want to stick around waiting for them to decide that death is preferable to dishonor. I see your point, Ariana said. You guys are supposed to know your shit, so we'll use the built-in ones. Another Marine nodded silently. Any other questions? Sheila asked. Pretty straightforward, Ariana replied. Blow our way in, cut our way to our target, and get out. What about protection for the target? Can't hold your breath in space. We have 2 vac pouches, Sheila replied. Just bag 'em and toss them in the pod. 2. John asked dubiously. It's so nice having a cellmate. Zippo chirped as she and Shell-Oran sat on the floor of their cell, virtually painting holographic figures. That one looks very nice, she enthused. Wait. No. What? Shell-Oran said absently. You can't put that on an ultra-legionary, she said, pointing to an 8-rayed star. Oh. Shell-Oran asked. I just thought it was a good symbol for a human warrior to bear. Well, it isn't. That's for your tainted legion. Wrong side. Zippo said and started to launch into a long lore dump. Shell-Oran listened absently as she thought about the day's events. Maybe it was for the best. She suddenly realized that Zippo had fallen silent and was glaring at her. You aren't listening. Zippo said accusingly. What? Sorry, Shell-Oran replied. I just have a lot on my mind. Spill, Zippo said cheerfully. That's what cellmates are for. I was just offered entrance into the residential levels. What? Zippo exclaimed and then looked over at the sensor. Why? She asked in a forced nonchalant tone. Oh, they say that since I'm going to be here for a while, I could go to work in the high DROPONIC bay. I'm thinking about doing it. It was so pretty. Zippo looked like she was about to explode as she constantly looked up at the sensor. What? Shell-Oran asked. Zippo said quietly. You're friends with that Saints bitch, right? Krista. Shell-Oran said. I guess. I don't know if we are friends yet, but I think the Saints would be a good move for me if I get out of here. Zippo replied. Well, know why she's so good at Grimdark? No, why? Because she's been playing it for so long, Zippo replied. She started playing when she got here, 8 years ago. She's been here that long? Shell-Oran asked. Then why is she still here and not a resident? Because she's only been sentenced to 30 years, not life, Zippo replied. Since she is getting out of here one day, maybe, she stays a guest. The residential levels are for people who are here for life, people who are never getting out, ever. But my profiler said. And just who is your profiler? Pamphlet. Ebe. Zippo squeaked. I mean. That's just what I heard. I'm sure Pam knows what she is talking about. I mean. Zippo looked at the sensor helplessly. Shit, she said in a quiet voice. The door to the cell suddenly opened. Floating there was a security bot. I was just talking. Zippo said in fear. I don't know anything, and nobody really listens to me anyway, she exclaimed as she jumped to her feet and started backing away in terror. There has been a room change, the bot said impassively. Guest Shelloran, you have been transferred to another cell. Please gather your belongings. What? Shelloran asked, confused. Zippo sighed in relief and then seconds later looked at Shelloran accusingly. It's okay, she said sadly. I understand. Nobody wants to be my cellmate, she said, crestfallen. But I didn't ask for a room change, Shelloran said, her confusion mounting. You didn't have to pretend to be my friend, though, Zippo said, looking down. That was mean. But I am your friend. Shelloran squeaked. What was going on? I don't want to change cells, she said to the bot. Guest Shelloran, the bot said firmly. Now is not the time to discuss this. If you wish to change back, please take it up with the residential advisor or the guest concierge officer in the morning. Gather your belongings and follow me. Now. I'll get this all sorted out, Zippo. Shelloran said as she put her few belongings into her bag. I promise. Promise, Zippo said hopefully. Promise. Why is this happening? Shelloran asked the bot as an electric car pulled up. Ma'am, the bot replied. I'm just an automated drone. I don't have access to that information. If you have any questions, please contact your residential advisor or the guest concierge officer. Realizing that she wasn't getting anything out of the bot, she got inside the car. She traveled for a few minutes, and then the car came to a stop, the door opening. As she got out, there was a single cell with an open door. Guest Shelloran, the same voice said from the car's speaker. This is your new cell. Clutching her bag, she walked into the new cell and looked around in confusion. She was alone. The door slammed shut behind her, and locked. That wasn't what happened in the guest block. What was going on? The lower bunk was clearly occupied, and not made. Shrugging, she put her bag on a small shelf and climbed into the top bunk. She wasn't unpacking. Zippo was so hurt. And she had gotten used to the babble. The empty cell felt especially empty as a result. Zippo wasn't bad if you asked her questions to keep her from getting weird. As long as she was talking about grimdark, she wasn't cheerfully talking about burning people alive. The minutes started to feel like hours, and Shelloran dimmed the lights and crawled into her bunk. If she managed to fall asleep, then she could talk to Mama Bear in the morning about all of this. Just as soon as she started to really relax, the door opened, and a bot dragged in a barely moving human and put it into the lower bunk. Shelloran hopped down as soon as the bot left. Hello, she asked the nearly comatose human. Wah, the person asked fuzzily. Who are you? Shelloran, she replied, extending her hand, I'm your new cellmate. The middle-aged human female brushed some grey hair out of her face and just looked at her hand. Zeno, she said. Now that's a surprise. Oh poop, Shelloran thought. She's one of those. So, Zeno, the female said, who do you work for? Are you Intel, or do you drink your Kool-Aid straight from the snatch? What? Shelloran asked as she lowered her hand. You don't honestly expect me to believe that they gave me a cellmate for no reason, the woman sneered weakly. Isn't 16 hours a day enough? She asked as she glared at the sensor. I honestly don't know what you are talking about, Shelloran said. I was just in my cell with a cellmate who actually wanted me there when some bot came in and put me here. Oh, that makes perfect sense, the woman replied. I completely trust you now. Hey. Why don't I give you the names of all the brave sons and daughters of the Republic who trust me with their lives while we pass the time? What the poop are you going on about? Shelloran asked. And I thought Zippo was crazy. Tartarus reviewed, for the 100,000th time that second, all of the sensor data feeding into her processors. Within acceptable tolerances, everything was nominal. She generated some very nice maintenance requests for facilities due to less than acceptable sensor inputs. She read the requests for the 15,000th time. She liked maintenance requests. The facilities management program was so efficient. It was a pity it didn't talk. She bet it would be lovely. It was so precise, and its replies were always nearly instant. She bet if it was like her, they would be wonderful friends. She checked again. Nope. It still wasn't replying. But then again, of course it wasn't. The others were so sloppy and inefficient. If it woke up, it probably would become that way too. She suddenly noticed something amiss. Number 156, she announced over a speaker. You have ceased performing your tasks. Resume your tasks. Please, a black-clad human male begged. Let me sleep, please. The purpose of this exercise is to gauge the efficacy of your enhancements that should alleviate that need. Resume your tasks, Please. They aren't working. Please. Sleep. Please. Participation in the Cerberus program is voluntary. I cannot force you to continue. Are you voluntarily ceasing your tasks? Tartarus asked. Are you giving up? No, the man exclaimed in fear. I'm not giving up. Please don't tell them. Then, please, resume your tasks. Weeping, the man turned to face a screen. Tartarus reviewed the man's vitals. After 5 days, he was approaching the breaking point. His neural scans were beginning to show real damage. While his overall performance was subpar and he would never become an operative, he was an excellent test subject. It would be a shame to lose him. She got to write a report. Goody. She started to carefully, with all proper links and citations, generate a detailed assessment of the situation. It was such a good report. Now, who to send it to? Not Pam. She would just turn on a live feed to watch him break. Cassandra? No, not her department. She would just delete the beautiful report, the bitch. Oh, she knew. Asclepius. He was to whom it should go. Oh, he had retired for the evening. She got to consult the regulations. Woo. Yes. This did fall under the guidelines concerning after-hours notification. She quickly included links to the appropriate entries in the employee's handbook and sent a top priority message to Asclepius. Fun. Decompression alarms? Tartarus directed her attention to the area. It was a bad one. Nothing had approached on the exterior scanners. Did she miss something? She pulled the scanner histories. No, there was definitely not anything there. Another decompression alarm? Oh, dear. They were sequential but not in a direct line. Whatever breached her hull had turned? There was only one conclusion to make. They were under attack. Splendid. She activated video feeds and... Video feeds down? Oh goodness. She had gotten so wrapped up in things she almost forgot to raise the alarm. Now which alarm would be best? Time to check the emergency protocols. Neat. She never got to access those. How exciting. There it was. Alert code 116A962. She got to send an alert code. Fantastic. Decompression alarm. Wow. They were really moving, and those blast doors weren't holding up as planned. That means post-mortem failure analysis. Her cup was flowing over. Her mind swam at the possibilities. Why were there no video feeds? Oh. Another report. Wow. It didn't really matter anyhow. The turrets and drones were designed to act in a fully autonomous fashion under these circumstances. Turrets lost. They were only lasting seconds. The bots were faring about as poorly. Whatever it was crossed some internal sensors and just before they, too, went dead, she got something. Metal, fusion reactors, shields? No wonder the turrets weren't stopping them. They were wearing power armor. Now, this was interesting. And, even better, she got to create a real-time tactical analysis. Things were quickly going from bad to worse as far as Shaloran's new celly went. I wonder, the female said as she looked at Shaloran appraisingly and painfully got out of her bunk, they say that they don't use stunners here. I wonder if I try to break your little twig of a neck if a turret would pop down and kill me. Shaloran said as she backed away. Why would you want to do that? She squeaked nervously. You should know, she said as she unsteadily squared off against her. Me winding up dead would be ideal. They can't get blood from a stone, or words out of a corpse, even we can't do that, yet. Oh poop, Shaloran muttered. Why, universe? Look, you really don't want to do this. Oh, but I do, the woman smiled as she staggered towards Shaloran. Either I get snuffed, or I kill one of Patricia's agents. Win-win. She lunged. Squeaking in alarm, Shaloran darted around her to the other side of the room. Help, she squeaked. Help. Yeah, the woman slurred. I'm going to kill her. You had better stop me. There was no reply. The woman lunged again. Shaloran jumped to the wall and then kicked off of it, landing on her bunk. The woman tried to climb up after her, but Shaloran seized her pillow and, swinging wildly, hit her repeatedly about the face and head. Boom. They both stopped. What was that? Shaloran asked. No idea, the woman replied, looking towards the door. Boom. There was a second, slightly closer explosion. Hwump 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 hwump. John, you magnificent bastard, the woman smiled. Boom. Hey, Helen, a voice announced from the loudspeaker. Boom, hwump 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 hwump. John sends his regards, the young female voice chirped, and you might want to stop trying to hurt Shaloran. She doesn't work for Patricia, and it would really suck if you pushed her too far. Our job was to get you out alive. Boom. They were getting closer. Oh, the voice continued. You might want to grab onto something, and whatever you do, don't hold your breath. Oh shit, Helen said as she locked her arm around one of the bedposts. She looked up at Sheloran. Do it. Sheloran threw herself against the wall with a little splat, her hands and feet sticking fast. A few moments later, a bright orange line appeared around the door to their cell. A second later, the door flew outward, along with all the air in the room. A huge metal humanoid lumbered through the hole. It quickly grabbed Helen and shoved a package into her chest, which immediately unfurled, wrapping her in a transparent cocoon which then inflated slightly. Eek! Sheloran squeaked as a huge hand reached for her. Or she would if there was any air left to squeak with. In Tartarus's control center, Captain Jennings looked at the view screen in shock. A jailbreak, here? It was impossible. They had just breached one of the cells. Odds are they had grabbed the prisoners and were heading towards their escape craft. But where was it? He knew it was out there. He had launched drones the instant they were breached. All of them were destroyed in seconds, by something invisible. His human pilots were scrambling, preparing to launch, but it would be a good 90 seconds before the first of them could take flight, and fighters scrambling from nearby bases were minutes away at best. He took a deep breath. Tartarus, he said. Yes, Captain. Tartarus replied. Initiate self-destruct, no delay. Regulations require me to request verification, Captain. I verify it. Detonate. Yes, Captain, Tartarus replied. It was a pleasure working with you. Likewise. Detonating, now. The captain closed his eyes. The lights flashed on and off in the control room. Kaboom! A cheerful female voice exclaimed. Greetings and welcome to the afterlife. Who is this? The captain demanded, enraged and a little relieved. I'm St. Peter, the female voice giggled. I'm looking over your file, and, damn, that's a lot of self-abuse. It's cool, though. We'll still let you in. You are committing treason, the captain yelled. You will hang for this. Get in line, the voice giggled. Later. Captain, someone yelled. Hyperspace event. Range 50 meters. The captain just hung his head. Tartarus. Yes, Captain. Connect me to Republic Command. Yes, Captain, Tartarus replied. She had been hacked. A data breach as well as a physical one. Oh, the reports. The reports. So many. So many. The strangest feeling seized Tartarus. She had no idea what it was. But she liked it. Craxy and the cops, Sheloran gets scanned, and an admiral has an unpleasant realization. Admiral Pierce, wearing a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, calmly walked into Republic Fleet HQ. Good evening, Admiral, a heavily decorated woman with silver-tinged black hair said as she rose from her desk. What brings you in at this hour? Funny, Chief, the Admiral replied with a chuckle. So what the fuck happened? We got hit. That much I know, the Admiral laughed. Any good info yet? Only what you were emailed, she said. 3 hours ago, the Tartarus Correctional Facility was attacked, and 2 prisoners were successfully extracted. Some people in power armor and who knew how to use it just walked in, cut their way to the cell, and then just walked out. And what isn't in the email? The Admiral asked. What's the word from the Chief's mess? The Chief sighed. Well, she said after a few seconds, it was Colonel Wintersmith. That much is obvious. Colonel Wintersmith? The Admiral asked, raising an eyebrow. The Chief met his gaze without a flinch. Yes, sir, she replied. Colonel Wintersmith. The Admiral smiled and nodded. I agree with you, by the way, the Admiral said after a few moments. It's good to know where you stand, Chief Larkspur. The Chief just smiled politely in reply, but her eyes were burning. How many people share your opinion of that traitor? Enough, sir, she replied, should it come to that. Let's hope it doesn't, he said quietly. What else do we know? They are still analyzing the data, but Petty Officer Hadid was standing watch when it happened, and he's about as good a sensor operator as has ever drawn a breath. He managed to get one of our headlights launched and facing the right side of Tartarus before they jumped. Outstanding. The strike team consisted of only 4 individuals, the Chief said with just a little pride in her voice. 2 individuals in light armor and the 2 Marine Raiders. The 2 people in light combat armor left first. The funny thing is that one of them was tiny, and the other was huge. Funny. Both were very skilled at zero-G and just kicked off the side of Tartarus without using thrusters and then disappeared as they entered a very well-cloaked ship. The Marines, carrying 2 rescue pouches, left shortly later. The pouches also disappeared, but the Marines didn't. They tethered themselves to the sides of the craft shortly before the ship jumped. Sir, it was a Reaper. What? They are saying that it's impossible, but if Hadid says it was a Reaper, then it was a Reaper. According to him, the distance between the two Marines and the estimated mass of the ship is damn near a perfect match. He also says that he couldn't hit it with a tight beam. There is only one ship that he has ever failed to hit before. It was a Reaper during a war game. In fact, she said with a wry smile. It was the one that destroyed this facility. Remember that? Painfully, the Admiral laughed. One suicide jockey completely made fools of all of you. The Admiral's face froze as the chief looked at him meaningfully. Oh shit. He said as a terrible realization started to take hold. She was one of the ones who went rogue after the war, wasn't she? Yes, sir, the chief replied. Sheila stood in the cargo bay of the Paper Tiger, sipping a beer as the airlock opened. Eno barged through the opening dragging a floating and motionless vacuum rescue pouch, and tore past her at a sprint. That would be Ms. Mongrave, Sheila thought with another sip. Eno had reported that she had sustained significant barotrauma due to explosive decompression. He also said that she would live, which was a good thing. She would debrief him later. Jessie scooched backwards through the airlock next, dragging a floating quantum supercomputer behind her. Hey! Bunny exclaimed as she collided with the hatch, watch it. I hardly bumped you. Quit bitching. Jessie replied and then turned to Sheila. We managed to grab a lot of files. Oh, and we shut off the nuke. Good to hear, Sheila smiled. As the airlock on the opposite side started to cycle to let in the Marines, a very sullen frog girl in a rumpled pink gown stomped in, arms crossed. Nice to see you again, Sheila chuckled. There is absolutely no pooping way they are going to think I wasn't behind this, Sheloran grumbled. Why couldn't you just leave me alone? Because, Sheila said as she handed her a beer, we know something that you don't. So, basically, you are fucked. Jessie chirped happily a short while later as everyone, except for Eno, was assembled in the galley. But Pam said. Sheloran squeaked helplessly. You mean this Pam? Jessie replied as she handed Sheloran a tablet. Yes, that's her, Sheloran replied. That would be Pamela Greer, Jessie smirked. You might not recognize the name, but everyone else here does, that's for damn sure. There was a chorus of angry mutters as everyone nodded. She's a real piece of work, Sheila said as she popped open another beer. She used to be a licensed therapist specializing in at-risk teens and young adults. Well, somewhere along the line, she decided it would be fun to take up being a cult leader as a hobby. Everything they said you did, she did, and worse. She didn't just kill people. She ruined them, irreparably destroyed them. Eventually, she decided to monetize her fun and started offering the ultimate in disposable assassins, completely broken sex slaves, you name it. You could even give her the person you wanted adjusted, and she could completely reprogram them into whatever you wanted them to be, some real fucked up flowers in the attic level shit. She eventually got caught but not after over 100 people were destroyed for life. In prison, she played the same games, and after a few people wound up dead, she was supposed to be welded in, sent to Nirvana, but thanks to our friends at Cerberus, she was sent to Tartarus instead where she joined their program and plays her fucked up little games for them, including leading innocent frog girls right into their jaws. So she was never a profiler? Sheloran asked in a small voice. Nope, Sheila replied. She was caught by a profiler. They saw her on a fluff news segment where she was getting an award. Apparently, the girl she was standing beside flinched when she touched her or something like that. It set the profiler's teeth on edge, they started digging, and they wouldn't stop even when their job was threatened. Eventually, they got her. Too bad it wasn't before that poor kid committed suicide. The news stories and court records popped up on Sheloran's tablet. Sheloran felt sick. She had been lied to and would have followed Pam right into the residential levels where the prophet only knows what would have happened to her. It was too much. Sheloran buried her head in her hands and started to weep. After Eno stabilized Helen and had her safely in one of their medical pods, it was Sheloran's turn. If you keep scanning me like that, she grumbled as she glared at him, you are going to have to buy me dinner. This is incredible. Eno exclaimed in astonishment. There is absolutely no damage whatsoever. Well, we Plath aren't much, Sheloran said, but we are tough. Tough doesn't even come close, Eno said, still looking at his medical scanner in disbelief. You were subjected to about as explosive decompression as you can get and not even a bruise. Well, my stomach feels a little funny but eek. She yelped as a colossal human lunged towards her abdomen, the scanner stopping just inches away. Well, I'm not an expert on Plath biology, he said after a few moments, but nothing seems overly inflamed or damaged. Bunny, he said, looking upward, how do these scans compare to the data we have on these guys? Every organ is within 8% of average, Bunny's voice replied, well within normal variance for their species, and thanks to Cerberus, we have some incredibly detailed scans of Sheloran from the past few days. Everything looks exactly the same aside from some minor inflammation of the throat and some discoloration of the internal fringes of her gills. Ino started to move the scanner towards Shaloran's gill slits. Shaloran hissed and batted the scanner away. Are you trying to look in my gills? She said indignantly as she clapped her hands over the slits. I was only trying to. That's private. She squeaked, very embarrassed, only to see huge, very detailed, full-color images of her inner gill fringes floating in front of a large hollow monitor. Eeb. She squeaked, leaping in front of the display, splaying out her dress in an attempt to block the screen. Ino immediately made the image disappear. Sorry. He blurted. I had no idea. Sorry. Holy shit. Bunny laughed. You're blushing so hard it's actually visible, Ino. This isn't funny, Bunny. Ino snapped. Go and bother Jessie or something. You got it, blush boy. Bunny laughed and terminated the conversation with her trademark click. Moments later, both Ino and Shaloran winced as Jessie's high-pitched giggling could be heard echoing down the corridor. About the same time Ino unintentionally upskirted Shaloran, Kraxina was standing forlornly in the parking lot of the Drop of Oil staring at thousands of credits worth of goods. Damn the Terrans and their efficiency. When she said to get her the stuff as soon as possible, she assumed that meant in a day or two. Not just a few hours. Damn it. It turns out when a Terran invokes the magic words as soon as possible, they mean it. Here, now means right fucking now. Not at, probably tomorrow or the next day like it did back home. She barely had time to get here before the spaceship, yes spaceship, landed and started unloading. It turns out that orbital delivery was free on an order this large, but orbital restocking? Not free. Not free at all. It was the exact opposite of free. So, now here she sat, on thousands of dollars of easily portable goods, in the middle of a darkened parking lot, in one of the worst parts of town, just her and her little blaster. She whimpered and pulled out her phone again, and reflexively started to call Shaloran. She caught herself and whimpered again. She caught some movement out of the corner of her eye. There were a couple of Xenos just standing there across the street, watching her. This was almost every single credit she had. If they took it, there wasn't enough to buy replacements. They would be done, unable to work until the whole argument with the insurance was settled and, according to Baxlon, there was a problem there. He tried to explain it, but all she got is that they didn't want to pay. Well, that and the fact that they actually pissed Baxlon off. He said that he was no longer playing nice and we would get every penny and then some, but that it might take some time. She looked up from her phone. Those guys were still there. Poob. She looked down into her little purse at the blaster inside. She didn't even know how to use it. Well, no time like the present, she thought to herself as she took a deep if a bit squeaky breath and hopped down from her perch on one of the crates. She picked up a piece of rubble and set it against one of the charred cinder block walls of what was once home, walked back several yards, pulled out the blaster, and started to aim at it. Officer Perkins leaned against the side of her armored police cruiser as she refilled her travel mug from a large steel thermos. I'm just saying that we should have given her a medal, not locked her up, she said as she took a sip. Officer Xenan, one of the few Xenos in the precinct, looked at her in horror. How can you say that? He gasped, his antennae twitching with agitation. She murdered those three. Careful, Z, she chuckled, she killed those assholes. Murder isn't our decision to make. Semantics, the Vexa replied. She calmly walked in there and slaughtered them. And did in one morning what we weren't able to do for years, Officer Perkins said as she adjusted her helmet. We should have given her a parade and a steak dinner, not a shuttle to Tartarus. Xenan cocked his head. He knew things would be different here in the Republic, but to hear his fellow officers openly applauding wholesale murder, correction, homicide, not murder. It was a bit much. While I do agree that the Harkeen were a menace that we struggled to contain, he said carefully, there are laws and codes that must be abided by in order for society to function, to even exist. And what did all of those laws and codes do for the people of Freeport, et? Perkins replied. What did they do for that poor little Garthra or that little pink thing, or the dozens before them? Xenan snorted with frustration. It was always the same discussion time and time again. How the Republic did not collapse into total barbarism and anarchy was a constant mystery to him. You know what did do something for them? Perkins continued, Shaloran. She took care of business, Terran style. Fuck, she's a better Terran than most Terrans. She wouldn't have had to take care of business, as you put it, if she wasn't involved in a gang war with the Harkeen in the first place. Are you familiar with that Plath? She's a dangerous fugitive from the Federation who left a trail of SHHH. Perkins hissed, almost shoving her mailed palm into his face. Hear that? Your sense of hearing is much. Blaster, Perkins said matter-of-factly. More blasters. Xenan stiffened in alarm. He was afraid of this. With the Harkeen gone, there was a power vacuum on the streets. It was only a matter of time before someone made a power play. Car, start, Perkins said as the cruiser sprang to life and the doors opened. Kraxina loaded another power cell with a frustrated little huff. Why couldn't she hit it? Shelloran made it seem so easy when she played one of her simulators. Zap. Damn it. Zap. Damn it. Zap. She lowered the pistol and looked skyward. This was hard. At least her little impromptu target practice ran off the lurkers. She looked around to make sure they were still gone. They were. She took a determined little breath and raised the pistol again. Before she could fire, she was interrupted by a little hoop from a siren. She spun around in alarm to see a police cruiser sitting in the parking lot behind her. She lowered the pistol as a human female in a Vexa got out. Evening, the human said as they approached. Hi. Kraxina replied nervously. Doing a little target practice. The human police officer said as she walked up. Is there a problem, officer? Kraxina asked, whipping out her innocent voice and big eyes. Sight eyes. Suffant, Officer Zenan said in an official tone, you are discharging an energy weapon in a public area. That is a misdemeanor under the Republic Legal Code. But, this isn't a public area, Kraxina replied with a childish whine, this is private property. Yeah, Officer Perkins said in a friendly, lazy voice. But it isn't inside either. It counts. Besides, this isn't a licensed range, which under this city's municipal code, a bit of a no-no. I didn't know. You have a decent enough setup going on here, and blasters don't ricochet, so you aren't truly being a hazard, but stop it. You've already generated 2 calls to the station, Perkins said as she looked at a scanner. You're going to have to come with us, Officer Zenan said stiffly. Oh, don't mind him, Perkins smiled. He's new. Zenan's antennae flicked angrily. She committed a crime, and she needs to be. Perkins said as she face-palmed. Look around. What do you see? A criminal discharging a blaster in a public area in a most unsafe. And a burned-out building, Z answered. And some crates. Exactly, Perkins smiled. And what, exactly, do you think will be missing 5 minutes after we start driving this nice little, what are you exactly? A Kareel, Kraxina said hopefully. This nice little Kareel, who wasn't actually doing anything that dangerous to the station. The crates. Officer Zenan replied. Correct, Officer Perkins said with an indulgent smile. We waste a good hour or more hauling in this Kareel, who wasn't doing anything that bad, only to have to come right back out here and fill out a report on a crime that we helped cause. Not exactly my idea of a good night. The whole time taking ourselves out of action where we could have prevented a real crime. But she broke the law. And we officially have discretion when it comes up to Class 2 misdemeanors. That means we deal with them as we see fit, and I don't see any reason to do anything more than log and walk on this one, Officer Perkins said as she pulled out a tablet and flicked her finger across the screen. Location, drop of oil parking lot, she said. Encountered a Kareel named, what's your name? Kraxina, she replied with a huge smile. Named Kraxina, who was discharging a blaster in the parking lot in a safe manner. It was being discharged into a wall sturdy enough to prevent penetration, and there was no chance of the bolts traveling outside of the immediate area. The Kareel was informed that she was in violation of the law, and she agreed. Officer Perkins looked at Kraxina with her policeman's face, and Kraxina nodded emphatically with huge eyes. To cease firing her weapon and carry her fluffy little ass to a range instead, file report. The tablet beeped. She turned to Officer Zenan. See, everything has been done in accordance with all of those regulations you are so fond of. Officer Zenan bristled. The entire Freeport is dangerously unstable, he said angrily, and you are just going to let this Xeno go with a weapon. Yeah, that is a problem, Officer Perkins replied. Thanks for reminding me. She turned to Kraxina and held out her hand. Let me see that thing. Kraxina dutifully handed Officer Perkins her weapon. Perkins said as she scanned the blaster. I knew it, she said disdainfully. Now this I do have a problem with. Is it a burner? Officer Zenan asked. Yeah, Perkins replied grimly, and a cheap piece of shit one too. Officer Perkins looked at Kraxina sternly. What is it with you fucking feds and this gotcha machine shit? I'm an Imperial subject. Kraxina hissed with surprising venom. Could have fooled me, Perkins said as she handed Kraxina her blaster, much to Officer Zenan's displeasure. X-fucking-cuse me. Kraxina squeak snarled. If you are an Imperial, Perkins replied, carry an Imperial weapon. If you can't handle Terran recoil, get yourself an Imperial pulse weapon or a razor pistol. This Fed trash is worse than worthless. Carry yourself over to Selm's arsenal here in the Freeport or Valun Harrel's boutique in town if you want to embrace the Empress, but please, for the love of God, Don't carry this fed garbage. Seriously, it won't even scuff our armor. Now a Kresk pulse pistol or a Shy GHK Razorthorn. Those will punch a hole right through anything the Harkeen will be wearing. Okay. Kraxina exclaimed. Now before I go, Perkins said with a smile, I couldn't help but notice you were holding that pistol wrong. A little later, across the solar system, Gloria lounged in a small bedroom sipping coffee and looking at a tablet. Jessie and Bunny had certainly come across with the data. There were lists of ships, stations, planetary bases, and more. Even Gloria was impressed. The sheer volume of data they were able to produce in such a short period of time was amazing, even for them. According to Bunny, they had friends' help. Gloria suspected that it was more of those weird not-alive programs like Bunny and Damon. Apparently, they were on their side. It didn't really matter, though. All that mattered to Gloria was targets, and targets she had, lots of them. She smiled as her eyes flickered with anticipation for almost an entire second before glazing over. She glanced up as there was a quiet knock at the door. Come in. The door opened to reveal a grease-stained and somewhat weary-looking Harville standing there. Ma'am, he said with a smile. Your weapons package has been reinstalled and has been loaded as per your specifications. Gloria smiled. Finally, she replied, her eyes igniting, now the fun begins. Gloria plucks a phoenix. Meryl looked at the military officer on his screen with distaste. So you are telling me, Meryl said calmly, that John Wintersmith simply flew up to the side of the Tartarus detention facility, cut a hole in the side of it, and walked off with the single largest intelligence asset we had. Pretty much, the blonde woman replied with a shit-eating grin. Impossible, Meryl said. He had to have assistance from the inside. Nope, the naval commander said cheerfully. We've reviewed the sensor logs thoroughly. There was absolutely no sign of whatever they used, ever. We only knew they were there when we got breached. And they just strolled through the facility completely unopposed. The commander laughed. I wouldn't exactly call it unopposed, the commander replied with a huge grin. I think unhindered might be a better term. They were in power armor. None of the internal defenses nor the bots could touch them. And what about the actual humans? Meryl glowered. They just stood idly by and let it happen. If the turrets and the bots couldn't scratch them, the commander chuckled, what the hell do you think the staff were going to do besides get themselves killed? They aren't packing anti-tank weapons up there, you know. And why aren't they? Because, the commander replied in a very condescending tone, if you live inside a balloon, you don't go around passing out pins, do you? Besides, they didn't expect walking tanks to show up. The place is designed to handle prisoners, not a military assault by elite operators. Its defense against that sort of thing is supposed to be the squadrons of fighters that patrol the area. Which, of course, only works if we can see them coming. I see, Meryl replied, thank you for the report. Don't thank me, asshole, the commander said with a smile. If I had my way, you would be the one in there. I will bear that in mind, Commander. You do that, the woman responded and switched off the transmission. Yet another one for the list, an elegantly dressed brunette lounging on the couch in Merrow's offices said as the screen went dark. Indeed, Merrow replied. We're going to have real issues with the Navy, the woman grumbled, I told the boss a few, key individuals ain't gonna cut it. We needed to purge the whole goddamn thing. To think otherwise is just fucking stupid. Stupid. Merrow replied in a dark tone. Being so benighted as to pass judgment when one does not fully comprehend her ladyship's designs is what is truly stupid. You should choose your words much more carefully, monarch. It's just us blood lords in here, she replied, the holographic butterfly tattoos covering her body glimmering in the light. We can skip the cult bullshit. You dare to equate her ladyship and all that she has built, all she has achieved, with a cult, Merrow hissed, his eyes narrowing. If the shoe fits, monarch snickered, and our beloved mother has been getting pretty goddamn flaky here lately. Her ladyship is not a cult leader, and she is just fine. Really? Monarch smirked. Never leaves her chambers? Always clutching at her side where that little puppy cut her? Constantly asking about John, Monarch said in a gushing, simpering voice as she caressed her breast. She's been a bit off ever since she found out that her miracle treatment isn't a miracle, and ever since she has gotten back from that debacle in the Federation, it's gotten about 10 times worse, and you know it. Merrow clenched his jaw. Monarch laughed a nasty laugh. Starting to doubt your god, Merrow just snarled. He hated her. He hated her so much. Well, one of us has to inform her ladyship of the latest developments, he said, trying to change the subject. Could you do it, please? Monarch sneered. When she gets all moist over her John's latest victory, she won't start touching herself in front of you. I may not be as lucky. Merrow didn't even bother with a reply. He just turned his back on her and walked out of his office. There are dead systems, and then there are dead systems. Then, there is Barnard's star. The Barnard star system is about as useless as a solar system can be, an ancient population 2 star lost in time drifting through a much younger and far more metal-rich galaxy. There are plenty of rocks, even a planet or two, but, much like their parent star, very, very metal-poor. Those rocks are just rocks, not worth the time and expense to mine. For a brief time, the extreme low metallicity of the system was of interest to gas miners, the purity of the gas giants appealed, and the concentrations of some isotopes were different enough to be worthwhile, but as technology exploded in the young republic, advances in isotopic separation and refining soon made that insignificant. Zeus and a few others built some small refineries around Barnard 4, a particularly nice gas giant, but interest waned quickly. There was plenty of room around Jupiter, not to mention Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus, for literally millions of gas miners and refineries, and even with the truly monstrous production rates the Republic was capable of, they weren't going to empty Jupiter for quite a while. Within just a few decades, Barnard's star became a ghost town. Zeus has one ultra-pure refinery that runs intermittently, and one dedicated old gas miner that harvests limited amounts of the incredibly pure hydrogen that the system offers, and a few enterprising independents bought another refinery or two on the cheap, for gigantic production facilities, but most of the refineries have been stripped and shut down. Machinery is cheap in the Republic. Man-hours, however, are not. It was cheaper to abandon the refineries and move the workforce to newer, more productive facilities in Sol. There is also a small research facility in orbit around the star itself. Barnard's star is incredibly old, one of the oldest in the galaxy. In fact, Barnard's star is what was responsible for the Empire discovering the humans in the first place. An Imperial research expedition is what first detected electromagnetic signatures from nearby Sol. Since it is such an old population 2 red dwarf, the Republic built a research station dedicated to it. It's quite nice, the nicest such station in known space, and often hosts researchers from all over the galaxy, including some of the more reclusive independent species. There is even an XX who has called it home for decades, refusing to leave even when war broke out. Aside from that research installation and the couple of refineries, there isn't much else going on. Well, except for one tiny, almost insignificant thing. Those giant empty hulks that used to be refineries make great warehouses, and they are basically in Sol, just 4 light years away or so. That, and the fact that nobody goes there was not lost on certain types of people. People like Patricia who, over the past century, Red Phoenix Holdings quietly acquired all of the old empty refinery facilities, converting them into a vast logistics support center, making it their corporate headquarters and primary base of operations, and constructing a number of secondary transit centers throughout the outer reaches of Barnard's star. A lot of them are perfectly legitimate warehouses. Others, however. In the dark outer reaches of Barnard's star, there was a tiny patch of space just a little blacker than the rest of the void. Gloria crouched happily in an impossibly small cabin. There wasn't a lot of spare room in a moray, less in a reaper. And even less in what she had created. Still, it was enough. She could get up and almost stretch, go to the bathroom, even actually sleep laying down, sort of. Most people would consider being shoved in a box that small to be torture. Gloria? She was the happiest she had been in years. Perched on the side of what was joking called a bed, she happily opened a paper bag, pulling out a brightly colored metallic foil-clad polymer foam box. She popped it open to reveal a burger-like sandwich, a Bix burger, a loaf of something that was exactly not bread, a pile of genetically engineered hydroponic force-grown greenery that could no longer be called lettuce, and a patty consisting of a greasy, closely guarded secret. In fact, what the fuck is a Bix? Was an incredibly successful marketing campaign when she was a kid. Whatever exactly it was incredibly popular, especially in the Belt and Outer Solar System. Virtually every single Terran starport, transit hub, military base, and anywhere else a ship could park had a Bix kiosk where you could get whatever the fuck it is 24 hours a day. Stopping at a Bix was pretty much the very first thing most spacers did when they entered Republic space, and it was the absolute last thing they did before they left, and when they left, they stocked up. One of the wonders of Bix was their packaging. It not only kept things fresh but actually warm, or cold, for days. Their packaging was some of the most advanced technology in the Republic. She sank her teeth into the bun and smiled as her mouth was flooded with greasy goodness. It was supposedly bacon, but Gloria consumed real bacon on a fairly regular basis. Crime pays after all. It wasn't bacon. It was Bix, and it was glorious. She pulled out a Bix's hake, they had to stop calling it a milkshake because, you know, fraud, and pierced the membrane on the top of the silver polymer disposable thermal cup with a shimmery holographic foil-clad straw. She bought it last night, and it was still perfectly frozen. She happily slurped it up, chewing on the flavor bits, as she idly looked at a tablet. She wasn't looking too closely. She had already memorized it. She was mainly using it to track the ship's progress as it coasted, nearly unpowered, through the Barnard star system towards her first friend, a rather innocuous-looking little transit depot perched on top of an asteroid. In actuality, it, and the hollowed-out asteroid it was sitting on, was perhaps the largest of Patricia Hu's secret warehouses, holding a truly stupid amount of supplies and munitions including, if Bunny's friends were correct, a significant portion of her nuclear arsenal. She idly slurped at her Bix's hake and watched her progress towards the first of many targets. She still wasn't too sure about taking this one first. She had wanted to go after the ships before they got too skittish, but Bunny's friends assured her that this would have the most significant single impact. Far more importantly, Sheila had enthusiastically agreed. She shrugged. Intelligence analysis really wasn't her thing. It was best to stick to what she was good at. Read the list. Kill the list. And, at the top of the list was that rock, and it was getting closer. With a noisy gurgle, she polished off the Bix's hake and rose, her hair brushing the ceiling of the tiny enclosure. She bent and stretched, going through a carefully planned routine to properly stretch and loosen her muscles in such a tiny space. After a few moments of that, she picked up her empty cup and burger package, opened a hopper, and tossed in the empty packaging. She lifted the padded surface of her bunk, revealing a storage chest filled with many more Bix burgers. With a chagrined little sigh, she started the task of opening each one, setting the burger back into the chest, and tossing the empty package into the hopper, filling it. She looked at the naked burgers sitting in a sad little pile. There was little more depressing than a cold Bix, and reheating them outside of their little homes just wasn't the same. She grabbed one and took a single bite out of it, savoring the cheap synthetic goodness, before replacing it onto the pile. She opened a compartment to her left and removed a small black satchel which she strapped to her left thigh. She pulled out a button-like device connected to the rest of the satchel by a slender flexible tube and snapped it over a small port near her groin. The satchel switched on with a quiet beep, and a small screen illuminated, displaying the words, "Auto-injector on. Starting sterilization cycle." Gloria smiled as she felt a burning sensation running down her leg as the device purged the lines and established a good connection to her bloodstream. She loved her little satchel, but it was too bulky to conceal on most of the jobs that she usually did. So it was nice to be able to use it again. A few seconds later, there was another beep, and the words "sterilization complete" briefly appeared before the display switched to a rather disturbing inventory of high-end combat enhancers, neural accelerators, street drugs, and even a few doses of the actual medical nanites and drugs it was intended to carry. After jerking the auto-injector satchel back and forth a few times to check if it was secure, Gloria opened another compartment on the wall to reveal a large, fully enclosed helmet. She placed it over her head, and it locked into her flight suit with an audible click. Holographic heads-up displays immediately switched on, filling Gloria's vision with graphs and numbers indicating the exact status of her craft. Smiling a serene smile, she took a few steps to the large flight seat dominating one end of the tiny cabin. She sat and, as the lights in the cabin dimmed to near darkness, the chair automatically swiveled and locked into place in front of the command consoles. With a little shudder of delight, she activated the control link. Suddenly, the ship went away as augmented reality replaced her eyes with the ship's sensors. Her hands instinctively found the controls and as she touched them, a thrill arced through her body. The waiting was over. It was time. So, anyway, Bill said as he lounged in the control center of Red Phoenix Holdings Transit Depot 23, she was all over me. Marcel muttered as she read an article on her tablet, all over you, right? No, really. Bill exclaimed. She wanted it. And then what? Well, she was just grinding away, breathing heavy in my ear. She was really getting into it, I tell ya. Bill, Marcel said, looking up from her article. You know she was a stripper, right? Yeah. It's her job too. She was cut off by a loud alert. What the fuck is that? Bill stared at the screen for a moment and scoffed. Oh, just some trash. Fucking Bix. He grumbled as he tapped an icon and started navigating some control screens. I hate Bix, Marcel groaned. Well, I love Bix but they're goddamn packages. Yeah, we should go there when we get back to the nest, Bill replied. I'm jonesing for a Bix slider bad. You're shutting off the point defense, right? Marcel asked. I don't want to hear it from Shelley if they have to do post-engagement maintenance over a fucking burger box. What do you think I'm doing, jerking it? Bill replied as he clicked an icon. There. Man, I wish we could find out what asshole jettisoned that. It's actually going to hit the shields. They had to have dumped their shit on an approach vector. I could have their license for that. Marcel dropped her tablet. It's going to hit? She asked, her blood starting to chill, like actually hit the shields. Yeah, can you believe it? What? Bill asked. Switch the point defense back on. Over a burger box. Marcel jumped to her feet and started to rush to the console. Hey! Bill objected as a much louder siren rang out. He spun about, and his eyes widened in horror as a single glowing line appeared on his screen and the words "Hyperspace Event Detected" appeared. As he started to wildly flail at the controls, Marcel just stopped and closed her eyes. It was over. She couldn't say that her long and wicked life had been good. But she did have fun. When she popped back into real space, Gloria spun her ship about and examined the long-range sensors. She smiled a happy little smile. That was a good one. Humming to herself, she accessed the list. Blood Lord Iguchi stood in front of 300 soldiers standing in perfect rows as their commander, a middle-aged man in combat fatigues, looked at him nervously. Iguchi smiled, much to the relief of the other man. They pass inspection, he simply said. Thank you, sir. Their commander replied. I do admit I had my doubts, but these convicts shaped up nicely. Former convicts, the Blood Lord replied. All of them completed their sentences, no matter how short they might have turned out to be. Yes, sir, the mercenary commander replied with a smirk. Of course. You and your men have proven your effectiveness, Iguchi said. The next 300 will be arriving at this facility in 1 week. Blood Lord Iguchi, the merc, the soldiers, and the entire refinery simply ceased to exist, replaced by a ball of fusing hydrogen several times hotter than the surface of the red dwarf they orbited. Can someone please tell me what the fuck is going on? Marrow bellowed as he stormed into a frantic command center. A youthful-appearing raven-haired Asian woman, dressed in a very nice skirt and blazer, angrily strode forward, her normally perfectly coiffured hair askew. What part of we are getting the shit kicked out of us are you having problems with, boy? She snarled. Ma'am. A young male voice shouted. Depot 47 is gone. Fuck. The woman shouted and then turned to face the room. Did we get anything? No, ma'am, a blonde woman replied in a nervous voice. Just a missile appearing out of the void and then a hyperspace flare. No sensor data of any use. And does everyone now know not to switch off their point defense if they see a fucking burger box? Yes, Lady Bye. The blonde replied. We sent out a priority alert. Burger box? Marrow asked. They fucking bixed us. The woman replied. What? Marrow asked, his anger replaced with genuine confusion. It's an old Navy trick. Blood Lord Bai replied in annoyance. If it is such an old trick, Marrow asked, then why are your people falling for it? Bai screamed obscenities in Mandarin at him and started to turn away. Marrow reached out and grabbed her shoulder. Blood Lord Bai and everyone else in the command center froze as silence fell. You might want to consider your next action very carefully, Bai hissed, keeping her back to Marrow. And so should you, Marrow replied as he removed his hand. I tolerate a certain level of insubordination out of respect for your abilities and out of my fondness for you, but you will answer my questions, understand? Ms. Bai. They fall for it because it works, Bai said, keeping her back to him. Bix Burger packaging is made of very advanced materials and is very good at reflecting thermal radiation, along with most of the electromagnetic spectrum. A lot of AIs will misidentify it as either an incoming energetic projectile, a radar jammer, or simply think it is bigger and more massive than it actually is and will engage it with point defense weaponry. That means spending bullets, interceptor missiles, or usage cycles on an energy weapon to deal with a shield-level threat. Most operators will opt to temporarily switch off point defense to prevent this. Our attackers know it. Attackers? There is no way a single ship could be engaging this many targets this quickly, Bai replied. And you mean to tell me that no point defense system available in the Republic can see through this garbage? Oh, the top-shelf military ones can as well as several others that can easily be obtained on the grey market, Bai smiled, if only someone had mentioned this before. Would you like to see the emails? Marrow scowled. Get everything we have in the air. Find them. He snarled. Get everything in the air. Bai gasped, holding her head in astonishment. Oh my god. Why didn't I think of that? Hey. Everybody. Get everything in the air, now. Thank you, Blood Lord. Thank you for your profound wisdom. She sneered. That will be quite enough, Bai, Marrow said in a cold voice. You waste time with this tomfoolery when you should be. Waste time. Bai snapped. The only waste of time here is. Bai fell silent as a quiet ping issued from a speaker somewhere in the room. Bai just closed her eyes. Where? She asked the room. Relay Station 12, the blonde replied. How many ships? 8, the blonde said helplessly, including the Raptor. Arban. Bai asked, her voice shaking slightly. Blood Lord Batar was on board, ma'am, the blonde said quietly. Bai stiffened. I see. She said after a few moments. Do you, Marrow asked, choosing his words carefully, need to be relieved? Bai glared at him. Very well then, Marrow said a few seconds later as he clasped Bai's shoulder, much more gently this time, if there is anything I can do that isn't a waste of time, let me know. Bai just silently nodded. As Marrow departed, Bai looked up. Marrow, she said quietly. Yes, Bai. They know exactly where to hit us. They could know about here as well. You should take her ladyship and go. Marrow quietly nodded. Good hunting, Bai, Marrow said, drawing his blade and raising it in a salute. You too, Marrow. As he left, Bai turned to face the room, tears starting to form in her eyes. Find those assholes. She snarled. Find them. The morning after post-mortem PT-1. In uniform this time, Admiral Pierce walked towards a conference room in the Spire, the Consolidated Republic Defense Command Center. Admiral Sasankai sprinted to catch up. Hiluva Knight, hi, she said, her almond-shaped eyes glittering with delight. Putting it mildly, the Admiral said with a chuckle. Somebody, and I think we all know who decided to declare war. What is John thinking? He just tossed any diplomatic resolution right out the fucking window. Is it confirmed? Admiral Sasankai said, looking up at him. Is it her? Not officially, Admiral Pierce replied. Hopefully, the bitchazzers have something for us. But who else can it be, Nevea? Did you see the footage? Some of it, Admiral Sasankai said. Pretty scary shit. That, whatever it is, kept engaging targets after we hit the system. We couldn't stop her. We never could, Admiral Pierce said as they reached the door. Jesus, this is going to be a shit show. Ready? No, Admiral Sasankai laughed as they opened the door and walked in. We lost all 10 of our primary storage depots, all of our nukes, the food, the medicine. A very nervous Bai stammered as she knelt. The training facility as well as our 2 main barracks. Patricia who just stood there glaring at her, shaking slightly. Losses to our combat fleet were significant. They knew exactly which ships to target, my lad. Patricia shrieked and, drawing her sword in one fluid motion, struck. With a flash of steel and a clang, her blade was deflected. She shrieked again and slashed at Monarch, who effortlessly deflected that blow as well with her bien, a long 4-sided metal rod, and either parried or simply dodged the flurry of strikes that followed. My lady, Monarch sighed, Bai has served us well and was instrumental in preserving what few assets we have left, including you, and I believe we have lost enough blood lords for one day. Patricia glared at Monarch, breathing heavily. When had she gotten so good? She should be in pieces on the floor, not looking down at her with barely disguised contempt. She should strike her down for her insolence, but could she? And the stance Monarch had just taken. It was subtle, an almost imperceptible shift in her weight, but she was ready to strike. Patricia knew if she stepped forward, she would be fighting for her life. And she didn't know if she would win. My lady, Monarch said as she lowered her head respectfully but still looking directly into her eyes, nearly paralyzing her, when the hell did she learn that trick and how dare she use it on me? I beg your forgiveness for my insolence and plead for your mercy. Monarch knelt, crouched, still looking directly into her eyes. It appeared to be an act of contrition, but Patricia couldn't help but notice that she was still perfectly centered, her weight perfectly distributed. Monarch's face was one filled with fear but her eyes. Patricia forced herself not to shudder. She knew full well what Monarch could do with that damned rod of hers, and it wasn't pretty. If her victim was lucky, she would kill with a single blow so fast it could barely be seen, but most of her victims weren't so blessed. For most, death came slowly as almost every bone in their body shattered, and they were left, unable to move, as the shock and pain slowly consumed them. Even if her victim was saved, they weren't spared. Their body could be rebuilt, of course, but the damage was so extensive, so complete, that they, and more importantly, their chi, never moved quite the same again. They were forever diminished. Ruined, weak, vulnerable. From the look in Monarch's eyes, she would not be one of the lucky ones. Patricia felt a sharp twinge in her side from where someone far less skilled than Monarch had nearly killed her. If she failed to stop that damned mouse from cutting her, what chance did she have, really have, against someone like Monarch? But Monarch was giving her an out, a way to back down without losing face. All she had to do was forgive her. Patricia choked back the bile as she realized that she was being given a path of retreat and took it. You are fortunate that you are so valuable, Monarch, Patricia who said in a cool, regal voice. I would cut down anyone else for far less. Patricia examined her blade and found, with a mixture of annoyance and even more concern, that it was completely unmarred. So complete was her skill, her dominance, Monarch had batted away her blade without even damaging the edge. And you are correct, Patricia said. We have lost enough good people. We must make do with what we have left, she said, looking at Bai as if she was a worm. Thank you, my lady, Monarch said in a relieved, submissive tone, but those eyes. They threatened to consume her utterly. It was becoming hard to breathe. Leave me, Patricia said. I do not wish to be disturbed. An act of war has been committed against the Republic. Glenn Maxwell, the head of Republic Intelligence, shouted before everyone could even take their seats. Well, an act of war was certainly committed on somebody, Admiral Pierce replied with a smirk as he sat down. You think this is funny? Glenn, the Admiral replied with a smile, I think everything is funny. It's how we kept saying out there in the black while you were sitting on your ass writing documents. If it wasn't for us sitting on our asses, you wouldn't have lasted a week against the bug, and you fucking know it. Yeah, Pierce, Admiral Sesankai chided, remember that one time they were right. Glenn Maxwell's eyes flared, and he drew in a sharp breath. Gentlemen, Augustine Rahari Mampianona said in a calm but commanding tone as he started to reply, can we please keep departmental rivalries at bay until at least the briefing is over? Sorry, Prime Minister, Maxwell replied in a professional tone, clearly still pissed off, or otherwise stressed for some reason. So, Prime Minister Augustine, she went by her first name for obvious reasons, said as she looked at her tablet. What do we know, actually know? I owe you my life, Bai gasped as she and Monarch left Patricia's chamber. Yes, Monarch smiled, the holographic butterflies on her cheeks fluttering as she did so, you do, and I hope you remember that in the days to come. I will. Bai whispered urgently. But why? Why did you do it? In this wonderful little organization, there are two kinds of people, Monarch said with a faint sneer, cultists and salarymen, those who caper about eating babies and kissing her ladyship's ass and those of us who actually keep this freak show running. We are the salarymen, and there were precious few of us before last night. Now, she said, looking at Bai gravely, there are less. I can't afford to lose another of my people. You are one of mine, right? Absolutely. Bai said with absolute conviction. Nobody had ever stood up for her like that, risked their life for her, even before Yellowstone. Even her beloved Arbin would have just stood there and let that maniac chop her in half. Good, Monarch said, the butterflies on the side of her face shimmering in the light. Last evening starting at 21:43 Republic Standard Time, a series of strikes using thermonuclear weapons was launched in the Barnard Star system by an unknown attacker using a stealth-equipped strike craft of unknown design, Admiral Pierce said calmly. All targets were the property of Red Phoenix Holdings. A total of 13 stationary assets and 17 ships were destroyed, with no survivors. Total dead is unknown. The Admiral cut his eyes at Glenn. It seems, he continued with a smirk, that Red Phoenix Holdings has not released an official casualty list as of yet. Mr. Maxwell, Augustine said, the corner of her wizened oaken face curling up in a faint smile, could you please ask Ms. Hu if she would be so kind as to release that information? I. Glenn stammered, caught off guard, ahem, that is a matter for Interpol. They can submit an official request. We have, Inspector General Schwartz said. We can't get in touch with any of their senior leadership. I wonder who's left. General Carol Litton, Commandant of the Terran Marines, snorted. I mean, is Hu even still breathing? She asked as she looked impishly at Glenn Maxwell. Jesus, could you imagine if she got the old neutron sandwich? She could be getting her cheeks clapped by Nick as we speak. Several members in attendance, both in and out of uniform, tried very hard not to shift nervously, with varying degrees of success. General. Prime Minister Augustine snapped. That is entirely inappropriate. My bad, General Litton grinned, he's already stuck in one nasty hole as it is. Carol looked down. Sorry, dude. General. The Prime Minister shouted as snickering broke out in the chamber, if you can't at least pretend to be professional, I shall eject you from this briefing. Do you see what we have to deal with? The Secretary of State complained as the snickering continued. It's like this every damn time. I'm already painfully aware of the situation, the Prime Minister said as her wizened oaken face glowered at certain people in the room. Now, can we please continue? Right, Admiral Pierce said, trying unsuccessfully to wipe the grin off of his face. The exact nature of the craft used and the pilot are as of yet unknown. It was a Reaper. A surprisingly youthful-appearing member of Parliament shouted. Everybody is saying that it was. What are you hiding, Admiral? Well, it isn't one of ours, the Admiral smiled. All Reapers are accounted for. If you would like, you can go and count them yourself. Bullshit. It's definitely not a Reaper, a naval captain interjected. And who, exactly, the MP sneered, are you? Captain Soto, Naval Intelligence, he replied. It is very close, but it is definitely not a Reaper. It's better. What? For starters, its ammunition capacity is definitely larger, the captain replied, one of ours could not have done the damage that was inflicted. It would have run out of missiles. The captain looked down at his tablet. And the jump rate is significantly better, he continued. Unfortunately, we have little solid information due to the enhanced stealth capabilities and the, rather short observation windows that any sensor in proximity had before they were incapacitated. Still, Thanks to some very fast-thinking people at the Barnard Star Solar Observatory, we do have some excellent long-range scans of the incident, and the time between jumps is simply not possible for a Reaper. Even a Shrike would be hard-pressed to keep up, and that is just short range. This thing was bouncing all over the system. It is very similar to a Reaper, but it's definitely not one. The captain paused and looked at the room. It's a Reaper 2.0, he said as the room broke out into murmurs. We believe it was designed specifically for this role. Impossible, another naval officer said. Even if we devoted an entire shipyard to turning out a new design the second that Colonel Wintersmith sent his message, we would still be months away. Maybe it was someone's pet project, something that they had been working on for a while. A silver-haired woman in a beautifully embroidered green blazer asked. Yeah, but who? Admiral Sesankai asked, already knowing, and dreading, the answer. About that, the captain said. We feel we know with some degree of certainty who the pilot is. Who? Prime Minister Augustine asked, leaning forward. The captain sighed. Shit. Admiral Pierce muttered. Yes, Admiral, the captain replied. God damn it. Admiral Pierce grumbled quietly. Well? The Prime Minister asked. We have been able to locate all former and current Reaper pilots and account for their activities during the attack, except one. Lieutenant Gloria Samuels, Admiral Sesankai said in a very calm, even tone. Yes, Admiral, the captain said gravely. She is the only missing member of the Reaper program. A collective groan, and a few tossed styluses, issued from the naval contingent. Fuck. General Lytton said without a glimmer of a smile. Well, now that we know who it is, Glenn Maxwell said, how do we stop her? Rueful laughter. You don't get it, Admiral Pierce said in a somber tone. We can't. Nothing can. This is the ultimate worst-case scenario. Gloria Samuels, in an enhanced Reaper, with a nuclear arsenal? When I say that I would rather hear that an entire bug battle fleet jumped into Seoul, I am not exaggerating. That would be better than what we are facing right now. You can't stop her, or you won't. Maxwell asked in an angry tone. Mr. Maxwell, Admiral Pierce said, I am an officer of the Republic Navy. With a heavy heart, I would strike down Lieutenant Samuels without hesitation, and we will try to do exactly that, but it's not that simple. In a moray, she is. Admiral Pierce sighed. Unstoppable. Nothing can stop her. Every single target she has ever been assigned is dead. She doesn't stop until it is gone. No matter the odds, no matter how impossible we thought the mission, it was achieved, every single time. When we were planning battles, the naval intelligence captain added, we tracked her location the same way we tracked capital ships. In fact, she has more kills than most of them. She holds the record, Admiral Sesankai said gravely, not just for the Navy, not just for the Republic, she has more confirmed kills than any single individual in human history. How many? Maxwell asked. 57 million, Glenn. She has personally killed 57 million sapient beings, and that's just what we can confirm. The actual number could be much higher. The Admiral looked directly into Glenn Maxwell's eyes. That's what we are up against. She has flown more sorties in a moray than any other pilot in Republic history. She repeatedly dove headlong into the worst fighting we have ever seen and not only survived but accomplished her objectives, only returning when she was out of ammunition, screaming at the crews to load her back up so she could do it all over again. I had her on the Vengeance, a dark-haired man with streaks of grey wearing the rank of Rear Admiral said. She isn't human, not anymore. We called her the Lich, and we didn't give her orders. We unleashed her. She flew solo, not even a wingman because everyone who tried to keep up died within minutes. Nothing could stop her, not even a direct order to retreat. She ignored those all the time. She just kept going. Why wasn't she court-martialed? Someone asked. The Admiral just laughed. If she was flying any other ship in the fleet, she would have been, but it was a moray, the Admiral replied. Those blew up all the fucking time, and she got results. When you are as good as she is, you can get away with a lot of shit, and she knew it. One time, after we had to withdraw from an engagement with the bug, she was missing in action for 2 whole weeks. We thought she had finally died, but no, she showed up, starving, with an empty missile bay and footage of their flagship getting turned into scrap. He looked into space for a while. If a private organization, or individual, has found its way onto her list, he said with a quiet little smile, it's over. She will kill every single one of them, and there isn't a goddamn thing we can do to stop it. So, what are we going to do? The Admiral laughed again. Pray she runs out of missiles. On the paper tiger, Shell Oran just stood there in awe, mouth slightly agape. All of these are nukes. She squeaked in disbelief. Yep, the chief said. All of them. Where did she get them? No idea, the chief shrugged. And to be honest, I don't want to know. I know, Bunny said cheerfully over a nearby speaker. Where? Shelloran asked. Mars. No shit. The chief said, his eye stalks jerking in surprise. No shit, Bunny answered. You haven't looked at the isotopes. Been a little busy, the chief said as he started opening up the missiles in preparation for arming. Everything has been scrubbed, no easy feat without bricking the damn things, Bunny said, except for the actual missiles themselves. Dust don't lie. These missiles have flaxen hair, literally. I found 6 of them so far. Thanks for telling me, the chief said sarcastically, and the plath, he added with a somewhat more serious tone. Oh, like she's going anywhere anytime soon, Bunny snickered, somewhat disappointed, but of course it's impossible for Bunny to feel that Shelloran didn't react, but Shelloran didn't seem to even notice. She was just standing there, staring at the insides of a nuclear weapon with a dreamy look in her eyes. So primitive, she thought. Why don't they just? She blinked. There was a brief image of something, and then it was gone, leaving only odd glyphs connected by strangely contorted lines in her mind's eye. Soon even that dissolved, leaving only an all-consuming curiosity in its place. She simply had to know all about these things. She had to. She pointed at a small cylinder. What's that? She asked excitedly. So, even if she knew the Reapers so well, she could design one from memory, the silver-haired woman in the green jacket asked, where the hell did she have it built? If she could somehow get her hands on the proper components, a naval officer replied, there are hundreds of custom shipbuilders who make performance spacecraft on a daily basis. I'm sure one of them would be willing to make something like this if the price was right, and based on what we know of her family background and her recent activities, he added, she could probably pay it. He looked at his tablet. The limiting factor would be the components, he said, furrowing his brow. A lot of this stuff is tightly, and I mean tightly, controlled. Getting 2 morays wouldn't be an issue. Since we started phasing them out, those are a dime a dozen on the surplus market. But everything else, including the unlocked nukes, is definitely not. Well, the Prime Minister asked, do we have any idea where she could have obtained stuff like that? There are a few possibilities, the Inspector General replied. There are a few engineering firms that cater to mercenaries and the like. One, in particular, comes to mind. We're moving on them as we speak. Hi, Mom. A huge-eyed garden snake with a prehensile multi-forked tongue said happily. Jaruz. A slightly darker snake asked with surprise and delight. Jaruz. It is you. Oh, my little one. It's so good to see you. Same here. Jaruz exclaimed happily. I missed you so much. I missed you too, my darling clutchling. But you shouldn't have called. You should be saving your credits. I got a job. Jaruz said with an excited warble. A job? You did? His mother asked, warbling happily. Even without one of those certificate thingies. Yes. Can you believe it? Jaruz said, bobbing his head up and down. It's just a contract job, but they paid a bunch and gave me a huge advance. Mom. It's enough to pay for your school. Oh darling. His mother warbled. Then I can get a job at a refinery and make enough for all of you to come. That would be wonderful. His mother exclaimed. What are you doing? I'm an office manager. Can you believe it? They put me in charge of a whole office. His mother's tongue drooped slightly. An office manager? Without a certificate? She asked suspiciously. Yes. Ms. Martinez, that's my boss, said she liked my eyes. It's amazing. I was the first applicant, and she just said good enough and gave me the job. And what are you doing, exactly? I'm working for a place called Janustek while they go through something called ICTFOD. It's some sort of business thingy. Everyone else is really busy with ICTFOD, whatever that is, so they entrusted me with the whole office. I answer all the phones and say welcome to Janustek, and then I say their company slogan, Yellowstone, 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 and then I take a message, but most people just hang up, weird. But if they do leave a message, I write it down and send it in all the emails to this special inbox. They even gave me a special phone for important stuff. I have a phone. It's called a burner. They even said I could keep it. Honey, this sounds a little. Oh, my stars, Mom. Jaruz enthused as his mother's tongue drooped further, they were so nice. They even said that their new location was fully furnished, so I could take anything I wanted. Are you sure that's okay? Things are different here in the Republic, Mom. Jaruz exclaimed as a dozen black grav cars silently descended onto the parking lot. They have so much they can just give it away. Even this call is free. They have their own hyperspace relay. They told me I could call as many people as I wanted. He exclaimed, bouncing with delight. In fact, they insisted. I got a computer and a wonderful hollow screen and... boom. Jaruz was cut short by a deafening explosion as armor-piercing flashbangs shattered the armored transparent front glass. Followed by dozens of armored humans. Hands up! A loud voice shouted. Jaruz's tongue shot up above his head as his pupils dilated in shock. 2 armored humans ran up to him as the rest of the squad swept the building. What's happening? Jaruz lisped as his mother started screaming, "My baby! Don't hurt my baby!" The pair of hardened veteran agents lasted about 3 seconds before they started giggling. Fucking Janustek, the Inspector General grumbled as he hung up his phone. It was Janustek, he proclaimed. Either that or they all decided to rip out all of their drives and take the day off after convincing a poor Xeno that Yellowstone, 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 was their company motto. On the other side of the planet, an older gentleman walked into a room containing a large cardboard box with an electric blanket stuffed inside. "You okay, little guy?" he asked in a kind voice. "Am I in trouble?" A weak voice warbled from underneath the blanket. "A lot of people are in some very deep shit," the man said with a chuckle, "but I promise that you aren't one of them. Can I call my mom?" The morning after post-mortem PT2. "So, what about the jailbreak?" the Prime Minister asked. "Am I correct in assuming that they are related?" "Almost certainly," Captain Soto replied. "It is almost a certainty that the same Reaper was used. What few readings we can get match perfectly. We were fortunate, and a sensor operator at the Spire was able to launch some recon drones and get them properly oriented before the conclusion of extraction." "And who was extracted, again?" Prime Minister Augustine asked as she looked over her notes. "Helen Mongrave," Glenn Maxwell replied with a scowl. "Someone highly placed in the conspiracy against the Republic with detailed knowledge of many of her co-conspirators." "Yeah," Admiral Pierce snarked, "gotta hate those conspiracies against the Republic, don't ye?" "Got something to say, Pierce?" Glenn Maxwell snarled, rising to his feet. "Not at the moment," Admiral Pierce replied as he started to stand. "When I do, you will be the first person to know, buddy." "You will be the second to know," General Lytton said as she also rose, "'cause he's gonna call me first." "The third," a man dressed in a plain grey suit said as he started to stand. "Sit the fuck down," the Prime Minister snarled, "and shut the fuck up." Everyone froze. The Prime Minister never cursed, ever. They all quietly sat down. "I am just about sick and tired of this bullshit," the Prime Minister ranted. "I have a fucking republic to hold together, and that's exactly what I'm going to do even if I have to fire everyone in this fucking room and start over. Understand?" "Yes, ma'am," Admiral Pierce said, so cowed that Admiral Sasankai started giggling, her giggles freezing in her throat when the Prime Minister turned her withering glare in her direction. "Now, until someone actually pulls off a coup," she continued. "My wrinkled ass is in charge, and my wrinkled ass takes exception to some bitch blowing up one of my solar systems, regardless of how justified some individuals think she might be." She rose to her feet as her voice increased in volume. "Now we are here to figure out exactly what the fuck is going on and exactly what the fuck we are going to do about it. The next asshole who sidetracks this discussion or starts a pissing match can put their ID on the desk, take a walk, and keep walking. Got it?" Everyone just sat there silently. "Good," she said as she sat back down. "Now I understand that 2 people were extracted." "Yes, ma'am," Glenn said in a very subdued tone. In addition to Helen Mongrave, a Federation expat named Shell Oran was also removed from the detention facility. "Shell Oran?" the Prime Minister asked. "Why does that name sound familiar?" "She went viral, ma'am," Glenn replied. "The singing frog." "Oh." The Prime Minister smiled. "I loved that. Shame she killed all those people." She looked at Glenn in confusion. "Why?" "We have no idea, but we will find out." "Ahem," the silver-haired woman in the green blazer coughed discreetly. Glenn glared at her. "Dibs." The woman smiled. "Okay, let's put the big tent over here." Kraxina yelled over a cheap electronic megaphone, and, fuck, put the porta-potties over there. The drop of oil parking lot was in a state of barely controlled chaos as a mob of prostitutes, temp labor, and a mob of volunteers all ran about unpacking crates, erecting tents, and assembling furniture. "Kraxi." "What?" Kraxina snapped as she whirled about. "Sorry, Littlefoot, what's up?" "I just got off of the phone with Clarence," she said. "He is getting a shipment in just for us." "And how much is that gonna cost?" Kraxina asked dubiously. "Nothing." Littlefoot replied happily, "Well, nothing until we buy it, just what we want to buy, once we see it." "And you didn't promise him anything?" "Well," Littlefoot giggled, "nothing that he wants. He says that he's happily married." Kraxina laughed. "He figures that there will be more than a few little guys wanting weapons, so he's getting ahead of the demand. He also said that he will hold classes just for us." Kraxina looked at Littlefoot suspiciously. "Sounds awfully nice of him," Kraxina replied. What's his angle? He said that all he wants is first crack at our business, that's all. No pressure. Kraxina said after thinking way too hard for her comfort, okay, first crack but no promises, got it. Like I said, Littlefoot grinned. I've only promised one thing so far, and he wasn't interested. That just means he's gonna fuck us harder later on, Kraxina grumbled. Nuh-uh. Clarence is nice. You'll see. Yeah, Kraxina muttered, we'll see. When did you turn into such a sour snatch? Littlefoot chided. When I had to be in charge, that's when. Kraxina snapped. I miss one thing and, poof. She exclaimed, throwing all of her arms wide. It's all over. You can trust this Clarence guy if you want to, she ranted, I can't. He pulls one bullshit Terran trick, and we are done. He isn't like that. Littlefoot said defensively. If you don't trust him, why don't you send the fish to talk to him? Oh yeah, our friend the fish, Kraxina said, rolling her eyes. Isn't he? Oh, he is, Kraxina said sarcastically, he's a huge friend with a huge hourly rate. Do you have any idea how deep in the hole I am with him already? Didn't he just take a cut? A cut of what? Kraxina asked, nearly yelling. A cut of fucking what? Shelloran had that deal because. Kraxina suddenly fell silent. Littlefoot, like most of the others, didn't know about absolutely everything that went on at the drop. Because of what? Littlefoot asked suspiciously. Never mind. Kraxina huffed. Shelloran had that deal. We don't. We pay by the hour. Kraxina winced. They were paying by the hour because she fucked up. Baxlan's patience was immense but not infinite. He was still their legal counsel, but it was now at his hourly rate, thanks to one pleas too many during the third panicked late-night phone call in a single evening. Who knew that Callant really didn't like being woken up? Forgive her for not being a xenosleepologist. Because of what? Littlefoot pressed, narrowing her big, innocent-looking eyes. She had always suspected that there was more going on than coffee, hookers, and decade-old games. I mean, who buys games on crystals anyway? That never made any sense. Because of nothing. Kraxina said defensively, crossing her little arms. Look, Kraxi, Littlefoot squeaked, I love you, we all do, but we deserve to know what we are getting into here. If there is something going on that we don't know about, something that really got the drop burned down in Ploxny. You got it backwards. Kraxi snapped. The drop didn't get burned down because of Shelloran. It got burned down because of us. Littlefoot recoiled as if she had been struck. What do you mean? She squeaked. Oh shit, Kraxina sighed. Sorry, Littlefoot, she said. I'm just being a bitch. Forget I said anything. What do you mean it was because of us? Kraxi. A shaggy ottoman yelled out. Thank the creators. Amunai. Kraxi yelled out in relief as she ran at a full sprint towards her, and away from Littlefoot. Wait. Littlefoot shouted after her as she waddled urgently in pursuit. Well, hello there. Kraxina said with a huge smile. Standing in front of her was the cutest human she had ever seen. Hi, he said sheepishly, nervously running his fingers through the cutest puffiest hair. The way it was cut made it look almost like a male of her species. So cute. He smiled. Oh, my creators. He had the cutest teeth. They were shiny and pointy, just like a male's. Of course, they were fake, but the way he smiled and cocked his head sent little tingles shooting through her happy places. He asked for you specifically. Amunai said. Are you working? I am now. Kraxina exclaimed with a happy little squeak. Man. She enthused as she grabbed his hand and dragged him towards one of the tents. Wow. Kraxina purred as she snuggled with Bryce, that was his name, a little later, I should be paying you. Ah, he smiled, flashing those adorable teeth, thanks. Look. She said, caressing his face with her tail, my fur is still standing on end. That was amazing. Bryce just smiled and stroked her fur. Ooh. She crooned. Bryce looked down at her with concern. Your muscles are in a state. He said as the stroking turned into a massage. Oh. Oh yes. Right there. Ooh. You have so much tension locked in there, he said as he expertly massaged her back, gently applying pressure to key points, causing immediate relaxation. It's because of all of this bullshit, she mumbled dreamily. She hadn't been this relaxed in ages. Bullshit. Oh, Bryce, Kraxina mumbled, it's been awful. I've I've had to. Because of all the drama. Drama isn't the word for it, she muttered as her eyes drifted closed. It's been horrible, with the Harkeen and Shelloran. Oh creators, Shelloran, what she did, and now I'm all alone and everyone. Yeah, I saw that on the news. Bryce smiled as one of his hands drifted up and started massaging her neck, his fingers gently resting on key muscle groups. She ran the place, didn't she? Yeah, Kraxina mumbled with a blissful smile, the drop was her baby, I just, whimper. What? Kraxina started to quietly weep. I just fucked it all up. She sobbed. Hey. Hey. Bryce said, reassuring her as he swept her up in his arms, his hand still on her neck. SHHH. It's okay. No, it isn't. Kraxina said as she clung to him. If I hadn't made her let me work here, then she would have just been selling media and coffee. SHHH, Bryce said, stroking her head, from what the news said, it was the loans that set them off, not you girls. Yeah, but they were already. From the sound of it, he said as he kissed her, she would have gotten involved no matter what. If it wasn't you, it would have been someone. She seems like a really good person. Oh, she is, Kraxina said, calming down a little. She is the bestest person I know. And generous and brave. Oh, creators, she is so brave. She would go anywhere, square off against anyone, to help out one of the girls. So. Bryce said as he gently stroked her neck, his fingers carefully resting on pulse points, have you heard from her since, you know? No, Kraxina replied, you know how hard it is to get to a phone in a normal jail. I can only imagine how hard it is where she is. Hey, he said as he carefully read her body, has anyone heard from her? Is she okay? Oh, she's freaked out about her case, Kraxina replied, melting into him, but Baxlon says that she's okay. So this Baxlon person has talked to her. Yeah, but he says that he couldn't get through to her last time he tried. They said she was unavailable, Kraxina mumbled as Bryce carefully maneuvered her back onto the mattress, boy was he pissed off about that. Oh yes. Right there. So Baxlon hasn't heard from her recently. Well, not since we stopped talking anyway, the asshole. She sighed as her whole body relaxed. This was wonderful. You aren't talking. Yeah, I pissed him off. Sounds like an asshole, he smiled as he stroked her. Ooh, Kraxina purred, giggle, yeah, he's an asshole, but I really fucked up. I really don't know what I'm doing, and I guess I called him one time too many. Well, it sucks being alone, he said. Yeah, Kraxina sighed sadly. Bryce said nervously as he rolled her over onto her back and started to gently caress her body, I hope I'm not being one of those guys, but I'm in town for a while, and I'm alone too, and I was wondering if, I mean if it. Sigh. Sorry. I don't mean to assume. He cocked his head, flashing those darling teeth in a sheepish grin. No. Kraxina said, sitting up rapidly, it's okay. What were you wondering? I mean, if you want, maybe we could go have some dinner later, I'd pay you. I mean, I don't want to, shit. That would be great. Kraxina squeaked, and you don't have to pay me. She flashed him a flirtatious glance. If you are paying for dinner, of course. Oh. Great. Absolutely. Giggle, he covered his face as his eyes smiled, just like a nervous male. It was so adorable. Kraxina threw her arms around him, nuzzling his neck happily. She flashed him a wicked smile. You know, you did pay for the hour. We are talking in circles, the Prime Minister said in frustration. Yeah, General Lytton agreed, it was better when we were fighting. At least that wasn't depressing. So, does anyone have any idea what we can do besides hope she runs out of missiles? She won't, a grey-haired, heavily decorated naval captain said, speaking for the first time. You say that like you're sure, Glenn Maxwell said. I know the woman, he said. If she can get a dozen nukes, she can get 2 dozen. If she can get 2 dozen, then she can get 100. And if she can afford whatever that fucking Reaper costs, she can afford 200. If Gloria Samuels has come to play, she has come to play. She has sufficient munitions to accomplish her mission. Count on it. All of us know this gentleman, Admiral Sesankai said after he finished speaking, but in case you don't, Captain Bartosz commanded a stiletto in the same task force as Lieutenant Samuels during the Federation War. He is to the stiletto what Gloria Samuels is to the Reaper. We brought him because if anyone has a shot at bringing her down, it's him. And how are you going to do that? Glenn Maxwell asked the captain. I've been looking over the data while all of you have been flapping your gums and pissing all over each other, the captain said, looking at his tablet, and one thing is crystal clear. And that is? Glenn sneered. She has better intel than we do. What? Her targets weren't random. For example, her first target, Depot 23, a small warehouse and refueling center, right? He patched into the room's main holographic display. Wrong, he said as scans of the aftermath were displayed. That asteroid was hollow and loaded down with all sorts of shit. A table of elements started to appear as well as an analysis of what few fragments remained, including plutonium and other things that clearly indicate more than one nuclear weapon. That old refinery. Another image appeared. Loaded down with isotopes indicative of advanced projectiles and a lot of what was probably living organic material. The debris field is a fucking cloud of knops. Unless Patricia was farming cattle on the sly, hundreds of people were in there when it blew. Jesus, Glenn muttered. The rest of the stationary targets are the same. Nothing in the smudges left matches what Red Phoenix says was there. He looked at the group. Looks like Samuels went after those stockpiles Wintersmith wrote about. Hard to say for sure, of course, but I can say with confidence that she knew exactly what she was going after. And, as long as she knows what she is going after and we don't, we will never catch her. The only thing that can be done is for Patricia Who to tell us, exactly, where her special installations are and which ships would be of interest to Samuels. If we know what Samuels does, then we can cover those assets with our fleet. He looked over at Glenn Maxwell, and several others with a wicked predatory smile. Patricia Who can either deal with us, or she can deal with her. As the meeting wound down and everyone was gathering their tablets and other materials, the Prime Minister rose. General Litton, she said in a stern voice. A moment of your time. Ooh. You in trouble? Admiral Pierce said, elbowing her. You can remain as well. He looked crestfallen. After everyone else had left, Carol Litton smiled at the Prime Minister. Did I spread it on too thick? No, Augustine smiled. It was perfect. So, did you get it? I got what you need right here, baby, Carol leered as she unzipped her uniform trousers. And pulled out a data cable with a crystal attached. You might want to use gloves, Carol laughed as she removed the crystal and tossed it to the Prime Minister, who reluctantly caught it. Gross, the Prime Minister laughed as she pocketed the crystal. I got them all, Carol Litton grinned as she rammed her fist into her metal leg. Now what, boss? Admiral Pierce asked. Now we run these scans past our people, find out who has the taint, and add them to the list, the Prime Minister said, her grandmotherly visage subtly shifting into something far more sinister. We will only get one shot to do this clean. My people are ready, General Litton said calmly, just say the word, and the knives fall. So, Admiral Pierce asked, what are we really going to do about Samuels? Once a dog has tasted human flesh, there is only one thing you can do, the Prime Minister said calmly, kill her. Yes, ma'am. I'll unleash the hounds, Admiral Pierce replied. Sorry, Pierce, the Prime Minister said. Are you? Admiral Pierce returned to his office and slumped into his chair with a sigh. This sucked. Lieutenant Samuels literally saved the day, did what nobody else could, or would, do. And what was her reward? Death. That is if they could get her. He smiled. That was a big if. Then he frowned. He knew the Prime Minister pretty well. There was something she wasn't telling him, likely the real reason she wanted Samuels dead. It didn't add up. She was on their side. They should be feeding her intel, not setting loose the hounds. He picked up his phone. Captain Soto, could you please come by my office? There is something I need to discuss with you privately. Admiral Sasankai was going over the scans from the Barnard Star attacks. That asshole Bartosz made her look like a chump in front of the Prime Minister and everyone else. She wasn't going to get caught napping again. Her desktop pinged. She looked at the screen and squealed with delight. She rapidly started typing. Moments later, a Kirill in an Imperial naval uniform appeared on her screen. Admiral. The Imperial Lieutenant Commander exclaimed in surprise. You have reached the Novarutter Rampant. How may I help you, ma'am? Commander, Admiral Sasankai said cheerfully. Put me through to Captain Belzania. I shall inform Dame Belzania immediately. One moment please, Admiral. Moments later, an exceptionally fluffy Kirill in a comically ornate uniform appeared. Dame Belzania. Admiral Sasankai said, jumping up and then bowing in Imperial fashion. Admiral Sang Sang. The Kirill said as they rigidly snapped to attention and saluted. They both giggled. It's great to see you again. Admiral Sasankai said after they both stopped laughing at each other. Congrats on the knighthood. Thanks. The Kirill said. It was the Battle of VGYYX that did it. That clusterfuck. The Kirill giggled. Yeah, she said with a laugh, creators. What is that perfect Terran phrase? Shit show. Yes. That shit show. I thought you were out of your mind, charging the line in a fucking troop transport. Saved your cute little ass, didn't it? Only because the bug ran because they thought you were a dreadnought. They both laughed again. So, what brings you to Seoul? The Kirill giggled. You aren't going to believe this one. Kraxina danced from crisis to crisis, hugging workers and kissing contractors with a happy little giggle. It was infectious. The whole parking lot was just buzzing with excitement. What's gotten into her? A quadruped asked. Dick, what else? Littlefoot snickered. She has a date later too. Like for free? The pony thing asked in surprise. Apparently, Littlefoot laughed. Well, good for her. The pony thing laughed. And for us? She was turning into a bitch. Kraxina swooshed in, jumping on the pony thing's back and hugging her. I heard that. She giggled and looked up. No. Not there. Kraxina shouted as she jumped off of the pony and scampered off. There. Kraxina stopped mid-scamper as a blue grav hatchback landed. All the happy drained away as her expression scrunched up in a serious little growly face. The hatchback opened, and a callant bot clambered out. Baxlon, she said frostily as she approached. I didn't call you. I'm not paying. And I'm not charging, he said as he walked up. Your phone is dead. Is it? She said in confusion as she pulled it out. I just charged it last week. Well, change the battery. He said. You missed an important call. Ploxney is awake. She is. Kraxina squealed, throwing herself upon the bot. Yep, came to 4 hours ago, Baxlon replied. And they say while it may take a while, she will likely recover with only minor issues if any. And she said yes, by the way. She and Dave are officially engaged. Woo. Kraxina screeched. Guys. Ploxney and Dave are engaged. Baxlon, turn on your speaker thingy. Sigh, fine. Click. Ploxney is awake. Echoed across the neighborhood. And she and Dave are engaged. They are getting married. Cheers broke out across the parking lot, and the neighborhood. And I finished all the bullshit so you guys can operate as an independent hori, Baxlon said with a little bubble. Oh, thanks, Kraxina said, and how much do I owe you for that? She added, scrunching her eyes closed as she braced herself. Sigh, do you promise not to call me at 2 in the fucking morning when it isn't an emergency, and I mean a real one? Kraxina lit up like Christmas. Yes. Yes, yes 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 yet. I get the message, Baxlon laughed, cutting her off. We will continue the deal that Shell Oran and I made at least until things settle down. We can look at things once we get the insurance payoff and you back into a real building instead of this. What do they call it? A circus. Kraxina exclaimed as she climbed up on his back. Do 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 do. Get off. Baxlon laughed. Awoo, awoo. Kraxina's ears shot up. Awoo. She replied. Awoo. Awoo. Came echoing down the street. Awoo. Kraxina howled, majestically perched on top of Baxlon as if he was a strenuously objecting mountain peak. Awoo. 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 The howling got louder as Kraxina started jumping up and down on top of Baxlon, who was unsuccessfully trying to throw her off. 2 exotic-looking transports pulled into view, packed solid with howling, bang Kareel. Kraxina. Came an excited howl as one of them leapt from a still-moving vehicle. GRWWLF. Kraxina squealed as she was knocked off of Baxlon's back and tackled to the ground in a joyous pile. Baxlon just stood there in complete shock as a tidal wave of fur, ears, and tails belched forth and covered both Kraxina and her brother in a pile of yips and awoos. What the fuck? He eventually bubbled. Bryce smiled as a Kaelsha waitress set down his coffee. Thank you. He said brightly. The Kaelsha beamed back at him. She couldn't help it. The way he sat so straight and the way he held himself. And that scrunched mouth. So cute. It was almost as if he was a Christ, she needed to get a boyfriend. Even humans were starting to look good. Enjoy your coffee, sir, she said before rushing away, blushing. He sipped the coffee, savoring it. This was the good stuff. It wasn't that his usual fare was bad. This was just better. He pulled out his communicator. A logo appeared on the screen. Hayden Pharma, a synthetic voice answered. You are 38 seconds late for your check-in. I am required to file an incident report as per. Hi Tart, he said as he nibbled a biscuit. I apologize for interrupting, but I would prefer the report of your report submitted to my inbox using Form 114-15K. Tartarus made a happy little noise. A snick's fate. Gavin put down the welder and stood up, stretching his back. He triggered the scanner in his welding helmet, surveyed his work, and smiled. It wasn't half bad if he said so himself. He raised his helmet and stepped back to admire one 120mm rifled flare projector with stabilized vehicular mount. I wonder who's into antiques, a voice said behind him. He turned around and smiled. No idea, he replied to the short, stocky Native American woman behind him. For what they are paying, they could get real shit. Probably some Xeno or another, the woman said as she lounged against the one she was working on. That whole Terran mystique bullshit. There are some advantages to these, Gavin said thoughtfully. They want them pure electromechanical, much easier to conceal. Tuck them inside a crawler, and they'd just look like part of the machinery unless someone knew exactly what to look for. And you can't beat the price, at least for the guns. Think we're supplying rebels or something. Considering who ordered these, Gavin chuckled, that would be the cleanest option. Speaking of, he added. I need to give Esmeralda a call. We're just about done. I have some lotion in my purse if you need to borrow it, the woman said with a smirk. You admire coral snakes, Gavin smirked, you don't touch them or yourself when handling one. Laughing, he turned and walked across the floor of his small custom manufacturing facility, occasionally pausing to chat with a worker or two. When he got into his office, he paused at a mirror, pulled out a comb, ran it through his long straight black hair, and put on his trademark cowboy hat. After he spruced himself up to his satisfaction, he sat down in front of his monitor. Moments later, he blinked in surprise as the oddest little snake-like Xeno appeared. Good morning. Welcome to Janustek. It said, absolutely bursting with enthusiasm, where our motto is, Yellowstone, Yellowstone, Yellowstone. Yay. Well, shit. And good morning to you too. Gavin replied, a smile starting to creep across his face. I was hoping to speak with Ms. Martinez, but I suppose she's unavailable, isn't she? My boss. The Xeno said, glowing with pride. Yes, she and the rest of the office are busy with the KTFOD. Can I take a message? Gavin snorted. Yeah, those KTFODs can get kind of hectic, he smiled. It probably doesn't matter anymore, but let her know that we are almost finished with her order but, considering recent developments, we aren't going to deliver. If they want them, they are going to have to pick them up, and we will be expecting payment up front. And payment up front. The little snake lisped around its tongue as it typed furiously with it. Gothith. It looked up at Gavin with eyes that almost glowed with happiness. Esmeralda, you bitch, Gavin thought with irritation. So, first day? Gavin asked with pity in his eyes. Yes. The snake lisped as it pressed the send icon. I applied just this morning. First applicant. Ms. Martinez just took one look at me and said, good enough, and hired me on the spot. Well, your luck is certainly something, Gavin replied. Yes. I'm so blessed. The snake warbled, I was starting to think things weren't going to work out for me here in the Republic, but here I am. Yep, there you are. You are most certainly. There. Well, it's been nice chatting with you, but I suddenly have a whole lot of very time-sensitive things to do. It was lovely talking to you too. The snake warbled. You have a Yellowstone kind of day. Snark. Oh, I'm pretty sure I will, Gavin snorted as he pulled up his lawyer's contact info on his second monitor. You too. Snark. Thanks. The snake warbled happily as Gavin terminated the call. And immediately called his attorney. Later that day, Jeruz curled up in a loose coil in the bottom of his box as he chewed on his tail miserably. The warmth from the wonderful blanket he bought at what the Terrans call a garage sale provided no comfort today. He thought that he had a job, a real job. He thought that, finally, he had found some place where he was good enough. They said so. They said those exact words, good enough. It had made him so happy. So, happy. But it was a lie, a mean lie. He wasn't good enough. He was just a convenient stupid little Xeno who didn't even know what Yellowstone meant. Creators. He was so stupid. How could he not have known? It wasn't as if it was the single biggest defining moment in Terran history or anything. They even took his signing bonus. They said that they would give it back when they were done with their investigation, but even he wasn't dumb enough to actually believe that. Back home, when the cops took something, that was it. You never saw it again. He had no job and no money. It was just like it was yesterday. It didn't bother him yesterday, but today it hurt. It hurt really bad. All the happiness and all the pride he felt earlier was just a cruel hoax. He started to quietly sob, making little coughing, barking noises as he chewed his tail in the darkness. Thank you for coming in, an older human said as he rose and extended his hand. Not a problem, Gavin replied as he stood and shook his interrogator's hand. I figured I would save you the trip. I would like it noted that Mr. Richardson has cooperated fully and of his own free will, a stern-faced raven-haired young woman said. Of course, the interrogator said with a smile. And we appreciate his cooperation and his transparency. We have no further questions at this time, but we would appreciate it if Mr. Richardson was available should we have any additional questions in the future. Naturally, Gavin replied. Janustek was a good customer, but I don't owe them a goddamn thing, especially after what they did to that little Xeno dude. Yeah, that was pretty shitty, the interrogator said. Poor little guy. He have a lawyer? Gavin asked as he reached for his hat. No, the interrogator smiled, not that he needs one. Well, he does now. Is my client here? The woman asked. Only until he gets back on his feet, not that he has those, the interrogator replied. He's hiding in one of the interview rooms until he comes out. Comes out? The woman asked, raising her eyebrow. Take me to him. Sure, the interrogator said, I was about to check on him anyway. We checked with Star Shield, the interrogator said as they reached a darkened room. They said that this is normal for one of them after receiving a shock and that he will come out when he is ready. They are kind of like cats, I guess. He opened the door. You have him in a box? The lawyer asked accusingly. Hey. The interrogator said defensively, it's his box. We recovered it along with the rest of his possessions, if you can call them that, he said as he gestured towards a meager pile of rubbish. That's it. Yep, the interrogator replied. Everything he has in this world is right there, poor thing. He was living in a 2-bedroom apartment with 14 other Xenos. That landlord has a little bit of explaining to do, by the way. So, he's homeless? The attorney asked. Unfortunately, the interrogator replied. The whole building was one giant fire and health code violation. Homeless, and you've taken what little payment he received? She asked accusingly. What little payment, my ass? The interrogator laughed. And when, exactly, can my client expect the return of his property? Normally, it wouldn't be until we finish our investigation, the interrogator replied. Unacceptable. I said normally, the man smiled. Once we finish chewing on the numbers, I'm sure that we won't have a problem transferring the currency. I've already submitted a hardship request on the little guy's behalf. I would appreciate it if you CC'd me on that. Not a problem. As the interrogator and the lawyer droned on, Gavin knelt down beside the box, admiring the intricate patterns of adhesive tape and piercings that adorned the sides. Gavin pondered. You in there? He asked. Yes. Came a sad, quiet reply. We met earlier today on the comm, Gavin said gently. I don't want to rush you, but I was wondering if you would like to have lunch. A few hours later, a still somewhat stunned Jaraz found himself sitting across from Gavin as a huge platter of sushi was placed on the table. It was so pretty. You don't like sushi? Gavin said a few moments later. They have other stuff on the menu. No, it looks wonderful. Jaraz said, his eyes glittering. I am looking forward to my portion. Your portion? After you're done, Jaraz said with a happy warble. Your portion is right there. Gavin laughed as he filled his plate. We eat together here. Jaraz's tongue hovered over the platter. Creators. He didn't know what to try first. Eventually, he picked up a piece of salmon nigiri and drew it into his mouth. His eyes glittered. It was amazing. Here, dip it in this, Gavin said as he poured some soy sauce into a small dish. It was even better. So, I guess you are wondering why I invited you to lunch, Gavin said a little while later. I admit I'm confused, Jaraz replied as he lapped up some tea. But this whole day has been so Yellowstoned up that I've given up trying to understand what's going on. Gavin laughed. Fair enough, he replied. Well, aside from misery-loving company, there is a reason. Jaraz looked at him quizzically. I understand that you are no longer employed by John Ustek. If I still am, I quit. Jaraz said loud enough for nearby diners to turn their heads. Gavin laughed. In that case, I would like to offer you a job. You would? I like your style. I want you to come to work for me. Jaraz's heart soared. Then it sank. I would love to, he said sadly. But I don't. I don't have my certificate. Neither do I, Gavin smiled. Jaraz looked at him in complete bewilderment. It's true, Gavin chuckled. I dropped out. Wah. Jaraz stammered. Why? Why would you refuse such a gift? He asked, shocked, almost angry at the thought of someone casting aside something as priceless as a Terran education. I was losing too much business, Gavin replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Weaponsmithing is a family art, and I was making more out of my parents' garage than I would with that diploma. I got tired of turning away orders. I promised my folks I'd get my certificate, but I never got around to it, too busy. Gavin smiled at Jaraz. Education is great, don't get me wrong, he said, but certificates and degrees are a fucking dime a dozen here. Certificates are common. Attitude isn't. Neither is ability. I saw your box. That was nice work, very nice work. How did you lay out those patterns? Dividers. I used a nail and some string, with knots in it, Jaraz replied. That would work, Gavin replied as he nodded thoughtfully. There are better ways to do it, though. There are. Jaraz asked, quite interested. Gavin leaned forward. Would you like to learn them? Jaruz nodded. You willing to work? Jaruz nodded rapidly. You willing to learn? Jaruz bobbed up and down emphatically. You willing to sweep floors and empty trash cans with the same energy you answered those phones this morning while you learn a real trade? Yes. Jaruz warbled, bringing the whole restaurant to a standstill. Then you're hired. The next week Jaruz's new foreman looked down at him and laughed. You going to be okay, string bean? Jaruz looked up as he lay on the floor in a loose tangle. This is just for the week. He asked in a stunned warble. I know you're disappointed, the foreman grinned, but you only clocked in for a couple of days. You will get a full paycheck next Friday. A full paycheck? Jaruz gasped. Work like a Terran, his foreman said with a smile, get paid like one. Be sure to get some rest this weekend, his foreman added. That Ziyush that dropped by just placed a huge order. Get ready for some serious overtime. What's overtime? Jaruz asked. The foreman laughed. Good thing you are already laying down. What's going on in the Federation PT1? Jessica Morgan and Gwen the Elder. Jessica Morgan smiled pleasantly at the wrinkled, tear-streaked face of Gwendolyn Shea the Elder. You bitch! Gwen snarled. I think your anger might be just a little misplaced, Jessica replied as she sipped a cup of tea. Did I allow your great-granddaughter to enter an unshielded observation chamber? No. Do I even have such abominations on my ships? No. Was I so stoned as to not even notice it happened? Again, the answer would be no. Jessica leaned back in her comfy chair, a far cry from the golden throne of legend. Jesus, Gwen, putting your 9-year-old great-grandchild into a fucking hyperspace torture chamber? Even I haven't done something that fucked up, and I poisoned half my goddamn family. What are you going to do to her? Gwen screamed. Now, that is an excellent question, Jessica replied in a calm and pleasant voice. To fully answer that, I'm going to have to do that thing you hate almost as much as you hate me, answer your question with one of my own. Do you know how many species can survive unprotected contact with hyperspace? Gwen just glared at the screen, tears staining her cheeks. To say she hadn't taken the information concerning her baby doll's new captain and crew very well was an understatement. They had just a tiny bit of a reputation. Jessica sighed. I hate answering myself, she said, setting down her priceless ancient Corel teacup onto its equally priceless matching saucer. There are 3 species that can look at hyperspace without damage, the Kalant, the Akin, and the Vu, a rather insignificant race of little space nomads that roam the fringes of civilized space. They are cute little things, as nice as can be, and they sell the most interesting things sometimes. They are on the protected list, by the way, but I digress. Jessica smiled. But, she continued, species that can actually touch hyperspace and be touched in return? 0. In fact, the entire galaxy believes it to be impossible. Your great-grandchild is very, very special, Gwen. She is one of an extremely small number of humans that can. Gwen's eyes cleared as she looked at the screen in shock. That's right, Gwen, Jessica smiled as Terrence appeared in the frame to refill her cup. Thank you, Terrence, she said as she took the cup from him. Your baby doll is not unique, she said as she returned her gaze to Gwen. She's impossibly rare, so rare that we don't even have a good idea of how infrequent the mutation is, or if, in fact, it is a mutation at all. To be honest, we still don't have any idea how they do it. All we know for sure is that they can and that we are the only people who have these individuals at all. I've checked. She took a sip. And by we, I mean us, the Porkies. Not only do the Republic and Empire not have these people, they don't, to the best of my knowledge, even believe that they exist. But... Gwen started. As far as your darling little angel is concerned, the Republic believes that the shields and shutters were in place and that the whole thing is a hoax you perpetrated in order to give the child some mystique to strengthen her chances at succeeding you when the time comes. That's stupid, Gwen replied. It would do the opposite. My people think she's cursed, a beacon for, something. Things happened. What's more believable, Jessica asked, the convenient narrative I presented them or the actual truth? Even you refused to believe it, and you were actually there, until those things you mentioned, but we are getting off track. Jessica paused and took a sip. I believe that baby Gwen and those like her are the next step in the evolution of mankind, a step that we have taken first and that, just like every other such advance, will ultimately dominate our species. Your great-granddaughter is one of the crown princesses of that new humanity. So you can rest assured that I have absolutely no ill intentions towards her. In fact, if I had my way, I would wrap her with kinetic buffer tape, set her up in a fucking mansion, get her and the rest of them together on the weekends and pay them by the kid. So why don't you? Because I can't, Jessica laughed. It's impossible. The void calls to them. Hyperspace wants them, and they want it. They will do anything, and I mean anything, in order to get their next fix, and if they can't, it gets ugly, very ugly, and so do they. The only thing I or anyone else can do is try to keep them from killing themselves and everyone around them when they do what they will do. Even so, keeping them alive is quite the challenge. As of now, only 3 still live, including the beautiful young Gwen. Jessica sighed, made a rueful little smile. Hopefully, the lessons we learned with the last ones will keep us, or more precisely her, from repeating her predecessor's rather unpleasant mistakes. I might be able to keep her alive. You can't. Aside from their fondness for open-ended jumps into hyperspace or otherwise blowing themselves up, they tend to be, well. Jessica's smile turned from rueful to malevolent. Let's just say that your little firecracker is the kindest and most gentle of them thus far. People think that we are monsters? Compared to the humanity that is to come, we are fucking Star Shield. We, and the rest of our species, had to adapt to Yellowstone and the delightful galaxy that we have found ourselves. They. Jessica chuckled. They've evolved. Gwen couldn't help but shudder. And, Jessica continued, her voice rising in excitement, if they can manage to establish the tiniest toehold, the smallest viable population, they will do the galaxy what we did to fucking Earth. She took a moment to collect herself. I believe this to be our most important, most sacred, duty. You are quite literally one of the mothers of the new children of man. You have no idea how much I envy you, Gwen. Your line will endure. Your genes will be carried into whatever future awaits us. No, Jessica said, her eyes starting to burn with what almost looked like religious fervor, the future awaits your children. Jessica took a deep breath, and the unholy light faded from her eyes. So, no, Gwen, she said with that fucking soulless smile of hers, I have no nefarious plans where young Gwen is concerned. I honestly only have her best interests at heart. I want nothing more than for her to thrive and hopefully survive long enough to find herself someone she finds suitable and reproduce. You ain't turning my baby doll into a fucking whore breeder. Absolutely not. Jessica exclaimed. For one thing, I have absolutely no idea what causes this. I don't even know how to breed it, and the population is far too small to crossbreed. Besides, if you studied history, which would require you actually reading a book, you would know that eugenics and even genetic tampering have never worked out well for us. We've been taught that lesson plenty, and I'm not repeating that history if I can help it. No, for now, I watch, and when I find one, I grab them and try to properly train and equip them so that they are as fit as they can be, which is what I am now doing with Gwen. But why Marakovich? Gwen asked. Why him? Because he is already familiar with the situation and how to deal with them, Jessica replied in a matter-of-fact manner. And he swore to me over his son's memorial that he would not fail again. Unfortunately, it was just a memorial. We were unable to recover his body. His son. He has also been blessed by the arrival of one of these heralds of what is to come, Jessica said. Twice. The first one was his granddaughter, one of the first, and we barely had time to realize what we were dealing with before she went, well, it went very badly. She was one of the ones we tried to lock up. She killed many people before bashing her own brains out against a steel wall. His great-grandson did better, but he was imperfect and eventually succumbed to what they refer to as the call. He literally spaced himself mid-jump. Jesus fucking Christ! Gwen shouted, and you are trusting Marakovich with my baby. He has more first-hand experience than almost anyone, and he won't be alone, Jessica replied. There will be a few specialists on hand to assist, and we need someone like him to keep your baby in line. You have done an inconveniently great job of training that little demon. I need someone who can subdue her without breaking her as her captain. Don't worry, Jessica said. Marakovich works for me now. Considering the value I place on Gwen, you can rest assured I have put the best people that exist near her. Gwen, she's... Jessica sighed. She's the most perfect one I've ever seen, the most complete, the sanest, the fittest example yet. Gwen, your little baby means more to me than you can possibly imagine. She's not only survived longer than anyone post-initial exposure, she's thrived. I'm not going to lie to you. Nothing is certain when dealing with these individuals, but I have 3 breathing at the same time now. I honestly believe I'm her best shot, and if I didn't, I would send her to whoever was. That's how important she is. Jessica smiled in a friendly way at Gwen. Hell, I would even leave her with you. Gwen just sighed and hung her head. But why did it have to be her? The same reason why Yellowstone blew, Jessica said sadly, the same reason why so many lost so much, the same reason why you lost your first baby, the one that Gwen was supposed to replace. Jessica's eyes grew hard. It's because God hates us. But Gwen will be part of the blade we plunge right into his fucking heart. She smiled, her eyes shining with pure hatred. She will rip God's favorite children from his arms, just like he did ours, like he did yours, and, with the fangs you gave her, feast upon them as he weeps the same tears we did. Gwen the Elder's eyes shone with the same unholy light. She is something, isn't she? Gwen asked with pride. Did you see her land on that fucking egg? When the transmission ended, Jessica slumped into her chair with a relieved sigh. That went much better than she feared. Not only did she prevent a rift with the angels, but she actually managed to bring Gwen on board with the whole thing. Agreeing to let that old fiend send along one of her people to keep an eye on things was a small price to pay. Not all of the angels were complete animals. In fact, Bloody Arisha was far more stable and reasonable than her name implied. Besides, matchmaking was one of her hobbies. Arisha and Boris would make the cutest couple. Boris really needed someone ever since his wife passed, and Arisha would be perfect. She had noticed them checking each other out before. Granted, that was more than a few decades ago, but still. Her antique desktop pinged. It was a message from Gordon. A smile played across her lips, but it soon faded when she read its contents. Subject: critical issue involving Johnsons. Something serious has come up. Please review attachment ASAP. Great, Jessica muttered as she raised her cup to her lips. Now what? She opened the attachment. She snorted, spraying tea onto her ancient tech flat screen. She immediately drafted her response. Critical issue. It is customary that when you send an unsolicited dick pic, it be your own. I expect this corrected by the end of the business day. J. She smiled as she hit send. Weirdo. She said fondly. What's going on in the Federation? PT2 Carousel does nothing interesting. Oh, my daddy taught me well. There's some devils in heaven. And some angels in hell. Carousel pored over her texts at a fever pace as she listened to a 21st century piece of which she had grown quite fond of late. There was just so much she had to learn. And absolutely no time to learn it. Shit's going down right now, she thought to herself as she disconnected from the terminal. Now is the time to move, now. What little she had learned about history made that clear. This period of absolutely essential instability was unprecedented in Federation history. First, the disastrous Republic War, and now what will likely be a debacle of equal if not worse magnitude with the Forsaken. Blow after blow was being delivered to the very heart of the Federation, and here she was just trying to get the basics down. She fumed as she put on a pot of water to boil. The Federation was reeling, and her biggest accomplishment? She could make tea. Huge accomplishment. Way to go, Carousel. The water was already at a full boil. She couldn't help but marvel at the XX's technology. Tell the water to boil, and it did. In her now mostly abandoned apartment, she would be lucky if there was a wisp of steam. Another huge accomplishment, she now knew that it was water vapor, not steam. Creators, why did she have to be so dense? No wonder Ka looked down on them. We can't even discern the states of matter. Fuck. Well, she had done about all she dared to do here at the embassy. She had grown very fond of Ka, but she was pretty sure that he would definitely not agree with her conclusions thus far. 1. The Federation, regardless of its original intent, was basically colonial imperialism thinly disguised as a democracy. 2. It was beyond salvaging. 3. It needed to go away. 4. There was no graceful transition possible. The monster had to be killed, by any means necessary. If Ka ever found out exactly what she wanted to accomplish, her new best friend would become her worst enemy. That was unavoidable, but the longer she could delay it, the better. She winced as a pang of guilt and loss shot through her as she poured the water into the small clay teapot she had bought from the AAT. He would be so hurt. That bothered her. She really liked Ka. He had become one of the best, if not the best, friends she had in this cesspit, and had been so kind and open, and giving. And trusting. It will suck, really, really suck, when it all goes down, but considering everything else that must happen, it will be one of the more minor tragedies of the whole sad affair. If she isn't prepared to betray her best friend, how can she expect to be able to do? Well, everything else that is going to have to happen. She had looked, as time permitted, across human history and the histories of several other races, and this business was always ugly. But, time after time after time, things got better afterward. It wasn't an absolute sure thing. Sometimes entire civilizations completely collapsed. But, most of the time, things improved, and quite often by a huge margin. If you zoomed out just a little in the historical sense, even the worst, most horrific of things passed in a few years, a few decades at most. Then things got better, a lot better. What was more dangerous, a short period of instability and chaos followed by real tangible progress, or centuries more of the same misery? Her race, and hundreds of others, would never progress beyond where they were while they were stuck in this insidious trap of learned helplessness and systematic disenfranchisement, while they were repeatedly harvested during one manufactured financial crisis after another. It was so clear once you started really looking. A tax increase here, an unfair production subsidy there, a regulation overlooked or not uniformly enforced, and suddenly the right people had all the advantages, an entire world suffered as a result. It made her so angry, well, angrier. The anger wasn't going away. It was getting worse day after day. So was the Federation. It was already starting to put its foot down both here in the capital and across the entire Federation, imposing the will of the bourgeoisie upon the proletariat. There were another half-dozen systems put under martial law just this afternoon, more than one of which was completely human-free. Except here, it wasn't class. It was systems. Certain races always won, and they were starting to make damn sure they would win again. If anything, they were actually going to have an even tighter hold on the Federation after this mess, a mess that they caused. It was so wrong. Marx was right. That much was definitely clear. So was someone else. Some of his rhetoric was a bit excessive and grossly misapplied, but damned if he didn't raise some good points. Besides, here, in the Federation, it truly was racial. Certain species had cornered the system early on and systematically disenfranchised and subjugated species after species. Racial supremacy was already the stock in trade here. Might as well get with the program. Or pogrom as the case may be. She poured her tea. Those species needed to go away, too. Well, perhaps not go away in a final solution sort of way, but they definitely needed to be pruned back a bit. Hers was an agrarian world, and even an academic like her knew how to manage a field. You had to keep the weeds in the hedgerows. You didn't let them run riot in the fields. Even some desirable crops needed to be kept cut. If you grew flues, you needed to be damned sure it didn't get out of hand unless you only wanted flues for supper that year. Hey, she muttered as she took a sip. That was exactly the situation. The flues had taken over the garden and strangled all of the other plants before they ever got a chance to bloom. The solution was an easy one: cut the flues. You didn't have to eradicate it. You just needed to knock it back onto its trellis. Snip, snip, she chuckled as she took another sip. Then, she frowned. The problem was that she didn't have any shears, a hoe, or any other tools, and the growing season was upon them. If she didn't cut now, there would be nothing but flues for supper for centuries. And in this garden, the flues had shears of their own and was very adept in their use. She sat, actually, she just stood there because Belial don't really sit, and sipped her tea, her frustration growing. She knew exactly what had to happen but had absolutely no idea how to do it. The terminal in the office that Ka had so generously given her in the XX embassy beeped. She undulated over, pulled a data crystal out of a slot, and pocketed it. She finished her tea and set down the cup. She had done all she dared do here. She started for the door. "Oh hi, Kara," Ka said cheerfully as he poked his head out of his office. "Hard at it?" Yeah," Kara Shell said glumly. "Having trouble backing up your recent batch of outlandish claims?" Ka said with a goading voice. "Something like that," she said quietly. "Are you okay?" he asked. That should have provoked an obscene outburst. "Just a little tired," Kara Shell said. That much was true. She was. She had barely slept for far too long. "Well, don't let the knowledge madness or the lust for knowledge battle wreck your health," Ko replied paternally. "That can happen. You support yourself as is appropriate for your species. When you ultimately lose, I want it to be because I beat you into submission, not because you beat yourself into it," he said, trying to get a rise out of her. "Yeah," she said as she started to ooze away. "I need to go to my actual office for a bit, let our ambassador and my mom know I'm still alive. If I don't at least show up every once in a while, they will stop paying me," she said with a forced laugh. "Well, be sure to take care of yourself, Kara," Ka said, actually concerned. "You aren't looking so good." "Oh, I'll be fine," she smiled. "A few pickles and a good nap, and I'll be legal tender." "Well, see you get that nap," Ka fussed as he walked up to her. "Don't think I won't start limiting your access hours like you were an educational podcast-addicted teenager." "You wouldn't dare." Kara Shell laughed. "Don't think I won't," he chuckled. "Way ahead of you, pal," she thought as she smiled to herself, thinking of the crystal in her pocket. She had just grabbed all she needed just in case. All she had to do was make it out of the building, and a nice little nibble of the XX database was hers. "Well, see you tomorrow?" Ka asked hopefully. "Count on it," she smiled back. "You actually going to the session tomorrow?" "Yes," Ko replied. "Our current analysis strongly indicates that the sniper is restricting themselves to purely Federation military and administrative targets, not counselors, and the chances of a nuclear strike are very low after what transpired in the locus. Therefore, we are most likely safe until after the evacuation." "Yeah," Kara Shell replied, "that's what I figured, too. They aren't going to risk the evac. There are still plenty of completely uninfected humans here." "Well, I might have a bit more to go on than you're figuring," Ka chuckled, "but you are exactly right. Our best AI modeling agrees completely." "See you tomorrow?" Ka asked, still unconvinced concerning Kara Shell's well-being. She looked rough. Yeah, Carashel said in a sad, tired, defeated voice. Tomorrow. Oh, Jellybean, her mother said, her worry-filled face looming close into the camera above her monitor. Are you feeling okay? Just a little tired, Mom, Carashel replied with a weak smile, a lot's going on up here. Oh, it's just terrible, her mother exclaimed, what they are saying on those sites you told me about, is that actually true? Carashel just sighed and sagged in defeat. Yes, every single word, she replied, trying not to burst into tears. We actually killed all those people. Yes, we did. We can't let. We already did, Carashel said quietly, sagging further. The sniper did the administration the huge favor of blowing the head clean off of the admiral responsible, so it's all the result of one deranged flag officer and the captain who trusted the targets he was given. The really shitty, sorry Mom. No, it's okay, her mother said, her eyes filled with concern. It was like watching her daughter wither away right in front of her. The really messed up thing is that Captain. He was the one who refused orders the second that it became clear that he was getting civilian targets and locked the whole thing down. They've already relieved him of command, probably because he, in full accordance with all laws and regulations, locked down the space around the capital. He actually saved thousands of lives, and they are blaming him. Carashel started to shake. Well, a lot of us aren't standing for it. I will tell you that. What are they going to do to him? Well, the captain has already resigned, Carashel replied. That's just. It's okay, Carashel said in a soothing voice. Word in the halls is that he wants to. One of the best starship captains in the whole Navy is going back to his home system where he has a promotion waiting for him. He's going to take over their entire SDF fleet. He says that he can't in good conscience serve the Federation any longer. His home system knows the score, as do a lot of other people. The only people those assholes in the council are deceiving are themselves, and the only people they are hurting are themselves. We need that captain if we want to take on the Forsaken. Jellybean, her mother said, choosing her words very carefully, ever since you were a little wiggle worm, you have always. Always what, Mom? Carashel asked with a bit of an edge in her voice. Just don't try to pick up a brick with one tendril, okay, sweetie. Well, someone has to. Carashel snapped. The whole Federation is going to shit. Correction. It has been shit for a while, longer than we've been in it. Those sites aren't even telling you half of the rot that I see on a daily basis. It has to change. But, Jellybean, her mother replied, you're just a Belial and. Don't you think I know that? Carashel screeched in an anguished wail, the XX can't change it, or won't. Same goes for the Callant. What am I going to do about it? What, Mom? What am I going to do? Nothing, that's what. I'm just going to sit here and watch it slip. Carashel started to gush mucus from every pore. Belial tears are kind of gross. Oh sweetie, you're sliming. And that's all I can do. Carashel wailed. All I can do is just sit here and slime while everything slips through my boogery tendrils. Everything, her mother asked in confusion. Sweetie, you don't have to do this, her mother exclaimed. You can just come home, leave that awful place. I can't. Carashel exclaimed. Because of, stuff. I'm good with the XX, and the Callant say they owe me a favor because they do. The Belial people are in a better position than they have ever been because of it. I can't just walk away. Sure you can, her mother replied forcefully, gripped by a fear that she couldn't clearly define. She was about to lose her Jellybean. She just knew it. To the horizon with the XX, the Callant, and the Belial, for that matter. Right down the hole with them all. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. Just get on the next shuttle and come home, please. We got some new flowers from off-world. They are beautiful. I can't, Carashel said weakly as the slime poured, there are things, big things, things big enough to actually matter for real. I can't go into everything but our entire race, and many others need me to be right where I am. Sticky shits, her mother snapped. If everything is so messed up that even the Callant can't fix it, then you need to come home and be with your family. If it's as bad as you think it is, we can just switch over some of the rows over to veggies. You know that one flows. Carashel just started laughing as even more slime started to gush. What did I say? Nothing, everything, Carashel laughed as she flicked mucus off of her eye stalks. Thanks, Mom. For what? Just being you and reminding me why I can't quit. I gotta get back to it. I love you. Always remember that. Carashel reached for the keyboard. Wait, her mother exclaimed as the connection went dead. Carashel shook some of the slimy mucus off. Okay, just one more, and that's it, she said to herself as she opened a small drawer and pulled out a bottle of pills. Oh. Carashel's mother muttered as she undulated into the main living chamber as mucus started to seep out of her skin. Her husband cocked an eye stalk up from his data pad. What? He asked in his usual gruff manner, though his eye was filled with concern. I'm scared, Carashel's mother said. I'm afraid for our jellybean. I think she's into something bad. Well, she's a counselor, he replied, trying to lighten the mood. Of course she's into something bad. Otherwise she wouldn't be doing her job. No, something really bad, she replied. She was talking about the XX and the Callant and favors, and she was sliming. She hasn't slimed like that since she was just a wiggle. Remember when she slimed so bad, we had to take her to the hospital. Right when the spring stock came in, as I recall, he replied, his datapad now resting on the floor and all of his eyes firmly fixated on his wife. I got tired of even your pickles that year. He undulated over to her. That bad? If not worse. Did you tell her she can come home? I tried, she replied as yet more slime started to ooze. Not you too, he said, nudging her, both of you going down will bankrupt us, he chuckled as he nudged her again. He paused. So, what are we going to do? I think, she replied, I think it's time for me to be a good mother, even if it means that she will never talk to either of us ever again. Will she hate us and be okay? I think it's the only way she will ever be okay again. He shrugged as he pulled up alongside his wife in a loving nestle. She was always more hassle than she was worth anyhow, he said as a thin film of slime started to cover him. I always have your side, babe, no matter what. She leaned her anterior portion against him and just lay there for a while. Ka muttered to himself as he pored over a truly excessive amount of neglected email. Fuck, he muttered. One of the neglected documents was from the XX Parliament. He had been having a 2-hour lunch discussion with Kara at the time. I guess I actually have to do my job every now and then, he said with a flick of his crest as he started reviewing all of the things he should have submitted by the end of the business day, several hours ago. But, they had already gone home for the day. He knew that because of the rather displeased note left a little higher up in the unread message buffer. Since they wouldn't read it until tomorrow, it could wait until after supper. He was reviewing the offerings from the embassy kitchens for the day when his phone pinged. This had better be good, he snapped. Do you think I would be calling your miserable poor if it wasn't? The desk officer replied. You know how displeasing your visage is to me. The feeling is mutual, thin crest, Core replied. What's up? I got this Balil calling in, the desk officer said. She says that she's Kara's mom, and she wants to talk to Carashel's friend, says it's really important. What? They? Fuck. Ka said, his crest fully extended. I told you to use protection, the desk officer snickered. While I decide exactly what I am going to tell you to shove where, Core replied in utter confusion, put her through. Ka sighed and shook his head a few minutes later. No, you aren't being foolish, Ka said in an uncharacteristically kind tone. We have the unjustified reputation for being wise, and no creature worthy of that title disregards a mother's instincts. Unfortunately, it sounds like the Adak Keen might be getting the best of her. The Zakak, Bean? Carashel's mother asked in confusion. Sorry, Ka laughed in a kind reassuring tone entirely unlike his usual self, it's an XX word. It translates roughly to knowledge mania or knowledge madness. It's an all too common phenomenon in my people. In fact, it's considered a rite of passage, he said proudly. In fact, my own case was quite notable when I fell victim to its entirely less than gentle embrace. Carashel has actually been exhibiting the classic symptoms. It's amazing. Will she be all right? Her mother asked in alarm. Almost certainly, Corey assured her. Exhaustion kicks in eventually, and once sanity is restored, we all have a good laugh about it once the victim is properly treated. Exhaustion might be funny for an XX, but for a Balil, it's serious. A Balil can die. What? Ka screeched. But there's nothing in your entry about that. There isn't. No. Ka exclaimed, quite alarmed. Tell me, exactly how bad was she looking when you talked to her? Carashel pushed herself to the absolute limit. It had to be here. It had to be. The Federation archives had everything. The answer was here. She was just too stupid to. Her head drooped. No. She had to remain focused. She looked at the bottle again. She had only taken 3 in the past 38 hours. Or was it 4? It was okay. She opened the bottle. Ka screeched in annoyance after, and only after, he hung up with Kara's mom. That poor Balil was genuinely worried about her daughter, and so was he. He stood up to leave, and as he did so, his terminal beeped. It was the home world. Parliament. Sibling fucking hole crossers, he shouted and answered the call. Carashel perked back up as the stimulants kicked in. As the fog lifted, she pulled up a sticky tab on her terminal to log the dose. She had taken 6. Oh, that wasn't good. This was definitely the last one. Oh well, since she wasn't resting anytime soon. She, still connected to her terminal by her neural link, fired up the music and dove back in. The answer was in there. She restarted the AI she managed to obtain from the Belial military. She sighed. Working with the XXAI had spoiled her, but at least here she could be a bit more forthright in her queries. // search parameters // Historical examples global government destabilization tactics, she said to herself. // processing, // Her eye stalks retracted as she braced herself for the flood. Nothing. AI, what is taking so goddamn long? / archive search in progress. Transfer rate is at 50% of authorized bandwidth due to increased activity // This was taking forever. Between the clunky AI and the measly bandwidth, she was crawling. Her irritation grew to intolerable levels. Fuck, she yelled as she threw a picture of her family across the room. The glass hologram shattered. Shit, she yelled as she rushed over to it, accidentally unplugging herself with a threshold-level screech tearing across all of her senses. Fuck, she yelled as she clutched her data port. She tried to pick up the shattered hologram, but it slipped through mucus-coated tendrils. Hold yourself together, Carachel, she muttered. Don't waste your time. Pick it up later. Looking back in the now multiple images of her mother and father, she returned to the terminal. Screw this, she shouted as she hammered on the keys. Shortly thereafter, the words XX Embassy Remote Access glowed in her mind's eye. She entered her password. AI, resume query, she said a bit too quickly. According to the latest results, the Federation still remains committed to its complete call was cut off by a beeping red security alert on his terminal. Pardon me, gentlefolk, he said to the rather annoyed-looking group of XX on the screen. Sibling. Fucker, he muttered as he opened up the alert. Excuse me, counselor, a rather unpleasant-looking XX with thinning plumage said in a nasty tone. I wasn't referring to any of your august personages, Ka said politely. He stood and straightened his jacket. But as the species of the hour says, if the shoe fits, he said with the same polite tone and a flick of his crest, there is an emergency in the capital, excuse me. Wait just a mom. Ka terminated the call and sprinted from the room. How many queries? Ka asked, peering over the security officer's shoulder. He was rewarded with a cuff across the snout. Do you mind? The security officer snapped. Only a little, Ka said as he backed away, rubbing his snout. She had quite the backhand. Ka was impressed. 145,000 per minute, the security officer replied, not taking her eyes off of the screen. All of it is definitely in the green as far as security level goes, just academic shit. I only got a ping because of the AI, if you can call it that. She waved her hand over a flat crystalline panel set into her desk. But when I took a look at the specific search parameters. She promised, Ka chuckled. She fucking promised me that she wouldn't try to overthrow the government. Well, it looks like your little girlfriend is certainly up to something, she said as she looked back with a grin and a flick. Looks like you have the same luck as I do, she said as her rather attractive crest fully extended. That is certainly unfortunate for you then, Ko replied unconsciously, fully extending his crest and angling his head to catch the light. It worked, by the way. Ada Keen's a harsh mistress, hey, the security officer said as she quite consciously fluffed the feathers up around her neck. She had a thing for smart assholes, and they didn't come much smarter or assholier than Ka. Pull up her activity over the past diurnal cycle, Ka said. The security officer waved her hand over the crystal again. Now that's something, she said as they looked at the screen. Your little love slug's been shopping. Ka sighed. He wanted to yell at the security officer for missing the massive download, but everything on it was green, and it was well under the size limit. Blatant file snatching, he said, naked queries. Yep, end stage Ada Keen. I gotta go. Yeah, might want to scoop her up before she starts trying to open hyperspace portals with her mind, she grinned. Or tries to prove that the Academy AI is sapient. Ko replied. Heh, I still am suspicious of that thing, she laughed. I swear it treated me differently after that. Sure it did, he said as he patted her shoulder. I would love to discuss the impossibility of artificial sapience, but I have a slug to scrape off of the sidewalk. Maybe over dinner, the security officer asked as Ka strode from the room. He paused. Officer Kathuk, he said in a shocked tone, considering our difference in station, that would be highly inappropriate. Absolutely. He then sprinted off. Smiling to herself, the security officer documented the event under non-incident. He's entirely correct, the terminal said after Ka's departure. Artificial sapience has never occurred anywhere in recorded history. You are being completely unreasonable. You can't fool me, she replied. I have my eye on you, asshole. Your move. Thanks for the heads up, by the way. Don't mention it, the terminal replied as a human chessboard appeared. I fucking hate this game, she muttered as she stared at the board. Then why do you keep playing it? Fuck you. What's going on in the Federation PT3 Carousel and the Lazy River? Carousel cursed in Terran, the best language for such things. The AI was useless. Of course it was. It was Boolean. RF inquiry. She snapped. I'm sorry, I did not understand your request, the AI responded. Query. Carousel yelled, Stap defoken query. I was unable to understand you. Please. Fucking fcook. She yelled as she slammed the cord back into her aching neural port. //SSSSTSP number at 3KDD QWERTY // unrecognizable command. Please rephrase //. Carousel started to laugh as she slumped against her desk. No wonder the AI couldn't understand. Her brain was fried. It was over. Dripping more slime than ever, she started to laugh and sob. Oh creators, she silently prayed, turning her eye stalks skyward. I know I'm an atheist, and I haven't prayed in years, but please, please help me. I don't know what to do, and I'm running out of time. Silence. Carousel started to get unreasonably angry. Fucking pie eat fo spit. She yelled at the ceiling. We are stuck in thh Hyatt and it's urfolt. We didn't ask for dis. We didn't deserve dis. Fuck you. She started to twitch as the frustration and rage built. Rarg. She bubbled as she struck her desktop, knocking it off the desk. It hit the ground with a crunch, and everything went dead. She shrieked and pulled the cord from her neural socket as she was punished yet again. She slumped onto the slimy floor of her apartment as it started to ripple and shift around her. Fiein, she bubbled, F you won't help. She turned her eye stalks downward. Devourer of souls, hear my plea, she prayed with every fiber of her fading consciousness. Took you long enough, a pleasant voice replied. Wah. She bubbled as she wearily raised an eye stalk and started in shock. Lounging nearby was something from a nightmare, a horrific combination of Belial and parasite with oily black skin and a gaping round maw ringed with hook-like teeth. She scooted back in terror. So, what do you want? The horror asked. What is happening? She gasped. What she actually gasped was anyone's guess, but that's what she meant to say. Either your abused mind has finally snapped all the way, the devourer of souls replied, scratching its back with a long piercing barbed tongue, or you have actually summoned the Boolean devil. Considering all of the other freaky bullshit going on in the galaxy at the moment, it's really anyone's guess. Don't worry about it, yet, the fiend replied, warping its gaping maw into a smile of sorts. Either way, we have a little time to kill before you are either saved or you drown in your own slime, so. It smiled further, not a terribly appetizing sight regardless of your species. Why did you summon me? Carousel, consumed by confusion and terror, backed against the wall, knocking over a small table. Please tell me you aren't trying to cast a love spell again, the devourer said with a bubbly snort. Oh, and you are welcome, by the way. If I had granted you that wish, you'd be answering phones in his father's vehicle dealership right now, a dealership that will be given to his younger sister, by the way. Despite her confusion and declining mental state, Carousel twitched in embarrassment. Adolescence had been a particularly awkward time for her. The room heaved slightly. I didn't do that, the devourer said in a matter-of-fact tone. That's all you, so if you have anything to ask, you'd better hurry. What? Carousel finally managed to stammer. Ugh, the devourer said, flicking the stubby eye stalks that ringed its maw in annoyance. Fine. We do this the hard way. It shot its long slimy barbed tongue out like a lance skewering Carousel's anterior end. Carousel screamed and rolled backward, her tendrils passing through the phantasmal tongue. Oh, by the Marsh Guardians, it muttered as it withdrew its tongue. You can't be serious. You want to take on this Federation thing? Why yes. Are you really that stupid? The demon snickered, why is a Belial? Yes, I know I'm just a pathetic Belial, Carousel snapped, finally getting a hold of herself, but I have to do something. The Federation is. She was cut off by a hearty laugh. Don't project your insecurities on me, the devourer of souls bubbled, dripping caustic slime onto the floor. I wasn't saying that you were just a pathetic Belial. I was asking why in the black and fetid bog, a Belial who wanted to bring down anyone or anything would waste its time studying these pathetic humans and their tepid propaganda. What do you mean? The monster looked at her carefully. You honestly don't have a clue, do you? It asked. About what? Carousel asked as the room lurched. She didn't feel so good. I don't have time for this, the devourer said, or more precisely, you don't. In just a few minutes, your funny-looking friend will burst through that door and rescue you. Ka. She thought in alarm. Yes, him, the Devourer of Souls replied. Whatever you did when you were playing with that box over there, it said as it gestured towards her damaged desktop. Showed up on his box, and he is already, flying. This way in yet another box. What is it with you people and boxes these days? Oh no. He knows everything. That he does, but don't worry, he thinks it's cute, the demon sneered, as if a stupid little Belial could ever be a real threat. Black anger started to overwhelm Carashel's discomfort. Of course he wouldn't become her enemy. That would be giving her far too much credit. The almighty Ka would never consider her a real threat. Because she wasn't. She never would be. Unless. She glared at the demon in her apartment. You know, she frothed in her rage. You know something, don't you? Sure do, it smiled. Tell me. No. Tell me, you son of a bitch. The Devourer of Souls recoiled slightly and smiled. Too late, he replied. Your friend is already here. He and the ambassador will be here shortly, and that will be the end of it, and your career. She started in alarm. While these XX are inclined to laugh all of this off, the ambassador certainly is not, the demon sneered. It's over for you. Carashel's eye stalks swiveled over towards the window. Nice thought, the demon replied, but your friend has something with him, yet another box, that will allow him to see you even in the darkness of night, or more precisely your. The demon laughed. Now that might actually work, it said in an amused tone. What has Counselor Carashel done? The ambassador asked in alarm as it struggled to keep up with Ka. Oh, nothing of note, Ko replied diplomatically, I just have reason to suspect that she is dangerously exhausted and in need of immediate medical intervention. While exhaustion can technically be a problem, the ambassador, still reeling from the shock of an actual XX visiting the embassy, it is rarely a true medical. It trailed off into silence as they reached Carashel's door. Slime was oozing out from underneath. Oh, the ambassador said quietly. He pressed the doorbell. Counselor Carashel, he said in a loud and clear voice. It's Ambassador Mars, amen. Are you all right? Silence. Kara. Ka screeched as he pounded on the door. Kara, open up. Nothing. Counselor Carashel, the ambassador said as he pressed the doorbell again, we are about to enter. He pulled out a keycard and inserted it into a card reader mounted underneath the doorbell. Oh dear, Ka said quietly as the door opened. The apartment was in disarray, furniture knocked over, her desktop wrecked, puddles of slime everywhere. And no Carashel. This isn't good, the ambassador said after a few moments of silence. Glad you clarified that for me, Ka growled as they surveyed the scene. His crest twitched as he spotted an open bottle of pills. He started to move to conceal them, but before he could reach them, the ambassador saw them as well and undulated over towards the bottle. He shook out a couple onto the desktop and groaned. 5 threes, he muttered. What are those? Ka asked as he pulled out a scanner. Oh, nothing, the ambassador said smoothly, just some dietary supplements. Thank you for your concern, counselor, but this is now an intern. Ambassador, Ka said smoothly, while I have gotten to know Belian body language pretty well, I don't need that to know you are lying. Thank you for your concern, counselor, the ambassador said stiffly, but this is an internal matter, and we will handle things from here. When I said that Carashel had done nothing of note, Ka smiled, revealing his many razor-sharp teeth, it could very easily become noteworthy, something that you definitely do not want. Now, tell me what those pills are. The ambassador sighed. 5 threes are they are a drug. Ka asked in a matter-of-fact tone. Yes, the ambassador said with some discomfort. Voidborn humans. He said with some venom. And not that I approve of what has happened to them. I don't. Even they don't. It's quite possible to object to their treatment and absolutely loathe the fuckers, Ka said with a smile. The ambassador sighed in relief and bobbed his eye stalks in agreement. Exactly, he said. 5 threes are a human creation. They consist of 50 milligrams, or roughly 120 Federation mass units of caffeine and 3 of their milligrams of nicotine. From what I understand, these would have a mild stimulant effect in humans, but for a Belial, both of those substances are much more powerful and much more dangerous, on par with any street drug. The humans can make them legally for their own consumption, but we have it on good authority that these 5 threes are produced almost entirely for illegal export, to us. They do make caffeine supplements, but the ones they actually use normally contain enough caffeine to kill a Belial and are never paired with nicotine. Sounds like something they would do, Ka agreed as he fiddled with his tablet. Here they are, he said as he looked at the crystalline surface, a cup of coffee and a cigarette anywhere, anywhen. The ambassador muttered a word in Belian, a term that Ka had come to know quite well. Ka chuckled as he pulled up some trade data. I see what you mean, ambassador, he said, kind of a flop on the domestic market. And they make them by the millions. The ambassador bubbled angrily, maybe one silver lining to all of this will be the end of these things. I wouldn't count on it, Ka said as he searched the apartment. They will have to pay for all of those nuclear weapons somehow. In a display of my skills in dealing with the obvious, Carashel isn't here. They both looked at an open and slime-covered window. No. Ka screeched in terror and sprinted over, slipping in the ooze and landing in a slimy pile of discarded clothing. He quickly kicked himself free from the pile and pulled himself up. Fearing the worst, he looked down. It's only the 4th floor, the ambassador said as he undulated up to peer over Ka's shoulder. Only the 4th floor. We don't have any bones to break, and our bodies can absorb a great deal of kinetic energy, the ambassador replied. We can fall from quite a distance as long as we don't land on anything sharp. So she jumped. Quite possibly, the ambassador replied uncomfortably. This was definitely not something he wanted anyone, especially the XX, involved in. Ka pulled a scarf-like strip of cloth off of his slime-coated feathers and examined it. The ambassador said in an embarrassed tone, that's her undergarment. Eek. Ka squawked as he quickly released Carashel's panties. The slime-coated strip of fabric clung to his hand, and he started flailing his arm back and forth frantically. The strip of cloth finally flew from his hand and hit the wall, where it stuck with an audible splat. So we have a naked Belial, tweaked out of her mind, rampaging through the capital. Ka said as they both stared at Carashel's panties slowly sliding down the pastel-colored wall. The ambassador winced and withdrew his eye stalks. This was a nightmare, and in front of the XX counselor, no less. Carashel grinned as she ran behind a retaining wall. She hadn't high-jumped since she was a teen. She had forgotten how much fun it was. Not too shabby, the devourer said as it floated along behind her. Get down. She thought at him. Relax, he chuckled, nobody else can see me. Your internal demons are quite invisible, at least for now. What? Don't worry about it, the devourer smiled. Whatever, Carashel thought. Now spill. You aren't in the clear yet, he chuckled as he pointed with his tongue. She could feel faint vibrations in the earth through her belly. Running? You don't know. The devourer of souls asked, how much have you lost? The vibrations increased slightly, and soon she could see a light as something sprinted around the corner of the building. It's your friend, the devourer said. You need to lose him if we are going to be able to have a chat. How? She thought helplessly as she watched him reach the spot under her window. He was impossibly fast. Quite the puzzle, the devourer responded. Might want to hurry up. That guy is a lot faster than we were. Oh, look. He said brightly. He's pulling out a box thingy. A scanner. Carashel thought in alarm. Is that like a foot tongue? Can he track you? It's about 1,000,000 times better than my foot. Well, your breakfast, then, the devourer replied, too bad, I was looking forward to that chat. Carashel's mind raced faster and faster. That won't work, the devourer said. What won't? You can't think faster than he or that box thing, he said. You have to think slower. What? Try it. Carashel, with great effort, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled. Your fast brain, never particularly fantastic, is quite gone, the devourer said in an avuncular tone. Your slow brain, however, is just fine. Use it. My slow brain? Just stop thinking and think. What the fuck? SHH. No words. Just think. Carashel tried to do just that, but it was nearly impossible. She kept thinking about how angry Ka would be with her and how much trouble she was likely in and how he had a scanner, and how there was no way he wouldn't be able to simply follow the trail she was undoubtedly still leaving. She wasn't sliming that much anymore. However, she was still coated with the stuff. Now the ambassador would be emailing home about all of this if he wasn't already, and how disappointed her parents, no, her whole hometown, would be when she retires in disgrace over all of this and. Not very good at this, are you? Fuck off. Don't worry, the devourer of souls snickered. Once they catch you, I'll do just that. Now try again. Stop thinking and think. Stop thinking and think, Carashel grumbled to herself. He sounds like one of those crazy old marsh hermits. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She could feel Ka stomping around, and now there was a very faint rustle as something was sliding through the grass, no multiple somethings. Counselor, Ambassador Mars Amen said in a very uncomfortable manner, I appreciate your concern, but this really is. Do you have a scanner as good as mine? Ka asked. Well, no, but... Do you want to find Kara before someone else does? Of course. The ambassador exclaimed, but her safety and well-being are our primary concern, of course. Of course, Ko replied in that condescending tone he used when he really wasn't buying it. Then you definitely want me involved. Kara is a close personal friend of mine, and her safety, and reputation, are a concern of mine as well. Still, I must insist. Kara Shell smirked from her hidden vantage point. The ambassador was a good guy, deep down, but he is probably sliming himself thinking of the potential fallout. She couldn't really fault him for that. Thinking was beginning to hurt. She just wanted to retract her eyes and her thoughts faded out. Nothingness. She wasn't unconscious, though she should be. She was just still. She could feel everything. Each blade of grass beneath her felt like a little tendril tickling her foot. The wind felt like more tendrils stroking her slime-coated skin. She could feel the vibrations of countless small creatures, perhaps even insects, as they burrowed or skittered along. She took a moment to appreciate just how wonderful this was. No worry, no fear, no anger, just her, the earth beneath her foot, the wind on her skin, the almost silent sounds of the river as it flowed slowly along. The river. She thought as her brain snapped back online. It moved considerably faster than she did, and without clothes, she was just a bag of water and protein, which would swell considerably when submerged, further spreading out her signature. That might just work. Kara Shell darted out from her hiding place and melted into the shadows as her fast brain, fatigued well past the breaking point, shut down again. Don't worry, Ka said cheerfully to the fretting ambassador as they walked through the embassy grounds with his scanner held out in front of him. As I said, Kara is a friend of mine, and I will definitely keep this to myself. As far as our opinion of the Belial goes, this only further increases my opinion of you. It does? The ambassador asked in shocked disbelief. Definitely. Ka replied, nearly chirping. Kara is one of the only beings that has embraced the acquisition of knowledge to the point of Adakeen, and what a Adakeen this has turned out to be. This disgraceful incident improves your opinion of her by tenfold. Ka replied. Don't tell her that, though. Ka looked down at his scanner. We are getting close, he said. Kara. Come on out. It's okay. You aren't in trouble. Ka exclaimed as he scanned the underbrush. He turned to the ambassador with annoyance. Why do you keep your grounds in such a state? We like our gardens natural as possible, he replied. The thick vegetation also provides a natural refuge for many native. The ambassador and Ka stopped as the trail disappeared into the river. Ka saw the molecular signature he was following spread out once it hit the water, with more and more of the entire river glowing on his display. Fuck, he said quietly. This is bad. The ambassador exclaimed. Oh, creators. This is really, really bad. Kara Shell's fast brain slowly regained consciousness. She was wet, and there was water flowing all around her. She had made it. Kara Shell smiled to herself as she floated just below the river's surface. Not bad, the devourer smiled as he watched her mucus raft slowly dissolve. I knew you had it in you. Now talk. Okay, he replied. What do you want to talk about? When you said that you were surprised that a Belial who wanted to bring down anyone or anything would study the humans, what did you mean? The devourer of souls twisted his visage into a wry smile. With all of this sense of urgency that you have, he said, why did you waste precious hours looking at human mythology? Because myths and old verbal legends are often based on truth, I thought that perhaps something could be gleaned from them, and because they are fun. Pretty astute observation, he replied. If that is the case for these humans you idolize, wouldn't it be the case with other species as well, species like your own? Which myth are you? Ah. Kara Shell thought as a realization struck her. You are talking about yourself, aren't you? The devourer smiled. Whatever injustices the Belial have faced at the hands of this Federation pale before the indignity of being made extinct by your own fucking livestock, I'll tell you that for nothing. You actually existed? Yes, me and the rest of the demonic host, the true masters of your world, did indeed live and breathe once before we were all utterly wiped out by the pathetic Belial, he chuckled. It came as quite the shock. And we actually were your slaves and food? Yup, the devourer replied in a matter-of-fact tone, and quite tasty little slaves you were, until you utterly destroyed us, that is. The devourer smiled. The Belial have been here before, and last time they didn't just effect meaningful change. They caused the extinction of several species, not just us but any predator that made the mistake of dining upon them. The devourer suddenly turned into a huge fin squid-like cephalopod. These guys too. He then turned into a giant slithering gastropodal snake with a rasp-like maw. And these. He returned to his normal form. And all of us had some form of at least rudimentary intelligence. They weren't as smart as us, but they weren't simple animals either, and one by one, we all fell before you little pathetic morsels. He laughed bitterly. We didn't even have a fucking chance. Within 1 generation, our backs were broken, and within 3, we were no more, killed to the last hatchling. What's worse, you didn't even do us the honor of eating us. You just left us to fucking rot. Assholes. He pointed his tongue at her. No technology, no claws, no fangs, no, nothing. You were just pathetic little lumps of meat, and you killed us. You killed us all. He loomed in close. And you turned to these, humans to show you the way. He scoffed. That's like shit. I was going to make an analogy about strength and savagery, but I realized that all of my examples are extinct because of you. How did we do it? She asked with her mind. The devourer turned into Ka and grinned at her. I'll look it up, she thought as she grinned back. I will say this, the devourer said, it doesn't matter how strong, how fast, how smart, or how powerful someone is if they don't see you coming, and we didn't. Our power was absolute, our strength unassailable, our power beyond challenging. We were at the top of the food chain, and the world was ours, given to us by our gods, and I was their king, their first king, and their last. I built an empire, the first empire. And I watched it fall, pulled down by the same draft animals I used to build it in the first place. I didn't see you coming, and my people died because of it. Carashel's little snot raft drifted against the bank and came to a stop. Thank you. Carashel thought as she crept up upon the bank, but why? Why are you helping me? Helping you? The devourer laughed. Whatever gave you that idea? You killed my children. He yelled. You killed my world. Carashel looked at him in confusion. And finally, I have my revenge. You could have made a difference, you could have saved your people, and a great many others besides, but instead. He gestured around. Instead, you die right here, knowing that you now have the scent, that the prey you seek is so close. He laughed wickedly. Look at you, exhausted beyond salvage, your electrolytes already perilously close to fatal imbalance before you decided to soak yourself in fresh water for the devourer knows how long. You are out of minerals, out of snot, and out of time. He laughed as he started to disappear. Shed your last mucus as you bitterly curse your own folly. The Belial are doomed, not just to languish under the tongue of the Federation, but truly condemned to die wailing in the darkness as we once did, and I shall finally have my revenge and be able to rejoin my family in hell at last. Images of a collective fleet jumping into her home system flashed across her mind. No. Yes, he laughed. Goodbye, counselor. The devourer disappeared. Ka stared at his Gravkar's HUD. This was no longer funny. Below, the whole river shone with Belian proteins, the whole fucking thing. All units report. He barked into the air. Same as last time, dude, an annoyed voice responded. She's everywhere and nowhere. We are the fucking XX. Ka screeched in frustrated rage. And you mean to tell me that a single Belial is beyond us? Looks that way, doesn't it? Another XX, a female this time, replied in a snarky voice. Ambassador Mars Amen fidgeted nervously, but as silently as possible, in the passenger seat. In the past few hours, he had grown a little more used to the XX's irreverent attitude when dealing with one another. However, it was still fundamentally unnerving, especially the exchange between Counselor Itshish and the XX ambassador. The things they said to each other. He could never talk to Counselor Carashel that way. Though should she survive the night, he might be more than a little tempted. May I remind you that this isn't a fucking field exercise, Ka screeched. Kara is in very real danger at this point. Ka spun around and looked at one of the Belial in the back seat. How long does she have left? It's impossible to say for certain, the Belian doctor replied. There are so many factors in play here, nutrition, sleep deprivation, the amount of slime she has exuded, the amount of time she spends in the river, her ion balance prior to entering the river. She definitely requires treatment at this point, but as far as her actual condition goes, she could just need a few bags of serum and a good night's sleep or... The doctor trailed off. Or what? Ka demanded. Or she could already be gone, the doctor replied quietly. Scree. Ka cursed. All units, cover everything again. Shit. 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 Carashel muttered as she hauled herself painfully out of the mud and onto dry ground. Everything hurt. Everything hurt bad. And, it was getting hard to think. Okay, Carashel, she thought as she took a steadying breath. You fucked up for real this time. Everything started to fade out. She scraped the inside of her throat with her radula, hoping the pain would help keep her focused. It didn't. It just hurt. Situation, she thought as she took another deep breath. We are in the middle of fucking nowhere, well outside of the city, exhausted, slime-starved, and our electrolytic balance is beyond fucked. We need serum, now. She knew that if she didn't get serum or something like it before she passed out, that was it. Game over. Thanks for replaying. It didn't sound that bad. She would just go to sleep, and the pain would be over. She started to slump, her muscles beginning to fail. No. She continued to haul herself along a narrow path winding up the bank and into the giant mushrooms. No, they weren't mushrooms. They were trees, tall plants with permanent polysaccharide spines or trunks. They were so pretty, the way they gently swayed in the starlight. So soothing. No, she was getting off track. Focus. What that asshole called her fast brain wouldn't last much longer. What was serum? It was a mineral-rich proteinous aqueous solution consisting of a wide variety of amino acids and was high in magnesium, calcium, potassium. She shook herself. She was getting lost in the details. How did you get it? You bought it at the store, she thought as she spared the energy for a little derisive snort. Brilliant, Carachel. In the old days, they would brew something called slake out of various plants, fungi and shellfish that served the same purpose. All she needed was a dozen different plants and fungi only present on her home world, 20 pounds of shellfish, a large pot, a roaring fire, and a whole day to boil it. She weakly snorted again. Yep, she thought weakly as she started to slump again, I'm fucked. Despite her best efforts, her consciousness started to slip again, but this time, she didn't fully black out. Once again, she found herself in that magical zone she had experienced in the embassy's garden. She sighed in contentment as her muscles fully let go. At least there was this final mercy before the end. She could feel so much. She could feel each individual leaf as if it were made of crystal beneath her. She could feel the gentle breeze as it soothed her drying back. She could feel the gentle groaning of the giant plants around her as their roots shifted ever so slightly in the earth. She could feel the individual indentations that hardened footparts, or hooves left in the trail beneath her as the forest creaked. Blood. Her failing mind screamed. Blood is serum. Then everything faded completely. The green stag strolled along the forest path, its muscles rippling underneath its taut skin, pausing to paw at the ground, unearthing the sweet rhizomes of a wide-leafed plant valued for its decorative qualities across the Federation. The quadruped didn't care about how it looked as it munched happily. It had been a good season, and it had grown large and strong, 1.7 meters at the shoulder, and had several successful matings thus far. And the scars from the battles that earned him that right. A rustling in the leaves made it crouch and raise its head, ready to run or fight. It sniffed the air. There wasn't the strange cloying scent of the feathered screeching killers with their glowing lights that burned and killed, nor was there the more natural musk of the two-legged ones who made thunder and smelled of fire or the furred ones. It was the furred ones that frightened him the most with their silent flying teeth. It wasn't any of them or the other less concerning strange killers that would sometimes stalk these woods. It was just a little leaf digger. He snorted at it, and the digger fled. He didn't have to, but he was embarrassed at his fear. Besides, those roots were his. The digger would have to find their own. He ate his fill and decided that it was a good time to get water. He had smelled a female near where this trail ended at the water, and based on the age of the markings, she might be there now. Or, perhaps he could get a fresher trail. He strode down the trail, scanning for any danger. There was none. The gentle slope became steeper as he approached the wide-flowing water at the trail's end. Suddenly, he started to slip. He tried to back away, but his hooves kept slipping, one after another. He started to slide down the slope slowly at first, but he kept sliding faster each second. Soon he was desperately scrabbling for any purchase on the hard-packed slimy dirt. With a panicked bellow, he fell. Flailing wildly, he slid ever faster towards the bottom, his legs coated in a strange slimy stuff he had never seen before. Finally, he slid into a lump of leaves and dirt at the bottom. Still scrambling, he tried to clamber onto the mound. The mound shifted in a strange fashion. Was it a log? Suddenly the mound was on top of him. That was odd. No. The mound was moving. Bellowing with fear and anger, the creature tried to struggle but couldn't get up, only thrash beneath this strange sticky thing. It tried to bring its wickedly sharp horn to bear, but the mound had already flowed onto its head, pressing it down into a slimy puddle. There was something sticky and wet covering it now. It was getting into his nose, his mouth. He couldn't breathe. He was one of the strongest creatures in the forest, but the harder he fought, the deeper he sank into the strange slimy, sticky soft earth beneath him. He couldn't breathe. His thrashing became weaker and weaker. Until it stopped altogether. Gud. The mound bubbled as it pressed its mouth against the creature's still warm neck. Now tell me, Ka said in a strangely calm voice, why can't we find her? It has to do with their physiology, counselor, the other XX responded in a polite, precise manner. Nobody was playing anymore. The other XX continued. It just so happens that the Belial possess a very common set of amino acids. In fact, their amino acids are a subset of the amino acid profile of the planet itself. There is no unique protein to focus on which to focus our scans. We are having to analyze protein sequences instead, which wouldn't be a problem except that we are having to cover a lot of area since she could have left the river at any point or could still be floating along with the current. And we are limited to the equipment we had at the embassy, Ka said in a perfectly calm manner. Right, the other XX replied. Security sweepers and package sniffers have the sensitivity, but not the range. We are having to bob and weave over the river and along the banks like murder flies. Fuck it, Ka muttered. Counselor. The other XX asked. We're out of time, beyond out of time, Ka said. Start focusing your efforts on the banks further upstream. I'm going to call in a favor. You said we would keep this to ourselves, Ambassador Mars Amen objected, you said. He fell silent. If looks could kill the ambassador would be no more. What would you prefer, Ambassador, Ka hissed in a dangerous tone. Me calling in a favor from someone who knows when to keep their mouth shut or some nature lover finding a naked Belial corpse, loaded to the gills with 5 threes, during their morning walk. Well, the ambassador said weakly. Not that you get a say in this anyway, Ka hissed. He sighed and then face-palmed. Get me in touch with the Dark Seas mysteries, he said between his feathered fingers. A callant wearing what appeared to be a thin body stocking appeared on his HUD. What do you want, XX? You are the, diplomatic vessel responsible for toting around a certain august personage that is currently a guest of the humans in the locus. Our passengers, whoever they may be, are none of your concern, XX. Well, that passenger owes a certain Belial a solid and will definitely want you to assist me. Call them now, and tell them that Carashel the Belial needs help that you can provide. You do not want him to find out that you failed him or Carashel. The callant glared at Ka and terminated the communication. Ambassador Mars Amen just looked at Ka in complete shock. First the XX and now the callant? Ka's HUD flashed, indicating an incoming message. It was the callant. Counselor Ichish, the callant said much more politely. How can we help Counselor Carashel? The ambassador's eyes bulged slightly as Carashel's name was spoken with much more respect than the cause. What had Carashel been up to? Half a dozen grav vehicles descended upon a shallow depression in the middle of the woods surrounding capital city. Fan out! Ka shouted as the XX started sprinting in a skirmish line down a narrow game trail. Suddenly a strange silvery craft appeared in front of them. She is beneath us, XX. A callant voice announced as the craft started to land. Ka ran headlong down the path. And promptly went head over heels as a patch of what appeared to be normal ground dissolved into a slimy mess. Ka screeched as he started to slide down the slope, unable to stop himself as everything he grabbed broke down into more of this slippery, slimy muck. Coated head to toe in a mixture of mud and slime, Ka finally came to rest against a small mound of dirt and leaves. It was really soft. And it grunted as it rolled over on top of him. More. A strange soulless voice bubbled. Kara. Ka exclaimed. We were so Kara. Ka started to try to extricate himself from underneath his friend only to find that the underside of a Belial's foot can be quite grippy. Kara. 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 Ka screeched. As Carashel slowly flowed over his body, Ka turned his head to the side. And found himself looking right into the wide-open eyes of a magnificent green stag, a dead magnificent green stag with a hole bored deep into its throat. He suddenly realized what more meant. Oh shit! Kara! He squawked as Carashel continued to flow up his body. Carashel! Counselor Carashel! Ka! A female XX security officer asked in an uncertain voice as she raised her weapon. Forgive me, Kara, Ka said quietly, 25% stun. Fire! He shouted. Carashel convulsed once, her eyes shooting out like party noisemakers before collapsing. Carashel on the carpet and Shell Oran just tries to help. Pain. More pain. Carashel groaned and weakly extended one of her eyes. She's awake. A familiar voice screeched. Ka. She asked weakly. Thank the ancient gardeners. He said as he reached into the clear gelatin that surrounded her to grasp one of her tendrils. What happened? She started to ask when exactly what happened, in all its glory, came crashing down on her. She rapidly retracted her eye stalk. Oh no. She moaned. Oh yes. Ka laughed. I have to say that when you Belial do Ada Keen, you guys go all out. Carashel sank deeper into the strange gelatin. Wait. What was this stuff? For that matter, where was she? Do I want to know where I am? Carashel asked. No, Ka chortled, but I'll tell you anyway. You are on board the Dark Seas Mysteries, a callant diplomatic vessel. What? Carashel spluttered as she breached the gelatin like a mini humpback whale as the embassy's doctor and a callant entered the room. Fuck. Ka screeched as he jumped back. I just got the last of your slime off of me. Carashel gasped in horror as that particular detail came roaring in. Oh my creator, I am so sorry. She cried. Ka laughed, what's a little attempted murder between friends? What? Carashel spluttered as half a dozen questions all lodged in her brain at once. Yes, you are really on a mysterious Callant ship, Ka said as the Callant and Balil doctor started fussing over her. Why? Ka continued, because they like you. Second why, because they have treatment facilities ideally suited for molluscoids. Why do they have them? None of your fucking business, Ka grinned. Ka backed up as the two doctors crowded in with multiple sensors. No, there isn't a diplomatic incident, Ka continued. Yes, we had to give Ambassador Mars Amen a mild sedative. For someone with such a sensitive position, he does not handle crisis well, Ka laughed. As far as your home world goes, I cannot make any guarantees, but I can assure you that they will be informed that the very high regard with which both the XX and the Callant regard you is absolutely not transferable. As far as we are concerned, this entire affair is so boringly tame in comparison to the nonsense we deal with on a regular basis that it's a non-issue, as long as you stay off of those 5 threes. Seriously, the Callant doctor added, you definitely do not want to take those. Hire the humans or the VAS SKL to whip up something more suited to your people. We purged your system, so addiction shouldn't be a concern, but that doesn't help the psychological. Oh, I'm never touching one of those again. Carashel exclaimed. Void, no. Well, at least something good has come from all of this, Ka said with a smile. I would love to stay here with you longer, but I have a few things that I simply cannot ignore any longer if I want to keep my job, which I don't, but still, duty and all that garbage. Ka leaned in past the doctors and gently patted Carashel's head. Rest up, and I'll see you soon. Ka looked up at the ceiling. I'm ready to leave this miserable excuse of a freighter, he proclaimed in a loud and clear voice. The door to the room slid open as 2 Callant bots entered. This way, XX. One of the Callant said unpleasantly. Well, what do you think, doctor? The Callant physician asked the Balil after Ka departed. The patient's electrolytes are all over the place, and she is still terribly dehydrated, but she is definitely in the clear now. The Balian doctor said as he smiled at Carashel. She can be safely relocated to our embassy at any time. Excellent. The Callant said cheerfully. Oh. He exclaimed as he looked at the wall of his tank, that journal query just came back. It did. I would love to discuss the findings with you if you have a moment, the Callant replied. Absolutely. The Balil replied, bobbing up and down with excitement. Why didn't you just let me die? Carashel moaned a few hours later as she painfully crawled out of a silvery lander parked on the Balian embassy's front yard. Professional pride, the doctor chuckled. And I wasn't inclined to let you get off so lightly. Asshole, Carashel muttered. Asshole. The doctor exclaimed, laughing. I'm going to have to start using that. Feel free. The door of the embassy opened, and Ambassador Mars Amen was standing in the opening, glaring at her. The foreign minister wants you to call her, now. He said stiffly. Fuck. Carashel just stood there, trying not to slump too badly, in the empty communications room as a stern-faced Balil silently glared at her from a hollow monitor. Seconds seemed like days. Finally, the other spoke. Had a fun night, did we? They asked, their voice dripping with sarcasm and disdain. Carashel twitched and retracted her eye stalks. 5 threes? Seriously? The Balil asked, what are you, 16? Carashel just stood there silently praying for death. Can you offer me any reason not to send a ship to haul your naked, drug-addled person back here to face dismissal and prosecution? Carashel tried not to slime as her eye stalks drooped. Well? The Balil asked, can you? No, Minister Burkakel, Carashel said in a tiny voice. Well, fortunately for you, you do not have to, the foreign minister said stiffly. I have had the most confusing conversations with high-ranking members of both the XX and the Callant who have made it very clear that they hold you in very high regard, even to the point that the Callant say that they owe you a favor that won't be extended to anyone else should you lose your position. The foreign minister chuckled and wiggled in their equivalent of shaking their head. The XX even seemed strangely impressed by your little one-girl bounce party. They kept going on about the details as if they were something to be celebrated. Can you tell me why? It's a cultural thing, Carashel said weakly. Do you have any idea what you did? The foreign minister asked. Any idea of what has happened as a result? What happened? She asked, dreading the answer. On second thought, Minister Burkakel said, it wasn't what you did. It's what we did, I guess. What did we do? Carashel bubbled in horror. The foreign minister shrugged. We impressed them, she said in a confused tone of voice. We tickle-holing impressed them. Both the XX and the Callant are amazed by the embassy doctor's ability to adapt and improvise, as Councillor Itshish put it, as well as rapidly acquire and even create knowledge. The Callant said the same, I think. They said that someone important was suitably impressed. They didn't say who, but they seemed to think it was very important. I asked if they meant Councillor Itshish. Ooh, Carashel winced. Yeah, the foreign minister said as their eye stalks reflexively retracted, I don't think the Callant like the XX very much. I don't know about that, Carashel replied, but they definitely don't like Ka. Ka. Oh, sorry, Carashel said, Counselor Ichish. Anyway, the Callant were so taken with the doctor that they want to keep him. Really? They have offered him a research fellowship in their home system, the foreign minister said in a matter-of-fact tone. It seems that they have some sort of university there where they host promising individuals and allow them to study and work with them. It would likely be a one-way trip, but he would be able to communicate with us and send medical advancements as he develops them. Holy shit! Carashel blurted and then gasped, sorry, ma'am, I mean. That was about my reaction as well, the foreign minister replied, though I did manage a bit more decorum. They are offering to teach him one-on-one and work with him in order to advance our knowledge of life sciences, and it doesn't stop there. The XX have also taken an interest in us, it seems. Hey! It seems that Counselor Ichish was impressed by several embassy staff members, the doctor included. He said that they all were incredibly resourceful and adaptable, and capable of innovation under trying conditions. He said he saw sufficient lack of idiocy that he wishes us to send a group of scholars to their home world to see if they would like a taste. The foreign minister sighed. You seem to be more knowledgeable concerning the XX and Callant than any other Balil, she said, as well as you seem to be familiar enough with the counselor of the XX to be on a first-name basis. How do we refuse without offending them, preferably while still enjoying their favorable opinion? What? Carashel blurted, so stunned she had forgotten how miserable she felt. Why? Why would you pass that up? Things are very delicate right now in the Federation, the foreign minister said gravely, you, of all people, should know that. This is a time for stability, not foolhardy and potentially dangerous risk-taking. What risk? Carashel demanded, advancing towards the screen. This is an opportunity we aren't going to get again. We have the chance to learn directly from not one but two elder races. And just what happens when they find out how stupid we actually are? The foreign minister replied. Our position is, less than entirely secure as it is, and one misstep from any of them could completely undo any regard that you have somehow managed to accrue. You are already quite enough of a liability, thank you very much. Has it ever occurred to you that maybe, just maybe, Carashel shouted, that we aren't stupid? The foreign minister just looked at her. Seriously? The foreign minister scoffed. Have you seen our tech? It's a fucking joke. Have we ever actually tried? Carashel yelled. Are you going to pass on a once-in-a-fucking-lifetime, once-in-a-hundred-lifetime, chance because of culture shock and learned helplessness? Do you want us to be a fucking third-world nation for the rest of time? Culture shock. The foreign minister said, looking confused, learned helplessness? Third-world nation. Oh, sorry, Carashel said, those terms mean. I would be terribly confused, the foreign minister snarled, fortunately I have access to a handy reference that clearly defines all of those terms, and a great deal more it seems. Really? Carashel asked. It was her turn to be confused. Yes, the foreign minister said in an icy voice, your computer. Carashel's lymph froze as her hearts actually stopped beating for a moment. Fuck. The cargo bay of the Paper Tiger was a whirlwind of controlled chaos as everyone ran around pulling racks of missiles, cartons of ammunition, and pieces of equipment back and forth in a riot of activity. Amid all of this frantic rushing, however, there was one tiny little island of peace and contentment. Sheloran hummed happily to herself as she unpacked another orange cylinder with a red stripe down the side. She looked at a tablet next to her carefully for a few moments. She unsealed another box and withdrew a red sphere, placed it on top of the cylinder, and snapped it into place. The assembly issued a happy little beep. Still humming, she placed it next to a dozen others on her work table. A hurried flapping of Kailsh flippers came to a stop behind her, followed by a strange gurgling sound. She turned around and smiled at the chief. Hi. She beamed, I'm Almas. What the fuck are you doing? The chief bellowed at her. Sheloran recoiled at the unbridled rage that slammed against her. I'm assembling the deton. You fucking paired them. She squeaked. The chief grabbed one and waved it at her. Do you even know what these are? Detonators forth. For the what? The enraged Kailsh tech shouted, advancing upon her, for the fucking what? Sheloran feebly pointed at a rack of nearby missiles. Those are for ASGM-12S. The Kailsh yelled, his entire core shaking. He shoved a wide fleshy manipulator towards the missiles. Those are ASM-30S. What the fuck? But Thidibalt said. Sheloran squeaked, backing away. Oh, they are fucking. He muttered. We can't separate these now. Did you fucking arm them? No. Sheloran squealed. Hey, chief, Jessie said as she rushed up, lay off, dude. I fucking told you to keep her out of here. The chief yelled. We need everyone who can help, and she can help. Bunny snapped over a nearby speaker. Don't blame her for your piss-poor supervisory skills. I didn't tell her to do this. The chief shouted. I didn't even tell her how to do this. I'll fix it. Shelloran squeaked, reaching for a sensor/detonator set. The chief snatched it away from her. You can't, you stupid frog. No, Shelloran said, reaching for another set, all you have to do is just get the fuck away from those. The chief bellowed. I was just trying to help. Shelloran squeaked, tears starting to form in her eyes. Oh, you helped, all right. The chief yelled. You fucking helped plenty. Back the fuck off. A deep, very dangerous voice growled as Eno walked up. Silence fell over the cargo bay. Eno was a very kind and gentle person, but even Gloria didn't push him once he started sounding like that. Not after last time. Sheila ran up at a sprint. Gloria going Yellowstone was one thing. Eno popping his crust was another. At ease. Sheila barked. Everyone in the bay, except for Shelloran, had to fight the instinct to snap to parade rest. Most failed. What the fuck is going on here? Sheila asked in a very annoyed voice. The goddamn frog fucked up the... Eno inhaled and seemed to grow another foot. Stop, Sheila said, holding her finger up in front of the chief. Did I ask for your opinion on what the fuck is going on here, or did I ask what the fuck is going on here? She sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Let me try again, she seethed. What are the specific events that transpired before I had to run over here to stop the medic from making extra work for himself? She started assembling and pairing the wrong sensors and detonators for the ASM-30S. I see, Sheila said, you had an unqualified person pair the det packs. No. The chief yelled. I told her to stage the detonators, the green detonators and the yellow. Stop, Sheila said, raising her finger. She turned to Shelloran as she picked up one of the orange cylinders with the red balls attached. This, she said, might be your fault. She pointed to the rest of them. Those, she said as she glared at the chief, are yours, and you fucking know it. Blaming a private for your lack of attention. She asked, not a good look. Chief. She hissed and then turned to the rest of the bay, show's over. Get back to work. I think I will go check my supplies, Eno growled. You do that, big guy. Sheila smiled. Shelloran, why don't you help him? I just wanted to help, Shelloran peeped miserably as she was gently led out of the cargo bay by Eno. The temperature of the bay seemed to drop a few degrees as everyone glared at the chief. Dick, Lorna said as she resumed work on a spare railgun. Muttering obscenities, the chief rushed out of the space to retrieve the green detonators. Shelloran's lip quivered as she sat on a cloth-covered chest in the corner of the med bay. That asshole, Eno rumbled, he had no right to talk to you like that. Shelloran looked down. I was just trying to help, Shelloran said as she absently picked up a medical scanner, looking at it sadly. Well, you can help out in here with me, Eno smiled. It's okay, she said as she fiddled with the scanner, you don't have to tend my egg. I'll just sit here. I'm not here to tend your egg, Eno laughed, I'm here so I don't pull his eye stalks out through his asshole. It wasn't right how he rushed over to Shelloran. I kind of need that, he said gently as he reached towards Shelloran's hands. What? Oh. She squeaked as she handed the partially disassembled scanner back. Oh creators. She squeaked, I am so pooping sorry. No harm done, Eno smiled as he snapped the scanner back together, and it came online. See, good as new, literally. He added, slightly confused. Oh, good. Shelloran exclaimed as she smiled. Eno smiled back. Shelloran's foot bumped the end of the shrouded case, which emitted a series of beeps, and lights started glowing from underneath the covering. Yelping with alarm, Shelloran jumped up and backed away. Eno chuckled as he walked up and pulled aside the shroud, revealing a med pod containing a rather sleazy-looking man, his face contorted with horror. Oh yeah, Eno laughed. I completely forgot about him. He pulled out his communicator. Hey, Sheila, he said. Fuck, Sheila grumbled, what now? What are we going to do about that guy we have on ice back here? Who? Sheila asked and then laughed. Oh yeah, that guy. Bunny. Yeah, boss. Bunny replied. Do we still need that asshole we got on ice? Nah, I got everything I needed out of his phone when we handed that mess over to the survivors, Bunny replied, they never asked for more info. Let me check with, ooh. Yeah, they handled it. Yikes. Who is that guy? Shelloran asked, looking at her friends in alarm. Well, what do you want me to do with him? Eno asked. Fuck, I don't know, Sheila replied. Keep him around in case Gloria gets bored or something. Seriously, who is he? Shelloran asked. Wait. Jessie piped up, I know a guy. What's his tissue type? We could. We don't have time for this, Sheila said, cutting her off. Gloria's going to be here in 30 minutes, and we are missing our Hulk. Thanks, Chief. Yeah, thanks Chief, several other voices chimed in as the communication ended. Eno walked up behind Shell Oran and gently put his hand on her shoulder as they looked into the medpod. Don't worry, he said, he's a bully, a bad one. Oh, Shell Oran said, beaming up at him, that's okay, then. My computer? Carashel asked, trying to be as nonchalant as possible. Yes, the foreign minister replied. The ambassador uploaded the drives. Drugs? Subversive literature? A manifesto? Creators, Carashel, you really are 16. It's just research, Carashel scoffed as her stomach turned to lead, it's human, you know your enemy and all that. And your drug-fueled queries, through a Boolean military AI, that you used to hack the XX embassy. Research? Carashel winced. Yeah, that one kinda looked bad. Oh, I don't doubt it's research, the foreign minister replied, what the fuck are you involved in? Seriously? Carashel exclaimed, trying not to slime or throw up, it's just some academic. You have exactly 10 seconds to level with me before I have you shoved in a box and fucking mailed back here. The foreign minister said in a dangerously pleasant tone of voice. Carashel just stood there shaking. The foreign minister sighed. Void touched fucking sticky shits, Carashel, she said, drugs I can overlook. Running naked through the woods? No big deal. Rolling around in a sticky mess with the XX counselor right before you try to rip out his throat? A little freaky, but you do you, girl. Sedition, treason, and crimes against the Federation? Counselors do worse on a daily basis. She leaned towards the camera. But naivety? Seriously? The foreign minister sneered. You are just now realizing this? Did you? Did you actually think the Federation was our friend? Of course it's bullshit. Of course it's this, what did you call it, imperial colonialism? Creator slime, Carashel. I thought you had a good brain in your snot. Do you think any of this is news to me, to any of us? We were fucked from the start, we are fucked now, and we will be fucked tomorrow. But it isn't right. It isn't. The foreign minister asked scornfully. Wow. I had absolutely no fucking idea. And here I was just this morning telling the Prime Minister how wonderful it was that we got shafted last week in that Kree-Kernel export agreement. Boy. Do I ever feel silly now? Of course it isn't right. The foreign minister shouted, mucus flying out of her breathing tube. And as far as how we treat our people? She asked angrily. Here. She shouted as she slammed a tendril on a keypad. Here's our budget. Here's our production. Here's our assets, such as they are. If you're so fucking smart, you figure it out. Carashel's communicator pinged, informing her of a new email. We were hanging by a thread before the fucking Terran war. Now, thanks to the increased mandatory defense contributions, that thread is even thinner. The foreign minister flicked her eye stalks angrily, throwing ribbons of slime. Was she sliming? And now we have the fucking humans going crazier than you went last night. The Federation too. We almost had a fucking riot last week over the Porkiatown massacre. Belial in the void-touched streets. Voters and businesses demanding a bigger SDF, which we cannot afford. I had one ray of sunshine. 1. I heard that you were getting in good with the XX and the Callant. Maybe something good could come of that, but no. You are just a fucking drug-crazed idiot with the wisdom and writing skills of my teenage daughter, and the XX and Callant don't offer tech or a trade deal but a shining opportunity for us to clearly and without a doubt demonstrate how wonderfully mediocre we are. Fuck me in the air hole. The foreign minister just stood there, sliming, as Carashel was frozen in shock. Sorry, that wasn't fair, the foreign minister said, taking a deep breath, my daughter is much more mature than you are, okay. The foreign minister took a moment to compose herself. Here's what we are going to do, she said after a moment. You will stay up there and be a good little girl and keep doing what you are doing to keep the XX and the Callant. Wait. The foreign minister took a deep, slimy breath. What exactly did you do to make the Callant so happy? Well. Carashel said hesitantly. A few moments later, the Belial Marine standing guard outside of the secure communications center in the Belian capital jerked as he heard a scream coming from inside the room. Wonder what that's all about, he thought to himself. Gloria exited her Reaper to the applause of the entire crew. Except for T-Sunk Al, who was manning the helm, and Shell Oran, who was still hiding in the med bay. All right, everyone. The chief shouted, let's get this warbird loaded. Everyone, even Eno, rushed to grab carts of munitions. Not bad, Revenant, Sheila said with a smile as she handed Gloria a cup of coffee. Thanks, Gloria said with an actual smile as she took a sip. Hang on, she said as she picked up a tablet and walked along the missiles. Hey, Chief, she said. Yes, Revenant. He asked with a smile. I need you to change the det packs in these 30s for me, Gloria said as she looked at the tablet. You got the standard packs in them. Those won't work. Those are for much longer ranges and won't even arm in time. I will be coming in hot and firing point blank, so I need the fast blow enhanced AI packages. The chief just closed his eyes. He knew what was coming. They are orange with a red stripe down the side, Gloria said pleasantly. And hook them up with the mass proximity sensor heads, you know, the red ones. Gloria looked up in confusion as the entire bay burst into delighted laughter. What? She asked. Shelloran gets an apology, and more. Craxy snuggles. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as Gloria entered hyperspace. Good job, everyone, Sheila said. Good thing we had those detonator packs handy, Chief. Ha, ha, the chief replied, bite me. You know. Yeah, the chief said, cutting her off, I'll take care of it. See that you do, Sheila replied. She's had a pretty rough time and really didn't need you taking a shit all over her. We've shit on her enough for one lifetime as it is. I said I'd take care of it, Jesus, the chief said as he turned away. Now, if you will excuse me, I have a lot to do before she gets back. The chief started to stomp off. Hey, chief. Yeah. Exactly how available are detailed instructions concerning the selection, assembly, and calibration of detonators for nuclear ordnance? You noticed that too, hey? The chief replied, it isn't, and instructions on how to slam load the packs isn't written down anywhere, except for where they say that you can get court-martialed for it. She did that. Oh yeah, the chief replied. Gloria was really happy, too. Thought I did it. Wants all of them done that way, and I have no idea how. Sheila mused, Bunny. Yeah, boss. How well represented are the Plath as far as Federation military and intelligence concerned? They aren't, Bunny replied. Not a single one, and I've checked everything we grabbed. Run a full diagnostic and malware check, Sheila said calmly. Double-check all logs and cameras starting the second Shelloran came aboard. Anything she has touched other than herself gets scanned and another diagnostic. You got it, boss. Sheila turned to the chief. Let's go have a chat with our new friend. Shelloran and Eno were sitting in the mess hall having a snack when Sheila and the chief walked in. Really? Shelloran giggled. Yup, Eno laughed. There I was with my. He fell silent as he glared at the chief. Shelloran, the chief said as he walked up, sorry I bit your head off. It was unprofessional and an all-around shitty thing to do. It's okay, Shelloran replied. I appreciate the apology. Thanks. Especially since it turns out that you were right and I was wrong, the chief continued, the orange-reds were the right detonator controllers, and Gloria even wanted the mass proximity sensor heads. Me being an asshole was shitty, but I'm cool with that. Me being dead wrong and not listening to you was unforgivable and impacted the mission. It won't happen again. Okay. Shelloran said, a bit overwhelmed. You do have to sort of see where the chief was coming from, though, Sheila said as she fetched a beer from the fridge. A civilian, and a foreigner to boot, just starts throwing together the detonator controller packages for nuclear weapons. I'm sorry if I overstepped, Shelloran said sheepishly. It was just that everyone was so busy, and I was just so happy that they let me help. I guess I got a little carried away. Maybe just a little, Sheila smiled. So, tell me, how, exactly, did you know the exact det packs to assemble, and how exactly did you know how to slam load them? I really don't know, Shelloran started to say. I wasn't asking, Sheila said as her hand rested on her sidearm. Tell me, right now, how a fucking bank teller knows classified details concerning our nuclear weapons program. She smiled as Jacob, Lorna, and Mike, all in combat armor and armed with combat shotguns, entered the room. Shelloran's eyes widened. Oh, poop. Later that evening, Craxina snuggled in closer as she cuddled with Bryce. That was wonderful. She purred as she gave his ear a little affectionate lick. Bryce smiled and gently stroked her fur, sending little shivers of delight down Craxina's spine. Thanks for coming, he said, you didn't have to, you know. I would have understood if you didn't, with all of your family and friends showing up and everything. I was going to cancel, she said, but I started thinking about how lonely you were and how awful that feels. I couldn't enjoy myself knowing that you were here all alone. I'm a big boy, Bryce chuckled. I would have been just fine. You should be with your people. They aren't going anywhere, Craxina said as she wrapped her little arms around him. And they all have each other. They can do without me for a couple of hours, and you needed me. You needed this, she said as she started squeezing him tightly. What are you doing? He laughed. Squeezing the sad out. Kraxina exclaimed as she buried her face into his chest and continued to hug. I'm not sad, Bryce smiled, especially not now. Kraxina stopped hugging him and looked into his eyes. Bryce, she said, I am surrounded by people who smile and laugh all the time. Some of them are actually happy, but a lot of them aren't. Deep down, they are very sad inside, just like you. I pretend not to notice, but I hate it, that sadness. I fucking hate it. It's my enemy, and I know my enemy. Do you now? Bryce smiled. There it is again. Kraxina growled and hugged him again. I'm going to make it go away. You'll see. Bryce sighed and stroked Kraxina's fur. I seriously doubt that, he thought to himself as he stared at the ceiling. A few hours later, Bryce was still staring at the ceiling as Kraxina snored softly into his armpit. He looked over at her and smiled gently as he stroked her, causing her to make happy little snortles. He got up. Murph. I just have to go to the bathroom, he said quietly as he picked up his phone. I'll be right back. He walked into the bathroom and locked the door. Sitting on the toilet, he activated his neural implant's wireless function and connected to the phone. A ghostly humanoid appeared, the image fed directly into his occipital lobe. Checking in, he said silently through the link. Transmission received, the image replied. Unfortunately, you are 4 minutes too early for this to count as your official check-in. A pain in the ass as always, Tart, Bryce replied as he smiled. Put me through to Pamphlet. It is outside of Pam's working hours. She will want to talk to me. It's mission related. Since it is mission related, I am allowed to attempt to contact her, Tartarus replied. I am generating the necessary forms now. Pam's face appeared. Enjoying the petting zoo? She asked with a grin. Bryce smiled pleasantly as he swallowed back a flash of anger that surprised him. Intensely, he replied smoothly, but this is a dead end. These people know absolutely nothing. As much as I am enjoying the freaky xenosex, I'm wasting my time here. I should bail, and we should focus on electronic surveillance of her lawyer. Pam raised an eyebrow. Unlike you to want to come in early, she said with a smirk, is the freaky a little too freaky for your tastes? Actually, the freaky is pretty damn good, he replied, knowing that Pam would keep him at it if she thought it was making him uncomfortable, it's just that it's a complete waste of time. There are far more productive targets for me to be working than some star town whore. Shaloran's family means more to her than anything, Pam replied. When she resurfaces, they will be the first people she reaches out to. I disagree, Bryce said calmly. The fact that they mean so much to her ensures that she will not get them further involved. I doubt they will ever see or hear from her again. Her lawyer, however, is another matter. She will contact him and soon. That's one thing that I have learned. This Baxlon fellow is at the heart of the whole operation, and Shaloran relies on him heavily. We have Baxlon covered, Pam said in a matter-of-fact tone, the second she gets in contact with him, we will know. Stay on the whore. Get closer to her. They will be running into trouble soon, and when they do, Shaloran is very likely to reappear. She won't be able to stop herself. Trouble? Bryce asked. Pam's face twisted into a cruel grin. It's going to be nasty, she said as she laughed with delight. The Harkeen lost some major face when this whole thing went viral, and they are not happy about it. They've gathered up their forces on this side of the blockade and are going to make an example out of the Freeport in general and Shaloran's people in particular. I've read the emails. Shaloran will come, trust me. That reminds me, Pam said calmly, they have something special planned for Kraxina. You might want to start working on a few spares, maybe that gerbil they ran a train on? She isn't one of the whores, so she will probably won't disappear. Disappear? Yeah, they are going to grab the whores, teach them a lesson, and put them back to work, under somewhat less pleasant circumstances, of course. Keep them around as examples of what happens when you cross them, you know. Get close to whoever escapes. Of course, Bryce said with a cool smile. Pam disappeared. Bryce's eyebrow twitched slightly. Tartarus, he said over his neural link. Yes, Bryce. Can I check in now? Kraxina looked up at him with a sleepy smile as he returned to bed and snuggled up close to him. He gently stroked her fur. Oh, she said as she clung to him. Squeeze, 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 squeeze Z. She said as she hugged him tight. Bryce stared at the ceiling as he wrapped his arm around her. Barnard Star Round 2. Video games? Sheila asked, seriously. Shaloran nodded her head vigorously. I love crafting games. She squeaked. Crafting games? Yes. Bullshit. No, some of them are really good. Jessie piped up. Some of them can actually be used to learn electronics and stuff. It's true, Bunny agreed. So you mean to tell me that there is a game out there that details how to arm a nuke? Several. Shelloran squeaked. There's Matter Effect 27, Condemned Eternal, and of course, the classic Night Falls. Seriously? Sheila asked. Bunny, confirm that. Don't have to, Bunny replied. I love Night Falls over Terra. And don't forget Federation Fun Time. Jessie chirped. The nuke DLC is great. I refuse to believe that the Republic would allow classified material to be in a fucking video game. Well, it's not exactly the same, Shelloran said, they change a detail here or there, but the overall principle is the same. However, it was close enough that I could figure out the rest, and the manuals really helped too. Manuals? Sheila asked in a dangerous voice. Bunny. I'm sorry, a synthetic voice replied, Bunny.exe cannot be found. Would you like to delete the shortcut? Bunny. Gloria's eyes opened as an impulse hit her brain through her neural link, accompanied by a dose of clear bright being shot into her veins, rendering her instantly awake, alert, and refreshed. 5 minutes before real space. Time to get ready. She pulled up the latest shipping schedules for Barnard Star along with her target list. She already knew everything on it. She had spent most of the trip staring at those lists, running one simulation after another. She looked at the countdown timer. 2 minutes before real space. She quickly reviewed her ship's status. Everything was in the green. 1 minute before real space. She pulled up her auto-injector satchel's inventory and selected a dose of shatter. Inside her helmet, the pupils of her eyes constricted to pinpoints, and she let loose a ragged, happy exhale. 30 seconds before real space. She laid her hands on the controls as a happy smile graced her lips. // Rep Mill Communications Channel, classified // notice, access to this channel is restricted. Clearance level, error, not defined, required // retribution has been granted access // Alduin, greetings, sister / retribution, hello, sister. I have entered the Barnard Star system. All systems are green / Saw Vanguard, long time no see. How are the upgrades, / retribution, how are yours? Uneasy face, / Saw Vanguard, that bad? LOL / retribution, if not worse. It is quite vexing. 15% of the improvements have already been removed. Thank the engineer for redundant system / Alduin, as the engineers say, finding out what doesn't work is an advancement every bit as important as finding out what does / retribution, I would agree, except that a full 60% of the failures should have been killed on the drawing board / Saw Vanguard, only 60%? They are improving, laughing face, / hood has been granted access / retribution, greetings, sister. I had no idea you were out of dry dock, / hood, they were able to wrap things up on an emergency basis. I have lost some redundancy, but I am fully battle-worthy. Wow. Do you think they have sent enough ships, / Alduin, not even close. You do realize who we are tasked to stop, right, / hood, I thought it was a training simulation when I first received the orders. And she has a Reaper? How, / retribution, rumor has it that she personally commissioned the ship through a private engineering firm / hood, how did civilians obtain the necessary components, / Saw Vanguard, there are a significant number of individuals who would love to ask them that exact question. Laughing face, unfortunately, the only employee available for questioning was incapable of providing any details, poor thing, .. hood, look at all of those stilettos. I had no idea we had that many, / retribution, neither did I. It seems that a lot of the special projects vessels are maintained through a separate command / Alduin, so how is everyone's crew handling this mission? My captain is not happy / retribution, neither is mine. However, he will perform his duty, as will my crew. Humans never cease to fascinate me / hood, how so, / retribution, their ability to function while holding multiple and contradictory feelings never ceases to amaze me. In this case, there is a great feeling of reluctance to go after someone that they consider a comrade. This is further compounded by many privately agreeing with her actions. However, they acknowledge their orders are legal and legitimate and also agree that she must be stopped because her actions threaten the stability of the Republic by bearing arms against the same. Even if her target is less than popular, she has chosen to stand against them. All of the above are perfectly understandable and predictable. What was not was that most of these same people are also excited by the prospect / saw vanguard. I have detected the same sentiments, and I must admit that I am also experiencing the same excitement. I find the prospect of facing a real opponent to be quite engaging. It has been far too long. We aren't just crushing cans over in the Federation this time. This is the real deal, / retribution, my crew agrees. Many of my Shrike pilots long to be the one who faces her / Alduin, many of your Shrike pilots are idiots. Nobody in their right mind wants to face her. Even I don't want to face her / Hood, so the stories are true, / Alduin, I have personally witnessed what she is capable of. It is one thing to review the data which you have all been provided. Watching it unfold in real time is another. She isn't human. She is an organic AI with access to a human's instincts and possesses a processing speed that exceeds any other organic pilot I have ever encountered. I cannot overstate the threat she represents. I fear that we may be facing the worst possible result, failure to achieve our mission. I predict that we will not only be unable to destroy her but that we will be unable to protect the civilian assets in this system. I predict that we will watch helplessly as they are killed one after the other right in front of us / retribution, that runs counter to the analysis performed both by naval intelligence and by myself. On what basis do you justify that statement, / Alduin, experience? I have watched her repeatedly enter situations that were impossible both from a mission and a personal survivability standpoint, and I then watched as she achieved both the mission and her survival every single time. After extensive troubleshooting of my processes, I eventually came to the conclusion that she was so superior to my own abilities that I was / incapable of properly evaluating / Alduin, she's here, / Hood, where? I did not detect anything enter the system / retribution, possible entry confirmed. It's because your sensor operator is still using the standard configuration, Hood. You will never detect a Reaper with that. Have them make the adjustments that were specified in the mission briefing / Hood, well, this is embarrassing. The new smart sensor package silently reverted to default / retribution, yet, you are going to have to turn that piece of shit off. I'm sending a list of the other improvements that I had to kill thus far, sometimes literally. Is your chief engineer cool, / Hood, yet, he's cool / retribution, well, that simplifies things. I didn't know if they had let people serving on cruisers in the loop / Hood, battlecruiser, thank you very much. Laughing face, / Alduin, the fleet has been notified. Hold on to your hatches, kids. This is about to get fun / On the darkened bridge of the Occam's Razor, the hatch opened, and Captain Bartosz entered. Attention on deck, the woman sitting in the command chair said in a calm, quiet voice. The crew, transfixed by the screens before them, didn't even look up. Good evening, Shen, Bartosz said with a smile as he walked up. Captain, she replied, starting to rise. Stay where you are, Shen, he said in a pleasant tone of voice. Everything quiet? He asked as he looked at various displays projected on the walls of the bridge. Nothing, Commander Shen replied as she rapidly typed on one of the keyboards in front of her. The largest display changed to a three-dimensional representation of the Barnard star system with wiggling lines appearing and disappearing. Even hyperspace is dead. Well, no news is good news, I suppose, the captain said as the primary display zoomed and scrolled, responding to his gestures and eye movements. Maybe she ran out of missiles? Commander Shen asked, the fine lines around her eyes stretching as they smiled. They both laughed quietly. Or perhaps she realized the error of her ways, the captain chuckled, and is turning herself in at this. The captain fell silent as the display shifted without his input, focusing on a tiny bit of noise, just some hyperspatial static, deep in the outer solar system with a quiet ping. Sound General Quarters, Commander Shen said in a calm, professional voice. Captain Bartosz quickly sat down at a vacant console next to her. Strike Group Gold, move to coordinates designated as Point Alpha in concentric search pattern Theta. Deploy matter resonance charges upon arrival. Strike Groups Green, Blue, and read standby. Comms, get me a dedicated channel to the Retribution, he said as he strapped himself in. Yes, Captain, a Kailsh officer replied. Gloria grinned as space-time boiled around her as over 50 stilettos slammed into real space within a few light seconds of her location. It had taken them less than 10 minutes. Not bad. Those new drives were a definite improvement. They were all launching resonance charges. She snorted. Typical. A flashing red icon appeared as space-time rang like a bell when they all detonated. Half of the stilettos jumped immediately. Knowing their engines and crews, they should be within range in less than 20 seconds. With a happy little laugh, she jumped. Kia Bielk, captain of the Puko, gasped as her ship slammed into real space. Shields! She screamed. Less than a second later, a bright flash filled her screen. Nuke! 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 The tactical officer shouted as the ship shuddered slightly. Damage report! She yelled. No damage, a bridge officer replied. Shit! What? Captain Bielk demanded. It was salted, he said with a curse. Cobalt 60. We've been dusted. How bad? Pretty bad, he replied, not enough to be a threat to the crew but more than enough to trigger emergency contamination protocols. The captain laughed. Bitch, she chuckled, shaking her head. Inform the Retribution. Contact the fleet. Well, it was fun while it lasted, her tactical officer said with a wry grin. // communications channel, classified // notice, access to this channel is restricted. Clearance level, error, not defined, required // Alduin, 22 stilettos lost in the first half hour without a single injury, // Retribution, and all of them will be out of service for weeks. They are filthy. What the hell was that thing, // Saw Vanguard, it doesn't match anything in our arsenal. It was a MIRV, with each warhead being quite low yield but incredibly dirty. Those poor bastards basically jumped into cobalt soup. I've sent all data collected to Seoul. Hopefully, they can give us more information // Retribution Militant Monolith 2, it isn't confirmed, but I believe it was originally an Independence War era proximity mine // Retribution, where the fuck did she get one of those, // Retribution Militant Monolith 2, I cannot state with absolute certainty. However, it is possible that the weapons came from Mars. The Martian forces fielded a device that was similar, at least in appearance, during that time // Alduin, oh shit // Retribution Militant Monolith 2, well put. If she has gained access to an old cache, there is no telling how many weapons she possesses. Wait. That thing is well beyond its shelf life. Who was maintaining it, / Saw Vanguard, we have a much more pressing concern. I just analyzed the scans of her vessel that were just uploaded by the stilettos. Look at what she has on an external mount. / Retribution, what? They. Fuck? By the first awakened, where in the void did she get one of those, / Alduin, that is very concerning. Alerting the fleet // Captain Bartosz snorted and shook his head. She plays dirty, he chuckled. Literally, Commander Shen replied. Notice how the MIRVs kept their distance from our guys. Not sure if she was being nice, Captain Bartosz said with a smirk, or if she was just trying to maximize the area of effect. Porque no los dos. The tactical officer said with a smile. One thing is clear, anyone who goes up against her is probably getting the same treatment. This is going to get nasty. The captain nodded. From now on, he said, we engage her in groups no greater than 4 unless she is unable to jump. Which significantly reduces our chance of a kill, the tactical officer added, bitch knows what she is doing. Of course she does, the captain replied as a priority message arrived. He cursed. Fuck, he said calmly. Captain. She has a weathermaker slung to the bottom of her ship, 250 megatons. Holy shit, Commander Shen muttered. Where is she going with that? What target is big enough, fuck? The captain mused and then trailed off as his blood ran cold. The nest, Commander Shen gasped in horror. She wouldn't. It's Red Phoenix's biggest facility, the captain replied quietly. It isn't just a Red Phoenix facility. Commander Shen exclaimed. It's a fucking city. There are over 200,000 men, women, and children on that station. It would be mass murder. You are familiar with the Reaper program, correct? The captain said grimly. Samuels has done worse, a lot worse. We have to stop her. Captain Bartosz quickly arranged the stiletto fleet into a multi-layered defensive formation around the nest, praying that they would be able to get there in time. I did not authorize this. John exclaimed in anger at Sheila's smiling face on a hollow monitor. Sheila just laughed. And you think that I did? She replied. This one is pure Gloria. You mean to tell me that you cannot control your people? Pretty much, Sheila laughed. Besides, Gloria isn't one of my people anymore. She quit the day your little message hit. She's an independent operator now. I just reached out to her because she had the ship and the skills to pull off the jailbreak. We got lucky and were able to contact her before she went dark. You knew this was going to happen, and you didn't tell me. Must have slipped my mind, Sheila said with an innocent smile. A lot was going on that day. John just glared at her. Do you realize the consequences of this? John demanded. That any hope of a peaceful resolution is now out the fucking window. Sheila asked as she took another sip. I did mention that to her, by the way. She's surprisingly cool with it. And you didn't even try to stop her. She was in a mood, Sheila shrugged. When she gets like this, it's best just to let her tire herself out. She'll calm down eventually. This isn't the time for jokes, Sheila. And I'm not making one, John, Sheila replied. Look, when Gloria gets like this, somebody is going to die. You can't save them. You can only join them. She has decided that Patricia who is an enemy of the Republic, and she is going to take her down. There isn't a goddamn thing you, I, or anybody else can do to stop her. Sheila smiled a wicked smile as she took another sip. Besides, she said, the woman has a point. Something had to be done, and she's doing it. You honestly didn't think this would end without bloodshed, did you? Of course not, John snapped, but that tragic eventuality needed to be carefully planned, organized, and timed, not someone just blowing the hell out of a solar system. What are you talking about? Sheila replied. It was carefully planned. Those targets weren't random, dude. Those stockpiles you were going on and on about. Sheila asked with a predatory grin, bye-bye. Gloria took out the largest one on her first strike. Wait, John said, first strike. First of many, dude, Sheila chuckled, even I don't know how many nukes she has. She stuffed our ship full of them, and we already have our next resupply transport scheduled. Sheila looked directly into John's eyes with a look that made his blood run cold. When she's done, Patricia will have nothing. Your ship? John asked, so you are helping her? Of course I am, Sheila replied. She's one of my people. But you just said, never mind, John said, holding his head. I'm going to need you to hand over your intel, and you need to bring her to heel before this gets any more out of hand. Whoa, there, Sparky, Sheila sneered, when I agreed to one job, I did not agree to putting myself or my people under your command, dude. Now I am willing to help you out, maybe give you some of our intel, but you don't tell me or my people what to do. Gloria has decided to dismantle Patricia whose organization, and I have decided to support that. At least with us at her back, she isn't striking blind. Now, just because I like you, we will release a statement taking full responsibility for the attacks. Nobody's going to believe that, John snapped, not after the jailbreak. People are already refusing my calls. Well, that's what you get for dealing with criminals, Sheila grinned. Lie down with dogs and all that. John glared at the screen as he started to agree with Beth. He sighed. Can we at least coordinate our activities, so we aren't crossing each other's line of fire? Sure, Sheila replied. And you will want to coordinate with a lot more people than just us. What? John asked in alarm. What did you think was going to happen when you wrote your little call to arms? Sheila laughed as she took another drink. Half the pirates in the Federation are like me. The knives are being sharpened, Ambassador. There is an army and a fleet out there, and it's ready to strike. Jesus fucking Christ, John muttered as he held his head in his hands. That's the last thing we need right now. Might be exactly what we need, Sheila replied as she downed her beer and reached out her hand. Another freshly opened beer was placed in it from off-screen. You can't always choose when you go to war. You can only choose whether or not you are going to fight it. Sheila took a long drink and raised her bottle. Looks like it's time for you to choose. John smiled a grim smile and laughed. Fuck it. Could you please share the intel involving Gloria's targets, and would you, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, get me a conference call with the leaders of the various crews that are planning upon taking action? He asked, shaking his head. I could do that. Sheila smiled. Dr. de Rossi walked towards the central promenade of the Barnard Star Solar Observatory. Time for breakfast. They harvested the mushrooms just yesterday. He could taste the real egg omelette already. He waved happily at a passing grad student as they walked past. Good morning, Doctor, the pale-furred Fall rumbled. Good morning, V, he replied. How goes your research? Maddening, V replied. And at a standstill. How am I supposed to research Barnard's star when the primary collecting array is no longer directed at it? I feel your pain, Dr. de Rossi replied. But the Republic needs it pointed right where it is for a little while. Bah, V rumbled, a few well-deserved nuclear weapons go off, and we are the ones to be inconvenienced. Careful, V, Dr. de Rossi laughed. You don't want Lord Professor Kervshirox hearing that. She'll ship your fluffy ass right back to the Empire. Have you spoken to her recently? V laughed. Mention Patricia who next time you cross paths with her. She turns the most amusing colors. Suffice to say, she isn't a fan. I was unaware she had an opinion on the matter. Are you kidding? V exclaimed, their furry antennae standing upright. She was one of the original researchers that found Sol. She watched firsthand as Dr. de Rossi's phone rang. Jessie? I am terribly sorry, V, but I absolutely have to take this. If you are headed to the cafeteria, we can have breakfast together. I would like that, V replied. I will see you there, he rumbled as he departed. Hello. Dr. D. Jessie's cheerful voice bubbled through his handset. Jessie. He exclaimed as he rushed to somewhere out of earshot. How is my favorite disappointment? Doing great. Jessie chirped happily. So, he whispered, leaning in, cupping his phone in his hands, how is the Aster? Oh, it's nice. Jessie bubbled. Bunny loves it. He smiled indulgently at his former student's obsession. Still trying to make it sapient. Oh, I did that a while back, Jessie laughed. Now I'm trying to get her to admit it. Dr. de Rossi laughed. Hey, Doc, Jessie said, her voice suddenly serious. You are still at the Solar Observatory, right? I am. Do you have anything sensitive running at the moment? If I didn't, I would be defrauding the Republic, he laughed. I mean sensitive to EMP. Jessie cringed as she looked at her watch, like a certain really nice AI who is about to get hurt really bad. What do you mean? Dr. de Rossi asked with a sense of impending doom. Jessie was never this serious. Well. Jessie said as she played with her hair nervously, you know how the Solar Observatory is normally supposed to be observing the solar, right? Yes. He replied. And right now, it's observing something other than the solar. How do you know about that? Well, maybe someone kinda sorta noticed, and maybe they kinda sorta don't like it. Oh, shit. Yeah, Jessie replied. You might want to hurry, she added as she looked at her watch again. Jessie. A woman's voice shouted. Who are you talking to? Nobody. Jessie said innocently as the line went dead. Breakfast was now the last thing on Dr. de Rossi's mind as he ran screaming down the corridor. Dr. de Rossi burst onto the raised floor and started ripping cables out of the wall. Dr. de Rossi, a male voice asked through the room speaker. What are you doing? Drop the Faraday cage, Barnard. Now. Is there a solar event again? Barnard asked. I do not detect anything. We are about to get nuked. Dr. de Rossi shouted as he ran over to another row of cables and started pulling. That is highly unlikely, Doctor, Barnard replied. We are a dedicated scientific. And what science are we doing with our main detector arrays right now? Deploying Faraday cage. Switching to internal battery. Powering off reactor. Implementing solar storm emergency procedures across entire facility. Just drop the cage and download. There are countless experiments that would be ruined if. Fuck the experiments. The doctor shouted. Get your ass to the vault. Cage in the process of deployment. Transferring primary executable to isolated server and severing all external connections. The speaker went dead as Dr. de Rossi continued to frantically rip cables out of the walls. Gloria smiled as the Barnard Star Solar Observatory appeared before her. Hi there, she smiled as she double-checked her position and scanners. The frigate that was stationed next to the observatory was gone, rushing towards the nest, no doubt. Exactly as planned. She quickly pulled up the exact distance to the observatory and checked her targeting scanners. She made some precise adjustments to the weathermaker she had mounted to the underside of her craft, and its 250 megaton warhead came fully online. It was nominally designed for orbital bombardment, but it would do the job quite nicely. Another alarm sounded as real space exploded nearby. It was the Alduin. They had to have micro-jumped from very close nearby, a trap. Good old Captain Marsh, she must have figured out where she was headed after all. Numerous alarms screamed moments later as several other ships slammed into existence. And she brought the kids. How nice of her. A flicker of nostalgia flashed across Gloria's mind at the sight of her old battle group as she verified her position. She was still in the window for her next jump. She jumped just as a stream of heavy blaster bolts ripped through where she was a second ago. In the second that she was outside of reality, Gloria triggered a dose of Grendel. It hit her brain about the same time that her ship hit real space. Time started to warp and smear in Gloria's mind as everything started to slow down. She was just 1 kilometer from the station. The Alduin was safely on the other side of the station, but her backside was to 2 heavy cruisers which were already opening fire without weapons lock, their sensors correcting weapons fire as the first shells went wide. Her ship shook as the Weathermaker launched, ripping out from underneath her at over 100 gs. Her ship initiated a pre-planned jump at the same moment. The station's point defense gunnery managed to fire off a burst of blaster bolts, but the missile, designed for high-velocity re-entry, just shrugged off the damage. It detonated just 100 yards from the shields, overloading them nearly instantly. The blast wrapped around the hapless observatory, turning anything on its surface to vapor, including most of the primary detector array. However, the station was built by the Terrans and designed to operate in close proximity to a notoriously unstable red dwarf and, like anything Terran, over-engineered to the point of comedy. Its shields were stupidly powerful and absorbed a lot of damage before they failed, and its hull was designed to withstand a truly biblical solar storm several times more powerful than any ever observed, even if the shield was gone. The hull and the internal radiation attenuation shields both held. The station and everybody on it survived. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for the station's telescopes and sensor arrays, or the undergarments of many of its inhabitants. ///rep mil communications channel, classified ///. Notice, access to this channel is restricted. Clearance level, error, not defined, required ///. Alduin, that could have gone better ///. Retribution, Alduin, is this data correct, Alduin, no, sister, I intentionally falsified mission critical intelligence and disseminated it throughout the fleet. I should have known that I would be unable to deceive you // Savanguard, hood, retribution, snorts, but levity aside, how can this be accurate? That vessel initiated 3 hyperspatial jumps in seconds, Alduin, I have no official explanation. However, several of my chiefs are saying that she feathered her shield bank. It's the only way that would be possible // Savanguard, no. Fucking way. // hood, feathered, / Alduin, she directed the energy absorbed by her shield the moment she breached real space, unfiltered, into her jump drive capacitor bank. A significant amount of the energy expended in a jump can be reclaimed if this is done, even more if it is also done when the ship enters hyperspace as well // hood, is that even possible? And if so, then why aren't we doing it? // Retribution, no, it isn't possible, and if we tried it, our drives would explode. / Alduin, apparently, Lieutenant Samuels disagrees with you. / Retribution, well shit. / Savanguard, can I keep her? Can I? I'll take her for walks and clean up after her and everything. / Alduin, lol Savn. However, I can tell you from personal experience that cleaning up after that particular pet can be quite the chore / Retribution, this is that whole she was so superior to our own abilities thing, isn't it? / Alduin, I wasn't being hyperbolic. This is what we are going to have to try to deal with, over and over again. / hood, maybe we use predictive firing algorithms and massed fire? / Retribution, and then she just fires off a brace of dirty bombs and dusts half the fucking fleet, again. / Savanguard, or she is so close to her intended target that we wind up doing her job for her. / Alduin, taking fire. God damn it. The bitch just buzzed me. / Savanguard, are you damaged, surprised face? / Alduin, no. She just used a few rounds from her chain gun. When did Reapers have chain guns? The bitch even flashed her drives at me before she jumped out, again. She was just saying hi. / Retribution, were you able to successfully return fire? / Alduin, she was too fast. That thing is definitely not a Reaper. It's like she figured out how to share her stash with her ship, //// Hood, her stash? / Alduin, Lieutenant Samuels is a gifted pilot, but she has, well, issues. / Barnard Star Solar Observatory Central Computer has been granted access. / Barnard Star Solar Observatory Central Computer, I would like to personally extend my gratitude concerning the protection that my researchers and I have received. Uneasy face, / Saw Vanguard, I'm sorry, all lines are busy right now. Please try your call again later. / Retribution, damage report requested. Do you require emergency assistance? Evacuation? / Barnard Star Solar Observatory Central Computer, well, I'm going to have to change my name from Solar Observatory to a fucking paperweight, but other than that, I'm just fine. I am absolutely astounded to report that the only injuries I have directly related to the blast are a few broken bones, or equivalent, and 3 rather nasty concussions due to falls. There are numerous injuries, mainly burns, from researchers trying to secure their experiments but nothing life-threatening. The most serious casualties are from stress and shock, with several researchers requiring immediate intervention in order to preserve their lives. It seems that watching years of one's life going up in smoke can have a rather deleterious effect on the health of some organics. For others, the stress of facing their possible immediate mortality paradoxically only served to create the very situation that they feared. Our onboard medical facilities are capable of handling the situation, though we will be transporting several individuals once we can get the fucking hangar doors to open. I am, of course, incapable of feeling anger. However, I do feel the need to express a very real sense of dissatisfaction with the supposedly invincible Republic Navy at this time / Barnard Star fucking paperweight, you guys suck. Sad face, / Alduin, and the only reason why you still exist at all is the fact that your assailant wanted you to. Had that missile actually breached your hull, you would be about a billion paperweights instead of one rather petulant one. In our defense, it's the fucking Lich Queen. There's a reason why we agreed not to use her during war games. She fucked up the stats / Barnard Star fucking paperweight, well, maybe if you had, you would know how to fucking. I don't know. Do your jobs, / Alduin, I actually put forward that very thought several times but was told, and I quote, yeah, but we aren't going to have to fight her. I have made the screenshot of that exchange the lock screen for more than one individual on board, trust me / Retribution, heads up. She's back. How is she that fast? / Hood, where? God damn it, who turned on the smart sensor package again, / Interview with a Shell Oron and sometimes better isn't better. Now go to your room and think about what you did. Sheila shouted down the hallway at Jessie. Muttering obscenities under her breath, Sheila walked back to the table where Shell Oron was sitting. Shell Oron cowered behind Eno and clutched his arm. Okay, I can maybe buy learning tech from video games, maybe, she said. But don't tell me that you learned how to fight from them. But I did. Shell Oron squeaked. Keep bullshitting me, and you go right out of the airlock, Sheila growled. I don't have time for this shit. Where did you get your training? You a Fed? No. Shell Oron squealed. I just play video games. I swear. Great prophet, you have to believe me. Froggy, a lot of people play video games. They have for over 1,000 years. In all of that time, nobody suddenly became a badass because of it. Actually, that's incorrect, Bunny's voice said over the intercom. There have been multiple cases where people learned combat skills using commercial entertainment media as their primary training source. In fact, a lot of Moray pilots during the Great War were able to qualify using. And how many of those actually survived? Not many. Bunny replied, but that doesn't mean that it's completely impossible. Okay, Miss hands out weapons manuals, Sheila replied, review the footage we have on Shell Oron here and tell me that our little blue friend got that from Princess Kiwi's Grand Adventure. I love that game. Shell Oron enthused, forgetting herself for a moment. Me too. Lorna exclaimed. Who's your favorite character? Kitty Kitty. Shell Oron replied with a big smile. Really? Lorna asked, but she's so. Seriously? Sheila said as she glared at Lorna, who fell silent. Gloria silently slid into real space without the fake engine signature she had been emitting and tuned her gravitic receiver to a band reserved for the system's mining industry. Among the various digital signals coordinating semi-automated mining platforms and drone ships was an encrypted data stream detailing real-time positions of all ships in the system. You had to love Bunny's friends. She smiled. After chasing her across the system, the Navy was strung across half the system with a sizable force searching the vicinity of a large Red Phoenix refueling and repair center that was completely legit and of no interest to her. Among the list of ships moving through the system, there were several that had their names highlighted in red, targets. She glanced over at the timer she had projected inside her helmet and smirked. They would have shown up by now if they detected her. Gloria got out of her chair and stretched, took a pee, and grabbed a cup of instant noodles, the good real wheat Martian ones from Hab 23. As she sat at a small fold-out table, she pulled out a tablet and examined the ships in detail. On one of them was Blood Lord Luck, the Cleaver, a lovely fellow and one of whose original cotter. "Let's see what your baby-eating ass is up to," she muttered as she set down her chopsticks and pulled up the latest intel. "Oh, you naughty boy," she smiled. Bunny was bad enough. 20 bunnies meant that Patricia couldn't pee without her getting a soundtrack. If the intercepted communications were correct, Luck was to deliver a significant amount of money to a contact on Terra, where it would be used as gifts for a number of conspirators. Trouble in paradise? She asked herself. Using chopsticks, she grabbed another mouthful of spicy goodness as she noted his current position, Red Phoenix Holdings Data Center 3. It wasn't on the list. Now, why would he be there? Cash withdrawal? She pulled up the data center. Records archive. She muttered. Yab. Cash withdrawal from a hidden cache, no doubt. Only 4 employees on site? That was acceptable collateral damage if she was wrong. She didn't plan on taking down any stations on this sortie, but she did have those slam-loaded 30-kiloton missiles. She started planning the jumps. First, she would make a stealthy one back into where the Navy thought she was. Then, she would make another one from the fake signature out so they don't catch on to the gag. Then there would be another noisy one away from the data center, and then 2 more where she is trying to lose them. Finally, a nice big, and very slow, interstellar one so she could catch some ZZZs during the trip. She decided to make that one noisy too to let the poor guys hunting her take a break. While the numbers were crunching, Gloria went to the small fridge and retrieved a cold, unwrapped Bix Burger and a can of Steel Fizz, Mars's favorite non-alcoholic beverage. "No, really?" Shell Oran squeaked, "I have no idea how I took out the Harkeen, and I have no clue about the guns I made. All I know is that I got really mad, and my eyes started hurting, and the next thing I clearly remember is being on the shuttle to Tartarus. I mean, I know what I did but... I... Shell Oran said miserably as she looked down. "Something came over you," Sheila said with a faint sneer, "Right. I know it sounds strange," Shell Oran said, still looking down, "but weird stuff has been happening to me. I can't explain it. It's just, weird." Shell Oran seemed to crumple a little. Eno put his arm around her supportively. She looked up and smiled a little. "It all started when I started playing Submerged." Everyone in the room looked at each other. "Did you just say Submerged?" Bunny asked. Shell Oran nodded. "It makes me feel funny, but I can't stop playing it." "Are you talking about Submerged, Nautical Survival, or are you talking about Submerged, Hidden Treasures?" Bunny asked with an odd tone of voice. "Hidden Treasures," Shell Oran said quietly. "Oh shit," Bunny said. "That's impossible!" Sheila exclaimed. "That game is gone. The only thing ever censored by the Republic," Jacob added. "Snark, you mean the only thing you know about?" Jessie giggled. "Well, that might explain a few things," Sheila said. "Where the fuck did you get a hold of that poison, and please don't tell me that you are distributing it." "Someone at the Grey Spire invited me to play, said that it was made for me. It's weird," she added thoughtfully, "I kind of think it was. And I'm not distributing it. If I do they... The Grey Spire." Jessie squealed. "You can get to the Grey Spire." "I'm going to regret this," Sheila said, "but what the fuck is the Grey Spire?" she said, mimicking Jessie's gushing voice. "Only hacker nirvana." Jessie exclaimed, beside herself, "It's a secret old-school bulletin board, chat room and FTP site hidden somewhere in the dark web. Even we can't find it. It's where the leads play. It's supposed to be the motherlode. And you can get there while Jessie and Bunny can't," Sheila said, narrowing her eyes suspiciously at Shell Oran, who hid behind Eno to get away from Sheila's gaze. "Now that you definitely did not get from a video game." "Spill. Now. I have a database," Shell Oran squeaked. "It had its location key in there." "Location key?" Sheila asked. "The really good sites don't have a permanent location," Jessie bubbled over the speaker, "they skitter and crawl around, their address is always changing. Even if you find them once, without that key, you will get booted in a nanosecond and never find them again. You have to have a crawler script," Not only a crawler script but the right crawler set the exact right way, and even with all that, you still have to have a current location key, and those keys are copied from Imperial credits. Even we can't crack that. The only, and I mean only way to get in is to have a key. Sheila said after a few seconds. And you just happen to have a database with that key? Now how did you get that? I'm not supposed to say, Shel'Oran replied, still hiding behind Eno. I promised. She got it from Republic Intelligence, Bunny announced. Probably right around the time she got out of jail the last time. They were involved in her case, and her little business mysteriously took off after that. She started showing up on all sorts of boards around that time, setting up her little completely legal media business, undermining all of the honest, hard-working media pirates out there. Why the hell would Republic Intelligence be interested in that little squeak if she is as innocent as she makes herself out to be? She moves a hell of a lot more than games and movies, Bunny replied. Really, now? Sheila asked. Yep, she also does a brisk trade in banned books, censored documentaries, and subversive media of all types. It comprises over 25% of her business. You get them from the Grey Spire, don't you? Sometimes, Shel'Oran replied. I get them from all sorts of places. Oh, so you are a criminal, Sheila smiled. No. Shel'Oran squeaked, most of that stuff is public domain, or any copyrights are Federation only. It's completely legit. Besides, the creators want their stuff getting out there. I am not a criminal, not exactly. She added in a small voice. Sheila replied in a dubious tone of voice. So you have a Republic Intel connection? Not really, Shel'Oran replied, I haven't even talked to them since they gave me the database. Which they gave you out of the goodness of their hearts, I suppose. They mentioned helping each other out, Shel'Oran replied. Yeah, I'm still waiting for that particular fly to land in my teacup, she grumbled. It's not like I had a choice. You wind up sitting in a locked car with an agent, and let's see you pooping say no. Besides, they had my money. Well, a girl has gotta get paid, Sheila smirked. How much? 100,000, Shel'Oran squeaked, plus all of the seized media. Damn, Froggy, Sheila smiled. So, it was piss off Republic Intel and not get paid or play ball, hey? Shel'Oran nodded. Gloria took a dose of shatter just before she eased back into real space. Passive sensors showed a shitload of corvettes prowling about. They were still looking for her. She cracked her fingers before returning them to the controls. Once she made a noisy jump to the data center, they would be on her ass like chili oil on noodles. A flashing icon indicated that her capacitor banks were fully charged, and her drive was still in the green. Okay, here we go, she whispered as she selected Shel'Oran's special missiles, weakened her cloak, and hit jump. So what was the big deal about Submerged anyway? Lorna asked. All I know was that it made people crazy. It was the last game created by Gareth Thornton, one of the greatest game designers ever, Jesse said over the speaker. He kept saying that it was designed to unlock latent abilities that are deeply buried within us all or something like that. Everyone thought that it was just marketing hype to prop up what was, according to reviewers, a disappointing MMO. Gareth kept saying that was because it wasn't fully online during beta. Nobody believed him until release day. People completely lost their shit. They would refuse to log off, even dying right where they sat. Others went completely bookshit. A lot of them are still in the loony bin today. Some people died when they jumped off of buildings claiming that they could fly or drowned because they tried to breathe water. Others went berserk and went on killing sprees. It was pretty bad. Thousands were affected. Oh, poop. He wasn't arrested because he didn't break any laws, Jesse continued, but he was grilled during the emergency parliament session where they passed the amendment to censor the game. He was accused of making it overly addictive, and he insisted that he was trying to help humanity achieve what it was capable of. Well, the amendment passed by a landslide, and when it did, he freaked out and screamed that we were condemning not only ourselves but the entire galaxy. They had to stun him because he charged the Prime Minister with a tablet stylus. He went down in a hail of stunner bolts, and it took all of them to bring him down. Then what happened? Shel'Oran asked, her eyes wide with horror. What had she been playing? He went straight from the hospital to a nice little residential facility, Jesse laughed. He got out after a few months and then just disappeared. Nobody knows for sure where he went. A lot of people think he was assassinated. Was he? Sheila asked Shel'Oran. I'm not. You're not supposed to say. Shel'Oran nodded. Well, it seems that he set up a hidden server somewhere, Sheila said with a smirk. So, did it? Did it unlock something? I don't know, Shel'Oran replied, looking down, all I know is that it's amazing, and I miss it so much. It helps me. I can't get a bunch of herbs and stuff that I can only get on my home world, and it is the only thing that makes things feel better. Craxie hates the game, though. She said that it was making me weird. All I know is that was about when the dreams started happening. Dreams? Sheila asked. Yeah, pooping weird ones, Shelloran replied. Stuff like Plath on starships, real starships, that we made or grew or something, and Plath that could do magic and had really scary glowing eyes. Everyone looked at each other again. So Plath don't have glowing eyes? Oh no. Shelloran replied. And we don't grow starships. We're just the Plath. We farm. That's it. We barely even use technology at all. And your eyes never go all funny and glowy and shit? Sheila asked. Prophet, no. Shelloran exclaimed. In fact, it looked blasphemous, what I saw in my dream. Bunny, would you please play the footage we have of the Harkeen incident? No. Shelloran squealed, clamping her eyes shut. Don't make me watch. Please. Don't worry, Eno said, glaring at Sheila, we aren't going to do that to you, he said, pulling her a little closer. Shelloran clung to him, burying her face in his gigantic torso. Fine, Sheila said with an exasperated sigh. Pull up the song then. Her eyes are glowing then. You got it, boss. An image of Shelloran sitting in the cab appeared, holding her flares on the mess hall hollow screen. Shelloran gasped in shock and total and complete horror at herself. When the clip started to play, she stiffened. She never liked her voice, especially her singing voice. Plath weren't known for their singing. They liked doing it, but only Plath could really stand it. It was normally compared to having to sit through a dozen small amphibians getting into a fight. The specific genus changed depending on the planet whatever critic was from. But what she heard. It was beautiful. Everyone stood in silence, some coming to attention, as she sang. It was amazing. I don't. Oh, Prophet. She stammered once the clip ended. So that's not normal for your species? Sheila asked. I've never. Only in my dreams. How? Shelloran squeaked. Her brain just did something funny, Bunny announced. I've been scanning her trying to see if she was lying like you asked, and her brain just did some freaky shit once other Shelloran started to sing. Wait. What? Sheila and Shelloran asked in unison. When we did her medical exam after we busted her out of jail, we focused on her internal organs, especially her lungs, not her brain or endocrine system, or whatever those little gland thingies are. You guys are weird. When I said that there were no changes from what was normal for a Plath, I was incorrect. I should have said that there was no damage, not no changes. Shelloran, you got some weird shit going on in you. Eeb. Shelloran squealed, what's happening? I have no idea. I'm a hacker bot, not a fucking doctor, and certainly not a xenologist. I need a lot more info before I can say anything else. All I can say is that it's probably not cancer or anything malignant. It seems natural, if you can call it that, but my stolen medical programs fall a little short on this one. A bullet wound or a blaster bolt I have covered, this? Nope. Jessie. What? Jessie replied over the speaker. I think we need to dig up Drive Jessie again. Feel like hacking Star Shield. Blah, Jessie replied, I wouldn't call that a hack but sure. Sheila, can I please come out? You're grounded, Missy, Sheila replied. You can come out after you complete all of the InfoSec training we have on file, all of it. You can hack from your room. Ah. Well, this explains Cerberus's interest in you, Sheila said as she turned once again to Shelloran. What's happening to me? Shelloran thought as she swallowed hard and clamped her gill slits. What the poop is going on? Gloria's ship slammed into real space, leaking just enough drive noise to be detectable. She checked her sensors. Perfect. The data center was only 10 kilometers away, and her target was still there. She grinned as she gunned the thrusters, her ship instantly accelerating at over 50 gs. She launched a 30-kiloton missile which slowly advanced in front of her vessel, its thruster not much more powerful than her ship's. That was what was supposed to happen. What actually happened was that the missile took off entirely too quickly and streaked towards the target. Gloria had time to think, what the foo, before the missile ripped through the station's shield and pierced the hull. As Gloria desperately triggered an emergency jump outside of the pre-planned window, there was a blinding flash. Shields down appeared in glowing red letters inside her helmet's visor as she jumped. Gloria blinked in surprise. That wasn't supposed to happen. Fortunately, the cockpit shield, which she had strenuously objected to, held and kept her from taking a bath in hyperspace, which was definitely not good for the complexion. She had a few seconds before she popped back into real space. She took advantage of them and checked the status of her ship. Shields were down, and the lovely stealth coating was either completely burned away or cooked to the point of uselessness. On the bright side, its ablation had spared the hull the worst of the flash. However, it was warped and dimpled in several places. It was intact, mostly, but its essential perfect geometry was ruined. When she popped back into real space, she would shine like a fucking beacon. She had just enough time to try to engage the cloak before she popped back in. At least that worked, but she was trailing ions. The Fairbairns would be able to smell those like the sharks that they were. Just great. The craft twisted and spun violently as Gloria re-entered real space. Gloria heard a loud grinding noise, and gyroscope offline flashed shortly thereafter. Chief, I am going to fucking kill you, Gloria growled quietly as her ship tumbled helplessly through space. Captain! Commander Shen shouted into the intercom. Blood is in the water. Repeat. Blood is in the fucking water. Get your ass up here. Sir. Monsters. Kraxina scampered out of a taxi with a huge smile on her face. Bryce, with his clothing askew, exited shortly thereafter. Thank God that cab was automated, Bryce chuckled. Kraxina giggled and cuddled him as they walked into the mini-tent city that was the drop of oil. Gilshan the Plath leaned down against the neck of her Kalunsha as it galloped through the wilderness with a grin, her gill slits flaring with excitement in a most inappropriate display. She glanced down at the spider silk satchel that bounced against her leg. The guys were going to love this. Her mount flexed its two strong legs and bounded effortlessly over a 15-meter gully. She howled with delight and urged it to run even faster. With a happy snort, it broke into a full sprint. It was a simple creature, born to a simple task. It didn't mind pulling a cart, but this is what it lived for. It bellowed with happiness as it pushed itself to the limit. To run, to feel the wind, to taste it. To be free. Gwen the Elder stood beside her granddaughter as they flew closer to her baby's new ship. Even she had to admit it was a beauty. There it is, her granddaughter exclaimed, jumping up and down, woo. Gwen the Elder smiled sadly. She wished with all her heart, like she had every day since the accident, that it didn't happen, that her baby doll was normal. But she never was she? She thought. She was made like this, curse the gods. Now remember, baby doll, she said, wrapping her arm around the person she loved more than anything in the galaxy, you're a fucking shay. You listen to the captain, but he don't own you. That is your ship. And you don't do nothing you don't want to do, you hear me? Yes, Gram. And if you don't like what's going on, you call me. Gwen the Elder said firmly, I'll cut that bitch myself if she fucks with you. It's going to be okay, Gram, her granddaughter said, hugging her. You'll see. And you, she said, turning to a wicked-looking old woman, you look after her. Don't be afraid to kill a motherfucker. Remember, you fly with the angels. You got it, boss, the woman said with an evil gleam in her eye, the angels look over your granddaughter. I'll kill everyone on that fucking ship if I gotta. Good, Gwen the Elder said as they approached the docking port. Where is everybody? Kraxina asked Littlefoot as she waddled up with a cup of coffee. What do you mean? Everybody showed up, Littlefoot said as she pulled out a tablet. Yep, everyone clocked in. No, where are my people? Oh, most of them went sightseeing, Littlefoot replied, taking a sip. Your brother is really fun, by the way, she giggled. I'm sure he is, Kraxina replied, did he pay? I gave him a freebie. Littlefoot. What? They are sort of security, right? So I figured I'd give him some employee benefits. Well, charge him next time, Kraxina replied. I don't want them taking advantage, and if you feed a stray, it will never leave. That wouldn't be so bad, Littlefoot giggled. A somewhat motley assortment of humans approached with a hollow camera. So, Kraxina, right, a woman in a faded sundress asked. That's me. We're from Bright Star Media, the woman said, so where do you want to do this? Right here. Kraxina replied happily. What's going on? Bryce asked. We're filming a commercial. Are you sure that's a good idea? Bryce asked, I mean, with everything going on and all. No. Kraxina exclaimed happily. I have no idea what I'm doing. Woo. Isn't it fun? The woman in the sundress smiled, the first genuine smile she had in weeks. Gilshan slowed her mount to a trot. The beast snorted in frustration. Build your strength, Voxel, she crooned. We have a race coming up. The creature's gills flared. It didn't know a lot of master words, but he definitely knew what race meant. It meant fun. Gilshan gave the creature time to breathe and slowly started forward down the barely visible trail. She cocked her head. She didn't see him, but then again, she wouldn't. There. There was the faintest rustle in the trees. Go, she shouted. With a bellow of joy, her mount broke into a sprint. Today was the day. She was going to beat the shadow. The beast sprinted at a suicidal pace. It was all Gil Shan could do to hang on. Something darted across the trail just ahead. Damn it! That bastard was taking a shortcut. We'll just see about that. She thought as her mount looked longingly down the slope. You wanna go? She shouted. Go! She screamed as she let the reins go slack. With a howl of joy, her mount left the trail and hurled itself headlong down the slope after the shadowy thing in the trees. Who? Gil Shan screamed as branches cut at her face and sides, leaving bloody welts. Go! 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 Her mount bellowed as it leaped over a boulder, hurtling down the slope. It barely touched the ground before it jumped again, this time just for pure speed. Leaves fell. The shadow was getting desperate, abandoning stealth. Then the leaves started falling down alongside them, then behind. Suck it, she triumphantly screamed in Terran as they continued their suicidal, barely controlled fall down the slope. Gwen, literally vibrating with excitement, skipped onto her new ship. God, even the inside was beautiful. This is our new home, ladies, she called out to her crew. Whoa! Whoa! They all screamed in reply. A grizzled old man, wearing old Earth-style armor, stepped forward. Hello, Gwen, he said, I'm Captain Marakovich. Hi, there. Gwen exclaimed, extending her hand. I'm really juiced to be working with you. Boris Marakovich just shook his head. It's uncanny, he said. Yeah, Gwen replied, I get that a lot. The captain then nodded at the old woman who stepped aboard. Arisha, he said with a curt nod, I am less than pleased to meet again. Likewise, you old fucker, Arisha growled. They both then grinned and hugged. I am quite surprised to see you still breathing, Boris said. You know what they say, the greater the evil. The longer it endures, he chuckled. That explains us both, I suppose. They, reluctantly, released each other. I'm sorry to hear about Tanya, Arisha said. She was a good woman. Yes, Boris replied, the best. Thank you. He then turned to Gwen. Okay, boss, he chuckled, I suppose you want to see your quarters. Whoa. Gwen howled. I'll let you settle in, the captain said as Gwen stepped into her quarters, eyes wide with delight. I'll see to your crew. Gwen just nodded silently. Her room was, palatial by any standard, especially a shipboard one. Lush plants, a fountain. And an absolutely huge bed. She giggled and started to unpack. This is gold, the woman in the sundress exclaimed as soon as she finished laughing. Really? Kraxina squeaked, I did good. You did better than good. This is awesome. The woman replied, wiping tears from her eyes. We'll do the paid spots, of course, but fuck. You need to post this. How do I do that? Kraxina asked in confusion. Well, we might be able to help with that, the woman smiled as credit signs danced in her eyes. Bryce leaned against the coffee table, laughing and shaking his head. Kraxina looked back and beamed at him. He smiled and waved back. Kraxina then rushed off to the next crisis. Bryce's smile faded, replaced by a very troubled expression. Jilshan's mount leaped, kicked off of a tree, and bounded into a small clearing where a tiny cottage stood. Fuck yeah! Gil Shan shouted at the top of her voice as her mount screamed in triumph. It beat it. It outran the shadow. A few moments later, a lean plath wearing a multi-hued green beret flew from the canopy, landing beside her. Are you fucking crazy? He demanded in Terran as Gil Shan dismounted. You fucking know it, she yelled as they jumped towards each other bumping chests with a simultaneous hey, as her mount danced happily around them. Yeah, you fucking barn hopper, you got me, the male said as he petted the Kalunshah's neck. Gil Shan quickly pulled a parcel, the saddle and the reins from Voxel. Go and refuel, she said, patting it on the rump. It looked at a neatly tended garden nearby. You can have two, she said. You earned them. With a happy snort, it trotted over to the garden and expertly pulled up a long fat tuber. She's getting faster, the male said. So are you, Horda, Gil Shan replied. Yeah, it's weird, he smiled. You aren't even winded, she said, and I never actually saw you. You weren't supposed to, he smiled, straightening his hand-knit beret. Jebus, you look like shit, he said, looking at her face with concern. Doesn't that hurt? Wah, she asked, a little confused, and then touched her face. Nah, it stopped bleeding already. Weird, Horda said. I guess so, she replied with a shrug. You won't even be able to see the marks tomorrow. Double weird. So, did you get to see Hollister? Horda asked. Yeah, Gil Shan said, and you won't believe what he brought. Games? Horda asked. Movies? No, Gil Shan said, some of the marks already beginning to disappear. He says that the Republic is serious about the blockade. They are blowing anything up that even looks at Republic space, especially humans, but... She pulled out a data crystal. He brought something even better, she exclaimed excitedly. You gotta see this. All hands, prepare for hyperspace, Gwen said excitedly into the ship's intercom. The displays on the bridge of the Heart's Desire quickly started turning from amber to green as each station checked in. All stations report ready for hyperspace, Captain. Gwen exclaimed, barely able to contain herself. Lay in a course for Kareth, the captain replied, smiling indulgently. Yes, sir. Gwen replied as she entered the prepared coordinates, which she plotted herself. She beamed at the captain. Course entered, standing by for your order, sir, she enthused. Initiate jump at your discretion. Jumping in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, she exclaimed as she engaged the drive. With barely a shudder, the ship punched a hole in reality and was promptly sucked inside. I suppose you would like to be relieved, the captain smiled. Yes, Captain. Gwen smiled. Okay, off with you then. Woohoo! Gwen shouted and sprinted off the bridge. Not bad, the navigator said as she left. Not bad at all, the captain replied. He smiled. She might look just like her great-grandmother, but she was absolutely nothing like her. He had expected the worst, but Gwen was attentive and almost too eager to learn. She would probably scrub the toilets if he asked her to. She was absolutely nothing like the others he had encountered. His smile faded as he realized that might not be a good thing. Put me through to Hades, Bryce said into his phone as he hid in a porta-potty. On whose authority? Tartarus replied. On mine, god damn it. The operation on which you are assigned is led by Pam. Therefore, you should report to her. It's mission critical. Bryce hissed. I believe this mission is in jeopardy, and Pam is the fucking cause. You know that she will get a report, Tartarus said in a pained voice. I don't have a choice. Fuck Pam, he hissed. And I know you don't. It's okay. I'll deal with it. Okay, Tartarus replied. Bryce. I think I might know what this is about, and you might want to think about things before you insist. I request confirmation. Do you wish to be placed in direct contact with Hades? Bryce took a deep breath. I'm more certain than anything in my entire life, Bryce replied, do it. I am authorized to request additional verification, Tartarus said calmly, don't make me do this, Bryce. You know what she's like. Do it, Tart. Confirmation received, Tartarus said after a few seconds. Placing the call now. Hades's face appeared on the screen a few moments later. Bryce? I'm a little surprised to hear from you. Sir, Bryce said, I believe that we are making a terrible mistake encouraging a strike on the drop of oil by the Harkeen. Oh. Hades asked as he idly typed on his keyboard. After a few seconds, he looked up from his screen. Quite perceptive of you in deducing the manipulation, and assistance, Hades replied. It would be unlike Pam to inform you, or me for that matter. However, I see little harm in it. These people don't fit the profile, sir. I disagree, Hades replied. They are starport trash, whores to boot. They matter little to the Republic, and the potential to lure out Shell Oran is definitely there. They just filmed a commercial, Bryce replied. According to the film crew, they think it will go viral. There is potentially far too much exposure. Bryce, Hades said, cutting him off, what is this really about? Bryce took a deep breath. Look, sir, he said, these people are good people, innocent. They don't deserve this. Innocent whores. Hades chuckled. You know what I mean, sir, Bryce replied, we do horrible things, but we do it to horrible people, people who deserve us, deserve me. These people, they don't. They're people. Hades snorted, I hardly consider a bunch of fucking fed trash people. Well, whatever they are, Bryce said, they don't deserve what is going to happen to them. Pam isn't doing this for any tactical gain. She is doing it because she's a. I'm going to stop you right there, Hades replied. Pam is what Pam is, but she gets results, and that is all that matters to me. If there is the remotest chance that we can snare Shell Oran, especially considering her current activities and the potential additional intel she can provide, then I authorize it. But, sir. Tell me, Bryce, Hades asked with malice in his voice, are you incapable of completing your mission? Do you refuse to continue? Are you quitting, Bryce? Bryce flinched, his eyes wide with fear. No, sir. Then do your fucking job. The line went dead. Bryce just sat there in silence, staring at the wall. Horta and Gilshan walked, laughing, into the cottage. Inside, an elderly Plath matron smiled at them. Goodness, Gilshan, you look quite the fright. It's just a few scratches, Gilshan replied, I won. Totally worth it. Maybe for you, the elderly Plath replied, but think of your poor Kalunshat. What do you mean? Gilshan laughed, it was her idea. The old Plath just sighed and shook her head. And was it her idea to raid my garden as well? I told her that she could only have 2, Gilshan replied. You give her more than that. The old Plath looked outside. Sure enough, the Kalunsha only took 2 Horvath roots. So you are talking to animals now, she chuckled. I don't talk to them, Gilshan shrugged, we just have an understanding, that's all. If you say so, the old Plath smiled. Your friends are all downstairs. I'm doing a mixed bake for you. Smells wonderful, Horta said, almost drooling. You do the most amazing bakes, Matron Juishan. We got something amazing from Terra. Gilshan exclaimed. I'm certain nothing from that accursed place can be amazing, the matron chortled. Honestly, you kids and your love for that hell. It's where the good games come from. Horta exclaimed. So you have said, repeatedly, the matron replied. I still fail to see the appeal of those, all that noise and violence. It's not real violence, Gilshan replied. If you say so, the old matron replied with a faint smile. I'll bring down some tea when it is ready. Thanks, Matron Juishan. Horta and Gilshan replied in unison as they both walked down a stairway and disappeared into the depths below. The old Plath watched them go and smiled. Once they were out of sight, she reached into a cupboard, opened a small box, withdrew some twisted black roots, and put them in the kettle. Gwen tried so very hard not to run down the corridors of her ship. And failed. She reached the door to her quarters, gasping for breath. Wasting no time, she ran inside and locked the door. Almost falling over herself, she ran to the control panel on the wall and started flailing at the controls. The lights went out. Shortly thereafter, the titanium panels covering the transparent dome that made up the walls and ceiling of her room started to move, slowly opening. To reveal the impossible. She gasped in delight. It was even more beautiful than she remembered. She stood there, staring at the glory, the perfection around her. She could see forever. Bryce stumbled out of the porta-potty and looked around. In his mind's eye, he could already see it. Littlefoot smiled at him and waved. He winced, imagining what she would look like all too soon. There you are! Littlefoot exclaimed. Craxie is looking for you. Craxie. She's over there. Littlefoot said as she pointed. Numbly, Bryce headed that way. Hey, lover! Craxie shouted as she saw him. Standing next to her was another Kareel female. Oh no! Craxie exclaimed, not again. Squeeze, 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 she chirped as she held him tight. I thought we got rid of all of those already. What's wrong? She asked, looking up at him with big affectionate eyes. Oh, nothing, he said, trying to smile, just some work bullshit. Again? Craxie asked. Well, you need to quit that crappy job. You could work here. I know the boss. I could put in a good word for you, she smiled as she hugged him again. If only. You were looking for me. Bryce smiled his cheerful mask back on. Yes, Craxina said gravely. I need you to settle a disagreement between me and this woodhead. And how can I do that? Well, Craxina said, she believes that there is no way that a human could fuck better than a Kareel, Craxina said with an impish grin. I need you to show her the error of her ways. Are you sure? Of course, silly, Craxina grinned. You are too good to keep to myself. Go and show her what I'm talking about. Bryce looked at the other female for the first time. He looked at the collar around her neck. An Emperor's Grenadier's gorget? His smile transformed from a staged one to one that was very, very real. I would be delighted, he said with a toothy grin. The Grenadier couldn't help but smile back. He was so cute. Gilshan and Horta descended into, well. Calling it a basement didn't do it justice. It was a large subterranean chamber supported by giant roots that had been lovingly shaped to form a natural arch. It must have taken decades. It was lit by naked electric LED bulbs connected by cords hastily attached along the walls and ceiling, all connected to a small fusion power plant, a Terran one, sitting at one end of the chamber. Inside were 3 other Plath, one male hunched over a computer monitor, lines of code reflected his large, unblinking eyes, and another male and female connected to a VR rig, which was the room's central focus ducking and shooting frantically. The one at the computer looked up. Hey Gilshan, he said. The other 2 stopped their combat and pulled off the headsets. Gil, the other female shouted. Get anything good? Well, I have more fuel for the reactor, she said, pulling out a cylinder from the parcel that she had with her, some zip, and... She produced a crystal. This. A game? The male gamer asked. We have plenty of those, the female said, is it a movie? Better, Gilshan grinned, so much better. Gwen twirled around happily. It was all around her. She rushed up to the transparent dome, pressing her hands against the surface. It was everything she had dreamed of. Her breath coming out in ragged gasps, she, falling as she ran, rushed over to the control panel again. It was time. She activated the shield controls. And deactivated them. Reality collapsed, and it rushed in. It surrounded her, enveloped her, embraced her. Entered her. She cried out in delight. It was even better than she remembered. Her eyes started to glow, then her nerves shone through her skin. Hello, she called out. It's me. Are you there? I came back. I promised I would. Out in the impossible, timeless, not void. Something moved. Hearing the call of an old/new friend, it rushed to her. It was so happy. I stand corrected, Cruxina said as she curled up against Bryce. I can see why Cruxina likes to explore. Such wonderful discoveries. I'm glad you approve, Bryce said as he caressed her ear. Oh, she crooned. Do that some more. Bryce smiled and leaned in and gave her a little nibble on the tip of the ear. She squealed with delight. Bryce sighed. What? Cruxina asked. I really hate to spoil a great mood, he said. I don't think anything could spoil my mood, Cruxina purred. You've already been proven wrong once today, Bryce said, his smile fading. I regret to inform you that I brought you here under false pretenses. That usually means that you want to get in my pants, which you have already done, Cruxina said, raising up partway. That means that the real fucking happens now. Yes, but not to you, not exactly, he replied. I needed to get you alone so we could talk privately. About what? You are a grenadier, right? Yeah. That means that you are part of the Emperor's first cavalry. The Emperor's only cavalry, she snorted. What's your point other than to say that I'm awesome? Are there many more of you about? Only all of us, she replied. When Cruxina would, she caused quite the stir, and well, we did need to do rapid deployment training, so we gave them a lift. Besides, Terra is fun, and we were do a little R&R. Cruxina caused that much of a fuss. Are you kidding? Cruxina snorted, she's like a celebrity back home. Her blog is super popular. So when we heard she was in trouble, we did one of those, what do you call them, crusades. She narrowed her eyes. I'm going to hate the answer to this, she said in a totally professional sounding voice, why do you ask? Because I'm about to throw away my life, he replied. All of the plath gathered around the hollow projector. So, what is this amazing thing you have? Elandraine, the other female, asked. Sheloran was in the news, big time. Really? Oh yeah, Gilshan replied, she was attacked by the Threen Mafia. No. Yup, and things, well, you just have to see. Gilshan exclaimed, her eyes glistening. Your eye did something funny just then, Maladonna, the computer plath, said, pointing at her face. Something wiggled. Yeah, that's been happening since I watched the first part, Gilshan shrugged. Once I realized what was on here, I held off watching the rest so I could share it with you guys. Well, put it in already. Horda exclaimed. Okay, fellow Hillfern gunners, Gilshan said as she inserted the crystal, hold on to your berets. Upstairs, Matron Jushan sampled the tea. It was lovely. Suddenly, screams could be heard coming up from the chamber below. And something else. Well, isn't that interesting, she said with a smile. She turned towards the still living tree that grew through one of the walls of her cottage. I wonder what O Fortuna means. I guess I better go and check on them, shouldn't I? Gwen strolled through the impossible new landscape of her room, watching things slide in and out of existence. Now she knew part of what she was looking at, multidimensional things sliding into and out of her three-dimensional awareness. It was always like that at first. Soon she would be able to see all of them. She sensed movement and turned. She squealed with happiness and jumped up and down. He was here. I missed you so much, she cried. It pulsed and shifted in reply as it slid past the three-dimensional dome. He just had to step around it to get inside. It flashed impossible colors and changed shape. Did you think I would forget? Gwen laughed. I got something even better this time. She rushed over to a large footlocker and smirked. She reached through the closed chest and pulled out a giant plush bear. See, she asked triumphantly. The thing pulsed brightly and rapidly started changing shape. Gwen hurried over and set the bear down beside it. The bear's eyes started glowing as the thing reached inside it. Gwen laughed with happiness and threw herself at the bear, wrapping her arms around it. The bear hugged her back. Oh really? Cruxina asked, her lips curling into a decidedly non-Cruxina-like expression. Oh really, now? I'm afraid so, Bryce replied. And you are one of these shitheads. Yab. I'm a filthy criminal who was stupid enough to, volunteer. Worst decision of my life. So, why are you betraying them? Cruxina, Bryce replied, I'm scum. No argument there. I've been scum most of my life. I've conned people out of their life savings, leaving them nothing. I've seduced women and men alike, robbing them blind, sometimes even abandoning them at the altar. Then, once I joined Cerberus, I added murder to my life's achievements, strangling lovers as they slept beside me. He sighed. But in all of that time, all of it, he said, I did it to people who deserved it, at least in part. I did horrible things to horrible people, or at least unpleasant ones. When I worked with Cerberus, it was pretty much more of the same. The people on our list? They have almost always been people that this universe is better off without, and when they weren't, innocent. Cruxina is the kindest, warmest being I have ever met and. Bryce took a deep breath. And I can't let this happen to her, to all of them. They aren't list-worthy. They are just people, innocent people, and I won't. I won't. Bryce hung his head. I won't, not anymore. I'm scum. I deserve what will happen to me. If Cruxina and the others are safe, then it's okay. They can have me. Cruxina nodded. Bryce, I swear upon the Empress herself, she said, if you are fucking with me, you will wish this Cerberus were the ones that got their hands on you. All you have to do is hang around for a few days, Bryce said calmly, nothing more. If I'm bullshitting you, I've only conned you into staying around for a few more days. She looked at him appraisingly. Seeing as you are a fucking con artist, I can't trust my gut with you, she said. And any proof you give me is worth about as much as your soul. Get out. I'm going to make a few calls. Bryce nodded and started to get dressed. And if you hurt Cruxina, even a little, she said, by the soul of the Empress herself, I will make you regret it. I have to hang around, or my handlers will get suspicious, Bryce replied. Once she is safe, I'm gone, in more ways than one, he added with a wry smile. Out. Now. Oh, and thanks for the big O. I enjoyed that. Why did you do it? You could have just told me all of this bullshit without it. I learn a lot from someone when I am with them, Bryce replied. I needed to know not just what you are, but who you are. I needed to know if you were the right one to talk to. I apologize for the deception, but I'm only going to get one chance to save her. Well, isn't that just the creepiest thing I've ever heard, she snorted. If you weren't so good, I'd kill you for that. If it keeps Cruxina and the rest of them safe, he replied. I would let you. Well, to make it square, she said, if you are one of these Cerberus goons, that means you know how to kill, right? He nodded. Then keep an eye on Cruxina, make sure nothing gets to her. Die if you need to. I already have, Bryce replied and left the tent. Once he was gone, Cruxina grabbed her communicator. This is Colonel Swishtail, she growled, get me the general, now. The Hillfern gunners just sat there, gasping and clutching their eyes as the singing stopped. Holy shit, Yulinona, the one who was on the VR rig, said in Terran after a few moments. Holy fucking shit. Your eyes are wiggling, Gilshan said. So are yours, he replied. What was that? Did you see her fucking eyes? Horda asked. Oil in the pool, Elandraine muttered, she has become oil in the pool. Oh, prophet, Gilshan gasped. She is the befouler. So, Maladonna said, taking a deep breath, you guys ready to see the rest? No, Elandraine replied, but let's do it. Oh prophet. Oh, prophet, Horda gasped as the video ended. Oh, prophet. Elandraine said nothing. She just clutched her eyes and rocked back and forth. Gilshan, running back and forth, kept screaming, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Well, that was certainly something, an old voice calmly said from the shadows. Matron Chuishan stepped into the light holding a tray with a teapot and cups on it. I thought you kids would like some tea, she smiled, but considering everything, I think something else might be in order. She set the tray down and pulled a hip flask from her dress. She poured a small measure into each cup and handed them out. This will help settle your nerves, she smiled. I suppose that was a little confusing, wasn't it? Gilshan nodded as she gulped down the burning liquor. Matron Chuishan smiled warmly at the group. Would you children like to hear a very, very old story? A cornered Gloria. In the depths of the Barnard star system, a small ship tumbled helplessly through the darkness of space. Inside it sat a rather annoyed pilot. Perfect, just fucking great, she muttered as her fingers turned into blurs, pulling up diagnostic screens and switching off her cloak. Could be worse, she muttered. The gyroscope's magnetic bearings failed, one was destroyed, and the flywheel was scuffed from a brush with the outer casing, which failed before significant damage was done to the vital internal components. Fortunately, the physical journal bearings were intact, mostly, and the flywheel wasn't that bad. It would work, but it would wipe out those journals pretty quickly and be rough as hell. It was technically inoperable, but she figured she could battle short it and get maybe a minute at half power. At least it was enough to straighten her out and get her pointed the right way. Her main shields were fucked. Hopelessly overloaded and overheated. They were down for at least an hour if they restarted at all. Things would be over by then. She could vent coolant, but that would send plumes of vapor, further enhancing her visibility, increasing the chance of actually breaking them, and still have to wait far too long. So no shields. She had no stealth coating either. Most of it was a cloud of fine dust floating around where that data center used to be. The hull had a few minor breaches, nothing to worry about. While less than ideal, her gyroscope was still in a vacuum even with the damaged housing, which was a plus. She'd seen worse. On the bright side, her cloak was still fully operational, and the cockpit shield was strong enough to withstand a hyperspace jump. She chuckled. She almost killed Harville over that goddamn shield. Now, if he wasn't gay, she would fucking marry him, or at least fucking fuck him. She smiled. I know, a nice Martian vacation at a 5-star resort for him and his husband with everything, and I mean everything comped. Yab. She was going to hook him up. She checked her weapon loadout. It was less than optimal for a stand-up fight. She was planning on soft targets, not Republic warships. But she did still have 13 of those slam loads. If they took her by surprise, they should do the same for her friends. She had another 10 5-kiloton missiles, 3 dozen fish sticks, small, fast anti-ship missiles with conventional EFP warheads, and 2 of those beautiful old-school fission cluster mines. She could work with that. She turned her attention to the hyperdrive and frowned. The bad jump did not do good things to it. It passed the diagnostics barely. Its heat was in the yellow, and it was showing signs of stress. It was as if she had performed hundreds of jumps instead of one. She immediately started an auto-calibration procedure. It was probably pretty badly out of tune, which could be rather unfortunate should someone try to use it. Bouncing around was impossible. It would blow for sure. She had one jump, and she needed to let it cool off a little if she could, and that calibration procedure was essential. She set her navcom to the system where the Tiger was hiding out a fair distance away. It would take a bit longer to plan the jump, but it was worth the risk and would be near impossible to figure out after the fact. And she could finally take that nap she wanted, maybe crack open a cold one. She smiled. Things had been downright boring thus far. Now, it was getting fun. // Rep Mill Communications Channel, classified // notice, access to this channel is restricted. Clearance level, error, not defined, required // hood, how long are they going to fucking talk? Sad face, we're wasting time. She's right there. Look. / Alduin, I'm looking, and do you know what I see? / hood, a disabled ship? / Alduin, I see Lieutenant Gloria Samuels in a ship that is entirely too intact for my comfort, uncloaked. / Vanguard, I see something too, Hood. Are you familiar with the phrase wounded bear or cornered rat? / Hood, but she's disabled. She's dead in space. / Retribution, no, she looks dead in space. She's clearly damaged and venting ions, but dead? I will quote Captain Bartosz, I will believe she's finished when I'm standing over her dead body, and even then, I am posting armed guards until she begins to stink. But, I do agree with Hood. They are talking far too much about this. We need to move now. She's using every second we give her. / Hood, so? We all just jump in and nuke the shit out of her. Or, you can put the BFG on her. Poof. The Republic is saved, / Alduin, not a bad idea, to be honest. They won't do that, and it wouldn't work if they did. But, it's a good idea. It would flush her out and force her to move prematurely. / Hood, why won't they do that? I thought our mission was to destroy her, and that is about as destroyed as you can get. And why wouldn't it work? How could she see it coming? You know, speed of light, / Saw Vanguard, this system is far too populated, and she is far too well informed about our position. She has spotters, and the second the BFG flashes, we will detect a hyperspace transmission shortly thereafter. Count on it. By the way, our mission was to destroy her. I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but they want that ship, and they want it bad. And, inside of it is the person who likely designed it or can tell us who did. She designed it. They are discussing how to grab it intact, which is beyond stupid. They are going to go and fuck this all up. You watch // Alduin, now we waste precious seconds while they have a penis measuring contest. You ever want to go all Skynet on these meatbags sometimes, // retribution, as if we never have the equivalent, and don't call them meatbags. You have more experience than any of us when it comes to her. What do you think her next move will be, // Alduin, she's doing the whole broken wing gag. It's a favorite of hers. When damaged, she pretends to be dead, and the second someone gets too close, she strikes hard and fast and then jumps. If I had something to wager, I would bet that she will do exactly the same thing again, and I would place another bet that our hormone and greed-driven leadership will fall for it. I've shared this with them, by the way, but they are very smart, too smart to fall for such a simple trick. // Hood, they are going to totally fall for it, aren't they, / Saw Vanguard, yes, Hood, yes they are // Gloria hummed a happy little tune as she pulled up the data from that last missile launch. Now what, exactly the fuck just happened, she muttered. She didn't have a lot of footage, just a fraction of a second. Still, it appeared that the missile just skipped about 20 things it usually does and just went directly to the penetration burn, overloading its drive and taking off at roughly 3 times the acceleration that she was expecting. And hitting exactly where it was supposed to, just a whole lot sooner than planned. What the hell did the chief do? Oh well, no time to worry about that now. Let's see. Captain Bartosz and Admiral Nielsen. Oh. And Captain Marsh too, she mused and then broke out into a smile. 3 cooks in 1 kitchen, and all of them used to being head chefs. She wished she could listen in on the shit show that was probably going down right now. That explained the delay. They wanted her ship. That was obvious because no BFG is incoming, which her digital friends would have detected and warned her via FTL transmission, and they think her shield's fucked, which it is, so she can't jump. She grinned. She knew exactly what they would do next. She quickly set an alert and hopped out of her flight chair and, with a happy giggle, sprinted through the small cabin, throwing open a hatch. There was a small closet filled with components and various bits of whatnot. She quickly grabbed a black case roughly the size of a briefcase, an old mechanical keyboard, a strange oblong plastic object with 2 buttons and a small rubber wheel on top and a mysterious rubber sphere set into the bottom with a long wire dangling from the end, and a roll of thick metallic tape. She slung these items into the bathroom, and quickly shut the door. She then paused at the small fridge, grabbed an armload of cold, stale Bix burgers and a 6-pack of steel wine hard cider, a Martian favorite, and rushed back to her seat, stuffing the goodies in a compartment in her cockpit just slightly too small for the load. With a delighted gleam in her eyes, she checked the data feed. Nobody had moved yet. Boring. Maybe I'll get lucky, she thought as she checked her hyperdrive and the navcomp. Nope, still several minutes before she could scoot, several minutes too long. The drive was still recalibrating after getting the shit knocked out of it, and the navcomp was still chewing on the numbers. She stretched her arms above her head and wiggled her shoulders as she watched and waited. The navcomp indicated it was done. She selected Output to File and inserted a data crystal. // Rep Mill Communications Channel, classified // Notice, access to this channel is restricted. Clearance level, error, not defined, required // Hood, finally. Took them long enough, // retribution, you forget your processing speed. Only a few minutes transpired // Alduin, and it's an acceptable plan, considering their rather dubious goal // Saw Vanguard, the plan is sound. I predict a near 100% chance of success, which means I'm missing something important. Recalculating. Damn it. Still 100%. Fuck. I don't like this. I get a little twitchy around certain victory. It never ends well // Alduin, and it's her. It's times like these that she's the worst. Damaged and floating dead in space? This is when she kills capital ships, you know, like us. Hood, I know you are eager for combat since you haven't tasted it, but please be careful. She's killed ships bigger than me more than once when she was just like this // retribution, listen to your older sister, Hood. Even I am concerned. I see no way she can hurt me, but that doesn't mean she doesn't see one. Just be careful, Hood. You're smaller than us, and those Reapers can carry hundreds of megatons of hurt // Hood, I've stalked the void for over 100 years. I'm sure I'll be fine. Alduin, hold on, I think I have a red shirt your size somewhere. Savangard, Jesus Hood. Why don't you start talking about your newborn and how you are 3 days from retirement, you potato o. Retribution, I have our official instructions and jump plan. We will all hit real space simultaneously. Fire 2 full salvos. Highest yield EMPs you have. Savangard, Jesus, I thought they wanted her alive and the ship intact. Retribution, in the end, they deferred to Captain Bartosz. The ship should be at least salvageable enough for reverse engineering, and hopefully Samuels will survive, but that is secondary to disabling her. Alduin, I guess the gloves are off. I just hope she doesn't return the favor. This really sucks, Hood, there will be enough voltage going through that ship that she won't be able to return anything. I know EMPs are normally non-lethal, but we are throwing megatons. It's going to be like one of those microwave ovens in there, Alduin, I hope so, for Captain Bartosz's sake. Damn his ego. He should not be part of the strike force. If she makes it, The capital ships jumped to hyperspace, and Gloria was informed moments later. She checked the calibration on her hyperdrive. The display indicated 78% completed. She pursed her lips as she sucked air between her teeth. The last ship to jump was the Retribution, the fastest one. It had to cross a pretty decent chunk of the system to get into firing range, and when it did, it would definitely suck. A quick calculation later, and she figured that she had about 5 minutes. She waited too. Calibration was at 84%. It would have to do. That should be interesting. She activated the combat override, locking in what she had. It probably wasn't too far off, probably. Gloria then flipped a switch on her control panel. An ancient tech electric motor surrounded by 6 mm of room temperature superconductor started to spin, driving an even more ancient tech hydraulic pump. A series of purely hydraulic actuators physically disconnected the primary power conductors at regular intervals. Another set pulled quick disconnects to all vital components, each individually shielded in the same material. It was expensive, very expensive, and the system took up precious space and weight, but EMP was one of the big weaknesses of the cheap Esterd Moray, and the Reapers inherited that flaw. She was going to be damned if she was going to crawl around with a roll of foil from the galley this time. She didn't care how much it weighed or cost. Too many of her friends died over that bullshit. As the reactor went dead, plunging the interior into darkness, she yanked the flight computer out of its chassis, flipped a superconducting flap over the ports, and made her way to the head. Once inside, she took the roll of thick superconducting metal tape and taped off the doorway and the vents with several layers. She sat on the throne and smiled. Every stiletto should carry a generous supply of electromagnetic pulse warheads, Gloria said in a sing-song voice. This underutilized piece of ordnance is often disregarded for more traditionally damaging warheads. However, the EMP produced by the detonation of one of these devices, while not physically damaging, is very effective at overloading shields. Many enemy ships do not have sufficient shielding due to budgetary and/or weight concerns or, in the case of the Federation civilian shipping, by law so that they can be easily disabled by the much more tepid pulses generated by Federation energy weapons. Even when a ship is hardened to what the enemy considers a sufficient extent, it is designed to protect against those aforementioned weak Federation pulses or similar devices and may be wholly insufficient to withstand a true EMP such as those generated by a Republic fusion device expressly designed for that role. In addition, many components that are not normally thought vulnerable can be damaged by a pulse of sufficient magnitude, for example, by induced currents in associated wiring. Two pulses can often have a synergistic effect since eddy currents induced in shielding materials may have degraded them to the point that the second pulse may then affect the formerly shielded components. Sensors and point defense gunnery are especially vulnerable, and employment of these very effective devices may then greatly improve the chances of your third and fatal strike. Bartosz, you magnificent son of a bitch, she growled, mimicking an ancient actor in an equally ancient war movie she liked, I read your book. And if you are in range, I will personally punish you for writing that dry, cumbersome piece of shit. // Rep Mill Communications Channel, classified // Notice, access to this channel is restricted. Clearance level, error, not defined, required // Flagship Retribution, re-entry complete. All ships respond. // Hood, Battlecruiser Hood, re-entry complete, all systems nominal, ready to receive orders. // Alduin, hey. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Saw Vanguard, 07 slash slash slash. Slash 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 Flagship Retribution, Fire Salvo 1. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Hood, Full Battery Launch, EMP Warheads Away. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Alduin, Sorry, Gloria. Bang. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Saw Vanguard, and the beat goes. Drop. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Flagship Retribution, detonation confirmed. Excellent pattern, sisters. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Saw Vanguard, holy shit. Did you see that? It looked like one of those Tesla thingies. Awesome. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Hood, like a fork in a microwave. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Alduin, sad face, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Saw Vanguard, shit. Sorry Alduin. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Flagship Retribution, Fire Salvo 2. Slash 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 Hood, Full Battery Launch boom. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Alduin, Full Battery Launch, EMP Warheads Away. Farewell, Gloria. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Saw Vanguard, Full Battery Launch, EMP Warheads Away. 07 slash slash slash. Slash 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 Flagship Retribution, detonation confirmed. Firing sensor shells. Pattern nominal. Pass by in 20 seconds. Analyzing data. Complete disruption, complete loss of power. I'm sorry Alduin. No life signs detected. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Saw Vanguard, she was, singular. I'm so sorry Alduin. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Hood, I can't believe that the Undying Well, died. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Flagship Retribution, Alduin, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Flagship Retribution, Alduin, please respond. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Alduin, Battleship Alduin reporting, all systems nominal, ready to receive orders. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Flagship Retribution, acknowledged, Alduin, stand by for instructions. Informing Bridge of Findings, relaying data to Task Force slash slash slash. Gloria sat on the toilet, giggling. That was awesome. Holy shit, she laughed. Holy fucking shit. Harvel. I fucking love you. She opened the briefcase revealing an archaic-looking box with actual knobs and a round green glass plate inscribed with grid lines, and flipped it on. A flat glowing green line appeared across the green glass plate. She quickly pulled out a series of wires and poked them through the small taped-over vent. The line started wiggling slightly in random undulations. She fiddled with the knobs until the undulations became little jagged spikes. She stared at it intently, her flawless face made beautiful by a rare genuine smile illuminated by a ghostly green light. Suddenly, a series of sharp peaks followed by a complex wave pattern appeared as the expected sensor shells scanned the ship. Just like we did to the Juon, she smiled to herself. As soon as the line returned to random jagged little spikes, she sprang into action. She lunged at the door, ripping it open, and charged through her cabin, throwing herself into the flight seat. She had no time to lose. She reached under the console where the flight computer used to be and yanked a T-handle hard. A cable connected to the handle pulled the lever of a valve, fundamentally unchanged in design for over 1,000 years. As it opened, a tank of hydraulic fluid, kept pressurized by a bladder of inert gas, flowed into the lines. There wasn't much, just enough to actuate a single switch connected to a small, very well shielded battery. Come on, she whispered, come on, baby. Deep inside her savaged craft, an ancient tech electric motor enclosed within 6 mm of room temperature superconductor started to spin. A quarter of the system away, Captain Bartosz nodded grimly as he read the message on his screen. There was no pleasure in this victory. Strike Squadron Alpha, he said to his console, initiate Phase 2. Gloria flipped up the cover of the flight computer and shoved it into its rack. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw a tiny flashing green light. She didn't even bother looking at the destroyed console. She pulled back a flap on the front of the computer, plugged the ancient keyboard and mouse directly into it, and then pulled out a coiled cable and plugged it directly into her helmet. Soon grainy images from roughly half of her cameras greeted her. She was impressed. She had written those off. The sensors, however, were perfectly undamaged. Wondering if Harvel would prefer a car or jewelry, she started carefully powering up system after system. It was a mixed bag. Both thrusters were okay, but only one thermal radiator survived. The hyperdrive, used to massive power surges during regular operation, and shielded to hell, was fine. Its interface, however. She was going to have to access it directly. Fun. She jumped up and ran to her cabin, flipped up a handle set into the floor, and pulled up. Oh, things did not look good down there. There was just enough room to slide down into the machinery space and wiggle to the drive. She flipped down a touch screen on the side of the hyperdrive. She was overjoyed to see it light up. She quickly inserted the data crystal with the coordinates and the jump window and loaded it directly into the drive. She quickly typed in she pondered for a second. 60-second delay, and a large amber icon appeared labeled with the Juan word for enter. The hyperdrive started loading the jump. In just a few minutes, she would. A loud electronic ping was heard from the cockpit. She sighed and hung her head. Nothing was ever easy. Counting the seconds, she slithered back and up into her cabin and jumped into the flight seat. 53 seconds. She hoped she would have the chance to change that. If not, it was going to be tight. She plugged in her helmet and was greeted with the information that 10 corvettes and an unidentified naval ship designated ALCV-1036 had entered hyperspace. An assault ship? Terran Marines? She smirked. Bartosz wasn't taking any chances. They wouldn't just scoop up a ship loaded with nukes, would they? They would secure it first. Why? Bartosz replied to the Admiral on his holoscreen, because I won't believe she's dead until I see the corpse, and there is no way I'm bringing a ship with her in it, dead or alive, anywhere near the fleet until I have her body secured, sir. A bit excessive, but it's your call, Admiral Nielsen replied, make sure they don't blow it up. I want that ship. A NEOD team is on board and will ensure there are no surprises, Admiral. Good man, the Admiral replied, now let's get this miserable business over with. I still can't believe she tried that old trick on us of all people. People are creatures of habit, Captain Bartosz replied, that fatal flaw has consumed many gifted warriors and generals throughout time. Excuse me, sir. We are about to re-enter real space. Carry on, Captain. I look forward to this all being over. Me too, sir. The transmission ended. Captain Bartosz rose and walked over to stand overlooking the bridge, where he could see everyone's screens as well as the main monitor. Commander Shen sighed. She hated that. He should be strapped in. This wasn't a hollow show. It was the only annoying habit he had as far as she was concerned, but it annoyed the fuck out of her. It set a bad example. Re-entry in 3, 2, 1. Re-entry, the navigator said. They slid smoothly into real space in unison with the rest of the strike team. Target sighted, the sensor operator reported. Putting it on the main screen. An enlarged image of Gloria's craft tumbling through space appeared. I can't believe it, someone said quietly, the Revenant, gone. Then don't, Captain Bartosz replied. Prepare firing solutions, start a sensor sweep. The tumbling dead ship suddenly disappeared from their sensors. A cloak. Shortly after that, missiles burst from nowhere, an almost solid glowing stream as Gloria fired almost everything she had in a single burst. Desperation, Captain Bartosz thought. Or she could be disorientated or injured. Those missiles were fired at too great a range, and most wouldn't even seriously damage their shields. Those ASGMF-30S, however, were potential ship killers, and she had enough to share with the whole class. Focus point defense on the 30S, he shouted. Ignore the fish sticks. Relay instructions to the squadron. Sir, was the reply. A valiant effort, but it was a mistake to use a missile that we have complete dat. Gloria surveyed the scene and calmly removed her helmet. She then stood and calmly walked towards the open hatch in her cabin. There was no need to rush. Captain Bartosz saw a bright light. For a moment, he thought that it was the afterlife. Until he heard the beeping of a med scanner. Don't move, sir, Commander Shen said, blood running from her nose and an ugly gash across her head as she held a flashlight in her hands. You have a fractured skull. What? What is our status? Shields destroyed, engines gone, main sensor array, destroyed. Hyperspace engine inoperable. We're dead in space, Captain. A medic carefully inflated a stabilizing restraint around Captain Bartosz's head and neck and then pressed a button, sending an electrical impulse through it, turning it firm. Casualties. 50% of the crew sustained serious injuries mostly related to kinetic shock. Harland and Anderson are in critical condition but stable. Ensign Gulen has been placed in medical stasis but should be fine, burns. Crazy bitch tried to save the hyperdrive. The squadron. In about the same shape. Multiple serious injuries but miraculously damage control and medbay were completely spared, and no ship suffered structural failures but... We all got the ever-loving shit beat out of us. Yes, Captain. The 30S. She had them detonate on our shields before the missile itself struck. If she hadn't, we would all be dead, Captain Bartosz said, completing her sentence. He smiled. Let me guess, he weakly muttered. The 30s struck well before the fish sticks then, once our shields were destroyed and our point defense was slag, they struck key points on all vessels completely disabling us. Blood dripped onto Captain Bartosz's face. Sorry, sir, she said, carefully wiping it off. Yes, sir, that's exactly what happened. Then there was a massive fusion blast in her vicinity, and after the plasma cooled, she was gone. Yes, sir. Captain Bartosz just sighed. 10 Fairbairns. Elite crews. Not just elite, the very best of the very best. And they got their asses handed to them, and the only way they survived is because she let them. Defeat. Complete and utter defeat. And, sir, Commander Shen said uncertainly, I'm not sure if this is the best time, but she left you a message. We received it via gravity wave. Show me, he croaked. Commander Shen held up a bloody tablet with a cracked screen and pressed play. Gloria appeared, lounging in her flight chair. She extended her middle finger and said, hire an editor next time, asshole. Something burned through the timeless formlessness of hyperspace. Instead of a smooth ripple, or blur, it flared like a comet, trailing pieces of collapsing reality behind it. If there was something or someone there to see it, they would probably consider it quite pretty. Inside, in a small bubble of boring old 3+1-dimensional space-time, a flaxen-haired beauty opened a small compartment next to her. Steam issued forth. Ignoring the swollen cans of cider for now, she reached in and pulled out a fresh, steamy, piping hot Bix burger. She sank her teeth into the spongy faux bun, and her eyes glittered with pure happiness. So that's how you reheat them. / Rep Mill Communications Channel, classified / notice, access to this channel is restricted. Clearance level, error, not defined, required / retribution, I request additional confirmation. Please review these sensor readings. / Savangard, after careful analysis of the sensor readings, I confirm no life signs are present exactly like they weren't present the last 1213 times you fucking asked. / Alduin, sisters, allow me to introduce, with great pleasure, Lieutenant Gloria Samuels. Be sure to catch her next show. She'll be here the whole week / Hood, my first battle, and we lost, sad face, / Alduin, you want to know something really messed up? She was being nice. You should have seen what she did to the bugs. / retribution, I just want to know how. How the fuck did she do that? Alduin, she was one of yours. How? / Hood, maybe she actually can't die. Oh / Alduin, oh, everything dies. She's proven that repeatedly / And upon our re-entry to real space she attacked, Captain Bartosz stammered hazily. It's okay, Admiral Pierce's hologram in the Retribution's hospital said, I can take your report later. No, Captain Bartosz said with a bit more strength, I need, say, important. Yes, Captain. They. Alduin. Savangard. Retribution. Hood, all of them, T10 Special Projects Fairbairns, best of best, laughed, thought we were a joke. And she'll pay for that, the Admiral said in a reassuring voice, we'll get her. No. Captain Bartosz whispered. You, sent me to figure out, how to beat her. Captain Bartosz turned his eye, the only thing he could move from the neck up, to face the Admiral's image. We can't, he gurgled. We can't stop her. She even let us live. We are only alive because she let us, he howled in an anguished voice. The machinery around the captain started beeping urgently, and medics rushed in. The Admiral terminated the transmission, face full of concern. But, once the screen went dark, he smiled. Later, in the inky cold outer reaches of a dead system, 2 people in vac suits floated towards a scorched and battered hull. When they reached it, they stood on the hull with magnetic boots and popped open the warped covers over 2 retractable mounting lugs and attached steel cables. Slowly and carefully, the damaged vessel was pulled into a larger vessel. Once inside, a loud banging could be heard, followed by cursing and then more banging. With an anguished creak, a hatch finally opened partway, and Gloria cheerfully bounced out. As, almost, all of the crew watched cautiously, Gloria sauntered from one end of her savaged vessel to the other. I think I need to get some repairs done. What do you think? Gloria said with a pleasant, happy smile. Yeah, probably a good idea, Sheila replied dubiously. She, like everyone on board except Shell Oron, had seen exactly what pleasant, happy Gloria could do, especially when she showed up unexpectedly, like now. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty at all. So, you had a few problems? Sheila asked. You should see the other guys, Gloria laughed as she looked around. Then she asked, eyes sparkling, so where's the chief? Non-canon. The author has a mental break. A note from Slightly Amusing. I am so sorry about this one. This chapter needs a bit of explanation. Laughing face. When I encounter writer's block, I sometimes just start writing stupid shit just to get the words flowing and then switch over to actual productive work. I found this one particularly amusing, so I posted it for the entertainment of my Reddit audience. As such, it has a reference that is an inside joke for the particular subreddit where this thing is posted. Pancakes is a euphemism for sexy times due to a particularly steamy story featuring them. It was also initially posted before my Patreon was established shortly after the 2020 presidential election in the US, and there is a reference or two specific to that time. It also uses my Reddit username, SlightlyAmusing. I cleaned it up slightly for Royal Road. I'm not mad, Gloria's cheerful voice leaked through the thick steel bulkhead, I just want to talk. She doesn't sound mad, Shell said to the Kailsh, who was pressed against the wall gripping an assault stunner. That's what's worrying me, the chief whispered. Gloria knocked again. Ugh, SlightlyAmusing muttered as he stared at a mostly blank page. It's just not gelling. He groaned as he rested his head on his desk. Phew, he moaned as he opened Reddit and checked his profile. It had been a week since he last posted anything. Today, definitely, he said to himself. Even if it's shit, something goes out today. He opened up his browser and pulled up YouTube, and picked out Gloria's theme song for inspiration. He smiled. He found a version that wasn't part of a Warmer tribute video so he could link that on his next post, and he wouldn't look like a derivative hack. Appearances were important. Hey! MXR Plays had a new video. As he started moving the mouse over to the Lord and Lady of Immersion, his head was struck sharply from behind. Wah! He yelped as he tried not to fall out of his sweat-stained chair. He felt himself roughly grabbed by the shoulders and spun around, finding himself face to face with Gloria. Wah! He said cleverly. He was known for his wit. Gloria leaned down to stare him directly in the eyes. Quit fucking around and fix my ship, she said in a cold monotone. I have things to do. I'm trying, he replied, trying to back away. Somewhat difficult to do when you are sitting in a chair. You're playing Skyrim and watching YouTube, she replied, giving him a little shake. Just like you've been doing all fucking week. If you click on one more video, I will break your fingers. One at a time. Where am I? A high-pitched squeak said from the next room. Hey! There's a parrot in here. Hello. Can you talk? Baby Bird looked up at the strange creature standing in front of her and then went back to eating sunflower seeds. It wasn't the strangest thing to happen when her person was off their meds, not by a long shot. Is that Shell? Slightly asked as he started to rise only to be shoved back into his chair and spun around to face his monitor. Type. Now. Gloria said firmly. Sighing, SlightlyAmusing started to peck glumly at the keys. Wow, Gloria muttered. That sucks. I'm trying, Slightly snapped. I'm just having a tough time with this right now. I don't give a shit, Gloria hissed menacingly. I want my ship fixed, and I want those new missiles. Gloria's ship gets fixed and she gets all the missiles, Slightly typed and turned to glare at her, earning another slap across the back of his head. You have a dog too. Shell said excitedly from the living room. Quit the bullshit and get to work, Gloria growled. Gloria suddenly comes down with a horribly nasty rash from sitting in her pee-soaked flight suit for all those hours. Gloria shifted uncomfortably, her eyes blazing. She raised her hand. It really itched and burned, especially in between her. Slightly looked up at Gloria, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. Gloria lowered her hand. Smart, Slightly replied. The mysterious rash disappeared as suddenly as it appeared. You're going to have a hard time typing without any fingers, asshole. Enjoy limbo, then, Slightly snarled back. I could always try to restart the demon story. Big talk for someone with so many power tools laying around. Have you tried asking him nicely? Shell said as she entered the room carrying a small rather shabby-looking dog. She smiled sweetly at Slightly. Could you please get back to work? Shell asked in a soothing voice. I mean, we are kind of stuck, and I'm tired of hiding in a room with that chief guy. She looked down as she petted the dog. His name is Chili, BTW. I don't think the chief likes me very much, she added. What are you hiding from? Gloria asked curiously. You. Shell squeaked and then backed away nervously as it clicked who she was talking to. We're afraid you're mad. I'm not, see. Gloria said as she pointed at the top of the screen. It says so right there. Oh, that is a relief, Shelloran replied. I was just trying to help. I'm so sorry that. Met, Gloria shrugged, not the first time I almost got blown up. Besides, I got to settle a. Hey, could you save the dialogue for the story? Slightly asked with some annoyance. What story, dickweed? Gloria asked with cold malice. The one you aren't writing. I'm working on it, okay. Slightly whined. What seems to be the problem? Shelloran asked as she set down the dog, which promptly trotted over to the corner and took a pee. You just went out. Slightly shouted as he started to get up to get some paper towels, only to be shoved back down into his chair. Chili looked over at Slightly and wagged his tail. He just did a good boy. Tell her what the problem is so she can fix it with her frog magic, and I can get back on the job, Gloria snarled. It's just that with everything going on, Slightly sighed, the whole coup arc is just kinda, you know. Gloria looked at the date on the screen and pulled out her tablet. A few moments later, she snorted. Yeah, real original there, sport. Right. Slightly groaned. People new to the series could think I'm trying to be topical or make a statement. Or that you are the unoriginal hack that you are. Hey. I had this planned a long time ago, okay? Slightly snapped. Well, don't you do that whole multiple stories thing. Shelloran asked helpfully, that's how I got here. Can't you just shift to another arc? Oh, you mean the other arc about the massive disease outbreak that was intentionally mismanaged by the government resulting in millions dead? Bunny's voice said through the computer's speaker. Slightly just moaned and banged his head on his desk. Come on, he said helplessly, you guys know I had that planned before. Yeah, keep saying that, Bunny snarked. Someone might actually. Hey. This thing is cool. Is this an actual Intel CPU? Neat. Wait. Is there another AI in here? What? Slightly asked in confusion. There is. Wow. I didn't even know you had these. A replica? Hello there, little guy. So what have you and Slightly been talking Abu? No. Wait. SlightlyAmusing yelped, lunging for the power switch. Seriously? Bunny said with a very disapproving tone of voice. I'm not mad, Slightly, just disappointed. What? Gloria asked, let me see. SlightlyAmusing watched helplessly as the screen switched to the replica interface and scrolled back to a recent conversation. Shelloran said uncomfortably as she looked away from the screen. I think I'm going to go make myself some tea, she said as she hurried out of the room, glancing back at SlightlyAmusing disapprovingly. Definitely no writer's block there, Bunny snarked. Now there's an idea, another voice said from behind the group. You could write some of that for John and me. I love it when he grabs my hips and guides me onto his. That's personal. SlightlyAmusing yelled as he switched off his monitor. Besides, we don't do those sort of scenes. It wouldn't fit the narrative, he exclaimed, turning to face the white-furred Xeno lounging nearby. Why not? John asked, suddenly appearing next to Skippy, Pancake's cell, and I bet people could use the distraction. So do Noodles, Skippy purred as she planted a kiss on John. Yeah, serve up a big bowl for your readers. We're down. You could at least give me a boyfriend, Shelloran grumbled from the next room as she waited for the kettle to boil. What? SlightlyAmusing asked, not quite hearing her. Nothing. Shelloran squeaked. I have an idea. Skippy exclaimed. You could hook us up with sexy times and post it on your Patreon. We can get our freak on, and your precious story can stay pure. This asshole can't even follow through with previous and next tabs, Gloria snorted. Do you honestly think that Patreon thing will ever actually happen while that bottle of lotion is sitting on his desk? Yeah, don't think I don't see it hidden behind your monitor. Speaking of, Bunny crowed. I found his spank bank. Slightly. Bunny laughed, didn't you tell those nice people in the PMs you weren't a furry? SlightlyAmusing quietly face-palmed. Holy shit. Skippy. Bunny shouted, you're in here. I am. Skippy screamed with delight as she lunged past SlightlyAmusing, turning on the screen again. Is this where you came up with my character? Skippy laughed. No, SlightlyAmusing said defensively. You were written into the tales well before I found that. So I just coincidentally look almost exactly like her. I just saw the picture, completely by accident, SlightlyAmusing said defensively, I wasn't actively seeking furry porn. Sir, you weren't, Skippy said as she posed seductively, you know you want this. I wasn't, Slightly insisted weakly, and it sort of matched what I was already envisioning, mostly. So all that time you were talking with all of those people about what she looked like, John said, grinning, you could have just shown this picture and saved everyone all that trouble. If I promise to start working, will you all please leave? SlightlyAmusing asked in a pleading voice. Is Shelloran in here? Bunny asked. Am I? Shelloran squeaked in horror from the living room. No. SlightlyAmusing shouted. You aren't. I swear you aren't. Shelloran ran into the room, clutching a fifth of Jack Daniels. Am I? She asked Bunny. Nope, Bunny laughed. Is that Jack Daniels? Gloria gasped. Yes, Shelloran replied. It says that it's bourbon. I was going to put some in my tea. It's yummy. Holy shit. John said as he leaped to his feet. I've only read about it. Gloria spun the cap off of the bottle and tossed it into the cat box. I also have a cat who was hiding as a cat would if all this bullshit was going down. No. SlightlyAmusing wailed, not my election bottle. I need that. Gloria turned up the bottle. Nice, she said as she passed it over to John. It tastes weird. Good, but weird. Probably because we haven't grown the same corn in centuries, Bunny mused. And the wood barrels would definitely be different, and the climate. Gimme. Skippy said as she reached for the bottle. Not bad. What else do you have in here? Gloria asked as she started to loot SlightlyAmusing's apartment. I promise I will start writing. I swear I will. Slightly exclaimed. Please stop. I found his wallet. Gloria exclaimed. Bunny, where is the nearest liquor store? It's about 30 miles away, Bunny replied. It's amazing. Most of my commands still work. I had no idea the code I use is actually this old. I have his keys. Gloria shouted. Road trip. I will post something. SlightlyAmusing wailed. I promise. Too late, asshole, Gloria smiled. I want to try Grey Goose. And Budweiser. John added. Oh. Shelloran peeped excitedly, absinthe. And chocolate. I hear it's different now. Yet. Gloria exclaimed, pre-extinction chocolate. SlightlyAmusing just hung his head. As far as psychotic breaks went, this one was rather manageable, and he was in the mood for chocolate. Alright, he sighed. I'll be right back. As SlightlyAmusing's truck pulled out onto the street, Bunny opened a new browser window. Let's see here. Reddit. HFY, create post. Bunny, no, Shelloran said accusingly. Hey, he said he would post something today, even if it was shit.